This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Fong Jie is Super Fong. Fong, I am now Super Fong. I have never been so Fong since I was reborn. My name is Fong Jie. I am a reincarnated person from another world, if turning into a brittle stone can be considered as rebirth. The reason why Fong Jie is Super Fong is that people have come to this dungeon, and there are many people monster-like people. Yes, this is a dungeon, although in Fong Jie's eyes it is just a cave. There are some gems of different colors scattered on the wall of the cave. Normally, there are monsters walking in this cave, such as orcs, goblins, spiders, tentacle monsters, etc. Fong Jie can't speak, nor can he move. After all, stones don't have mouths and muscle tissues. To be precise, it may not even be a carbon-based creature now. He has been here for a long time. He is not sure about the exact time. Maybe a month. Maybe a year. It is impossible to accurately estimate the time in this dark cave. Go a little further, and you will see a gate. This gate is usually guarded by many monsters. The whole gate is magnificent, as if it is made of gold. It is just missing the words "This is the gate of the treasury" written on it. Now the monsters are basically dead. The bodies are scattered all over the ground and mixed with blood of various colors. There is only one minotaur left, which looks like a big boss. It is wearing a crown and holding a heavy sword that is estimated to be half a person tall, about 3 meters tall. It is fighting with a large group of humans. The leading human was a warrior wearing all black armor, with a large number of soldiers, archers, and several humans dressed as magicians wearing huge hats behind him. The magicians raised their staffs and were about to fire colorful light bullets at the minotaur in front of him, but were stopped by the leading black-armored warrior. The black-armored warrior said something to the magician, and then saw the magicians put away their staffs, returned to the center of the team, and were protected by the warriors next to them. The black-armored warrior walked forward alone to the minotaur, easily inserted a black sword into the ground in front of him, posed a handsome saber stance, and arrogantly confronted the minotaur. Fong Jie couldn't understand the language they were speaking, but that didn't stop him from being a bystander, watching with great interest. After all, he hadn't moved for so long, and there was nothing to do to entertain himself. It was time to show a bloody and special effects blockbuster for free. Although he had no organs to secrete dopamine, he was still very excited. Fight! Fight! Fight quickly! It's so hard to have a boss battle. Why waste words? Just like the magicians casting special effects magic just now. Whoosh! Whoosh! How exciting! The Minotaur King looked at this extremely arrogant human, and also roared, smashed the heavy sword on the ground a few times, spattering a lot of dust. Don't you know the theorem of smoke without injury? And this will affect the viewing experience. Fong Jie said that this boss is unbearable. Then the black-armored warrior waved his sword and blew away the dust, saying something in a jumble. The Minotaur King heard his words, and said nothing directly. He swung the big and scary heavy sword and chopped at the black-armored warrior. The heavy sword was swung easily by the tall Minotaur, as if it had no weight. The black-armored warrior was also very powerful. He easily swung away the Minotaur's heavy sword with one hand, and then condensed a red fireball with the other hand, and smashed it hard on the chest of the Minotaur King, directly knocking the huge Minotaur King away, and smashed it hard on the magnificent golden door. The crown on his head flew away to who knows where. The Minotaur King wanted to stand up, but he knelt down again as soon as he stood up, and vomited a lot of blood. Fong Jie was so dumbfounded. The warrior knows magic. Sir, you have eaten shit. Fong Jie saw the Minotaur King stand up, roar a few words. The black-armored warrior on the opposite side also said a few words. Then the Minotaur King stood up again, wielding a huge heavy sword and rushing towards the black-armored warrior. The black-armored warrior also got ready, his hair moved without wind, and the black sword in his hand began to emit red light. And when the Minotaur King rushed in front of him, he burst out the power he had accumulated for a long time, forming a crescent-shaped red energy that slashed towards the Minotaur King. Seeing this, the Minotaur King could only chop the giant sword at the crescent-shaped sword energy. The giant sword and the red crescent sky strike collided with each other, causing a huge explosion. Boom! A large amount of dust was splashed, filling the entire collision scene. Fong Jie stared wide-eyed throughout the whole process, waiting for the outcome of the battle, not knowing whether the law of smoke without injury would apply to the boss. The magician next to him condensed a green ball of light in his hand, vibrated, and a breeze blew across his face, while also blowing away the fog of war that blocked people's vision. As expected, the result was that the black armored warrior was fine, standing there and posing coolly as if he was attacking. The huge Minotaur King's heavy sword had been broken into two halves, and was weakly inserted on both sides of the black armored warrior. The Minotaur King was also dead like his sword. The same fate also happened to the magnificent treasure house door. "Mom, come and see the gods." The magician next to him shouted something helplessly, and 3 warriors next to him ran over, and dragged the black armored warrior, who was still posing to lie on something like a stretcher nearby. Have you fainted? If stones can sweat, Fang Jie would be sweating profusely now. Under the command of the leading magician, the others had begun to clean up the battlefield, and entered the treasury to count the harvest. Fang Jie was fine at this time, because he didn't think he would lose anything. Until a soldier next to him noticed the scattered gems inlaid on the cave wall next to the treasury, and reported it to the leading magician, and the magician looked at the scattered gems, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his face, as if he had seen countless gold coins. Then he began to command everyone to pick up the gems on the cave wall. Seeing this scene, Fang Jie, who was originally very calm, became uncalm. He really started to panic. Shit, what should I do if the gems are taken away? My eyes are gems. Oh, you asked me why I can't move but can still see that my eyes are gems? That's because Xiaobai told me, You asked me who Xiaobai is? Just thinking about it, there was a gurgling sound coming from the cave wall above my head. A small spider with 6 eyes, like pink diamonds. White body with pink stripes on the abdomen. Look, this is Xiaobai. Xiaobai is a little albino spider. She is Fang Jie's only friend after his rebirth, because she is also the only monster that can communicate with Fang Jie. They don't communicate through language, but by staring at each other. Yes, that's right, just staring at each other, you can understand each other's meaning in a mysterious way. Although it is very difficult, it also allows Fang Jie to understand some information about this world, and also prevents Fang Jie from going crazy because of loneliness. First of all, this is the underground ruins of Kepamir, which is located under the highest peak of the Keparis Mountains. Mir Peak. This is the territory of the Bull Demon King Kawin. There are many monsters living here, all of which are monsters that have surrendered to the underground city. There are many races, all kinds of monsters. Xiaobai is one of the races that surrendered to Ka Rookie 1. The cave spider. Because he was different from his other brothers and sisters since birth, he was always excluded. Fang Jie was discovered by her when she was wandering in the cave. Fang Jie had known her for a long time, but her size had never changed. Just a little bigger than a basketball. While Xiaobai's other brothers and sisters had grown up and were probably as big as a car. She told Fang Jie what she looked like now, which was a round stone with 2 round black-eye gems on top. And the mouth was drawn by Xiaobai. She always liked to show Fang Jie some shiny things, because she thought Fang Jie's eyes were shiny like gems. So she thought Fang Jie would like them too. Although Fang Jie told her many times that he didn't need these things at all. She still happily collected many shiny stones, metals and other things for Fang Jie, although they were always taken away by other monsters on patrol. Now Xiaobai appeared again at the critical moment Fang Jie encountered. Before, she appeared at the top of the cave with a crown and carefully avoided the humans who were looting property below, and touched the top of Fang Jie's head. She raised the crown in front of Fang Jie's face like offering a treasure. Give me a good look, it's already so late. You're still bringing me this useless thing? Pry me out quickly. Xiaobai was a little confused. Pry me out? Xiaobai looked at Fang Jie, and then at the crown in his hand, and suddenly realized something and pried off the round gem in the middle of the crown, and held it in front of Fang Jie. Fang Jie was so sad that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. No way, big sister, someone is coming, the person who is prying the gem next to him is coming soon. Pry me out quickly, and hide me somewhere. Xiaobai followed Fang Jie's line of sight, and saw the soldier, who was struggling to pry the gemstone next to him. He was also shocked. He quickly stuck a corner of the crown into the crack under Fang Jie's head, jumped up and pressed hard. Fang Jie's round stone head flew out, and hit the top of the head of a soldier, who was prying the gemstone next to him. The collision with the helmet on the soldier's head made a crisp clang sound. The soldier's eyes went dark, and he fainted. Who? The soldier who was working next to him immediately became alert. Then I saw a white figure jumping down from the top of the cave, picking up a round stone with 2 claws and running away, with a colleague lying next to him. Quick! There are still monsters here. Someone is already injured. Call the medical officer. The soldier immediately gave a warning. then drew his sword and chased after him. Fang Jia's round stone head was held above his head by Xiaobai. Although the whole world was upside down, he could just see a group of soldiers chasing after him from behind. Hurry! They are catching up. Xiaobai was holding a stone head that was as heavy as himself, and holding a round gem from the crown in his mouth, running wildly in front, but after all, his body was very small, and each step was very short, so even if he moved faster, he couldn't outrun an adult soldier. As if he had heard Fang Jia's words, Xiaobai sped up his pace, and because he was familiar with the underground passages, he quickly found a narrow passage that was not yet completed and had a lot of debris, and went in. The soldier was slowed down. Seeing that Xiaobai was about to disappear, he immediately swung his sword, and saw fluorescent dots appearing next to the sword. Fang Jia knew at a glance that this was the starting move of Crescent Moon Sky Strike. After all, the black-armored warrior over there was still lying on the side after playing too hard. The soldier didn't accumulate power for a long time before swinging it out. A slightly transparent white Crescent Moon Sky Strike cut off several wooden vertical beams and quickly attacked Xiaobai. Chapter 2 System? I have one too. Be careful. This is fucked. Although I know that this low-profile version of the Crescent Moon Sky Strike launched in a hurry is not as powerful as the one launched by the black-armored warrior, but if this comes, no one can escape. Looking at the flying Crescent Moon Sky Strike, Fang Jia could only close his eyes and use his mind to drive his round body to move forward a little, hoping to help Xiaobai withstand this attack. Xiaobai seemed to have sensed it and retracted his two claws and hugged Fang Jia to his chest and took the attack with his back. With a bang, a white crescent moon hit Xiaobai's back. Fang Jia was also thrown out by Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Fang Jia didn't care about the dizziness caused by rolling, and called out anxiously. But this time, Xiaobai didn't respond. The crumbling ceiling collapsed unwillingly after several vertical beams were cut off, just trapping the soldier outside. Xiaobai? Xiaobai? Say something. I'm almost dying of anxiety. Say something. Xiaobai? Fang Jia was facing the ground and couldn't see anything. After a while, someone turned it over, and it was Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Are you okay? Fang Jia was very surprised, but after the surprise, Fang Jia found that Xiaobai was very weak. Xiaobai didn't reply, but used all his strength to roll Fang Jia back into a narrow crack. Xiaobai? What are you doing? Stop moving, let me see your injury. While rolling, Fang Jia saw a huge crack on Xiaobai's body extending from the back to the abdomen. Xiaobai's shell was completely cracked, and pink blood with a little fluorescence flowed out. The long and thin legs on the left, two of them have disappeared. No! Fang Jia felt the sadness he had not felt for a long time. Stone. Treasure my beautiful Xiaobai finally responded to Fang Jia weakly, and then spit out the round gem that had been in his mouth. The round gem stained with Xiaobai's pink blood fell on Fang Jia's forehead, emitting a burst of golden light, and gradually sank into Fang Jia's stone head as if swallowed by quicksand. Soul connection activated. Soul search in progress. Boom! Fang Jia's head felt dizzy. Soul search successful. Create digital information icon. As the voice fell, Fang Jia's eyes appeared with an interface. Name, Fang Jia. Available soul points, 100 skills. Soul Echo LV1, 125/200, Shaping LV0, 0/50, Stone Guardian LV0, 0/50, Magic Exploration LV0, 0/50, Special Item, Black Stone Eye. Home, Kepamir Underground Ruins. Available Blueprint, Monster Blood Altar, Monsters Altar, used to treat evolved monsters. Quest, build your own home. Main line, your home has been destroyed. It has become a backyard where others can come whenever they want. Eliminate the humans there. Rebuild your home. Build a monster home that others will be terrified of. Build a Monster Blood Altar side quest. Your home doesn't even have a room? How can you live in such a poor place? Build your first room. Build a Monster Blood Altar. Provide life insurance for you and your monsters. Reward 50 soul points. Fang Jia's eyes lit up. The damn plugin finally arrived. I'm definitely going to give you a bad review for this express delivery. Fang Jia shouted in his heart at the Monster Blood Altar. Monster Blood Altar requirements. Blood of any monster X1, own a magic power altar X1, at least an empty room of 3M times 3M times 3M. I cracked, make it now. No, Xiaobai's current situation is very critical. I can't waste any more time. I need to think of other ways quickly. Fang Jia opened the system panel, and took a general look at his skill profile. Soul Echo can sense the target's thoughts. Shaping can use any non-living object to shape the image you want. Stone Guardian can summon a stone guard made of rock. Magic Exploration conduct magic exploration with itself as the center and exchange material information. Yes, this system is a high cold waste system. There is not even a mall. Slime is also non-human. Look at their invincible Great Sage system, and then look at this one. It's just a waste of money. Directly adjust the shaping to LV1. There is no change on the panel except that the shaping becomes LV1. Then use shaping. Fang Jie only felt something flying out of his head, like a hand began to shape the surrounding terrain. This is shaping at work. The 3M times 3M times 3M room is very simple. The soil at the position where Fang Jie was looking at quickly faded, easily turning this narrow crack into a square room. Next is the altar with magical power. Now is not the time to focus on the shape, Fang Jie said. A wash basin slowly rose in the center of the room under the shaping effect. But this wash basin has no magic power. It is just an ordinary stone basin. Fang Jie had no choice but to try to pour the things that came out of his head into the simple stone wash basin, and then forcibly close the link. The moment it was closed, Fang Jie felt as if his head was cut off. If the stone head could sweat, it would be sweating profusely now, and he had no strength at all. Fang Jie saw the altar with magic power on his panel light up successfully. Now there is only one step left. Fang Jie resisted the severe dizziness, and used shaping to form waves again, to send the bleeding Xiao Bai into the altar. Drop. The construction of the monster blood altar was completed. As soon as the bloody Xiao Bai was put into the stone basin, a large amount of pink fluorescent blood gushed out of the stone basin, filling the entire stone basin, drowning Xiao Bai's body. Monster-colored cave spider is being treated. Fang Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw this message displayed on the panel, his eyes went black, and he fainted completely. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Jie felt something furry rubbing against him. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw a furry white spider head rubbing against him, making a purring sound like a cat. Xiao Bai, stop rubbing. It's itchy. Fang Jie woke up. But the after effects of forcibly cutting off his own magic power were still there. He felt that his head was still dizzy, and he had no strength. And he couldn't even roll over. I can only shake my round body. I don't move much anymore. I just found out that the stone head is not a complete circle, but more like a steamed bun, and it looks like I want to hug it. And now Xiao Bai has been doing this. I didn't expect that Fang Jie, who has been single for 30 years, would be overwhelmed by a young lady one day, if the little female spider can be considered a young lady. Treasure. My. Comfortable. Like. Intermittent sensations came from Xiao Bai, who was hugging Fang Jie. I can guess Xiao Bai's happy mood without any sensation. Fang Jie was helpless. When did I also have cat attributes? I had no choice but to pet Xiao Bai. After all, life is like a hymn. Let's ignore these things for now. Now I can only wait for my magic power to recover. Calm down. Try to enter the kind of meditation state I saw in fantasy novels before. Try to use magic power to sense the elements of the outside world. But after trying for a long time, I didn't see any small light spots. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Fang Jie thought with a sour face. Easy? As if sensing something. Xiao Bai, who was lying on Fang Jie, paused for a moment, and felt uncomfortable again. No treasure. Happy. Very happy. Fang Jie was helpless. As if he had a very clingy little pet. Warm and happy Xiao Bai seemed to have thought of something and jumped off Fang Jie's body, lifted Fang Jie up, and gently placed him in the wash basin in the center of the altar. Maybe he thought that his injuries were healed in this stone basin, and bringing the uncomfortable Fang Jie here might be able to heal him. Fang Jie's uncomfortable symptoms. You know what, it really works. Although he didn't see the information that he was being treated in the system interface, he did feel that the altar was warming his soul. Before he forcibly cut off his magic power, the feeling of his soul being torn apart was slowly being restored. Ah, comfortable. Fang Jie squinted his eyes, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Drip. Blood bond successfully established. A link object. Heterochromatic cave spider. Heterochromatic cave spider has skills. Stealth action LV2 silk spitting LV2 silk control LV1 hardened shell LV1 venomous fang LV2 hearing the system prompt sound. Fang Jie realized that he was not soaking in a hot spring, and now he was soaking in a basin of Xiao Bai's blood. Fang Jie looked at Xiao Bai, who put him in the blood basin. Xiao Bai looked at Fang Jie, who was in the blood basin. Xiaobai looked around Fangjie and ran out like a fly as if he had found something. Be careful. Fangjie saw Xiaobai running out and could only loudly remind her, like an old mother. Xiaobai disappeared again. Although she was still worried that the humans who invaded the dungeon might not have left, she was able to avoid those monsters and humans who sneaked near her at that time. Now without her burden, she should be able to easily avoid them. Although it was very comfortable to soak in the fluorescent blood hot spring, it would be boring after a long time. Then let's try out my skills. Fangjie remembered that he still had some skill points that he hadn't used. He put the remaining 50 soul points into Magic Exploration. The Magic Exploration on the panel changed to LV1, Magic Exploration. Start! He shouted in his heart. Then he saw a wave of magic elements scattering out from Fangjie's stone head. The range was not very wide. Only a radius of 5 or 6 meters. Within this range, the magic rapidly exchanged information with the touched matter. But even the information in a radius of 5 or 6 meters was enough to make Fangjie dizzy. Countless information poured into Fangjie's consciousness. Soil, soil, stone, soil, stone, soil, monster blood, soil and stone in the altar, dead leaves and stones, dead leaves, soil, stone, soil, broken wood, beams, soil, stone, soil, underground roots, soil. Fangjie felt like he was going to vomit, although he didn't have a mouth. A huge amount of information filled his mind. Damn! I can hardly recognize the word soil. Fangjie frowned and tried to calm down the discomfort caused by the information shock, while complaining. The feedback also included details, such as, monster blood altar. Monster blood already owned. Different colored cave spider, glamour plus 10, glamour. 10.3 recovery aura. Recovery speed plus 10% rating. Without the bonus of the mutant blood of the different colored cave spider, your monster blood altar's glamour is not even 1. Such an important thing is not even as good as other people's foot basins. How shameful. Looking at the introduction of the monster blood altar, Fangjie was completely speechless. He was actually criticized by a useless system. If time had not been so urgent, would he have made such an ugly footbath? After all, he was also a next-generation modeler in his previous life. Right? Looking back at this stone basin. Well, it is indeed a bit ugly. Is it too late to change it now? Fangjie activated his shaping ability again. A familiar energy emerged from Fangjie's stone head again, and began to reshape the shape of the monster blood altar. Chapter 3 Arachne's Ancient Statue of 10,000 Demons. This energy began to reshape the stone basin like an invisible hand. The original basin slowly shrank into a simple-looking tiered stone bottle. The bottle was engraved with skull and devil patterns. A mound of earth rose next to the stone bottle. It climbed up with the stone bottle and slowly formed a graceful woman. 6 eyes on the forehead, 2 human eyes, for spider eyes. The graceful body was naked, the hair fell from the side like a waterfall. The 6 eyes looked straight at the hallway in front. The lower body was a huge spider statue. The spider's shell was also engraved with 10,000 beasts and demons. The 2 chelicerae were bent and tilted to one side like 2 slender legs. 8 slender and powerful spider legs stepped on the surface of various monsters and evil ghosts with different heights. Like a goddess born in an ancient battlefield hell, the graceful woman poured the blood in the bottle, which was divided into several branches, flowing through the remains of all the monsters and evil ghosts, as if washing this dirty world with blood, and finally flowing into a pool of blood. 5 ionic columns rose around, standing around the blood pool to form a pentagram. The cave ceiling also changed from a flat roof to a European dome. The surrounding walls and dome were covered with murals and reliefs depicting ancient battlefields. 5 braziers were hung around, lighting up the whole room. The whole sculpture combined the feminine beauty of Arachne with the evil of the beasts and demons. The 2 completely contrasting elements created a sense of shock. Fangjie stood aside and watched the whole statue slowly take shape. Now he only had one feeling in his heart. That is, tired. Tired. This feeling was like working overtime for a week. But looking at this Arachne sculpture, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. If he had made a model of this thing in his previous life, it would probably take at least 2 months. Now, using the shaping skill, it only takes less than 2 hours to complete. Compared with this skill, 3D Max, Maya are all weak. ZBrush is still very powerful. However, have you seen mind modeling? In the past life, many art designers wish to have this skill. The crisp sound of metal hitting the ground interrupted Fang Jie's fantasy. Turning around, it was Xiaobai who came back. Xiaobai was completely stunned. His 6 spider eyes were wide open, staring at the ancient statue of Arachne. His mouth was wide open. The sound of metal collision should be the sound of the broken sword inlaid with gemstones that Xiaobai had brought to the ground. Fang Jie looked at the shocked Xiaobai with amusement. She looked so cute now. Stone. Stone. This is beautiful. Beautiful. It took her a long time to react from the shock. She jumped on Fang Jie and rubbed him hard. Ha ha ha. Sprinkle some water, it's very easy to make. Fang Jie's nose stretched out when he was showing off, if he had a nose. After Xiaobai rubbed Fang Jie, he remembered something, jumped off Fang Jie, ran to the place where the things he was surprised by just now fell, picked up the broken sword that fell on the ground and held it in front of Fang Jie like a treasure. Reward? Glittering, Fang Jie looked at the red gem inlaid on the hilt thoughtfully. Xiaobai, can you help me find 5 more gems like this? Seeing Xiaobai's silly look, Fang Jie reluctantly repeated the word red, glittering, 5. Xiaobai understood this time. Seeing Xiaobai running away, Fang Jie also relaxed, rolled into the blood altar to experience the benefits brought by the blood altar, and fell asleep unconsciously. After an unknown amount of time, when Fang Jie woke up, Xiaobai had already returned. She was sleeping soundly on his body, but when he moved, Xiaobai also woke up. Stone, come, recite with me, Fang Jie. Xiaobai tilted his head and looked at Fang Jie, and shouted happily again. Stone, Fang Jie, stone. Fang Jie gave up. Forget it. Stone is stone, anyway. There is a kind of gem called calcite in nature. Xiaobai jumped off Fang Jie, gathered the 6 rubies scattered on the ground. One was taken from the broken sword, gathered them together, and looked at Fang Jie as if offering a treasure. I really want to touch this little cutie's head. Fang Jie looked at Xiaobai's silly look, rolled forward, rubbed Xiaobai with his forehead. Xiaobai also squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Fang Jie processed the gemstone, and then embedded it into the spider eyes of the Arachne statue. The 6 red spider eyes stared at the hallway, which was breathtaking. Drop. The monster blood altar was upgraded, and the aura of shock was obtained. The monster blood altar, the blood pool of the ancient statue of Arachne, has blood. The blood of the different colored cave spider, plus 10, gorgeousness, 35 plus 10, bloodline bonus, recovery aura. The recovery speed is increased by 45%. Shock aura. The monsters recovering next to the monster blood altar will be shocked by the goddess Arachne. Loyalty plus 10. Evaluation. The goddess Arachne is watching you. TSK, this arrogant and useless system, why don't you complain now? You know how powerful I am now. Okay, there is still a task to complete, but I haven't received the reward yet. Fang Jie skillfully opened the task panel, received the task reward of building the monster blood altar, side quest, and used all the 50 soul points of the reward on the new skill Stone Guardian. Stone Guardian. Activate. A stone next to it trembled, and a stone head rolled over, which looked exactly like Fang Jie now. Fang Jie and the stone guard stared at each other. Let's not talk about Fang Jie's psychological activity of wanting to die. Now Xiaobai is excited. Look at Fang Jie, and then look at the stone guard summoned by Fang Jie. Stone, 2 treasures my 2. Fang Jie shook his head frantically. No! I don't want it. I don't want it. I am enough as a useless mascot. No more are allowed. Shaping. Let's go! The cute little stone man, with a bun face began to grow, growing 2 short goat horns, growing pointed ears, slender eyebrows and eyes, and a mouth full of sharp teeth, 2 bat wings on the back, short and thin limbs, and an arrow-shaped tail. It turned into a little devil, commonly known as a gargoyle. The reshaped gargoyle did not react much. After all, it had no consciousness, and it came from Fang Jie's own ability. Xiaobai looked at the ugly gargoyle, sighed, and returned to lie on top of Fang Jie's head. Hey! Hey! Why are you so sorry? Fang Jie was relieved when he saw Xiaobai return to his side. He commanded the gargoyle to run to the gate and squat, and ignored it. Scratch your own panel, and read the introduction of this skill. Stone Guard. You can summon a stone guard made of rock. Now you can summon 2, Small Gargoyle X1. Small Gargoyle has no combat power, but can help with mining. Well, that's it for now. But since I can shape the stone guard, I'm also a stone now. I give myself 1 too. Fang Jie did what he said, and shouted shape. Then he posed and waited for the magic to come. After waiting for a long time, there was no response, leaving Fang Jie alone in the cave in a mess. Even Xiaobai couldn't stand it anymore, turned around, and pointed his butt at Fang Jie. Well, this shaping is useless to me. Now I have 4 skills in total. One is shaping, to put it bluntly. It is to make clay figures, or use it for decoration, which is quite consistent with the identity of a 3D art designer in my previous life. A soul echo, now I can only talk to Xiaobai. Stone guardian, to put it bluntly. It is to make clay figures for hard labor. The most useful one is magic exploration, but because the amount of information is too large after one exploration, it cannot be used multiple times. Fang Jie is very distressed now. This rubbish plugin is really useless. Ding. It is probably because the system heard Fang Jie scolding him, and popped up a bubble to remind him. Find a new partner. Side quest, now you have a gorgeous blood pool. But you only have a little spider as your companion. It is a disgrace to the reputation of the underground ruins. Go find a partner. Underground ruins with monsters can be called a dungeon. Find a new monster within 24 hours to complete the blood contract. Reward 150 soul points, monster sandbox blueprint. I knew it. This useless system didn't want me to take a day off. Fang Jie, who was cursing, had no choice but to talk to Xiaobai, who was facing his face with his butt. Xiaobai. Good Xiaobai. Please help me. Squeak. Squeak. What's wrong? Xiaobai turned his head, the 6 pink eyes were a little tired, and closed their eyes again after a while. Well, seeing the little spider like this, Fang Jie couldn't ask Xiaobai for help, using his shaping ability to build a small room opposite the blood altar, and built an egg-shaped spider nest for Xiaobai. He gently put Xiaobai into the nest, and then he rolled out of the room of the spider nest. He asked the little gargoyle he summoned before to squat at the door of Xiaobai's room to guard it, and use shaping to make a small stone spear for it. He summoned another little gargoyle again, and let it be his mount. In this way, Fang Jie began his first exploration of the underground ruins. The little gargoyle walked quite fast. After all, it was not a conscious creature. It could only understand the simplest commands. The caves of the Capamir underground ruins are interconnected. For Fang Jie, who has no map and no guide, it is easy to get lost. This is one of the reasons why the exploration of the Capamir underground ruins is the most difficult. Therefore, Fang Jie's shaping can only be kept open. A very obvious gully will be left on the wall wherever he walks, to ensure that Fang Jie will not get lost in the underground city, and cannot find the location of his hometown. Fang Jie didn't know how far they walked, but it was still quite a long time. It was so long that Fang Jie almost fell asleep, holding the little gargoyle in his hand. Finally, he saw something different. At least there is light here. Chapter 4 Underground Forest. Yes, there is light here. When you come out of the underground passage, you can see the sky full of stars. These stars flicker, as if they can breathe. There is a forest directly below the stars. This underground cave is very large, so large that it can fit those towering ancient trees. I am afraid I have reached the center of the earth. Fang Jie was held by a small gargoyle, and stood next to a towering ancient tree that could be hugged by 6 people. Looking at this self-contained small world. Anyway, let's try magic exploration again today. Fang Jie took a few deep breaths, prepared to faint instantly. Magic exploration. Start. A familiar wave of magic spread out from Fang Jie's stone head. It exchanges information with all the materials it touches at high speed. The range of this wave has expanded, not only the radius of 6 or 7 meters, but the radius of about 20 meters. After all, it was in a closed cave before, but now it is an open world. 1 second later, a large amount of information was brought back to Fang Jie's head by magic. Well, this time it wasn't a hammer on the head, but it was like you were standing naked under a 100-meter-high waterfall, and letting the waterfall whip you with love. Oh my god! Hold it! Hold it! Don't faint! Fang Jie gritted his teeth, trying not to faint, even though he was rolling on the ground in pain, and his stone head felt cracked. The little gargoyle next to him scratched his bald head, watching Fang Jie rolling on the ground, and couldn't help him. After all, this kind of pain is like a pain imposed on the soul. No one can help. Relax. Relax. It doesn't hurt. Fang Jie kept giving himself psychological hints. As long as it can relieve the current pain, he can do anything. Slowly, the pain subsided. Fang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. If this tricky skill wasn't the most useful, only a fool would come to suffer this. Ding! Obtained skill. Perseverance LV0, 12/50ths. Your perseverance will be enhanced, and you will be able to endure more pain. Obtained skills. Brain development LV0, 2/50, the speed of brain processing information will be improved. Fang Jie was lying on the ground and had no strength to struggle. He emptied his mind and panted hard. Finally, 2 practical auxiliary skills came. The magic exploration skill was a must for Fang Jie, because when this skill was activated, he could see everything around him. This feeling was like the realm in a fantasy novel. Although he was exhausted every time he activated the skill, he felt that it was worth it to suffer for this skill. Everything within a 20-meter radius was imprinted in Fang Jie's mind. Every leaf, every blade of grass, every flower, bird, fish, and insect was analyzed. It was like a holographic model was generated in Fang Jie's mind. But if you click on the detailed information, you will find that these animals and plants that you have never seen have no names. They will only be written as unknown plants and unknown animals. Unless Fang Jie gives them a formal name, they will be displayed when you check them again. Well, this is scientific, just like you can't explain what color is to a congenitally blind person. Fang Jie looked sideways and imitated the little gargoyle lying on the ground. Speechless. You don't have a headache. Why are you imitating me? Stand up and be alert. What if you are attacked by others? Fang Jie was so angry that he wanted to kick it to death, otherwise. Without a foot, you will be dead. The little gargoyle didn't care about the angry Fang Jie, but stood up slowly, picked up Fang Jie again, and began to go deep into the forest. Fang Jie used it once every half an hour on average. After 2.5 hours, he finally heard the system prompt sound. During this period, although he was in extreme pain every time he used it, at least he gained something. First, his perseverance was upgraded to level 1. Although it was still painful, it was no longer so painful that he had to roll on the ground. I could grit my teeth and endure it. Haha, it turns out that if you had some points, you should have some toughness. From now on, when you see someone, just yell, "Boy next door!" Who dares not to give way? The brain development is still at level 0, but the proficiency has reached 12/50. Looking at this proficiency, Fang Jie had a headache, as if he saw his perseverance increasing. The second thing is that he caught a few stars. They looked like some kind of fireflies, with large elytra, and a huge light-emitting organ at the tail, emitting soft yellow light, and as the light-emitting organ moves, the brightness flickers like breathing. The sharp-sucking mouthparts can actually chew rocks, which means that they may glow because they have eaten some minerals. There is no other way. Fang Jie can only wrap them up with rocks. Except for the mouth. Like a stone pupa. I hope they don't die before I find a way to tame them. This forest is very strange. It may be because the light is not enough. Most of their leaves are blue-purple. When you tap on them, you can feel the magic power emanating. But the amount is very rare. If Fang Jie hadn't endured the headache and detected it 3 or 4 times, he wouldn't have found it. This indicates 2 situations. One is that this plant is a special magic plant. Another is that there are a lot of magical minerals underground. The magic power formed after being absorbed by the plants is released. 6 hours later, the stars on the top of the cave gradually dimmed, as if the fireflies were sleeping. The brightness slowly dropped to a certain level and turned blue. At this time, the whole forest seemed to wake up and began to emit a soft, low-brightness blue-purple fluorescence, just like a luminous forest. Being in such a beautiful scenery, Fang Jie, who had watched many blockbusters, couldn't help but sigh. Nature is still amazing. The scenes of Avatar 2 should be taken here. And even the money for special effects can be saved. Fang Jie immediately asked the little gargoyle to dig up 2 relatively small plants, which looked a bit like cumin, and were easy to carry, and prepared to take them back to grow. See if he can make some cumin spices. Or if not, it can be used as a night light. Just as Fang Jie was thinking this, a huge vine with purple flowers next to him instantly wrapped around the little gargoyle. At the same time, the purple flowers on the vine scattered some dust. Although I don't know what they are used for, because the little gargoyle is not a carbon-based creature. It seems that the pollen scattered by the purple flowers did not cause any harm to the little gargoyle, but the huge vines wrapped around the little gargoyle, and they are quite strong. At least, there were cracks on the little gargoyle. The little gargoyle didn't know what to do. It was not a conscious life, and had no sense of pain, just being strangled by the huge vines and not moving, and just like that, the vines also found that this didn't seem to be a delicious thing. Gradually, it loosened and fell to the ground with a thud. Fang Jie watched from the side. He was not worried about these plants. He also experienced the wonderful experience of early biologists discovering new organisms. Under Fang Jia's command, the little gargoyle slowly moved its body bit by bit, and finally left the attack range of the huge vine. It has been out for a long time. It is time to go back. Otherwise Xiao Bai will be anxious when he wakes up. Fang Jia was about to go back when a loud noise came from the side. Like something hitting the ground heavily. Even the earth shook. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the little gargoyle held Fang Jia and ran quickly to the place where the sound came from according to Fang Jia's request. After climbing over a hill and hiding behind a big tree, he finally saw what happened here. It was a giant. And it had only one eye. Without using magic to explore, he knew it was a cyclops. He was holding a huge mace in his hand, and he was hitting a huge shell-shaped object heavily. After 2 heavy knocks, the huge shell was cracked. A large amount of black liquid with a blue fluorescent egg-shaped translucent object flowed out. The cyclops licked his lips with his huge tongue, threw the mace aside, and began to eat the giant clam shell. Fang Jia satisfied his curiosity and was about to retreat when he found that the bushes not far from him moved, and a small thorny vine sneakily touched the bottom of the cyclops' feet. While the cyclops was eating, he rolled away a blue translucent egg, but he might have been too nervous. He actually bumped into the giant toe when he ran away. The cyclops felt the movement, turned his head, and saw the vines running away quickly. He looked up along the vines and saw Fang Jia and the little gargoyle, who were also sneaking around. When the cyclops raised his huge eyes and stared at Fang Jia knew he was in trouble. Isn't this a scam? Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Hurry up and run. Fang Jia hurriedly urged the little gargoyle to run away. The cyclops seemed to have discovered the thief. He roared, "Ah!" He picked up the huge mace and chased after the little gargoyle. The little gargoyle, who was only 1.2 meters tall at most, was no match for the cyclops. He was almost caught up by the cyclops in just 2 steps. No! There is no way to fight like this. If it doesn't work, just fight head-on. I've wanted to try it for a long time. Fang Jia jumped out of the little gargoyle's hand. Shaping Colossus. The skinny little gargoyle swelled up like a balloon. It was transformed in 20 seconds, turning into a giant, with thick arms full of power. Right, this is the real stone guardian. Fang Jia looked at his work proudly. The huge cyclops also rushed to the front of the colossus with his mace, but his bean-sized head couldn't figure out, how could that skinny little guy, who was not even big enough to fill his teeth, become so big? Although they couldn't figure it out, it didn't hinder their unique way of understanding the world by knocking with sticks. The cyclops raised his mace and knocked it down hard. The colossus raised one hand to defend, but with a bang, the mace and the colossus's hand collided. One of the colossus's hands actually broke and fell off. Oh my god! Such a strong force! Fortunately, the material I shaped was the rocks and soil on the ground. As long as I stepped on the ground, I was invincible. Let's reshape again. The ground was seen to wriggle, and in an instant the arm of the colossus was glued back. Before the cyclops could react, a heavy uppercut hit the cyclops' chin, and a crack sound of bone fracture could be clearly heard. The cyclops took 3 steps back, and sat on the ground, with a dizzy head. I kill you while you're sick. The colossus' other hand swept across the ground, and with the help of Fang Jia shaping, pulled out a huge stone sword, and slashed it hard on the cyclops' neck. The not-so-sharp stone sword could not directly chop off the cyclops' head, but it succeeded in slicing through the cyclops' thick neck. Blood gushed out in an instant. The colossus also fell down. The soil and gravel could not support such a strong collision, and the colossus's arms had broken into pieces. The cyclops became a sped force. He covered his neck and vomited a lot of blood, struggled for a minute before falling to the ground, and officially died. The position where he fell was just facing Fang Jia. Such a close-up bloody scene. Even Fang Jia, who had level 1 perseverance, almost vomited. A man who had never killed a chicken in his previous life suddenly killed a humanoid creature like this. Fang Jia said he couldn't stand it. Just when Fang Jia's consciousness was retching, he actually found the sneaky vine from before. This time it sneaked to the cyclops' bleeding wound and drank the blood flowing out of the cyclops in big gulps. The vine bulged up from time to time and transported blood to the depths of the vine. Chapter 5 Luminous Thorn Flower. Hey, it's you. Little guy, you are the best at passing the buck in a fight. Looking at this self-indulgent little vine, Fang Jia really wanted to chop off its vine with a knife. You passed the buck during a fight and ran away, and now you come back to grab the spoils? You've got a good plan. I find you and I beat you to the point of separation. Fang Jie thought angrily. Ignoring the little vine that stole food, Fang Jie directly used his shaping ability, forming a wave on the ground, and rushed towards the direction where the vine was spreading. The vine was still very long, extending at least 30 meters, just beyond Fang Jie's exploration range. Gradually, the vines began to increase in number, but most of them would not move. Only the flexible vine that sucked the blood of the Cyclops like a snake was special. Finally, Fang Jie went around these thorns and came to the location of the small vine. This was a plant covered with thorns, with a flower bud with ghost face patterns on the top. The whole flower bud hung down, and next to it were blue-purple fluorescent leaves, which were thick. Whenever a bulge filled with the blood of the Cyclops was sent by the vine, the leaves would tremble with joy. Needless to say, it was this thief. Hey, brother. Fang Jie stared at the ghost-face flower bud with ill intentions. The flower bud sensed Fang Jie's intention and shook obviously. The ghost-face flower bud was turned stiffly to face Fang Jie. And then something unexpected happened to Fang Jie. The little flower bud collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and the blue-purple fluorescence on its body dimmed. Fang Jie was speechless. You are still pretending to be dead? Is this little flower really a spirit? Hey! Hey! Don't pretend to be dead. Get up quickly. Fang Jie saw that it was still pretending to be dead without moving. He was so angry that he directly formed a mud hand, picked up a stone sword and chopped at the particularly long vine. The ghost-face flower bud saw that it couldn't avoid pretending to be dead. If it didn't move, the vine it had grown with great effort would be chopped. It had no choice but to move. First, the vine shook, avoiding the chopping of the stone sword, and then it made a move that shocked Fang Jie. The ghost-face flower bud pulled out its roots growing in the soil, and ran away holding up the huge leaves as if holding up a skirt. No. It ran away by pulling out the roots. Oh my god! It can run away! Shaping. But unfortunately, although Fang Jie used shaping to directly create a wall in front of the ghost-face flower bud, it was also because of this wall that a hornet's nest was poked. When this wall was formed, the thick thorny vines around it began to boil like a drop of water in a boiling oil pan. Countless thick branches and vines trapped the stone wall, and the vines with strong vitality passed through the stone wall, and the stone wall fell apart in a short while. And the cunning ghost-faced little flower but also restrained its vines, and took the opportunity to blend into these huge vines. Humph, do you think you can fool me with this? You are too naive. Fang Jie did not open the magic element exploration, but he still has a skill called Soul Echo, which is also a relatively buggy skill, which is most suitable for dealing with these creatures that cannot speak. In Fang Jie's soul perception, only the stealing flower bud was highlighted and bolded, which means that it was the only one with a true soul, and the huge vines did not give Fang Jie such a feeling. Now, slowly wait for these vines to calm down. And the small flower bud was lying under a huge vine, pretending to be dead. Shaping. With Fang Jie's order, the circular land with a diameter of 1 meter near the small vine sank directly by 2 meters, and the surrounding soil closed, trapping the small flower bud underground. The small flower buds in the ground became anxious and struggled desperately. Their roots took root in the ground again, trying to fix the surrounding soil. Fang Jie didn't care how it struggled. He packed the small flower buds and carried them out from the ground. He didn't release them until he walked out of the thorn bush. The small flower buds that had just been released used their thorny vines to trap Fang Jie and tried to strangle him. Fang Jie raised his eyebrows, and after a thought, a huge sword like a wall fell from the sky and cut off the vines that bound Fang Jie. The little flower bud screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. It was then that it discovered that there was a tall giant standing behind it. The giant sword just now was the one that the giant used to chop the Cyclops. Bad guy. You big bad guy. Some liquid flowed out of the little flower bud's eyes, like a weak little girl, as if crying and accusing the atrocities of the great demon Fang Jie. Fang Jie felt the words of the little flower bud, and his thoughts felt like a young little girl. Yo, finally you are willing to talk? Big bald head. Big bad guy. Pay for my little vine. The tearful little bud girl's accusation hit the nail on the head. Alas, I have such a bad temper. Now Fang Jie only has a steamed bun-shaped stone head. Where did the hair come from? Forget about hair, there is not a single hair. This is Fang Jie's pain. Who told you to steal my things? Fang Jie suppressed the idea of really beating this little bud girl until the plasmolysis. Humph, where did you put it? How do you prove it's yours? I took it. It's not stealing. The little loli with the flower bud began to argue. I don't care, I defeated that Cyclops, so it belongs to me. Just tell me, what are you going to use to compensate me? Humph. The little loli with the flower bud shook her head proudly, prepared to never admit it. Fang Jia looked the little flower bud up and down, considering how much her skinny body could be sold for. Since you don't have anything, then give me your body as compensation. Hee. Fang Jia began to laugh evilly at the little flower bud, making the little flower bud feel cold all over. What are you doing? There is no future for the stone and the little flower. The little flower bud shrank into a ball in fear, trying to reduce its presence. Fang Jia smiled and pressed closer to the shrunken little flower bud, telling her with a low thought that it was okay, even if there is no future. We can still create one. He then used shaping to create a small stone knife to pick up the trembling flower stem of the little flower bud, and a light stroke flowed down a green blood juice. At the same time, the little flower bud's tears also flowed down. Ding! Blood bond successfully established a link object. Knife light flower fairy. Knife light thorn flower. Possessing skills. Growth LV2, Thorn Whip LV3, damaged. Rooting LV4, Nightlight LV1, Nature Affinity LV2, well, not bad, they are all rookie skills. And why did you run so high when you pulled out the roots? Are you a full-time runner? This is the first time Fang Jia has seen such a high skill level. At present, Fang Jia's highest skill is shaping, it is already LV3, the required proficiency has reached 1500. Fang Jia glanced at the little flower bud that had lost all its color, as if it had been played with. Get up. Don't play dead. I take you to a good place, where you can have a home, you don't have to run around every day, and you don't have to do it every day. Before Fang Jia finished speaking, he saw a white silk flying from a distance, and it stuck to Fang Jia accurately, and then shrank at a very fast speed before Fang Jia could react. Swoosh. Fang Jia was directly blown away by the spider silk, and flew directly to Xiao Bai's feet not far away. Treasure stone mine. Xiao Bai made a vicious expression in the direction of the small flower bud, and made a hiss. Protest, Xiao San. Go away. Fang Jia was speechless. What is this? Alas, the little flower bud on the opposite side suddenly got up, and ran towards this side with her big leaf skirt. I am not sleepy when I talk about this. Although I feel a little confused halfway through the run? Why do I suddenly feel close to the bald stone devil? Shouldn't I be running away now? Why do I have a bigger part of gossip in my heart? Seeing Xiaohua running towards this side, in addition to the little plant bitch. There is also a big stone fool who is moving towards this side, with heavy steps. Xiaobai got scared. Are they going to fight to the death to grab the treasure? Xiaobai raised Fang Jia again, and prepared to run away. Fang Jia had no choice but to directly shape a hand, and gave Xiaobai a slap. Xiaobai burst into tears, and looked at Fang Jia with 6 eyes in great grievance. Come, I will introduce you to a new friend. This is Xiaowabao. The other big fool is my newly summoned stone guardian Colossus. Xiaobai jumped on Fang Jia's head and looked at Xiaowabao, who was brought here by the Colossus. With hostility. He was still somewhat confused and suspicious of Peanut. Xiao San. Go away. Stone. Treasure. Mine. Little flower bud looked up at Xiao Bai's 6 alert spider eyes. A rebellious mentality filled her heart. Humph, you can't even speak fluently. If it's a treasure, I will also. Buzz. 2 times. The 2 little lowly monsters hugged their heads and rolled to the side. Do you think I don't exist? Really, we are all friends. Now our homeland has been destroyed by humans. We must unite to survive in this ruins. Let's go. There are still many things to do when we get back. There is only a monster altar in Fang Jia's dungeon now, and a temporary room for Xiaobai to use as a bedroom. This won't do if humans come at this time. Won't we just pass the level? We have to build an invincible maze this time, trapping the warriors to death in it, and set up a few traps from time to consume manpower. Now we have to start building the maze when we get back. Fang Jia asked the Colossus to go back to the place where he fought with the Cyclops, and carry the Cyclops' body back home. And he took the 2 hostile little ones, and set out on the road home first. Back to the underground palace, Fang Jia brought Xiao Huabao directly to the blood altar, and let her accept the shock of the goddess Arachne. Xiao Huabao was shocked by the goddess when she saw the blood altar for the first time. In shock, she stared at the goddess Arachne pouring blood in the middle of the blood altar and muttered, "What goddess? Coming? Catastrophe, disaster." These words sounded difficult to understand. Fang Jia didn't care about her, What was more important was to collect the system rewards and upgrade the blood altar. The collected monster blood was added to the monster blood altar. The blood of the Cyclops and the glowworm did not react when they were poured into the blood altar. But the blood of the small flower bud? The juice? When it was poured into the blood altar suddenly lit up. Some long-lost blue-green fluorescent moss climbed on the body of the Arachnawan Mogu statue, adding a heavy sense of history to the already majestic statue. Ding, get aura, abnormal state recovery. Monster blood altar, Arachne's 10,000 demons ancient statue blood pool, possess bloodline. Different colored cave spider bloodline, plus 10, luminous thorn flower bloodline, plus 10, inferior cyclops bloodline, plus 0.5, mineral glowworm bloodline, plus 1, glamour, 35 plus 21.5, bloodline bonus points, recovery aura. Recovery speed increased by 55%, shock aura. Monsters recovering next to the monster blood altar will be shocked by the goddess Arachne, loyalty plus 10 abnormal state recovery. Abnormal state recovery speed increased by 20%. Looking at this introduction, Fangjia wants to complain, no wonder you are so bad. Cyclops. It turns out that I am inferior. Is it too late to regret now? It really lowers the status of my monster blood pool. Fangjia walked towards the small flower bud that was ready to take root in the blood pool with a bad temper. He directly formed a hand, grabbed the small flower bud by the neck and lifted it up, like pulling up a weed, and took the small flower bud to another room in the opposite direction. Chapter 6 Monster Sandbox. I want to take root there. That is my home. The little flower bud struggled hard in Fangjia's hand, but Fangjia was as still as a mountain. Don't even think about it, that is the monster altar, a special recovery room. You have absorbed all the energy there. Who will treat you when humans attack in the future? Fangjia casually built another small room next to Xiaobai's temporary room, and threw the little flower bud directly into it. Xiaobai has been following Fangjia, and saw that after Xiaohua was thrown into the room by Fangjia. He stuck out his tongue and made a face at the little flower bud inside. After being thrown into the room, Xiaohuabao wanted to sneak out again. Fangjia directly threw the corpse of the Cyclops into the room. The huge corpse directly filled Xiaohuabao's room and directly pressed on Xiaohuabao's head. Well, although I don't want to surrender to the bald devil, he gave me too much. By the spineless Xiaohuabao, seeing that Xiaohuabao finally stopped thinking about sneaking out and taking root next to the blood altar, Fangjia breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave. He saw Xiaobai blocking him, looking at him with 6 eyes full of aggrieved tears. Sigh. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Gift. I want one too. Little bitch. Yes. Xiaobai doesn't have it. That's a friend. Not a little bitch. Come, tell me, little bitch. No, little bud. Little bitch. Fangjia raised his eyebrows. Disobedient child, but there is no gift. Are you sure you don't want to be disobedient? Xiaobai. Obedient stone is not angry. Xiaobai cried aggrievedly. Big tears flowed from 6 big watery eyes. Obviously. I came first. Alas, Fangjia sighed, the aggrieved little cute thing is invincible. No matter how cruel a person is, will want to pick her up and make her smile. Come, I will help you decorate the small room again. It will definitely look better than the small flower bud. Fangjia brought Xiaobai to Xiaobai's temporary bedroom, and reshaped it for Xiaobai. This time, there is no longer only one nest, but it refers to the cat climbing frame and bird nest, so that Xiaobai can spin silk to create a warm and soft nest. Fangjia finally coaxed Xiaobai into the room, and wove a soft big bed for himself. Fangjia, who had been a nanny for a long time, was finally liberated. First, he found a place not far from Xiaobai and Xiaohuabud's bedroom, and built a larger room with shaping. First, I used the 150 soul points. Fangjia skillfully opened the system, and found that the original LV3 shaping has reached level 4. And the next level requires 10,000 experience points. I laughed. These 150 points are useless. I read the introduction carefully. Shaping LV4. Now you can use fluid or energy for shaping, and precise operations with millimeter accuracy. Fangjia used it casually, and it really felt more natural, as if he was using his arm. Ding, find a new partner. Side quest complete. Reward 150 soul points. Warcraft Sandbox Blueprint. Okay, first 50 points first. Focus on brain development. Fangjia really doesn't want to endure that kind of inhuman torture. Brain development LV1. The speed of brain processing information will be improved. Fangjia felt his head lighten, clearer countless times. Magic exploration. Magic overflowed from Fang Jie's head and rushed to the surroundings, penetrating the soil layer, and brought back countless information. But this time Fang Jie just felt a swelling in his head, and soon recovered. Okay. I should be able to get rid of this side effect completely after another level. Fang Jie thought about it, and decided not to use the remaining 100 soul points for now. Because if these 100 points were used to upgrade the current level 1 skill, it would not bring about a huge change in the effect of the skill upgrade. It would be better to save them for the newly acquired skill, so that the skill can be upgraded to level 1 directly, and the initial process from level 0 to level 1 can be omitted. New construction of a large maze, main line. The new partner has been found. It's time to build a complex maze to give those warriors who covet your wealth a head-on blow. Requirements: at least 10 rooms, 12 corridors, 5 traps. Reward: 500 soul points. Skill material refining. Fang Jie ignored the system's ridicule, just stared at the skill of material refining with his eyes shining. Yes, this is very useful. What do you mean the system laughs at me for having no money? Why bother with him? I can't see it. This will be the war room from now on. Let's go to the monster sandbox. Blueprint of the monster sandbox. A large table with magic, round or square, 10 chairs, 1 seat for the Demon King, a large room of at least 12 m times 12 m times 8 m. Your blueprint is so random that I can't understand the ruthless rant system. The large room slowly turned into a circle, the land in the middle slowly dropped, divided into 3 steps, forming a circular classroom-like room, among which a huge European-style spire throne spanning 3 steps was the most conspicuous, carved with the battle between the Cyclops of the Night Light Forest and the ancient statue, and various skeletons were placed around it. There are seats of different shapes and formats on the 3 steps around. Overall, this auditorium is quite decent and can accommodate at least 80 people for meetings at the same time. Of course, it is calculated according to the size of humans. If the Colossus and Cyclops are added in the future, it will have to be expanded again. A huge round stone plate appeared on the ground in the middle, with complex ghost face patterns carved around it. 5 polished and smooth spotlight-style stone covers appeared at the dome position. The middle can be used to insert torches, and the brightness can illuminate the entire combat meeting room. Okay, now how to enchant the most important round platform. Fang Jie sat on the tall throne of the Demon King and thought for a while. If he was asked to pour in magic power, and then cut off the connection between himself and magic power like before, it would be too much of a loss. If magic power is also a kind of energy, then it should be possible to shape it with shaping. Fang Jie did it as he said, using his magic power to shape it directly, and found that it can really be shaped, but magic power is more difficult to shape than physical objects. In Fang Jie's mind, magic shaping is like carving with water, soft and powerless, and extremely difficult to shape. Fang Jie cheered up, using the stone platform in the middle as a mold carrier, injecting magic power into it, relying on tangible objects to shape invisible magic power. Soon, the magic stone platform finally took shape. Ding! The requirements for making a large monster sand table have been met. With the system's prompt sound, the huge stone plate vibrated and just floated up, floating to a height of about 1 person above the ground. The middle of the stone platform quickly decomposed, turned into sand, and then turned into a flowing 3D room model under the action of magic power. Including the monster blood altar statue, Xiaobai, Xiaobao's room has a simulated mini-model. I even saw Xiaobai weaving a hammock, and he was happily jumping on it as a trampoline. Xiaobao wrapped the entire Cyclops with vines, and you can see clearly how he happily shook on the Cyclops. The whole sandbox can be scaled according to the user's thinking, and the roads and passages that Fang Jie walked can be restored, and even the luminous forest that Fang Jie explored is displayed here. Click on the monster sandbox. Information. Currently possess skills. Automatic low-level magic exploration, range from the sandbox radius of 80 meters, upgradable initiate low-level magic exploration, automatically update the terrain within a radius of 80 meters, personnel status. Exploration data link. Link subject to unlock, transferable beyond the range of automatic exploration. It is necessary to upload to the sandbox after the link personnel self-exploration. Warning, automatically marked non-dungeon life forms. Ha ha ha. I am invincible. Fang Jie laughed out loud when he saw this skill. Let Xiaobai go out for a walk. With Xiaobai's speed and stealth, she can explore the entire dungeon. Call Xiaobai, who is having fun in her room. Over. After a long time, I finally made the request clear. Let her run out and visit all the places she found interesting. And by the way, Switch the connection theme to her. Watching Xiaobai running away with full energy, Fang Jie also started the next stage of the task. First of all, there must be 10 rooms. Now there are the monster blood altar, the war room, Xiaobai, and the rooms of the small flower bud, which add up to 4. That's almost half of it. The rest Fang Jie needs to plan carefully. In Fang Jie's mind, he hopes to make a maze with countless forks, and there are many rooms in the maze, both hidden and trapped. And now, given that the big devil and the 2 little cute creatures are all in their infancy, then the real path of the maze should be hidden. Directly use a plain big stone to separate these 4 rooms from the trap room outside, and make a circle of ventilation holes in inconspicuous positions around, to ensure that there is no lack of oxygen in the room inside. To enter, you can only press a small stone next to the big stone to open it. Of course, it is open now. Otherwise Xiaobai will not be able to find the way home when he comes back. The rest of the rooms are easy to deal with. Just build them based on the maze. As for how to draw a maze, Fang Jie is a professional. The first lesson of game design in college is to teach how to draw a maze. First, draw a line as a path to clear the level, and then draw dead ends, forks, and closed loops around the path. 10 minutes later, a messy ball of thread that looked like it was tangled by a cat appeared on the sand table. Fang Jie smiled evilly. Hee. This is enough for these explorers to wander around. But I still have 6 needle traps waiting for you. The so-called needle trap is actually very simple. It is actually a room with countless stalagmites formed by stones at the bottom, and a thin layer of stone slabs on top. Once you step on it, it will break like an eggshell. With such protection, no one should be able to enter, unless it is invaded by a large army like last time. It's done! After 2 hours of rapid modeling, Fang Jie finally completed the primary design of the dungeon. Ding construction of the Great Maze, main line, completed. Reward, 500 soul points, skill material refining. Good job. Get the skill material refining. Before Fang Jie had time to click on the new skill to see it clearly, he heard a new prompt sound. Chapter 7 Orcs appear. New, build a treasure house, main line. You have completed the construction of the maze, but you don't have a treasure house. This is a shame, not worthy of being a dungeon. Requirement, build a treasure house with a gorgeousness of at least 80. Reward, special treasure magic wheel, soul points 1000. I have an old saying, but I don't know if I should say it. Fang Jie was speechless. Well, I still want the magic wheel, even though Fang Jie was once a real big non-African. How to get this gorgeousness of 80? The monster blood altar has already been done to that extent, and it only has a gorgeousness of 35. This 80, I'm afraid it will be too high. Whatever, let's try it first. Shaping. The shaping is activated instantly. The soil recedes like a tide, forming a dome room. Fang Jie carved as many details as possible on the stone, such as Mammon, Hermes, and so on. Even a Pichio was made. But the evaluated gorgeousness is still only 20. Sure enough, is this the limit? The only thing left is to replace the material, some gold or something to decorate it. After trying his best, Fang Jie gave up. After all, the treasury is made of stone and soil, which doesn't look very high-end. As for the gate, Fang Jie first thought of the treasury gate where the Minotaur King Kalwin and the Black Armor Warrior dueled. That should look like a treasury gate. That gate should add a lot of points to the treasury. However, after careful consideration, Fang Jie gave up the idea of using gold to build a gate. After all, the treasure house was not for others to covet, but to protect one's own property. Only a fool would do such a thing. Fang Jie directly made a simple stone door with stones, which was nothing special. With a whoosh sound, accompanied by a flash of white shadow, Fang Jie knew that Xiaobai was back. Sure enough, Xiaobai appeared in front of the gate of the treasure house, with his head tilted the next second. Seeing Fang Jie in the treasure house, he happily rushed towards Fang Jie. He threw Fang Jie to the ground. Mission completed. Xiaobai rubbed Fang Jie happily. Okay, let's go see what fun things you found. Fang Jie rubbed his forehead against Xiaobai. Xiaobai laughed so hard that his 6 eyes could not be seen. Entering the war room, the monster sand table updated the places Xiaobai had explored. The passage Xiaobai went to was layered. It was connected in all directions. It was just like an ant cave. In addition to the cave, several interesting things were found. One was a fat white bug, which looked a bit like a green caterpillar. There are quite a lot of them in the cave. Fang Jie also knows them, because when he first met Xiaobai, Xiaobai brought one to Fang Jie to eat. At that time, Xiaobai thought Fang Jie needed to eat like her, so she brought Fang Jie what she thought was the most delicious food. Fang Jie told her that he didn't need to eat. One is a dark red substance. They are like embedded in the stone wall. Xiaobai, what are these? I don't know. Stones are red and unpalatable. Are you a husky? Know the world with your mouth. Fang Jie speculated that this thing should be iron ore. I just got a skill to refine materials, so I will try it out. If it can be used to make iron tools, then the defense of the dungeon can be improved. In addition to iron, there is another place that Fang Jie noticed. This place is shown as a passage located at the top on the sand table. Outside is an open space, and you can see a large forest. But Xiaobai did not go out and returned. Xiaobai, what is this place? Is it similar to the big cave in the luminous forest we went to? Xiaobai shook his head. There is no hole. It is blue. It is very bright. Xiaobai doesn't like it. Bright. Fang Jie grasped the key point. Maybe this place is one of the entrances to the underground tunnel. We must be on guard. This location is still quite far from Fang Jie. About 2 or 3 kilometers away. Fang Jie did want to go up and block the entrance of the cave with shaping, but he was afraid that it would cause suffocation to the monsters. Therefore, this position was only designated as a key defensive position. Then, 1 colossus and 3 small gargoyles were summoned. By the way, Fang Jie's stone guard has reached level 3, and can summon 6 summons in total. Now there are 2 colossi and 4 small gargoyles. Fang Jie asked the 2 colossi to guard near the monster blood altar, and the 3 small gargoyles to guard in the underground palace. If adventurers come, they can also trick these reckless adventurers. Fang Jie used the remaining gargoyle as a mount and asked Xiaobai to lead him to the place where the red ore was, because it was not far from Fang Jie's dungeon. It didn't take long for him to find the location of the red ore. Yes, Fang Jie's guess was right. This was hematite. Natural hematite. This was easy. Fang Jie could use the material refining skill to extract iron and oxygen from the hematite, which could not only solve the defense problem, but also produce some spare oxygen, just in case. Although I don't know what it will be like to extract materials directly with skills, I don't know whether the law of conservation of matter can still be followed, but now the dungeon is empty, and I can only move forward step by step. Ding! We are attacked by monsters. When Fang Jie used the shaping skill to grab a large piece of hematite, or the information that his house was stolen appeared in Fang Jie's head. How can this be? Xiaobai? Let's go. Our house has been stolen. Fang Jie directly left behind most of the ore he had grabbed, and rushed home with Xiaobai. Near the door of his house, Fang Jie found a group of short green men, ragged goblins, who were digging the ventilation holes in the underground palace with stone axes and hammers. Oh my god! How did they find the ventilation holes in this place when I hid so well? Fang Jie was puzzled. Ah! Just then, a wolf jumped out from the passage next to it, and on top of the wolf was a tall, gray-skinned, female orc warrior. The word rough and wild was vividly expressed on the orcs. The 2 fangs on the lower jaw protruded from the lips, and there was a circle of animal bone decorations hanging around the neck. There were no external injuries on the body, with only 2 small pieces of cloth hanging on it. The giant wolf, under the orc's buttocks, was in a more miserable state. There were several stone spears made of calcite stuck in its thighs. It was obvious that it had fallen into the needle trap of calcite. The wolf was bleeding profusely, and found a place to lick its wound. The tall female orc jumped off the wolf, pointed at the goblins, who were hitting the vents with stone hammers, and whipped them twice, whipping them while saying, "I'm so angry. The room behind is full of traps, and it's a dead end. It's here. Smash it for me. Quick!" Orc soul echoes, "Oh my god. What a big grudge. My treasure house is empty. There is nothing. What attracts you so much? You come and tear down my house? Fang Jie can't stand it anymore. They are already tearing down my house. If I can stand it any longer, there will be no fun." The female orc, hearing Fang Jie's words, immediately became alert, picked up a huge battle axe again. The warg next to him also jumped to the orc's side, making an attacking gesture. "Who?" Her voice was somewhat neutral. The ragged goblins beside her stopped what they were doing, looking around at the surrounding environment, as if ready to run away at any time. Fang Jie slid in front of the female orc, and the wolf on the wave like mud after shaping. When he got closer, Fang Jie found that the female orc was slightly deformed, but not seriously. "It's me, You are digging my house now. The female orc and the wolf were stunned for a moment, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a strange thing, only a little bald head. Have you been weaned? I can't bear it. This is the first time I have encountered an intelligent race. Fang Jie still hopes to communicate with them, but Fang Jie's hope is doomed to fail. This is a barbaric and backward alien world, not like the peaceful and tranquil home. Oh, go! Smash this little bald head. We may be able to return to the tribe with its magic core and the blood treasure inside. After the gray-skinned female orc warrior finished speaking, the wolf rushed towards Fang Jie. Okay. You chose to solve the problem with the way of a beast instead of the way of an intelligent creature. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Sand Ninja. Sand Waterfall Funeral. Fang Jie activated the shaping magic expressionlessly, and the surrounding soil became like liquid, rushing towards the wolf, and wrapped the body of the wolf in the astonished expression of the orc. Just like a hand gently pinching, the sound of crackling bones was heard, and the wolf only wailed and no longer responded, and blood slowly seeped out from the sand and gravel. The only wolf head that was not covered by sand and gravel had lost its life and drooped to one side. The female orc's expression slowly changed from astonishment to horror. What kind of magic was this? The female orc was so frightened that she lost her voice. She had never seen such magic before. This was the message Fang Jie heard from the soul echo. In the eyes of the orc, Fang Jie was no longer the cute round stone, but a demon. A demon that had been lurking in the darkness and sand and gravel. Fang Jie had seen the word sand -1 in the female orc's terrified eyes. Okay, sandbound coffin. Fang Jie wrapped the orc with sand and stone without any expression, and the goblins had already run away without a trace. But there were still a few goblin corpses left on the ground, which was done by Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai saw Fang Jie launch an attack, and also jumped out to kill the goblins. After all, Xiao Bai's venom was very strong. The green bodies of the goblins bitten by her turned purple. Perhaps the internal tissues had begun to melt. Xiao Bai, stop chasing, come back soon. Fang Jie sent his thoughts to the passage where Xiao Bai had just left. After a while, Xiao Bai came back with a goblin in his mouth. Fang Jie took the orcs, bound by the sand coffin, and the goblins poisoned by Xiao Bai into his underground palace, and Xiao Bai happily followed Fang Jie with a goblin in his mouth. Fang Jie built a simple prison and threw the female orc in, but did not untie her sand coffin, preparing to come back to deal with her later. Then he threw the dead wolf, and the gravel soaked in wolf blood into Xiaobao's room. She needed this stuff as nourishment anyway. As for Xiao Bai's goblin, Xiao Bai said he wanted to eat it himself. Fang Jie couldn't bear to watch it. He was thinking about whether he should cook a good meal for Xiao Bai in the future, so that she could get rid of this kind of life of eating raw meat and drinking blood as soon as possible. When he came to the prison, he saw that the female orc had calmed down a little. Fang Jie put the orc down and asked calmly, "Now, tell me, why did you command the goblins to demolish my house?" Chapter 8: The Holy Mark of the Goddess. Now the female orc looked ashen. My wolf smelled a strong smell of blood here, and it contains endless energy. So I judged that there should be treasures here. That's why we came here. Okay, then do you have other tribesmen here? No. No more. The female orc felt extremely guilty. I can feel that you are lying. As Fang explained, he used shaping magic to transform the sand and gravel into a small drill, drilled into the female orc's muscles, wriggling like a snake, not just one, but several at the same time. All the limbs were visited, and the orc turned into a blood orc in an instant. Ah! The orc screamed incessantly. Hush. Be quiet. Fang Jie directly covered the female orc's mouth with sand and gravel, but she couldn't make a sound when she was in great pain. After a while, the execution was over. Answer my question. I ask again, are there any of your people around here? Kill me. The painful female orc gritted her teeth and spat out a word. No, I won't kill people easily. Fang Jie approached the female orc and said, although Fang Jie's image was stupid, but at this moment, Fang Jie's image reflected in the desperate eyes of the female orc was not the same thing. Gain skill. Intimidation LV0, 5/50. Your majestic image will intimidate your enemies. Gain skill. Shadow LV0, 1/50. Your image will become a demon in the eyes of others. Fang Jie was surprised. So you can get skills by interrogation? Fang Jie directly spent 100 soul points to upgrade 2 skills to LV1. In the eyes of the female orc, Fang Jie's image suddenly became 10 times more terrifying than before. He was a complete demon. The female orc's psychological defense collapsed instantly. 10 miles north of the cave is our tribe, with more than 20 orcs. Our tribe was driven out by the clan and is a wandering tribe. Now there are only old people, wounded people, and children left in our tribe. Otherwise, I, a female orc, would not come out to look for prey. Please let them go. Please. I will take all the responsibility. Looking at a nearly 2-meter tall female orc crying like a child. Humph, I am not that interested in your people. As long as they don't cause me trouble, I am not interested in killing them all. Fang Jie remained calm at this time. Now is the time to hide. It is easy to go out, but if you are seen, it will spread that there is a dungeon or treasure here, then the notoriety value will increase, and it will attract more and more explorers, even the army. Wow, it's scary to think about it. There are only a few kittens in the underground palace. Is this a gift of pets to others? Fang Jie's paranoia has set in, or to be more precise, every rabbit has a firepower shortage syndrome. There is no cure for this disease, so wait for death. Okay, now tell me your name. My name is Shagar, and my surname was taken away when I was kicked out of the clan. What is the situation in the outside world? Is there a map? What countries are there? Race? Or what church? There is a small map in the tribe, but I can draw it for you. The entrance to the cave here is in the Caparis Mountains, and there is an endless sea of trees outside. I don't know much about humans. In addition to orcs, there are elves, dwarves, humans, etc. There are 7 major clans of orcs. We believe in the orc god, Kato. It is rumored that he drags the sun to bring day and night to the earth. I'm still the sun god. I'm afraid he's the brother of that Katsaiji one. Although it's impolite to talk about the gods that others believe in, Fang Jie couldn't help but complain. Shagar was a little uneasy, because she couldn't understand this sentence at all. It's really a demon, who can easily enter other people's souls. In Shagar's eyes, Fang Jie didn't say anything at all, but he could easily make his voice sound in other people's minds, which was already a demon that violated the taboo of the soul. Fang Jie didn't care what she thought, after all. She was just a prisoner. How could she go to heaven? I am glad to tell you, you can't go back. I can't let a time bomb that might expose our existence wander around outside. Even if you run away, I will find you and kill you in order not to expose our secret. Maybe you won't be the only one who dies by then. Fang Jie looked down at the desperate Shagar. Shagar breathed a sigh of relief. Has this moment finally come? Soon she will be able to return to Kato's arms, and her soul will return to the kingdom of God. Shagar closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Then, Fang Jie pulled out the snake-like drill, sealed the wound, tied her up, and dragged her to the monster altar. As soon as Shagar entered the treatment room, he was shocked by the blood altar statue in the middle of the treatment room, and his eyes widened. What kind of goddess is this? How could there be such a beautiful goddess of death? Shagar almost shook his faith. Fang Jie took Shagar to the blood altar and threw him in. At the same time, Shirsu let her go, let her flutter in the blood pool. So he wants to sacrifice me to this beautiful goddess? Never mind, I hope this goddess can treat my soul well. I don't know if I can see the god Kato. Shagar floated in the blood pool with his arms open without moving. But the feeling of being devoured by thousands of insects that she imagined did not come instead. It was warm, and the wound was cool. She felt extremely comfortable all over. Fang Jie looked at the female orc floating on the blood pool in silence. What are you doing? The blood pool is only 60 centimeters deep at its deepest. Do you want to drown in it so that I can laugh to death? Huh? Shagar was shocked. He could touch the bottom with his arm. He sat up and looked at Fang Jie awkwardly. This blood altar is the legendary blood of all demons. You have been baptized by it. Then you will be cursed. You can never leave this dungeon. If you leave, or reveal anything to the outside world, you will be eaten by all demons and die. You can feel it. What kind of bullshit is this blood of all demons? It also eats the heart and kills. You lie without thinking? The little flower bud that came out for a walk after eating at the door had to jump out to show its presence. Fang Jie sent her back to her hometown and stuffed her mouth with the food that she hadn't finished eating. Can't you stuff your mouth while eating? After dealing with the little flower bud that couldn't stuff his mouth, he returned to the blood pool and used it to directly start shaping. A small ball of gravel was left near Shagar's heart before, and now the gravel is like a rubber band that is strangling Shagar's heart. Instantly, Shagar felt his heart tighten. He couldn't breathe, and his face turned pale. This was just one part of Fang Jie's plan. First, he would cheat people to death without paying for their lives. and then survive until the later stage, when all his abilities would be invincible. At that time, it didn't matter whether you told on him or not. As long as he beat you so hard that you dared not to tell on him, it would be fine. Let Shagar experience the symptoms of myocardial infarction, and she would not dare to do anything that violated Fangjia. Shagar's injuries seemed to be almost healed, because he and Fangjia had no blood ties. So Fangjia's panel could not show her recovery status. Only with the naked eye, the blood holes on her body that Fangjia had drilled seemed to have almost healed. Shagar stood up from the blood pool, and red tiger stripes appeared on his gray skin, which gradually dimmed from fluorescent pink to dark red tattoos. And I don't know if it was Fangjia's illusion, but it seemed that Shagar's face became more pleasing to the eye, no longer as rough as before, and had some feminine beauty. Fangjia was happy. What a good reason. Look, the goddess has already carved a curse on you, so don't think about running away. You will be an orc in the underground palace in your life, and a dead orc in the underground palace in your death. Keep cheating the dead without paying for your life. Monster Blood Altar, Arachnawan Mogu Statue Blood Pool, gain passive ability, Power of Stigma. Monsters that have bathed in the blood altar will be engraved with the goddess's holy marks, and will be protected by the goddess. With 30% increase in strength, 30% increase in speed, 30% increase in defense, and 30% increase in willpower. The effective time is 36 hours. After the effective time, bathing again will be blessed again. The moment the skill is acquired, a spider web mark appears at the position of Shagar's heart. Okay, now the goddess's imprint is completely complete. It turns out that talking nonsense can also gain skills. This is possible. Talk more about it in the future and strive to obtain a mouth cannon skill. Then you can challenge the whole world with your mouth. Fangjia started to talk nonsense again. By the way, if you get hurt in the future, come and soak in this blood pool by yourself. It will speed up your healing. Shagar looked at the bloodstains and spider web spell patterns on his body, and felt his current power. What a cold goddess. While giving power, she also took away the few freedoms. He smiled helplessly. Okay. Even if I stay in the underground palace forever, my faith will not change. It doesn't matter. The goddess is kind. She knows you believe in other gods, but accepts you, as long as you don't go out to spread the existence of this place. Who cares who you believe in? I also believe in Einstein, Hawking, Newton, and Da Vinci. Okay. Since you are here, make the best of it. This will be your room from now on. Fangjia built a small room for him. A room with only a simple stone bed. And threw the spoils he had looted from her before, including the huge battle axe, into it. As for how to decorate the room, you can only do it yourself. Don't expect Fangjia to help. Fangjia was about to leave when he heard Shagar say in a strange voice, "Doesn't my room have a door?" Shagar's concept was still the concept of the tribe. In the tribe, prisoners were prisoners. He had never seen prisoners wandering around in their own homes. Need a door? And privacy? If you want, make one yourself. There is a flower demon next to you. If you are not afraid of turning into fertilizer, you can go and cut some of her branches or something. No. I mean, aren't you afraid that I will run away? Hee, can you? Fangjia turned around and glanced at the big guy in the center of the prison cell. No. The cruelest prison cell is that even if there is no cell door to imprison you, you dare not step out of the door. Fangjia no longer paid attention to Shagar, and was busy moving the iron ore for refining. After leaving Shagar here, Fangjia ran to Xiaobai's room. Xiaobai used white silk to build a soft and smooth spider silk nest for himself, and also brought a soft quilt. Fangjia looked at Xiaobai's room, which was covered with gauze curtains, and sighed disrespectfully. Xiaobai's learning ability is really strong. Fangjia just briefly told Xiaobai how to weave silk, and Xiaobai could weave it as he pleased without any machine tools. Xiaobai, go out hunting later, and ask the deceived orc Shagar to help you carry the prey. Remember not to use venom this time, and I will make you something delicious if you catch it, as a gift. Ah, a gift. Xiaobai shouted happily, and then jumped out. This little guy is always so anxious. Then Fangjia prepared to dig hematite for refining, but what kind of weapon should the refined iron be used to make? This is a problem. Chapter 9, the century-old question, what to eat tonight? Fangjia hadn't walked out of the underground palace yet, but he saw the little flower bud running out in a hurry, pointing at the spider web curse pattern on the flower bud in front of Fangjia and jumping anxiously. What is this? Am I cursed? Why does this thing appear on my body? It's okay, the new ability of the blood altar, the stigma of the goddess. The stigma will appear as long as you touch the blood in the blood pool. It will increase strength, defense, will, etc. The effective time is 36 hours after it expires. Using the blood altar again will regain the increase. Speaking of this, Fang Jie stopped, head the ways under, looking at the little flower bud in confusion. Something is wrong. How did you get the holy mark of the goddess? No, did you steal the blood from the blood altar again? The little flower bud was obviously confused for a moment, and then the twisted main stem was almost twisted into a dough stick. I made a finger-pointing universe gesture with the root system, and I drank a little bit, really only a little bit. Seeing Fang Jie's face change, can you drink a little bit to produce the spider web curse that needs to be brewed? The little flower bud was so scared that it pulled out its roots and ran away again, holding the wide leaves like a skirt. I must lock you up. Fang Jie shouted angrily behind Xiaohua Bao. Fang Jie had no choice but to say, forget it, just drink it if you want to. Anyway, I don't know how the blood in the bathhouse came out of the bottle, I don't know where it went in the end, anyway. Fang Jie has never seen the blood in the blood jar overflow for such a long time. There is obviously no outlet. Fang Jie shook his head, attributing this unscientific phenomenon to the normal manifestation of the magic side. Soon Fang Jie came to the location of the hematite. I didn't move this time. I directly spent 250 soul points to increase the brain development point to LV2, and the material refining point to LV1. Magic exploration. Activate. This time, Fang Jie's bag didn't hurt. A holographic map was formed directly in his head, including matter, air, etc. Ah! This feeling. Fang Jie closed his eyes, and felt the omniscience. It was like a glimpse of the magic of the universe. This time, Fang Jie didn't open it for a while, and then close it, but opened it completely. From now on, within a 10-meter range centered on Fang Jie is Laplace's demon. Ding! Magic Exploration LV4 is okay. Magic Exploration has also been upgraded. But then I felt my brain was not up to the task again. Although the scope of exploration has not increased, the amount of data detected has increased a lot. Now even the dead leaves on the ground belong to which plant, which family, the wind speed and direction in the air, and turbulence are all displayed. Yes, before Fang Jie has fully developed his brain, it is better not to open magic exploration on a regular basis. Fang Jie persisted for a while, and found that his head felt heavier and heavier, and finally turned off magic exploration. I experienced the feeling of loss from falling from a high-level life to a low-level one. The reason for using magic exploration is to explore how many hematite deposits there are. Although I was not able to directly start magic exploration on a regular basis, I still roughly explored some of the deposits. The deposits here are more than what I imagined. At least within the explorable range. They are all red cotton-like ores. This time, let's change the method and go directly to iron ore. Material refining, start. The red iron ore seemed to have been stripped of its red outer layer, revealing the cold and hard metallic color inside. And some impurities were left next to the metal. After a while, a large iron block of 1 cubic meter was formed. Huh. It felt quite strenuous. Fang Jie breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the iron block that was n times larger than him. Okay. Now all that was left was to transport it back. Fang Jie activated the shaping magic, preparing to use the commonly used earth wave to transport himself and the iron back. However, when he activated it, a problem occurred. The shaping movement that had always been successful became particularly strenuous this time. This was normal, as the iron weighed 7.8 tons and indeed required more strength. This slowed down Fang Jie's speed greatly. It used to take only 1 hour to go back and forth. But at this speed, it would probably take 5 hours. It was really tiring to drag such a lump of iron. No, this was not the way to go. After dragging it for about 10 meters, Fang Jie began to think of other ways. Tiredness was secondary. But it was too slow. Shaping. Just make it into a ball and push it. Fang Jie's shaping of high-purity iron also slowed down. Maybe it was because the material and density had changed. So Fang Jie always felt that shaping itself became difficult after using iron. It took several times longer than shaping mud and stone. Fang Jie finally turned this big lump of iron into a sphere. At this time, he only needed to lift one side to form a small earth slope, and the iron ball would move by itself. Okay, finally I feel comfortable. Fang Jie pushed the iron ball easily and headed towards the underground palace. 3 hours later, Fang Jie finally pushed the iron ball back to the door of his home, and he was exhausted. In the future, he should try a different way of mining. If he continues like this, he will die. Also, don't try to save energy by turning the iron ore into a big iron ball and pushing it. It's simple, but it always feels more tiring. First, when going uphill, he accidentally lost control, and the big iron ball got out of Fang Jie's control, rolled down, rolled back, and rolled into other downward tunnels, and Fang Jie chased him 10 miles away. Which was not worth it. Huh? You said to use the earth wall to block it? Haha, the big iron ball can knock a hole in the earth wall and continue to roll down. After a long rest, I saw Xiao Bai coming back with a female orc who was nearly 2 meters tall. This orc was also carrying a monster, which looked a bit like an anteater, with brown and blue fur all over, and was very big. According to Shagar, this was a tapir beast, which was one of the monsters that the orcs often hunted and ate. I didn't expect that there was one in the night light forest. Fang Jie roughly understood how the orcs would eat, and the answer he got was only roasting. The only seasoning was salt, which was rock salt with a high sand content. There was nothing else. Well, it was better not to ask these rough orcs how to cook. In his previous life, Fang Jie was also a foodie, so at least he had been in the kitchen. Hey, what's that look? A nerd who can't cook is not a good designer. Fang Jie took a piece of iron from the big iron ball and shaped it into several knives under the surprised eyes of the orc Shagar, including kitchen knives, watermelon knives, and bone-cutting knives. I didn't expect that the first weapon Fang Jie made after coming to the other world was actually a kitchen knife, which was enough. Okay, now I have the kitchen knife. I handed the butcher's job to Shagar, the trick tool man, and then I took a huge stone jar to fetch water. After all, water is the source of life. After fetching water, I saw Xiao Bai's 6 eyes looking at me with light, as if saying, "What are we going to eat tonight?" In fact, the main meaning should be my gift. Ha ha ha, don't worry, it will be done in a while. Believe me, it must be a surprise. Looking over there, Shagar, the butcher, has basically completed his work. The bones with blood are placed on one side, and the meat pieces that have been broken down into different sizes are placed on the other side. Fang Jie gave the hide directly to Shagar. This bloody thing was useless to Fang Jie. After that, Fang Jie began to process the meat. He used stones to shape a large stone bowl with a smooth inner wall. He cut the meat into thick slices and put them into the stone bowl. He looked at the physique of the orc next to him. He cut some more slices of meat and put them into the stone bowl. He added the low-quality beer and refined salt he got from Shagar. After marinating for half an hour, Fang Jie started to light the fire and shaped an iron plate. That's right, we have teppanyaki tonight. Put the marinated meat on the hot iron plate, and it will start to sizzle immediately. Sprinkle some cumin on it, and the fragrance will immediately fill the whole room, and spread to the entire underground palace. The tender and delicious meat steaks with rich meat aroma have a wild flavor under the effect of roasting, and there are dots of cumin on the surface, which is definitely the ultimate temptation of appetite and fragrance. Fang Jie skillfully spread the whole iron plate with stone chopsticks, then turn over the meat slices that are almost roasted in the center, and finally sprinkle with the cumin found that day. I'm drooling just looking at it. Fang Jie looked up and found that the orc Shagar, Xiao Bai, and even Xiao Bei were here. They all stared at the cooked teppanyaki. The orc Shagar kept swallowing his saliva. Xiao Bai's 6 pink diamond-like eyes stared at the meat in Fang Jie's hand without blinking, and his saliva dripped down. Finally, Xiao Bei, do you have a mouth? You are still staring at the barbecue without a mouth. Go eat your bones, which are right over there, freshly shaved. First of all, this is Xiao Bai's. It's a gift. Be careful of the heat. Fang Jie put the first tender steak into Xiao Bai's bowl. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, and he ate it with a slurp, and raised his head from time to time to breathe out hot air. Fang Jie glanced at the big guy Shagar, who was looking at Xiao Bai with envy. In Shagar's surprised eyes, he also handed her a stone bowl, a fork. If you can't use chopsticks, you can always use a fork. Right? Do it yourself, don't expect me to take care of you. Shagar looked at the tableware in front of him, and for a moment, he felt very complicated. Just as he was about to take it, Fang Jie hit him. Have you washed your hands? You are not allowed to go to the table without washing your hands. Shagar immediately ran to get water to wash his hands. After washing quickly, he picked up the tableware and put the fragrant meat slices. This time Fangjia did not look at him again, but concentrated on pretending to be a chef, and then added a piece of meat to Xiaobai's bowl from time to time. Finally, he put the meat slice in his mouth, and the fragrance of meat filled the air in an instant. When he bit into the tender steak, the small steak actually contained a triple experience: the tender roasted steak, with a faint aroma of beer, and the rich cumin. It is definitely the best steak I have ever eaten in my life. Seeing Xiaobai busy eating, the big guy picked up the steak and savored it carefully, while Fangjia ignored him. Xiaobao was anxious. "Where's mine? Where's mine?" Xiaobao jumped up anxiously. "Huh?" Fangjia looked at her in confusion, and then pointed at the bloody meat bone behind her. "Here. The bone is there." Xiaobao was dumbfounded when he saw the bone with meat. "I want to eat meat." Xiaobao was stunned for a moment before reacting. "I eat meat." This time it was Fangjia's turn to be confused. "You want to eat teppanyaki when you can only eat a flower bud? How do you eat this?" "Then I saw the little flower bud open its flower bud here. You can eat here." Fangjia was surprised. "So your flower bud can eat food?" So he picked up a piece of roasted meat, shaked the little flower bud, dissipated some heat, and put it into the petals of the little flower bud. The little flower bud immediately wrapped the slightly hot meat, and the ghost faces on the flower bud became enjoyable. Well, Fangjia has completely become a babysitter, taking care of Xiaobai while taking care of the little flower bud. Soon most of the marinated meat was eaten. Fangjia had to multitask and create 2 more arms, processing the unprocessed meat, marinizing it, and waiting to put it in the pot. And with more arms, trouble also came. The 2 hands that were processing the meat were tangled together and could not move. The hand that was turning the roasted meat with chopsticks on this side also became less flexible. Beep! The system prompt sounded again. Chapter 10: Shagger's Adventure. Skills: Multitasking LV0, ability to process information on multiple lines. Skills: Coordination LV0, improve your coordination ability when thinking on multiple lines. Cooking a meal gives you 2 skills. Fangjia was speechless. He looked at his soul points, which were still 150 points. Directly spent 100 points to upgrade these 2 skills to LV1. The moment he upgraded, Fangjia instantly felt that he had created multiple stone arms, and was able to use them more easily. If Fangjia had done a 6-wheel flower before, the most likely possibility is that the 6 arms are entangled with each other, and the probability of a slipknot or a dead knot is still a matter of chance. Now, just start the 8-wheeled flower movement. 2 arms skillfully grill the meat. 2 handle the raw meat. 1 helps Xiaobai pick up the meat. 1 helps Xiaobao pick up the meat. And there are 2 more arms to give yourself a massage or something comfortable. In an instant, the arms that were originally a little clumsy became skillful, and all actions seemed to be as smooth as flowing water. And Shagar looked at Fangjia with a strange look again. Happy times always pass quickly. Fangjia put the last piece of meat into Xiaobai's bowl, and announced that today's barbecue party was officially over. Although Fangjia didn't eat a piece of meat, but seeing everyone eating happily, Fangjia was also very satisfied. Xiaobai had eaten so much that he couldn't walk. The orc Shagar also held his stomach, recalling the taste of barbecue. Xiaobao's bud was swollen, and it almost drooped to the ground after eating. Fangjia was very satisfied with this party. Fangjia finally felt a little sleepy at this time. It was almost time to sleep for a while. After all, it seemed that more than 30 hours had passed since the last sleep. Fangjia put away the tableware and knives in the kitchen, and built a very small room next to Xiaobai's room. A small stone platform was built in the center of the room. Fangjia jumped on it and fell asleep. Anyway, Fangjia had a stone head, so he didn't need to be too comfortable. Shagar returned to the room and found that there was nothing to do. When he was in the tribe, he was very busy every day. He had to be on guard against attacks from monsters. If food was scarce, he had to go out hunting. Before returning to eat, he had to ask the oldest priest in the tribe to distribute the barbecue. The food was distributed according to each person's contribution to the tribe. He had to offer sacrifices to the totem pole of the god Kato. When he had nothing to do, he would fight with the orcs of the same generation in the tribe to see who was stronger. Now that he had eaten such delicious food in the underground palace, if he went back to eat those grilled meats cooked with firewood, Shagar actually felt a wave of resistance in his heart. After lying on the simple bed for a while, Shagar looked at the door of the room without a door, and gritted his teeth and decided to go out and see other places in the underground palace. Anyway, as long as he didn't leave the underground city, the curse wouldn't be triggered. She took the curse of the blood altar seriously. First, Shagar came to Xiaobai's room. This little white spider, Shagar had a good impression of it, and it was obvious that Fangjie paid more attention to this little spider. Shagar came to this room and found that it was full of white gauze curtains. It was not as dirty and messy as the spider nests he had conquered before. There were spider webs everywhere. The spider webs here were woven like silk, and they were extremely smooth. They hung from the top of the cave to the ground. The whole room was like a beautiful world of white silk. Hello? Shagar called twice, but did not see Xiaobai. However, he heard giggling sounds from behind. Shagar turned around and saw Xiaobai crawling towards him holding the sleeping Fangjie. Squeak! Xiaobai tilted her head and glanced at the gray monster with blood marks. She recognized that this was the good man who went hunting with her and helped her carry the prey. Squeak! After saying hello, she crawled into her nest with Fangjie and laid down in the nest holding her treasure, and rolled comfortably with Fangjie in her arms. Shagar also retreated with self-awareness. Forget it, let's go and have a look at other places. The strange flower before seemed to be a friend of the Stone Demon King. Maybe I can go and communicate with her. Shagar came to the room of the little flower bud. Before he entered, he felt like he was in the nightlight forest again. The room was surrounded by vines, and the thick leaves blocked the inside tightly. Shagar pushed aside the leaves and entered the small nightlight forest. Hello, little flower? Shagar called out tentatively, but nothing responded to him. Shagar walked to the depths of the room and saw something wrapped in countless vines. On this thing was the flower-like monster. Hello? Xiaohua. Shagar greeted Xiaohua. Xiaohua jumped down from the huge object and looked at it with her bud tilted. Shagar. Hello, I want to ask if there is any wood here for me. I heard from the stone that I can find some wood here. Afraid that Xiaohua didn't understand, Shagar added some body language. But her words turned into a bunch of garbled words to Xiaohua, and Xiaohua couldn't understand what she said. It was just interesting to see her twisting and turning. The little flower bud started to twist as soon as he heard it, like dancing. Are you dancing? I can dance too, Shagar. I can't hear the voice of consciousness. Not everyone can hear the voice of the soul like Fangjie. But seeing that the little flower bud was twisting so happily, Shagar thought that the little flower bud agreed. So Shagar started to wander around the little flower bud's forest, observing if there was any suitable wood. The little flower bud just started to twist, and then she saw that the big fool ignored her, which made her so angry. What's wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to dance? Why don't you dance when I'm dancing? Shagar looked back and saw that Xiaohua was still following him. He didn't realize that he was courting death, and was jumping back and forth on the edge of death. He waved at Xiaohua. It's okay, I can find it myself, you go find a place to sleep. Xiaohua got angry. What does that mean? Are you here to tease me? You're going to kick me out after teasing me? Xiaohua. I've lived for so long, and no one except the bald stone devil dares to be so arrogant to me. The vines around Shagar moved, and the vines wrapped around the huge object also loosened, revealing the huge remains of the Cyclops inside. Shagar was shocked. What happened? Did I misunderstand what you said? She finally reacted at this time, watching the bud on the top of the little flower bud opening and closing. I think you are quite nutritious. Why don't you stay and keep the Cyclops company? Shagar may have understood the little flower bud's action, and ran away. After breaking free from several vines that blocked his way, Shagar finally escaped outside the room. Panting, looking at his hands full of scratches, Grandma, this place is really dangerous. I want to go home. Shagar was so tired that he almost cried. Now Shagar finally understood what Fangjie meant when he said that if you are not afraid of turning into fertilizer, then go. He dragged his tired body to the front of the monster blood altar, first prayed to the beautiful goddess, asking her to forgive him for entering the blood altar again, and then walked into the blood altar to receive treatment. It was just a superficial wound, so it healed in less than 2 minutes. What she didn't realize was that every time she finished soaking in the blood pool, her skin became whiter, her facial features became softer, her face became more oval, her figure became better, and her muscles became tighter. Shagar was a little confused, wondering whether he should explore further. It was really dangerous here. The cute little monsters could beat her by several blocks when they moved. If she encountered something she had never seen before, she would probably die here. She managed to save her life in this underground palace, but was cursed to die once she left. She wanted to find some wood to make some tools. but it was almost used as fertilizer. Looking at this deep tunnel, Shagar gritted her teeth and decided to explore it again. This time she walked to the door of the war room, and was surprised to find that there was light inside. It was not as dark as other places. She walked into the war room and looked at everything in front of her in shock. It was the first time she saw such a magnificent building. The war room was very large, enough to accommodate all the people in their family. It was stacked like a staircase, so that everyone could clearly see the huge sand table in the middle of the room. The models on the sand table were lifelike, and every room was clearly visible. Even the small flower buds wrapped around the Cyclops, and the seaweed dance on the Cyclops' head could be seen clearly. If there was a sand table like this, they would not have been defeated at that time, and would not have been driven away by the big clan. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Did she pry open the foundation of Kato? Why did she have such bad luck encountering such a group of monsters? Was this a punishment for her? Everything here was new to her. The barbecue was so delicious that she wanted to swallow it with her tongue, the goddess statues that she had never seen before but could shock people, the exquisite and simple decorations, the strange magic that she had never seen before. Especially the stone-like Demon King. She saw that this Demon King was the focus of these monsters, and this Demon King was progressing very fast. When she first met it, she didn't feel much threat from it, but she was defeated in the next second. She could only attribute it to the fact that this Demon King was really well hidden. Later in the interrogation room, she was tortured to the point of dying. Unexpectedly, the Demon King suddenly became more powerful, as if the demon beast had advanced, and she could not even think of resisting. Later, she found that the Demon King was actually very gentle, as if the whole world was equal in his eyes. Although he imprisoned her in name, she did not seem to become a prisoner, but more like a guest in a sense. They ate at the same table together, and he, the strongest demon, took care of all of them while they ate. If this happened in their tribe, it would be unimaginable. Everyone ate with the prisoners, and the chieftain took care of the other tribesmen. Not to mention the orcs. I'm afraid it doesn't exist even among the elves, who are closest to nature. In the orcs, the priests and the chieftains are the highest ranking people, and they can use the table alone to eat. After they finish eating, they will share the food with the warriors, and after the warriors finish eating, it will be the turn of the women, children and other tribesmen. In a word, the hierarchy is strict. This different way of dealing with people, this different way of using magic, both made her feel extremely surprised. Huh? So you are here? While he was thinking, Fang Jia's voice sounded in her heart. Shagar turned his head and saw that Fang Jia was leaning against the door of the war room. Chapter 11 Ghost Face Dragon Scale Warrior Armor. Are you awake? Fang Jia yawned. The little flower bud dancing the seaweed dance came to me to complain. How could I not wake up? Complain? Yes, she said you teased her, and kicked her out of the room. Shagar was full of black lines. I mean to ask her for some wood to make something. Ha, you really dare to go? You don't understand what they say. Yes, I can't communicate with them like I communicate with you. Of course, I may be a little different from them. Shagar asked in a complicated way. What kind of monster are you? This is the first time I have seen such a strange monster. The world is so big, there are many strange things. There are many things you have never seen, just like what are the things here? Have you seen them? Yes. Shagar fell into deep thought. If you must say, you can call me Fangjia, that's my name. As for what kind of monster I am, I'm sorry, I don't know it myself. Fangjia smiled bitterly. I always feel that you are not like a monster. Shagar said hesitantly. Oh, how did you come to this conclusion? Fangjia was shocked. Is it so obvious that such a silly big guy can feel it? From your conversation, from your attitude towards prisoners of war. Even when you were interrogating me, you did not show any arrogance, you just acted vicious. This is very unusual. Even the elves who claim to be the most noble, free and equal, cannot treat a prisoner of war like this, let alone let the prisoner move freely in their own home, and eat at the same table with them. That's because I never thought of you as a prisoner of war. To me, you may be a guest, or maybe a companion. Fangjia organized his words, and said what he really thought. We are very weak, and we have seen the powerful side of the whole world. This is a world where no one values life, and there is no bottom line. If you want to survive in this world of eating raw meat and drinking blood, you must have enough strength. But before you have enough strength, the best way is to hide your existence. Therefore, I have no way to let you go. And not being able to let you go does not mean that you are a prisoner. A prisoner of war. Then why don't you just kill me? Once and for all? Shagar recalled the prisoners held by the tribe in his mind. All of whom were slaughtered. Can you imagine a world? A world where all intelligent life is equal. Without killing, oppression, or racial distinction. And all life can enjoy the air freely. I can't imagine it. Is that the kingdom of God? Ha ha ha. You can treat it as the kingdom of God. Fang Jie laughed. But there is death in that place as well. And bad things will happen as well. But it is not allowed to arbitrarily deprive other intelligent creatures of their lives. This is the bottom line. Even if he hurt you, violated you, even if he hurt you, violated you. Because there is a special organization there. It will help you punish those who hurt you, violated you, in a fair and just way. It is also the crystallization of the highest wisdom of all living beings in that world. Is it your God? It is not a God. It is created by ourselves. So that all lives can be respected as they should be. And life is its bottom line. Intelligent creatures are intelligent because they use their brains to solve problems. Not desires. Although this thing has disappeared, its bottom line still exists in my heart. I will not break it unless I have no choice. I really hope that the world you are talking about still exists. If possible, I would like to see such a world. Shagar was a little yearning. Fang Jie shook his head. That is mine. Not yours. If you yearn for such a life, the best way is not to pray for its existence, but to create it. Can it really be created? Shagar's eyes widened, somewhat unbelievable. Of course it can be, and it will definitely be created. Fang Jie gave her a firm look. Okay, I'm starting to look forward to it. By the way, is that curse real? I always feel that that curse is a little different from the curses I know. Fang Jie glanced at her. Of course the curse is real. You'd better not leave the dungeon, or you will really die. The monsters here are very weak. I don't want them to be disturbed by others. If you have nothing to do, go to other places to take a look. Go to the Nightlight Forest to see if there are any interesting creatures, or food, or different minerals or something. As Fang Jie was talking, he mixed some iron and charcoal slag with material refining, and made steel with a luster that was brighter than ordinary iron. Shagar exclaimed. Garrison steel. What the hell? Fang Jie was confused. This luster is Garrison steel, which is the material used to cast the king's sword in the legend. Shagar was shocked and wanted to go up and look at this shiny steel. Fang Jie was speechless. Even ordinary carbon steel could be so amazing. What about Garrison steel? Who came up with this second-year name? Legend has it that the king's sword made of Garrison steel can easily cut through any armor. And it will always be sharp and immortal. You have been deceived. Steel is indeed stronger than iron. But it cannot be sharp and immortal forever. Nothing can't be decayed by time. This is just ordinary steel. Don't think too much. Deceived? But this material is extremely rare. Only the elves have a few pieces, which are used to make the king's sword. We have only seen it when the elf king visited. Fang Jie was speechless. After thinking for a while, he decided not to give her a scientific explanation. She would probably go crazy if he explained iron and carbon to an orc whose brain was not as big as a pomegranate. After a while, Fang Jie molded the steel into a set of armor for a warrior with a ghost face and dragon scales, and a double-edged war halberd with wolf beast and ghost pattern that was so cool that it had no friends. Put it on and try it on to see if it fits. Is this for me? Shagar was extremely shocked. What country's treatment of prisoners of war is this? Who else here can wear such a big armor? Fang Jie pretended to look around. Don't you want me to melt it and make a kitchen knife? Yes. Yes. Don't make a kitchen knife, you're wasting it. Shagar was anxious, jumped over and stopped him. Okay, I'm going to run away, I haven't slept enough. Remember, the only rule is that you are not allowed to expose the existence of the underground palace. Then don't hunt too much, just enough for you to eat. Don't let me get excited and kill them. Ha, there are no other conditions. Fang Jie yawned and left the war room. Well, as a prisoner of war, he actually got a set of gorgeous armor made of Garrison steel. It's so luxurious, isn't it? Now the great demon King Fang Jie has become synonymous with miracles. Let's not talk about the world he talked about. Just the fact that he can easily create treasures that people outside are desperate to own is enough to shock the world. Okay. It really can't be exposed. Otherwise this place will be flooded by countless adventurers. Shagar stroked the delicate surface of the armored dragon scales. Knock here and pinch there. Just short of biting with those huge fangs. putting on the armor. Standing still. It instantly turned into a Cold War weapon. The kind that would give a child nightmares when they saw it at night. This set of armor was a little heavier than she thought. And of course, it was more suitable for a strong orc like her. If it were a human, she might not even be able to walk when she put it on. Finally, she picked up the Wolf Beast Ghost pattern double-edged halberd and waved it, which was very impressive. I always feel that this weapon is more suitable for cavalry. If my wolf was still there, it would be great. If I had communicated with Fang Jie at that time, maybe the wolf would not have turned into fertilizer. Shagar was in distress. Since Fang Jie asked her to help collect some items, she would go out and take a look. By the way, she would explore the dungeon again. Finally, Shagar took another look at the three-dimensional map on the sand table, memorized the general route in her mind, and set off. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Jie woke up. This familiar white silk ceiling was in Xiao Bai's spider nest, and was wrapped in a small blanket like a baby, leaving only 2 eyes. Well, after Fang Jie was woken up by Xiao Huabao that day and talked to the orc Shagar, he didn't bother Xiao Bai to move things around, and he rolled back to Xiao Bai's spider nest. When Fang Jie got up, he saw Xiao Bai carrying a piece of meat and jumping towards Fang Jie. Barbecue. Barbecue. Still jumping in front of Fang Jie. Fang Jie covered his face. Are you addicted to it? Do you eat such greasy food so early in the morning? Are you trying to turn into a fat spider? And the spices have been used up, and there is no more beer. I am afraid this won't work. As a result, Xiaowabao also ran over here holding a piece of meat. Barbecue. Barbecue. Is it too late to regret it now? Well, a new day started with barbecue. Chapter 12: The Devil's Treasure House. Don't mention it, Shagar really loves that set of ghost-faced dragon scale warrior armor. Since he put it on, he treasured it so much that he liked to use a piece of rag to rub the whole armor and weapons until they were shiny. Sure enough, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. But she was also like chicken blood, bringing back some strange things to Fang Jie every day. For example, the alpacas that look like dandelions. They have long necks, round bodies, and an organ similar to a dandelion parachute grows around their chins. They can float in the air for a long time with that umbrella-like thing. Some of them look like cotton candy with jellyfish hats. And they like to meow. Xiaobai wanted to take a bite of it the first time she saw it. But Fang Jie stopped her. He would never allow her to learn from huskies again. These little guys are very interesting. Their favorite food is a kind of white grass seeds. But they can produce a strange milk. Some of them look like smoke, just like what is sprayed out by a humidifier. There is a strong milky smell in the mouth. They are not big, and the largest one is only 30 centimeters long. Fang Jie named these little guys Pupuo, and planned to raise them in Xiaowabao's room. He threatened Xiaowabao that if one of them died or went missing, she would never be able to eat Fang Jie's teppanyaki again. Xiaowabao was so angry that she jumped up and down. However, since she drank the misty camel milk of Puputo, she took good care of them. Each Puputo became fatter. Their nests could just hang on the treetops of Xiaowabao, like a bird's nest. Several of them could fit in one nest, and they were very cute when squeezed together. This kind of life is actually pretty good, but Shagar always walks to the exit and looks at the scenery outside. Every time she does this, Fang Jie can understand. After all, she is imprisoned in the underground ruins, and it's good that she never thought of going out. If she insists on doing it, Fang Jie will not show mercy. The good news is that Fang Jie finally found a gold ore with very little gold content in a cave far away from the underground palace. And there is also a spring next to it, but this place is really too far away. Fang Jie had to give up the plan to come here to get water, and just refine the gold ore into pure gold, and bring it back to the underground palace to provide the gorgeousness level of the special room. Although Fang Jie sneered at this kind of rich behavior, it seems that the system likes this one very well. Fang Jie had no choice but to pretend to be a dung beetle again, pushing a golden dung ball back to the underground palace. Shagar saw the golden ball that Fang Jie brought back, and immediately walked forward and circled around the golden ball. Xiaowabao looked at Shagar like a curious baby and complained to Fang Jie. Is this stone ball delicious? Why is this big fool drooling? Fang Jie couldn't explain to her the preciousness of precious metal currency, because they had not yet touched upon the use of currency. Fang Jie knew, because he had learned from Shagar about the types of currency in the world. Humans alone had nearly 20 currencies issued by different countries, while orcs had fewer, mainly because orcs mostly used barter. Elves only had one kind of elf coin, but only they used it. And these currencies were more or less mixed with precious metals, including some gold and silver. Now these pure golds have lost their value as currency. So in Fang Jie's eyes, they are probably not much better than the stones next to them. Just a resource. Don't think about eating everything. Sometimes you don't have to eat to drool. You will also drool when you see a beautiful woman. The little flower bud was still unconvinced and kept mumbling. But Fang Jie ignored her. Shagar, who had been touching the golden ball for a long time like a fanatic, sighed and said to Fang Jie, "You are really amazing. This thing looks very much like pure gold." Shagar finally touched the golden ball enough. "Melody? What is this? Why do these strange things always appear?" "It is a metal with very strong magical conductivity. Elves often add this metal to weapons or lights to increase the affinity of magic. The best staffs are made of might and mithril. But I don't know why the might you found doesn't reveal any magic. It's just like ordinary gold." Fang Jie was a little thoughtful. "Gold with magic? How about giving it a try? Let's shape it. Just like the way we infuse magic into the stone when we made the big monster sand table, we also infuse magic into this big golden ball." After Fang Jie's infusion, this big golden ball instantly became glittering. Shagar's eyes widened again, and his eyes became strange when he looked at Fang Jie again. "That's it." Fang Jie opened his eyes and looked at this metal ball that looked like a light bulb, trying to use shaping, and found that the originally soft gold had become very hard. "Can this magic also change the properties of matter?" Fang Jie was amazed. "Okay, this thing should be the refined gold you mentioned. Even if it is not, it is almost the same. This piece is for you." Fang Jie dug a piece of refined gold weighing about 1 pound and plated it with gold on Shagar's dragon scale armor. He also painted a layer of golden patterns on the double-edged halberd. "I took the rest. I need it for decorating the house." Fang Jie pushed the remaining huge golden ball into the door of the treasury. Now he needs to increase the gorgeousness of the treasury to 80 to unlock the magical big turntable that sounds very tricky. After entering the treasury room, Fang Jie started to carve dragons and draw phoenixes. Of course, the carvings were not dragons, and the paintings were not phoenixes. They were gargoyles, demons, and mammon. Drop, new, build the treasury, main line, completed. Reward, special treasure, magical big wheel. Soul points 1000. Treasure house, devil's treasure house, devil's curse. Anyone who enters this treasury will be cursed by the devil, and will see unspeakable things. Can be closed, huh? Are you sure this is for the treasury? Not for the interrogation room? Before Fang Jie finished his complaints, the treasury suddenly became dark, and in the darkness, it seemed as if all the murals and stone sculptures came alive, staring at Fang Jie fiercely, and, in the dark, several thick tentacles could be vaguely seen wriggling and stretching. Damn! Is this system a die-hard fan of Cthulhu? But the special effects are pretty realistic. Fang Jie said he was not afraid, and even wanted to touch it to see if it was slippery as well. Maybe after turning into stone, he has become hard-hearted. After all, he had seen quite a few special effects movies in his previous life, and he had seen all kinds of indescribable things. As an artist, these strange things are always the best inspiration materials. "Fang Jie? What's wrong?" The voice of Shagar came from behind. Fang Jie turned around and saw that Shagar had already stepped into the treasure house. The moment she stepped into the treasure house, she opened her eyes wide. Her face was distorted, as if she had seen something extremely terrible. Then she began to talk nonsense, and kept hitting her head with her hands, very hard, and she started bleeding in a few seconds. "Oh my god, is it that scary?" Fang Jie quickly carried Shagar, whose sand value might be too low, out of the treasure house. But it seemed that even without the blessing of the devil's curse, Shagar still did not recover. She seemed to be drowning now, and kept struggling. Fang Jie had no choice but to quickly put Shagar into the monster blood pool. Fortunately, she slowly recovered under the blessing of the monster blood pool to treat abnormal conditions. "Are you okay?" Fang Jie was still concerned. After all, it was a mess he had made. "What happened to me?" Shagar was still a little confused. "You were hit by the magic effect in the treasure house the moment you entered the treasure house." "Enter the treasure house?" Shagar covered his head and frowned tightly. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Instantly, his expression became extremely terrified. "Yes, I saw you standing in that room in a daze. I wanted to ask you if you needed help, but as soon as I entered the room, my eyes went dark. I can't remember what happened afterwards. I only know that I was very scared. Too scared to recall." "Kato, By God! What on earth was that? It's okay, it's just a curse magic. I was experiencing the effect in it at the time. What on earth do you want to put in it? It needs such a terrible curse to protect it. Ahem, you asked a good question. In the future, you can enrich the treasures in it. It's just a decoration now. Fang Jie said somewhat embarrassedly. He is alone, a piece of stone, to put it bluntly. He doesn't need anything, in fact. His greatest treasure is right beside him. It's Xiaobai, at most a small flower bud. It's okay. This time I take you in to have a look. You can have a look if you want. It's okay. No, I will never step into that room again in my life. Shagar shook his head frantically. Okay. Fang Jie spread his hands. Seeing that Shagar should be fine, Fang Jie was also ready to see what the mysterious turntable was like. Fang Jie just returned to the door of the treasure house, and saw Xiaobai jumping around inside, like he was drunk. Fang Jie was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. What if Xiaobai went crazy? The big orc was paralyzed after stepping in. Fang Jie quickly closed the devil's curse, and rushed to Xiaobai in one step. Chapter 13. The protagonist is Xiaobai. Xiaobai, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Come to the bathhouse with me. I didn't expect that. As soon as Fang Jie rushed to Xiaobai, Xiaobai seemed to wake up, blinking his 6 beautiful big eyes happily at Fang Jie. There are so many stones and seafood. It's so good. This is a little different from what Fang Jie thought. You describe him as indescribable like this, and call him Mr. Seafood. Where do you want to put the face of the old Sakura ruler? Fang Jie looked at the panel again. I was afraid that it was a fake curse. And the panel clearly read, Devil Curse, damaged, closed. The problem is not the curse. It's the cute little spider Xiaobai next to it. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why do you eat everything you see? Can curses be eaten? Fang Jie instantly entered the mode of an old father who was worried about his daughter, and then solemnly said to Xiaobai, Xiaobai, promise me that you will not learn to be a husky in the future. Put everything you see into your mouth. If you can't judge anything in the future, come and ask me. Okay. Xiaobai tilted her head and looked at him. If you agree, we will have more barbecue. Okay. Agree. Fang Jie covered his face. Do you understand? Fang Jie looked at Xiaobai back and forth, making sure that there was no change in her body. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Fang Jie remembered that Xiaobai, who had a blood connection, seemed to have a panel, so he opened it and took a look. You don't know until you see it, and you are shocked. Different colored cave spider, evolvable skills. Learner LV8 Explorer LV3 Comprehension LV5 Stealth LV5 Silk Spitting LV6 Silk Control LV4 Silk Binding LV3 Hardened Shell LV3 Venomous Fangs LV5 Strengthened Motor Nerve V2 Weaving LV4 Devouring LV2 Soul Devouring LV1 Curse Shadow LV1 Magic Exploration LV0 Self-Recovery LV5 Regeneration LV1 High-Speed Thinking LV0 Brain Development LV0 Perseverance LV6 Deterrence LV3 Magic Shadow LV1 Natural Affinity LV1 Fire Resistance LV2 Curse Resistance LV1 Oh my god, you are the protagonist. Right? And what's up with the learner skill level 8? I've never seen level 8 before. I've been using shaping all the time, and it's only at level 5. It requires 50k experience. Fang Jie was shocked. Is this the daughter of the god of creation? The most buggy one is the learner skill. Observe others using skills, and learn quickly. Add the comprehension skill. In the process of rapid learning and thinking, there is a chance to comprehend more advanced skills. Ha! It's simply invincible. Fang Jie looked at Xiaobai's panel speechlessly, not knowing whether to be jealous or cry. Fang Jie had no choice but to flatter Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, how did you get your learner skill? Can you tell me? And what about that? Fang Jie quickly looked down at the high-speed thinking skill on the panel. Xiaobai looked at Fang Jie strangely and said that you, a poor student, can't lead the way. Fang Jie covered his head and forgot it. Xiaobai is like a child now, and needs to grow up slowly. However, Fang Jie discovered that Xiaobai's name was followed by an evolvable suffix. So he took Xiaobai back to the monster blood altar. Because Fang Jie remembered that one of the functions of the monster blood altar was to evolve monsters. He put the childish Xiaobai into the blood altar, and watched Xiaobai swimming happily in the blood pool. Then Fang Jie opened Xiaobai's panel. Different colored cave spider, evolvable, evolution direction, cursed demon spider, death white spider, giant cave spider. The cursed demon spider is pitch black with black eyes. The death white spider is the same as Xiaobai now, but there is not even a trace of stripes on its body. The giant cave spider is still the same as the cave spiders encountered before. But it may be much bigger. Probably as big as a truck. Fang Jie did not help Xiao Bai choose based on his own preferences. Instead, he called Xiao Bai to the shore, and used shaping to help Xiao Bai make a model of the 3 evolutionary directions next to the blood pool. He explained to Xiao Bai, and let Xiao Bai choose for himself. Xiao Bai looked around at the 3 forms of himself for a long time, and finally jumped happily onto the body of the death white spider, and excitedly shouted to Fang Jie. Fang Jie saw that Xiao Bai had chosen his own evolutionary direction. And without saying anything, he helped Xiao Bai choose to evolve in the direction of the death white spider. After the selection, the light fluorescent blood in the blood pool wrapped up Xiao Bai, like a spider egg. Fang Jie saw the dead white spider displayed on the panel, evolving, time 198 hours. Well, I won't see Xiao Bai for more than 8 days. The little flower bud next to him looked at Xiao Bai, who had turned into a spider egg, curiously. Can you finally help but attack Xiao Bai? I feel that Xiao Bai's breath is disappearing. Fang Jie rolled his eyes at the little flower bud in anger. What do you know? This is the function of the monster blood altar, evolution. Xiao Bai's life is evolving to a higher level. When the little flower bud heard this, he immediately got excited. I want it too. I want to evolve too. Fang Jie was so confused by the little flower bud that he had to open and look at the little flower bud's panel. Luminous thorn flower. Possessing skills. Growth LV6 Thorn Whip LV4 Entanglement LV3 Parasitism LV1 Paralysis Spore LV2 Rooting LV5 Luminous LV4 Nature Affinity LV7 Plant Controller LV3 Animal Affinity LV2 Devouring LV5 Fire Resistance LV2 Self-Recovery LV4 Regeneration LV2 Strength Enhancement LV2 You are all monsters. Right? I didn't see you guys use your abilities properly. Why do you have the highest level 7 ability? Fang Jie really wanted to squat in a corner and draw circles. Xiao Huabao didn't understand what Fang Jie was saying at all. So? Can I evolve? Unfortunately, you're still a little short. Fang Jie said you're not good enough yet. Xiao Huabao was very disappointed. I'm going to turn my grief and anger into food and evolve as soon as possible, otherwise I feel like I'd be left behind by Xiao Bai. I have something I need your help with. I need you to grow vines in the underground palace, at least 1 vine in each room. I know you can hear the sound of plants. Now our monster sandbox can only explore a very small range, so I need a warning tool with a larger range. Little flower but thought about it for a while, and agreed happily. She now looks after those poo-poo camels every day, and the only thing she does is eat. The Cyclops has long been reduced to a skeleton. Although Fang Jie's barbecue is not as delicious as the first time, she still eats the most. Every day, she watches the big orc patrolling and hunting, Xiao Bai running around exploring, and Fang Jie busy building the underground palace. She is the only one who has nothing to do. Now Fang Jie's commission just allows her to find something to do. After Fang Jie entrusted the little flower bud, he looked back at the huge egg. If there was a lot of magic power, would Xiao Bai evolve in advance? So Fang Jie used magic power to shape again, and poured magic power into the spider egg in the blood altar. After a while, the whole spider egg was shining. Fang Jie cancelled the magic, and looked at the panel. Xiao Bai's evolution time was still 196 hours and 12 minutes. Fang Jie sighed. Forget it. It seems that magic power enhancement can't speed up Xiao Bai's evolution, and he can only wait for the reading bar. It seems that taking a shortcut and using the fast construction of the ship girl will not work. In the end, Fang Jie could only build a thick stone door to seal the entire bathroom, and hung a sign outside with a no entry sign, and left without caring whether others could understand it or not. There was still a mysterious turntable in the treasure house that had not been opened, and Fang Jie wanted to go and take a look. When he walked into the treasure house and saw the words Devil Curse damaged in the treasure house skill, Fang Jie was upset. How could he repair it? After completing the previous task, Fang Jie had no time to observe it. Now a huge and simple treasure chest like a wardrobe appeared in the treasure house. There is a huge round turntable on the treasure chest. Mysterious big turntable. Do you want to open the door to the new century? Then come on. Turn the turntable 1,000 soul points once. Are you robbing people? 1,000 points once. Fang Jie was instantly angry. How many skills can I add with 1,000 points? Even if I jump out of this dungeon and become a street rat, I will never play the big turntable. Fang Jie swore. Ding, mysterious big turntable first free coupon, ah. Alas, This is available. Come on. Big wheel. We play once. Just once. After using the first free ticket, the big wheel started to spin quickly. Ding ding ding. Finally, the pointer on the wheel stopped on a yellow square. Based on previous game experience, this is at least an epic item. Fang Jie almost jumped up. Is this a one-shot smuggling to Europe? Obtained a special item, Water God Tree. The sacred tree given by the Water God. When the Water God Tree is planted in the underground palace, it will produce unlimited clean water resources. Hiss. It smells so good. The wardrobe-like treasure chest door opened to the left and right. A small sapling with blue leaves appeared inside. Invincible. Is this possible? Fang Jie took the sapling out of the treasure chest, and the treasure chest closed automatically. But looking at the sapling in his hand, he couldn't help but want to draw again. Or, one more time. The last time. Fang Jie couldn't hold back his soul of drawing, and invested 1,000 soul points again. The big turntable spun quickly again. Ding ding ding, as the prompt sound ended, the pointer pointed to a purple square. Get the special monster Tentacle Monster. Monster, Tentacle Monster. Flame Resistance, LV5 Freeze Resistance, LV5 Paralysis Resistance, LV5 Corrosion Resistance, LV5 Curse Resistance, LV5 Magic Resistance, LV5 Perseverance, LV5 Toughness, LV3 Elasticity, LV2 Corrosion, LV3 Regeneration, LV4 Devourer, LV1 Sin Desire Controller, LV1 Sin Desire Devourer, LV1 Phantom, LV0 Deterrence, LV0 This. As a dungeon. How can there be no tentacle monsters? Those night ladies, who want to invade the dungeon in the future are in luck. When Fang Jie was thinking about how to change the night lady into 18 different appearances, the group of tentacle monsters in the treasure chest jumped up and pounced on Fang Jie, wrapping Fang Jie up with its slippery tentacles. Oh my god, I'm not a night lady. Fang Jie screamed in fear. Wait a minute, can you let me go first? At this moment, Fang Jie felt a young girl's thoughts coming from the little tentacle monster. Delicious. Like it, okay, there are more strange Lolas. When Fang Jie heard this young voice, he knew that he was overthinking again. But what's going on with this underground palace? Are all the monsters that appear Lolas? Chapter 14 Orc Dick. When Fang Jie brought such a strange little loli back to the hall, he briefly introduced the new member to the little flower bud, who was watching the house. Why do you always find such strange lowly creatures? Little flower bud was very confused. Is there no normal monster in this underground palace? Why are there only little lowly? I don't know, maybe I am naturally more attractive to little lowly. Fang Jie smiled self-deprecatingly. Then I brought you a plant here, take a look. Fang Jie took out the water god sapling obtained from the big turntable. Stare. Ever since Fang Jie took out the sapling, Xiao Huaba's eyes have been wide open. The whole bud exudes an emotion of I want it. I can give it to you, but you have to take good care of it for me. You know? At this time, Xiao Huabao couldn't hear anything. All he could see was the water god sapling. Fang Jie saw that it was useless to say anything now, so he just took Xiao Huabao back to her room, like luring a greedy kitten. He was going to renovate her room to make it easier to plant the water god tree. Fang Jie expanded the room of the small flower bud. Now the room of the small flower bud is the largest one in the whole underground palace. In the middle of the back half of the room, a small altar with 4 ionic columns was built, 2 of which were incomplete, creating a sense of ruins. And the precious water god sapling was placed in the middle of the altar. When the sapling was placed, water came out from the bottom of the sapling. Gradually, as time went on, the amount of water was getting bigger and bigger. The slender vines of the small flower but also slowly wrapped around the sapling, as if it was coexisting with the sapling. Ah! So comfortable. The little flower bud's expression now is as if it has enjoyed a delicious meal. Okay, don't play with it to death. We only have one sapling like this. Fang Jie finally warned the little flower bud. How is it possible? This is a sacred tree, I can't take care of it enough. Then, the little flower bud controlled the vines to climb up the pillars around it, and a lot of moss emerged as soon as the spores were spread, adding a touch of green to the entire altar, making the incomplete altar look more simple and thick. Seeing that the little flower bud was quite caring for the sapling, Fang Jie was relieved. After all, the little flower bud had the skills of a plant controller, so he thought that being a nanny would not be too bad. Then he opened a small hole in the whole room, which led directly to the bathroom next to it, and let the water flow into the bathroom. The bathroom next to it was also expanded, and a new bathing pool was built around the mysterious monster blood altar. The shape was a stepped crescent, which just wrapped the monster blood altar in the middle. Then he dragged the impatient little flower bud over to do some greening. And a perfect ancient Roman bathhouse was perfectly formed. The only bad thing was that the water was at room temperature. Maybe he would get some treasure that could adjust the temperature later. And then the bathhouse would really take shape. He looked at the giant spider egg in the blood pool again, and saw that Xiaobai was in a stable state. He walked out of the bathroom again, and closed the door again. When he went out, he saw Shagar carrying a huge unknown beast towards him. Fang Jie saw that Shagar was struggling to carry it, and took the initiative to use his body shaping to help Shagar carry the beast. Wow! Where did you kill this beast today? It's so big? It's in the luminous forest. Shagar's eyes were a little evasive. Fang Jie was concentrating on handling this beast that looked a bit like a cow, and he did not notice that something was wrong with Shagar. Fang Jie skillfully removed the beast's legs, as well as the tenderest part of the tenderloin, and gave the rest to Xiao Huabao, who would eat meat anyway. I feel a little uncomfortable today, and I may need to rest for a while. Shagar lowered his head and left the kitchen. Okay. You should go and rest first. You've worked hard. Even if Fang Jie was slow at this time, he could still notice it. Shagar returned to his room, and without taking off his armor, he lay down on the bed, falling on the soft white brand private mattress. Tears flowed down the eyes of this nearly 2-meter-tall orc. A few hours ago, Shagar was hunting in the nightlight forest and unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. It was his younger brother. Bang! The wolf was hit hard by a bull-shaped beast and was thrown 6 or 7 meters away. It seemed that he could not get up. Dick regretted why he went into such a deep place in the underground city. He is a gray-skinned orc about 1.8 meters tall. He came to look for his sister, who disappeared a month and a half ago. Now his sister is the only warrior in the tribe. His sister never came back after she left that day. It is not the first time for him to enter this dungeon, but he did not go as deep as today. Everyone in the tribe thought that his sister had died in the last hunt, but he was the only one who always felt that his sister was not dead. So he had been looking for the trace of his sister Shagar. He had searched in the endless forest for nearly 3 weeks, but still found nothing. When he was about to give up, he finally found a clue in this deep dungeon. His wolf found the scent of his sister. After that, he explored the underground city, hoping to find some clues about his sister. As a result, he went deeper and deeper, until he found this miraculous underground forest. There were dangers everywhere here. He had seen traces of the giant one-eyed creature, but he still searched carefully. Until this time, her trace was discovered by a bull-like monster. This monster was very dangerous, and it could spit fire. He was knocked off his wolf by the bull-like monster, and his calf was broken. His own wolf was also injured by the bull-like monster while protecting him, and fell to the ground, unable to get up, and his life or death was unknown. Just when he thought that he might follow in his sister's footsteps and bury his life forever in this underground palace, a tall warrior with a ghost face and dragon scale armor appeared in front of him with a strange spear. The warrior waved the handsome spear and fought a desperate battle with the monster. He was knocked away by the monster's sharp horns several times. Every time the horns hit the warrior's armor, a series of sparks would be set off. But he stood up and fought the monster again as if nothing had happened. Dick looked at the tall figure fighting the monster and felt more and more familiar with it, as if he saw his sister fighting bravely on the battlefield again. Finally, the monster fell down, and the warrior inserted the strange spear into the heart of the bull monster. The warrior pulled out the strange spear, and blood splashed 3 meters away. Then the warrior raised his legs and walked away, without saying a word. Please wait. Dick stood up with difficulty. Excuse me. Have you seen a gray-skinned female orc? Do you know where she is? The ghost-faced dragon-scale armored warrior stopped walking, and said in a low voice without looking back, She's dead. Don't look for her anymore. Go back. After that, he strode forward again. Dick listened to her familiar voice, and his sister's back overlapped with the warrior's. Shagar. You bastard. Can you really bear to leave me? Just like my parents. Dick screamed, and tears were already flowing down his cheeks. I have already lost my parents. Do you want me to experience the pain of loss again? Finally, Shagar stopped walking, and her outstretched foot could not take another step forward. Woo woo woo, Dick cried in pain behind her. Do you know that our grandma is still waiting for you to come back? Shagar finally turned around and hugged Dick, who was already crying, and kept saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Dick finally burst into tears in Shagar's arms. He loudly questioned Shagar. "Everyone in the tribe thought you were dead. Do you know? Since you are still alive, why don't you go home?" Shagar closed his eyes in pain. "I'm sorry. I can't. I really can't. Explain it to me. Why? Why? Give me a reason." Dick lay in Shagar's arms, struggling with his hands and constantly hitting the surface of the dragon scale armor. His hands were bleeding. Because Shagar took off the ghost helmet, revealing her now slightly pale face, with 2 blood-red lines on both sides of her cheeks, making her already pale skin even paler. "I'm cursed." Dick was stunned for a moment. "I can't leave the dungeon. If I leave, I will die. And even if I leave, it will bring disaster to the tribe. So I can't leave. Even talking to you now is a huge risk. Do you know? So while this curse hasn't appeared on you yet, you should go back quickly. Never enter this dungeon again. Do you understand?" Dick listened numbly to his sister's painful words. "No. Sister, I finally found you. I don't want to leave like this. Is there no other solution to this curse? I go out and find the best sacrifice. They must have a way to break this curse." "No. Don't do that. Don't come back. Even the best sacrifice may not be able to break it, but if you come back with the sacrifice, then there is really only one way to go. After you go out, swear to keep this secret until your death. Then walk away. Never come back. I am sorry for you. I am sorry for Grandma." "No. No. Sister, don't leave me." Dick hugged his sister and cried loudly. When Dick calmed down a little, Shagar simply helped Dick bandage the wound. He took out a small stone bottle, poured the red liquid inside into the dying wolf's mouth. Miraculously, the wolf's wound actually began to heal, but the speed was not as fast as in the monster blood jar. Seeing that the wolf's injuries were beginning to recover, Shagar said, "Let Gray, the wolf's name, take you out. Then never look back. If Gray dies after leaving the dungeon, don't panic, because although this medicine can heal the wound, it may also bring the curse of the dungeon." Dick looked at this miraculous scene and said, "Sister, did you get cursed because you took this medicine?" Shagar paused and said in a deep voice, "It's not good for you to know too much. Remember my words. Don't come back once you leave the dungeon. Never step into this dungeon again." After thinking for a while, he added, "I will never come back here again. You will never find me here again." After Shagar's repeated persuasion, Dick left the dungeon with tears in his eyes, and looked back every few steps. Shagar also took the bull monster back to the underground palace where Fangjia was. "Is there anything I need to know?" Just as Shagar was lying on the bed crying silently, Fangjia appeared at Shagar's door. Chapter 15 Desperate Shagar. Shagar quickly wiped away his tears upon hearing the voice. He sat up and said seriously, "It's okay. I was just injured when fighting the bull monster. I drank some blood from the blood pool. I feel much better now." "Really?" Fangjia looked at Shagar sitting on the bed and said, "You know, I can feel that you are lying." Shagar looked at Fangjia standing at the door, sighed deeply, and slowly told Fangjia everything that happened. Fangjia just listened quietly, and didn't say a word until Shagar finished the whole story. Silence. A long silence. At this time, a pin drop in Shagar's room could be heard. Finally, Fangjia's voice sounded in Shagar's mind. "I sympathize with you, but I have no choice. When it comes to the safety of my life and the safety of my beloved things, I can do anything. Believe me, I will do what I say. Now pray to your god Kato. Pray that your brother will help you keep this secret forever. Because no matter if he brings people here, or anyone else, or any other race brings people into this dungeon, I will find your people, and let you kill them with your own hands. Don't doubt me." Fangjia had a thought. Shagar, who was originally sitting, immediately stood up stiffly, twitchingly picked up the helmet, put it on his head, and picked up the double-edged halberd placed beside him, and turned a gun flower that he had never turned before. Suddenly, Shagar fell to the ground as if he had collapsed. His face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood, and cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. Shagar just moved involuntarily, as if the whole armor came alive, forcing herself to do something she didn't want to do. She couldn't imagine that she couldn't control herself and slaughtered her own people and her brother. At this time, Shagar really reacted. He was the master of this dungeon. Those who could become the master of the dungeon were never kind. Shagar wanted to take off this armor immediately, as if he was wearing a torture device with thousands of steel needles. But she found that she couldn't take it off. When Fang Jie controlled her just now, her armor structure also changed. It was stuck. It was impossible to take it off. Shagar fell to the ground. She was once again immersed in despair. Just as Fang Jie said, she prayed that Dick would not appear in the dungeon again, and kept the secrets here in her heart forever. Fang Jie hurriedly found the small flower bud that was stretching its vines carefully. Little flower bud, please add a high priority task now. Because of that stupid big orc, our underground palace is now at risk of being exposed. So I need you to first extend the vines to the position of the cave entrance for surveillance. If any human or orc appears, you must quickly warn me. Fang Jie was very serious, because this was the first major crisis since the establishment of the family. Little Flower Bud saw Fang Jie so serious, and couldn't help but get nervous. After listening to Fang Jie's explanation of the cause and effect of the matter, Little Flower Bud actually sighed. What if the person who came was not the orc named Dick who reported the secret? Fang Jie pondered for a moment. I know that doing this may result in accidental killing, but I can't gamble, and I can't put you in danger. Xiao Huabao was also a little moved and said, I understand what you mean. My consciousness is a little more mature than Xiao Bai's. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say this, but I still want to tell you that Warcraft has always matured in battle. You have been protecting her and us, but it is actually not good for us. Since I came here, I haven't fought for a long time. Do you think this is really good? The little flower bud suddenly stretched out a vine and rubbed Fang Jie's head. Don't think too much, your decision is still correct. I just hope you don't carry all the burdens on your shoulders alone. Fang Jie was shocked. Is this still the funny little flower bud? Why does she give Fang Jie the feeling of a big sister next door? As if sensing Fang Jie's thoughts, the little flower bud seemed to be naughty again. How many thorns have you seen that have their own souls? I am the only one, and I have lived for a long time. So please cherish me. Fang Jie subconsciously opened the panel of the small flower bud. The panel of the small flower bud clearly reads, Evolvable. It has been less than a day? It can evolve? And what are your extra skills? Water Element Mastery LV4? Awakening LV1? Shepherd LV2? I don't know either. After you gave me the Water God tree, my mind seems to have become more active. Thank you. Fang Jie was speechless. He is still struggling at LV5 in shaping. When can he reach LV6? Fang Jie brought the little flower bud to the monster blood pool, drove the little tentacle monster swimming in the blood pool to another pool, and then checked the evolution direction of the little flower bud: Blood Tree Magic Flower, Night Glow Tyrant Flower, Natural Flower Spirit. Fang Jie still left the 3 evolutionary directions for the little flower bud to choose, but unexpectedly, the little flower bud actually shook his head. You need my strength now. I will choose after Xiaobai wakes up. Okay, Fang Jie respects the little flower bud's choice. I will be fully prepared before the danger comes. Since the little flower bud is not going to evolve, then let the little tentacle monster be left to the little flower bud to take care of first. Fang Jie casually fished out the little tentacle monster that was swimming happily in the pool next to it, and threw it to the little flower bud. The little tentacle monster was happy, after all. The little flower bud and she both had tentacles. But the little flower bud was obviously not willing. No, how can you leave the child to me to take care of? The little flower bud complained to Fang Jie. Are you going to take care of it for me? Fang Jie was going to cheat. Hey, you look like a scumbag now. Abandoning his wife and children. Little Bud started to be sarcastic. Fang Jie's head was full of black lines, grit his teeth and stamp his feet. 2 meals of barbecue. I grill it for you. Humph. I won't give in. Little Tentacle. Your father is a scumbag. We won't play with him. 3 meals. No more. 4 meals. 4 meals is 4 meals. Deal. I like taking care of children the most. Poochie? Fang Jie returned to the room of the female orc Shagar, and saw that Shagar was still lying there. Get up. Let's eat. Shagar's response to Fang Jie was silence. Huh, what? Prepared to go on a hunger strike? Okay, if you die, I will go and slaughter your entire tribe. You want to bet that I can't do it? Devil. You really are a devil. You forced me to do that. You had 2 choices at that time. One was to walk away and not say anything. The other was to bring him back and accept the curse of the underground palace. But you chose to expose yourself and let him go. This is your responsibility. You will be punished? No. Please. Let them go. I am willing to give you everything I have. My soul. My body. Everything. Shagar begged Fangjia while crying. First, I don't eat the flesh of intelligent creatures. Second, your soul is completely useless to me. Third, I won't kill people for no reason. This is the creed I still stick to. And you still don't deserve to die. So, you might as well stay alive and pray to your God. Let him save you. Fangjia is really like a bewitching demon now. Whispering in Shagar's ear. Under Fangjia's instigation, Shagar lived like a walking corpse. Fangjia did this for two reasons. First, as Sayawabeo said, anger could lead to manslaughter. Second, the underground palace needed someone who could walk outside in the future. After all, some supplies needed to be purchased outside. Fangjia thought that because the relationship between monsters and humans was naturally antagonistic, if the underground palace was exposed, it would definitely be attacked by others. But what if the underground palace gradually gained a friendly reputation? Maybe the underground palace can become the second elf tribe. 8 days passed slowly. Xiaobai successfully broke out of the cocoon, became a flawless white death spider, and its body shape finally changed a little compared to before, and finally began to grow again. The first thing Xiaobai did after breaking out of the cocoon was to look for Fangjia. Seeing Fangjia was by the blood pool, he immediately hugged Fangjia happily. Stone! My treasure! I miss you! I miss you too! How is it? How does your body feel? Very good. I'm hungry. I feel like I can eat a whole beast, Xiaobai said while rubbing his fat belly. Okay. Then let's start the barbecue party. Yeah. Yeah. At the barbecue party, Xiaobai met a little tentacle monster. This little tentacle monster is really small, even smaller than she used to be, and only has a few words in her consciousness. The strangest one is the female orc Shagar. I used to go hunting with her, but now she looks like she has lost her soul. She sat down and started eating without saying a word. After eating, she locked herself in the room and said nothing. Fangjia and Xiaobai explained the whole story. Xiaobai just tilted his head and rubbed Fangjia, saying that wherever you are is home. I don't care if this place is exposed or not. If it is exposed, we will just move to another place. Xiaobai's words made Fangjia suddenly enlightened. Yes. Why did I have to be so stubborn before and insist on seeing this place as my only destination? Home is not home because of this place, but it can be called home because of the family. Now with Fangjia's ability, it is not difficult to escape with a few little guys. At most, we can just build another underground palace. Fangjia finally figured it out. It's just exposing the location. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I can escape with everyone. Who can stop me? So Fangjia came to the room of the female orc Shagar again. Chapter 16. Major changes to the underground palace. I'm sorry, Shagar. I've figured it out. Fangjia apologized earnestly. These past 2 days, Xiaobai let me know that it's not because this place is home, but because there are family here that this place has become home. I'm sorry, I've imprisoned you for so long. After listening to Fangjia's words, Shagar's eyes had some spirit that hadn't been there for a long time. Okay, I won't imprison you anymore. As soon as Fangjia finished speaking, Shagar's ghost-faced dragon scale armor fell off, revealing Shagar's proud figure now. You can go back to your family. Really? You really let me go? And there's a curse on me. What should I do with this curse? Shagar seemed to have found his last hope, and was afraid that it would be shattered like a dream. Ha ha, there is no curse at all. The blood altar will only heal your injuries. The spider web curse is a mark of amplification. If you don't soak in the blood pool for 3 days, the mark will disappear. What made your heart tighten is my ability. While Fangjia was speaking, a hot stream pierced a small hole from the tip of Shagar's index finger, and a lot of bloody gravel flowed out from it. Okay, you can leave now. Can I really leave? You won't find me again, and let me slaughter my tribe? Shagar couldn't believe it, and asked again and again. I won't go looking for your tribe. Can I really leave? I can really leave. Ha ha ha. I can leave. Shagar cried and laughed like a psychopath. Fangjia felt a little sorry when he saw the crazy Shagar for forcing a good person into this state. But seeing her like this was not a solution, he simply knocked her out, and threw her into the blood pool, and let her recover. When Shagar woke up again, she was already outside the underground city. She was wearing a white silk blanket. Shagar walked under the sun again. When he returned to the tribe, All the tribesmen were surprised to find that the female warrior, who had been missing for several months, was back. Sister! Dick rushed to his sister immediately after receiving the news. Seeing this much thinner sister, Dick immediately hugged her. Shagar also cried with joy while hugging his brother. Anan, my Anan is back. An old beastman, with a weak leg, ran out from a tent not far away. She was wearing several bone ornaments and holding a totem cane in her hand. Grandma, I'm back. Shagar hugged his grandmother, who was walking towards him, and cried like a child. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. You've become thin from hunger. Grandma couldn't help but burst into tears. Looking at his caring grandma, and Dick, who was making faces, Shagar felt that the past few months were like a dream. Fangia wrapped Shagar, who was still sleeping, in a blanket and placed him at the door of the underground city. He looked at the blue sky outside. He returned to the underground palace again. But this time Fangia needed to make a big change to the underground palace. First, all the passages were replanned. The original entrances to the underground palace were demolished and replanned. This time, thanks to Fangia's greatly increased ability, the speed of various shaping was much faster. First, the entrance was directly connected to the Night Light Forest. Hidden in the woods of the Night Light Forest, and a large thorn bush grew on the entrance of the small flower bud. Then, the trap was modified to be more advanced than before. Entering from the entrance of the Night Light Forest is a long and narrow passage, which can only allow one person to pass at a time, as long as you accidentally step on the trap switch when passing through the passage. A metal spear will string all the people passing through into candied haws. There is a fork at the end of the passage. If you don't choose the right one, there will be countless traps and dead ends waiting for them. If you choose the right one, you will reach a room with a statue of the goddess Arachne. If you mess with the golden scale in the statue's hand, the door of the room will close, and water will start to pour into the room from the four corners. If you solve this mystery, the goddess statue will move away, revealing a downward passage. There are also traps in the passage. If you accidentally touch the mechanism, the downward steps will open a hole, and a huge stone ball will roll out. Experience the feeling of being chased by a huge stone ball, which is absolutely dead. There is still a room after the stone ball trap. This room is a bit like the previous needle trap. If you don't step on the right brick, you will fall down. However, this time, what greets you is not an anchor or something like that, but man-eating thorns. They welcome you with yellow or purple flowers. The yellow flowers will sprinkle yellow pollen, which has a paralyzing effect. The purple flowers will sprinkle purple pollen, which has a hallucinogenic effect. Finally, you will die under the dual effects of hallucination and paralysis. Don't worry. You will die without any pain. After going through 81 difficulties, you will finally reach the rail gate of the underground palace. From here on, you will encounter the real monsters guarding the underground palace. Huh? You said that the underground palace is so complicated that you have to solve all the puzzles before you can get out? Of course not. There is a shortcut. And this shortcut is Fangia. It took Fangia nearly a month to renovate the entire underground palace. His work in the past month was to modify the underground palace, make barbecue and so on. Oh, by the way, Fangia also made a room for the little tentacle monster. But the little tentacle monster didn't like it very much, and always shrank into some cracks in the rocks, making it difficult for Fangia to find it. Slowly, Fangia discovered that this little guy likes to stay in some dark and cramped places. Maybe this is the inherent attribute of the tentacle monster. So Fangia thought for a long time, and made a golden treasure chest for the little tentacle monster as her bed. Unexpectedly, the little tentacle monster liked it very much. In this way, Fangia got a young treasure chest monster. After such a long time of observation, Fangia also roughly figured out the properties of the little tentacle monster. Her intelligence is not high, probably only at the level of a 2 or 3-year-old child. After all, she is still young. Under Fangia's teaching, she can finally express herself with some simple words, like Xiaobai did before. After thinking about it, Fangia decided to teach everyone to learn Chinese. Fangia also knew that if you can't pronounce it, you can't fully learn a language. But if you can't speak it, you can learn to read first. And thanks to the skill of Soul Echo, the speed of teaching will be greatly improved. New build a library, main line. Knowledge is the foundation of a race's continuation. Build a library to record history. Library requirements. Large room with a gorgeousness of 40. Bookshelves x8. Desks x4. Books X 100 reward. 2,000 soul points. Ha. Now all dungeons have libraries. In the future, even space launch towers may be built. Fang Jie originally just wanted to see if he could teach these monsters to learn languages, but he didn't expect to trigger a task. Never mind, there are activities today. We talk about building a library next time. Yes, that's right, today is a big day. The evolution of the little flower bud is about to be completed. For the past month, Fang Jie has been busy transforming the underground palace, and the little flower bud has also contributed a lot of strength. Because they were afraid that Shagger's departure would further expose the location of the underground palace, Fang Jie, Xiaobai and Xiaowabao were all very busy this month. Fang Jie built the room, Xiaowabao arranged the plants, Xiaobai helped to make the mechanism with spider silk. The only one who was free was the little tentacle monster. She had grown a lot during this period. Therefore, Xiaowabao, who could have evolved, kept delaying until 8 days ago. It began to evolve, and the direction of evolution was natural flower spirit. Fang Jie came to the blood pool. Xiaobai was already waiting by the blood pool, only the little tentacle monster was nowhere to be seen. In the middle of the blood pool, right in front of the statue, stands an egg wrapped in leaves. As the countdown ends, this egg made of huge leaves opens like a flower. A strange elf jumps out of it. She has human facial features, a small wreath on her head and dark green hair, a pair of slender hands, and a long skirt made of petals. She is not tall, and the total length of the petals on the skirt is only about 50 centimeters. Ha! Little bud, welcome back. How do you feel? Haha, I'm doing great. The queen is back. Why don't you quickly hold a barbecue party to celebrate? As expected, I'm still the cheerful and naughty little bud who loves barbecue. I've been craving it for the past 2 days. As he said that, he slurped his lips. Oh yeah. This is Xiaobai. The little bud waved his hand, and the huge plant broke out of the ground, entwined to form a table full of flowers. Fang Jie was not surprised. The spirit of nature can already control nature in a preliminary way. Fang Jie saw that everyone was there, so he also started the barbecue performance. While grilling meat, he took a triangle and knocked it, making a sound of clang, clang, clang. 2 minutes after the triangle was knocked, the little tentacle monster, who had slipped away to some unknown place, appeared. Seeing Fang Jie grilling meat, it immediately ran over and made a pug sound. The idea of, oh yeah, maybe he learned it from Xiaobai. Today's barbecue party lasted a particularly long time. After all, Xiaobai and Xiaohuabao both have the skill of swallowing. Eating barbecue is endless. The next day, Fang Jie started to build a library. The decoration of the library was easy. Just build one according to the big library in Harry Potter. The problem was what to do with the 100 books. Fang Jie thought for a long time, and had to make paper by himself. With the little flower bud that had become the spirit of nature, the fiber-rich plants were not difficult at all. The remaining process was to process these plants into paper. Fang Jie remembered the ancient paper processing method, but even so, he failed many times. The pulp was either too watery, or the fibers were not uniform. The paper made was too soft to use as toilet paper. Finally, in a fit of anger, Fang Jie used shaping to reorganize the pulp, and finally managed to make usable paper. Come, read with me, Xiaobai, little bud, and you are not allowed to mess with the little tentacles. Fang Jie pressed the little tentacles on the seat, pointing at the words in the book while lecturing the 3 little ones in the underground palace. Hiss. This is Xiaobai. Puff. Gee. This is the little tentacle monster that is making trouble. Nest. This is the only little flower bud that can make human sounds. Fang Jie directly used shaping to create the blank of movable type printing. Except that Fang Jie had to carve the characters in reverse, which almost made him scratch his head. The rest was very simple. 3 elementary school textbooks were printed. Fang Jie originally wanted to print 100 copies directly, but the same type of book can only be counted as 1 book, and it is useless to print 100 copies. Fang Jie was so angry that he almost smoked. But Fang Jie also thought about it. The next step is to make the book that impressed him the most in his previous life. If it doesn't work, he can also make a few books about art. After all, his major is art. Chapter 17 Winter is coming. With Fang Jie's unremitting efforts, he has created more than 30 books, which are basically books on art explanations that Fang Jie has used before. There are many picture albums, both ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign, and the text is all in Chinese. It is estimated that the system is the only person in the world who knows this word besides Fang Jie. Maybe we need to add a newbie after all. The ability of a newbie learner is not for nothing, and the learning speed is so fast, basically. As long as Fang Jie teaches her once, she can basically recognize all the words. She would have been a top student in her previous life. It's just that her current spider mouth is not suitable for her to make human sounds. She can only make sounds like hiss, squeak, hiss, squeak, hiss. However, this does not affect her literacy. No! I can't do it anymore. I don't have any more. Hiss. Hiss more. Please. It's unreasonable. It's really gone. Fang Jie smiled bitterly. Hiss. Hiss, I want more. I want more. Don't think wrongly. Xiaobai is now addicted to reading books. She follows Fang Jie around all day and asks him to tell her stories. From Baroque Rococo to Bauhaus. From ancient mythology to the prohibition of spirits after the founding of the People's Republic of China. From elementary school mathematics to quantum mechanics. Well, the cognitive process of the world is too profound for Fang Jie to understand. And he'd basically listen to fragmented narrations, with only a little bit of information missing. But this does not hinder Xiaobai's curiosity. As long as Fang Jie talks, Xiaobai will accept it all. This is very difficult for Fang Jie, who studied art in his previous life. Fang Jie also verified it specifically, and called Xiaohua Bao over. Photons have the dual nature of wave and particle. The double-slit interference experiment proves it. Bang bang bang. Fang Jie looked at the little flower bud with a confused expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Right, this is the expression a normal person should have. Why would Xiaobai ask after hearing all this? What is a photon? Does light have a speed? What kind of wave is it? Are the particles here made up of quarks, leptons? What kind of magical questions are these? I don't even know some of them myself. Okay. Fang Jie was very distressed. Now these little popular science books cannot be published. Fang Jie only has some confidence in things related to art. So Fang Jie began to teach Xiaobai to draw. This is also the only thing Fang Jie can teach Xiaobai completely. Fang Jie spread a special white paper. Then took Xiaobai's spider hand. Took charcoal. And drew the first children's painting stroke by stroke. A family portrait with Fang Jie's stone head. A white spider. Black tentacles. Gray flowers and a gray woman. Xiaobai was so happy when the painting was completed. He showed it to every monster in the underground palace. And as a result, Fang Jie's workload tripled. Fang Jie framed the paintings with metal frames and placed them in the Devil's Treasure House. These are all treasures of everyone. Of course they must be well preserved. The treasures in the treasury now include 3 paintings and a huge suit of armor for women. The days passed by like a fleeting moment as Fang Jie squeezed out the knowledge of his previous life drop by drop. During this period, everyone lived a happy life, painting when they had nothing to do, teaching these cute monster lowly girls Chinese, eating barbecue. Daodu already had a large group of nearly 100 pupuchuo. But in addition to this, Fang Jie felt that Xiaobai was less and less willing to move. And his appetite was getting worse and worse. At first, Fang Jie thought that Xiaobai was sick. After asking for a long time, he didn't get any information. Fang Jie was anxious and kept circling around Xiaobai. Finally, Xiaobai reminded him that it seemed that winter was coming outside. Maybe Xiaobai would also go into hibernation. Although there would be no ice in the cave, it would still be quite cold. This reminded Fang Jie, and he quickly cut the hair of the pupuchuo camel to make quilts and clothes for the winter. Although Fang Jie didn't need it, the other 3 little guys still needed it. Wearing a small cotton jacket with 8 sleeves made Xiaobai look even cuter. The tentacles of the little tentacles were all wrapped in cotton jackets. The little tentacles with debuffs became clumsy even when waving their tentacles. They looked even dumber and couldn't even walk. Therefore, she didn't like wearing cotton jackets. Every time she put it on, she would throw it away after a while. Xiaobai wore the smallest cotton jacket. She seemed to like it very much. Her activities were not affected much. The long period of low temperature not only affected Fang Jie and his group, but also affected the animals in the dungeon. Now the monsters are becoming fewer and fewer, and the fluorescent plants are a little wilted, and the light they emit has also dimmed. The fireflies have even formed cocoons, and you can only roughly see a little fluorescence moving in the cocoon. The weather outside is getting colder and colder. Fang Jie sneaked to the entrance of the dungeon to observe the outside world. The whole forest, the endless sea of trees in the mouth of the beastmen, is blocked by thick clouds, which is dark and lasts for a very long time. The forest is already covered in silver. Basically, it is white wherever you look. Oh my god. It's snowing heavily. With the productivity of the Middle Ages, many people are likely to die. It's warmer in the cave. Fangjia returned to the underground palace. Xiaowabao was helping the Pupuchuo to thicken their nests. After all, these little guys were shaved naked by Fangjia. He could only help them thicken their nests and cover them with the Pupuchuo quilt made by Xiaobai. Fangjia took a look at these little guys who were huddled together for warmth and found that they were still quite energetic. So he felt relieved. It's better to shave them earlier next time. It's not a good idea to let them huddle together in the winter. While Xiaohuabao was making the nests of the pupics thicker, he explained to Fang with some heartache. Yeah, it was my mistake this time. It's never been so cold in the cave before. Caven's men were basically shirtless before. I thought the temperature here doesn't change much from season to season. Yeah, this winter is indeed unusual. It hasn't been so cold before. Huh. Xiaohuabao also yawned. I may need to sleep for a while, it's too cold. Fangjia sent Xiaohuabao back to her room, and went to see Xiaobai who had already entered hibernation. He tucked in the quilt for Xiaobai who was sleeping in the nest, and Fangjia was relieved. Now, the only one in the underground palace, who had not entered hibernation except Fangjia, was the little tentacle monster. This little guy was very naughty, and often dragged the treasure chest around for a whole day. Fangjia opened the exploration, but couldn't find the little guy. Fangjia was so angry that he gave her a good lesson. She behaved better. But the fact that the little girl didn't hibernate meant that she needed to eat, and she was a meat eater. There was no other way. Fangjia had to take her out to hunt. After all, there was no way to store a lot of prey in the underground palace. Generally, they killed as much as they could eat. Hearing the little girl's stomach growling from hunger, Fangjia felt distressed. He could only grit his teeth and stamp his feet, and lock the little girl in the underground palace. Fangjia went to the luminous forest alone to look for prey. Unfortunately, his luck was not very good. He had searched the entire nightlight forest, and only found a few gray rabbits in a deep cave. Although not many. At least they could last for this meal. Fangjia talked to himself while looking at the struggling gray rabbit in his hand, while rushing to the underground palace. When he arrived at the underground palace, he found that a big hole had been dug out of the entrance, where he often entered and exited. The little tentacle monster escaped again. Fangjia was very troubled. This little guy must have been very hungry, and escaped to find something to eat. He didn't even bring the golden treasure chest. Fangjia had no choice but to stuff the gray rabbits into a stone cage, and then went back to look for the little tentacle. Fangjia had been following the traces of the little tentacle until he came to the entrance of the underground city. His heart suddenly jumped. Could this little guy have slipped out? Looking at the traces of the tentacles on the snow, Fangjia said inwardly, "Oh no!" and chased after them. Time went back to a few hours ago. Fangjia went out hunting, so he locked the little tentacle monster alone in the underground palace. The little tentacle was extremely hungry. It even gnawed the stone, but it spit it out after taking a bite. It tastes bad. Fangjia? Hungry. Fangjia? The little tentacle stood at the place where Fangjia left, emitting its thoughts. But Fangjia didn't come back after waiting for a long time. The little tentacle monster had no choice but to use its tentacles to dig open the thick earth wall bit by bit. Familiar smell. The little tentacle monster dug open the earth wall, and felt some faint smells drifting from afar. So the little tentacle monster headed towards the direction of the smell. She first walked out of the underground palace, and came to the endless sea of trees covered in silver. She also rubbed against the big trees, because these big trees smelled a bit like small flower buds. Finally, she didn't know how far she ran, and she saw tents below on a small hill. She sneaked to the periphery of these tents. There was a circle of simple wooden fences, but this could not stop the little tentacles. Her body was very flexible, just like an octopus, and she slowly squeezed through the narrow gap of the fence. This is a human outpost, surrounded by soldiers wearing standard armor, and patrols everywhere. But none of these can attract the attention of the little tentacle. In her opinion, they are all ugly bipedal monsters. Huh? What do you think the handsome one looks like? Of course, it's the stone head of Brother Chang Fangjia. The little guy sneaked to the center of the tents, where there was some meat being grilled, and there was a soldier next to him turning the grill weakly. Now the little girl didn't care if there was anyone around. Her eyes were drooling and looked like barbecue. Barbecue. Here I come, the little girl said as she fell on the barbecue and took a delicious bite. The soldier, who was almost asleep, while turning the grill was frightened and sat down on the ground. What is this? It's a monster. Monster. It was obvious that the soldier was a new recruit. And he actually shouted. This immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers nearby. They all saw this strange creature. And some soldiers had already drawn their knives and chopped the little tentacle with one knife. Chapter 18. It's time for dinner. Little tentacle. The little tentacle was enjoying itself, but it felt a sharp pain in its back, and then it saw a bipedal monster hitting itself with something unpalatable. Although it didn't break the skin, it left a clear white mark on the surface of the little tentacle's skin. The disturbed little tentacle jumped up in anger and threw itself directly at the soldier's face. Puff! Puff puff. Bad guy. You disturbed my barbecue. Bite you. The soldier immediately covered his face and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the soldier next to him stepped forward and tried to pull the small tentacle off the soldier's face. As a result, he did pull the small tentacle off. But at the same time, he also pulled off the soldier's entire face. The soldier's face was like a devil crawling out of hell, muscle fibers were clearly visible, and he kept screaming. For a moment, the scene became extremely chaotic. The personnel on guard on the wooden tower in the distance saw that the center of the camp was in chaos, thinking that it was an enemy attack, and immediately rang the alarm bell. For a moment, ding ding ding. The sound resounded throughout the camp. As a result, the little tentacle that heard this sound seemed to hear Fang Jie holding a triangle and telling her that it was time to eat. She immediately became excited. She recalled the taste just now. Although it was a little sour, it seemed not bad. But in the eyes of other soldiers, it was not such a beautiful picture. I saw this strange monster pounced on those soldiers and directly wrapped their heads. The helmet and the head disappeared directly, and then spit out a deformed helmet and jumped to the next person. The sounds of hacking, rioting, and warnings were heard everywhere. An old mage in a red robe walked out of a tent that looked obviously more gorgeous, holding a gorgeous staff in his hand. Behind him were several mages in gray robes. What's going on? A mage behind the old man in the red robe grabbed a fully armed warrior. Second in command? I'm not sure either. It seems like a monster is attacking. In the center of the camp? Yes, that's where the initial commotion came from. Let's go and take a look. The red-robed old man finally spoke. The soldier, once heard, quickly cleared a path for the soldiers in front of him, and shouted, The second in command is coming, get out of the way. The second in command is coming. The mages walked to the center of the camp, and saw the little tentacle that was killing people. Teacher, what is that? A gray-robed mage next to him frowned, and asked the red-robed old man. It's not very clear here. It should be some kind of magic beast. It looks familiar to me. The old man in red robe also frowned. But no matter what, let's prepare the spells first to provide cover for those warriors. After that, he led several mages to draw their staffs. Use single target magic, spell arrows, and try to hit them as accurately as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of the staff lit up with blue light. It formed a bunch of blue translucent magic arrows that flew towards the ferocious little tentacle monster. I saw those blue magic arrows hit the little tentacle monster. But the little tentacle monster seemed to feel nothing and continued to attack the soldiers. And those magic arrows that were originally extremely penetrating disappeared the moment they hit the little tentacle monster. As if they hit the magic-breaking armor and were directly annihilated and disappeared. Not good. That's the world-destroying monster. Everyone, prepare the high lethality arcane missiles. The red-robed old man saw this situation and his face changed. He immediately gave an order, and then turned to another soldier and shouted, Hurry up and get those people back. The world-destroying monster cannot be dealt with by swords and knives. Fire! The red-robed old man waited for nearly a minute, but the scene was still chaotic. He saw that the monster was getting closer and closer to them, and he ordered an attack directly. The little tentacle monster dodged the slashes of several soldiers, and pounced on a soldier's face with its fangs and claws, and bit him again, as if the missiles flying all over the sky had no effect on her at all. And those Olympic missiles did not cause any harm to her either. They were either bounced off or annihilated when they hit her. Instead, those Olympic missiles that bounced off hit their own soldiers, and they were blown up and their lives were unknown. What kind of monster is this? A gray-robed wizard next to him couldn't believe his eyes. The red-robed old man next to him also felt it was extremely difficult. No, quick, use the fire tornado. The gray-robed wizards following the red-robed wizard immediately changed his spell and began to chant, and a red magic circle appeared on the top of the staff. Although the arcane missile just now did not cause much damage to the little tentacle monster, it also killed the people next to it, so the soldiers behind it did not move forward again. The little tentacle monster killed another soldier, but found that there was no one next to it. She looked at the soldiers surrounding her with some confusion. It was as if she was saying, "Little brother, what's wrong with you? Come on. Let's have a good fight." She turned around and saw a group of people, each holding a stick, and muttering something. But these are not the main points. The main point is that the little tentacle monster smelled a different smell from the old man in red. But she liked it very much. This smell is the smell of sin. The smell of arrogance and greed. It was also the smell that the little tentacle monster liked from the bottom of its soul. The little tentacle monster had felt this smell of sin on Fang Jie before. It smelled it when he first met Fang Jie, and never smelled it again after that time. So, the red-robed old man saw the little tentacle monster attracted by him crawling towards him. He was so scared that he quickly accelerated the chanting of the spell. Fire tornado. The red-robed old man finished chanting first, when the little tentacle monster was 8 meters away from him, and launched the magic. In an instant, a raging flame swirled around the little tentacle monster. The temperature was so high that the soldier who had just fallen to the ground was instantly scorched, and the broken armor also became extremely charred. Some soldiers, who had not died, immediately screamed. The scene was like hell. Fire tornado. Start. Fire tornado. Go. Fire tornado. Fire tornado. It's you? The magic of other grey-robed wizards outside was also launched one after another. The flames around the little tentacle increased greatly. The entire flame tornado column turned orange. The earth was scorched and cracked, but for the little tentacle standing in the center of these flames, it just became a little hot. These magic flames had no effect on her. Flame resistance, magic resistance double LD5. I don't say it casually. The little tentacle took a bite of the charred corpse next to it. Ugh. I vomited immediately. It tasted bad. It was not as bitter as the taste of the square. The little tentacle said that the skills of these chefs were not good. How could the barbecue be so bad? It's better to eat it raw. Just then, the little tentacle heard a voice coming from outside the flame. There has been no movement for so long. Maybe the monster is dead? After all, several high-level magics have been cast. Wait and see. Master Gina hasn't said anything. Just when they all breathed a sigh of relief, the little tentacle monster pounced towards the place where they made the sound. Puff. Surprise. Ah. Ah. It's still there. Still there. Attack. Attack quickly. Ah. Help. Someone save me. The location where the little tentacle jumped out was exactly where those grey-robed mages were. They also had more or less jealousy and arrogance. This smell was simply delicious to the little tentacle. Master Gina was also in a panic. While retreating, he condensed several magics and threw them at the little tentacle. But without exception, they were useless. And they accidentally injured many people, 2 of whom were grey-robed mages. The little tentacle monster also found him again, because the fragrance on his body became stronger. So the little tentacle monster was attracted by him again, and pounced on him. Gina hurriedly pulled the last grey-robed wizard next to him, and pushed him in the direction of the little tentacle monster. In the astonished eyes of the grey-robed wizard, he turned around and ran away. The little tentacle monster accepted everyone who came, because they all smelled good. He ignored the screams of the grey-robed wizard, bit a big hole in his chest, and went over to continue chasing the source of the fragrance. Gina chanted a lengthy spell while running. Chanting had already consumed a lot of his energy, not to mention running on a snowy road, which undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty. Damn! It was too late. So he tripped and turned around to find that the monster had already pounced on him. There was no way. He could only raise one arm and start the magic in advance without completing the spell, and the price was his entire right hand. Lance of Narvan. A dazzling blue flame burst out from his raised right hand, which was the color of a high-temperature flame. The blue flame sprayed towards the little tentacle monster like the tail flame of a fighter jet. The little tentacle instinctively felt the threat, but its body was in midair now, and there was no way to change direction. It could only retract its tentacles and take the blow. With a bang, the little tentacle monster, which was blown several meters away with a puff of black smoke, fell on the snow. As soon as it landed, the little tentacle rolled over, while making a sharp roar. The tentacles she used to resist the flames were completely scorched, and the black skin protected by the tentacles turned gray. And Gina almost fainted from the pain. He endured the pain of his scorched arm and stood up, with a grim face. He came to the little tentacle monster, who was in pain, raised his uninjured left hand, and prepared to give her the final blow. Chapter 19 Outpost destroyed. But he stretched out his left hand, and condensed a circle of profound magic spells. After the spells were broken, they formed a fist-sized fireball. He was about to smash it towards the little tentacle monster, but he saw a silver object flash past him. His left arm fell from the elbow, and blood spurted out a meter from the broken arm. And he was also stunned, looking at his hand falling to the ground in surprise. Only then did he feel the piercing pain, covering his broken arm that was bleeding profusely, and fell to the ground screaming. Phew, luckily I made it. Fang Jie is in no mood to care about these people now. Just now, he rushed to the entrance of the camp, and saw a flash of blue light, and accompanied by a boom, which made his heart skip a beat. He rushed directly to the place where the sound came from, and blew away all the wooden walls, tents, etc. As soon as he arrived at the center of the camp, he saw Gina, who wanted to come up to finish him off. At that time, he was far away, and the range of shaping was not that wide. Fang Jie had to use shaping to pick up a standard long sword and throw it over, but his accuracy was not very good. He was originally aiming at the opponent's head, but he only cut off a hand. He went forward to check the little tentacle monster's injuries, and found that the little tentacle monster was in great pain. There was no sign of recovery in the burnt areas. Several of the burnt tentacles had been broken, one of which was broken in half, with a small piece of flesh still connected. Now the little tentacle monster's mind was full of thoughts. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. Seeing Fang Jie was so distressed, he just wanted to take the little tentacle back for treatment as soon as possible. He couldn't stay for a moment. He even forgot to check whether the unlucky wizard was dead or not. Fang Jie used magic at the fastest speed, and rushed home with the seriously injured little tentacle monster. He successfully put the little tentacle monster into the monster blood pool, and confirmed that the little tentacle monster was being treated on the panel. Fang Jie was relieved. However, looking at the little tentacle monster being treated in the blood pool, Fang Jie was filled with anger. He was going to completely destroy the entire camp. Fang Jie turned around and was about to leave, and heard the little tentacle monster's weak voice of missing Fang Jie. Smell no. No. Fang Jie put his head in front of the little tentacle monster in order to hear the weak soul echo of the little tentacle monster more clearly. Anger. Smell. Don't. At the same time, the little tentacle monster put a tentacle on Fang Jie's head. Delicious. Then, he completely fainted. When the little tentacle put the tentacle on Fang Jie's head, Fang Jie's anger miraculously disappeared. At this time, Fang Jie really understood the true meaning of the little tentacle monster's Sin Desire Controller and Sin Desire Devourer. No wonder when he just got the little tentacle monster, he was daydreaming, and the little tentacle monster suddenly pounced on Fang Jie's head. Although Fang Jie's anger had mostly disappeared, but Fang Jie would not let the outpost camp go so easily. If he still endured the attack when he was already at his doorstep, he would be a fool. Fang Jie returned to the camp. Some people were doing post-war recovery work, some were bandaging the wounded, and some were still fulfilling their duties, guarding the surroundings. Fang Jie's arrival immediately attracted the attention of these people. It sounded the alarm for the enemy's attack. Another monster is coming. Quick! Those who can still move, grab your weapons. Oh my god, it's that stone-like monster. The rescue team has set out. As long as we can hold out until the main force arrives, we will be saved. Fang Jie ignored them, standing at the gap in the wooden wall that had collapsed before, conveyed what he wanted to say directly to everyone present. Say, why did you come to the endless sea of trees? What kind of magic is this? Oh my god, its voice rang directly in my heart. After Fang Jie used his skill, the crowd guarding the wooden wall was obviously in a commotion. After the commotion, a voice finally spoke to Fang Jie. What kind of monster are you? Why did you attack our camp before? Are you from the Principality of Rocker? Fang Jie's patience ran out. I am the one asking the question. Answer my question. Stone Guardian. Colossus. 8 huge stone men broke out of the ground, pulled out their stone giant swords, and attacked the camp. The arrows shot at the Colossus standing on the wooden wall were completely useless. These were lifeless stone men. It didn't matter if they were covered with arrows. The Colossus swung the stone sword and slashed at the wooden wall. The wooden wall made a crackling sound. These walls were like paper, and were broken by the Colossus in an instant. For a moment, the battlefield became extremely chaotic, and screams were heard everywhere. One of the guys whose armor looked more gorgeous than the other soldiers, immediately made adjustments when he saw this. All archers switched to magic arrows, cover the warriors to retreat, and then the elite warriors used sword blades to attack the joints of the stone men's limbs. Don't mention it, their attacks really worked. Although the archers' magic arrows are few, they have strong penetrating power. The sword blades used by the warriors are the crescent sky strike that Fang Jie had seen before. These attacks hit the joints of the colossi limbs, and also caused considerable damage to the colossi structure. Several colossi collapsed due to structural damage. Success, we succeeded? We really hit them. Looking at the soldiers, who actually started to cheer, Fang Jie smiled evilly. It's time to let you know what dreaming is. All the collapsed colossi became intact again under Fang Jie's shaping, and launched a fearless charge again. Fang Jie looked at these soldiers, who quickly changed from cheering to fear, and raised his mouth in contempt. Oh my god! Those stone monsters stood up again. They can't be killed at all. One of the soldiers has collapsed. Be quiet. These stone men may be like the skeleton summoned by the necromancer. If we kill the black stone monster directly, then those big stone men may die directly. The man who is obviously the captain is ready to regroup and attack Fang Jie again. Everyone, attack the black stone monster at the same time. It seems that there are still some people who understand. Fang Jie saw that they were pointing their spearheads at him, and he was not afraid. He directly opened the magic element to explore. Then the whole stone sank into the ground, as if he was stepping on quicksand. The moment Fang Jie sank into the ground, several sword attacks and magic arrows followed one after another. The land where Fang Jie was plowed. Those soldiers were all confused. That guy could burrow underground? How to fight him? Fang Jie used earth escape to sneak under these soldiers from underground. Anyway, as long as the soldiers who entered his shaping range were not all, he would use shaping to change their armor, and directly turn them into lambs to be slaughtered bound by iron shells. What is this? The soldiers watched in horror as their armor melted and wrapped them. I can't move. The soldiers fell down one by one after being wrapped in their own armor, and couldn't move at all. The man who was obviously the captain was not spared either, and turned directly into an armored pupa. Now the psychological defenses of these soldiers were finally broken, and they fled in all directions crying. And the sky seemed to feel their miserable mood and began to snow heavily. Because of the range of his skills, Fang Jie couldn't catch all the fleeing people in one fell swoop. He could only reshape the 7 giants into gargoyles, and let the gargoyles chase the fleeing soldiers. The entire outpost camp was not big, with only 100 people at most. Many people were injured in the previous harassment by the tentacle monsters, and the most powerful magician was killed. In addition, some soldiers left the outpost after the attack and returned to the main force to ask for support. The rest were basically just ordinary soldiers, and a small number of elite warriors. Now Fang Jie directly wiped out the entire outpost. Is there anyone who can answer my question properly now? Fang Jie piled all the metal pupae together, and the colossus stood behind him. All those who turned into metal pupae didn't say anything. Oh, they still have some backbone. Fang Jie glanced at them with contempt, and directly ordered the colossus behind him to help them. The colossus raised one foot, and crushed a metal pupae into a pulp while he screamed. The rest of the frightened people immediately shouted, including the metal pupae with more patterns. Be quiet. Are you their leader? Fang Jie picked up the man with more patterns on his armor and asked. I am not. Fang Jie threw him directly under the feet of the giant. No! 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 I tell you! Don't kill me! Okay, I give you another chance. I'm just a small captain. Really just a small captain. The leader is Master Gina, the mage in red robe. He was sent back to the main force with the rescue team. He is the second in command of our mercenary group. The boss is a dragon knight. They are stationed outside the endless forest. We are just the advanced troops, coming here to build an outpost camp. Tell me about your mercenary group. Why did you enter the endless forest? We are the Blue Lion mercenary group. It is the largest mercenary group in the kingdom of Kokaina, with more than 400 people. I don't know why we entered the endless forest. It seems that we are looking for something, but I really don't know what it is. Please, don't kill me. Fang Jie was silent for a while. Humph. Your equipment is so sophisticated. I have never seen a mercenary group wearing standard armor. No. I didn't lie to you. We are richer than ordinary mercenaries, because we often help Kokna harass neighboring countries. So we have the support of the kingdom. Humph. Does it mean that you are also robbers in a sense? You all deserve to die. No. You said you won't kill. He was sealed by Fang Jie before he finished speaking, and could only make meaningless sounds in fear. Fang Jie asked a few more people, and their words were similar to what the team leader said. Fang Jie did not find any lies in their soul echoes. Therefore, Fang Jie threw these people directly into the plant traps in the underground palace. Although he said that he would not kill them, he did not say that Xiao Huabao would not be killed. Even if Xiao Huabao is hibernating now, the plant traps are still working. It is estimated that it will not take long to provide a batch of beautiful skeleton decorations for the underground city. It is not soul-destroying to always use stone skeleton sculptures for decoration. After that, Fang Jie received notifications from gargoyles chasing fleeing people. Although most of the fleeing people were killed, there were still 1 or 2 who escaped successfully, and one of them even killed a gargoyle. Fang Jie is now counting the spoils of this battle in the human outpost. Chapter 20. The orcs are coming again. Fang Jie searched the entire outpost. They didn't have much supplies, food, winter supplies, etc. The most valuable thing was a half-drawn map found in the war room. Fang Jie had to work hard to identify the specific location of the map. It looked like a map south of Krapaz. And Fang Jie was now at the foot of Mir Peak on the southern foot of the Krapaz Mountains. It was 2 kilometers away from the entrance to the underground city. In addition to the entrance that Fang Jie found, there were also several strange symbols marked on the map. One of them was an axe, but there was a red cross on it. Another one was a door. Fang Jie guessed that this door should also be the entrance to an underground tunnel. There were also some incomprehensible symbols on the map. These should be the characters used by humans in this world. Fang Jie looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't understand it. Among the spoils, Fang Jie also found some special spoils. They looked a bit like orc armor, rough and ugly. They were thrown away in a corner of the camp. It was a bit like the equipment that Shagar used to wear. Although Fang Jie was a little confused, he didn't think much about it. In addition, there are some special loot, such as parchment books. It feels rough, but it is also a book. Although Fang Jie can't understand what is written on it, he could understand the pictures drawn on it. Some of them look like magic circles. When Fang Jie first found it, he was very happy. He directly used the shape to copy a magic circle on the ground. But nothing happened. After experimenting for a long time, Fang Jie had to give up without any research. It's too late to regret now. If I had known earlier, I should have asked someone to be my translator. It's better than guessing here. Now I can only take it back and put it on the bookshelf to make up the number. Fang Jie packed up his things, taking away everything he could take away, burying everything he couldn't take away directly on the spot, believing that with the recovery power of nature, the snow would soon be restored to life here after it melted. Now the heavy snow had stopped, so Fang Jie rushed to the underground palace with a large amount of supplies. The little tentacle monster should have recovered almost completely. Don't let it run away again when he returns home. As soon as Fang Jie arrived at the door of the underground city, he saw a series of footprints in the white snow. About 3 people dragged something heavy into the underground city. Is there still someone who slipped through the net? No, there are 1 or 2 people who escaped, but these people should not have left such a big footprint. Fang Jie was confused, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be orcs? Could it be that Shagar brought people to attack me? But there are only 3 people. Is she sure that 3 people can beat me? If you let her go again this time, I will write the word king upside down. Fang Jie swears. If Shagar comes to trouble him again, this time he will definitely not show mercy. So Fang Jie followed the footprints and walked into the underground city. He walked all the way to the original entrance of the underground palace. Shagar was indeed in this place. She was arguing with another young orc. Sister, there is nothing here. Did you remember it wrong? Absolutely nothing. It must be here. That person can use a magical. Shagar was interrupted by the young orc before he finished speaking. Yes, you have said it countless times, a kind of magic that can control soil and control stone. But Grandma also told you that there is no such magic in the world. There are no orcs. Humans or elves. The young orc looked a little annoyed. I really remember it was right here. Shagar looked at the young orc anxiously. But there is nothing here. Nothing. Grandma was seriously injured. She is almost dead. The young orc kicked the stone next to him fiercely. Should I dig a hole here to see if there is the magical stone monster you mentioned? I really doubt whether you are under some kind of illusion. As those orcs said, I really didn't lie. Shagar was so anxious that he almost cried. Illusion? What kind of illusion do you want? A strange voice sounded directly in the minds of the 3 orcs sitting there. At the same time, the walls around them began to flow like water. The old orc sitting next to him immediately picked up his battle axe and protected the brother and sister behind him. Who is talking? The old orc's voice sounded extremely old. But his physique was not old at all. He was strong and his muscles were tight. Fangjie? Fangjie? Is that you? Shagar reacted immediately and grabbed the old orc's hand. Uncle Tiger, put down your weapon. Don't be impulsive. It's me. What are you doing this time? I let you go. You are not satisfied and want to attack me again? Fangjie appeared from behind a stone. Shagar looked at his younger brother Dick and Uncle Tiger standing in front of him, and smiled bitterly. Fangjie, humans are coming. They attacked our tribe. We suffered heavy losses. Most of the people died, and only 4 of us barely survived. I came here this time hoping that you would use the blood pool to save my grandma. Please. As he spoke, Shagar walked to the thing that looked like a stretcher and pulled open the animal's skin. Inside lay an old orc who was seriously injured. Her face was painted with some totems with colorful paint, and she was also wearing ornaments made of animal bones. Her abdomen was seriously injured, and now she was wrapped in xiao by brand silk. Blood had seeped out of the silk and dripped into the bottom of the cave. Fangjie glanced at the injured old orc and snorted coldly. Humph, why should I help you? Maybe those humans outside are the ones you invited to come by telling others about what happened here. I didn't. I really didn't. Shagar was about to cry. How could our tribe get entangled with humans? Fangjie didn't want to, turned around and left quickly. Before I get angry. Please. Help her. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. Fangjie was angry. Even if I asked you to kill everyone in your tribe? Shagar was speechless in an instant. Shagar. The old orc lying on the side spoke. Help me up. The old orc spoke slowly. I don't know if it was because he was seriously injured or because he was old. Priest, you are seriously injured now. You can't move. The vigilant old orc next to him put the battle axe beside him, knelt on one knee, and helped the old priest to sit up with one hand. I want to see the monster you mentioned up close. The old priest looked at Fangjie with his white eyes. This? The uncle named Tiger hesitated. Shagar. Come and help me over. The old priest didn't look like he could see. Shagar had no choice but to pick up the old man and slowly walk to Fangjie. Fangjie looked suspicious. What was this old guy going to do? The old man came to Fangjie less than 50 centimeters away. He stretched out his hand and held it in front of Fangjie. He didn't touch Fangjie. What does this old woman want to do? Want me to rub her hand? She must be crazy. Fangjie clearly saw that the old man's eyes were dirty, like cataracts in his eyes. It was impossible to see. But even so, Fangjie still felt that if there were hairs, they would all stand upside down. I always felt like a little kid who had his hair plucked out, standing naked in front of this old man. Just when Fangjie was a little impatient and wanted to say something, the old man laughed first and spoke. Shagar, promise him. What? What the hell? Shagar and Fangjie were shocked at the same time. I said agree to him. He won't really let you slaughter your own people. This is a good child. The old woman smiled kindly, as if she had a last burst of light. No, old woman. I killed a lot of people. I killed all the people in that human camp and made fertilizer for the flowers. Fangjie was confused. What's wrong with this old woman? Ha ha ha. This is still a child who says one thing and means another. I can feel your humanity. Huh? You, an orc, are talking about human nature to a stone? Are you sure? Fangjie looked at the old orc in astonishment, and then turned to look at Shagar, who was also confused. Are you sure your grandma was injured in the abdomen and not the head? Hee, human nature has never been about who you are, what race you are. It is the restraint of desire, the love of life, the desire to survive. At least, you have never let your desires run wild. Fangjie was speechless and turned to Shagar and said, your grandma might be a big charlatan. Forget it. Bring her here. I have changed the entrance to the underground palace. Shagar, who was confused, hugged grandma and followed Fangjie like a robot. Her mind was full of humanity, life, and desire. Fangjie led 4 orcs into the underground palace from another backup entrance. He still understood the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. After soaking the old orc, who may not be able to hold on for much longer, and has fainted again in the blood pool, and repeatedly warning the tentacle monster, who has almost recovered and is paddling that these people are not food, He turned around and saw the orc uncle named Tiger kneeling on the ground, and then worshipped the statue in the center of the blood pool devoutly. Can you orcs worship other gods casually? Fong Jie asked Shagar next to him in confusion. Shagar turned around and saw Uncle Tiger kneeling by the blood pool. Tiger Dashu is a blacksmith in the tribe. He was also a brave and fearless warrior in his early years. I heard that he once saw the goddess of fate coming. Maybe he regarded this statue as a miracle. Next to him was Dick, who also wanted to kneel down, but was a little conflicted. Dick saw his sister Shagar put his grandmother into the blood pool, and said to Shagar with some conflict, "Sister, should I kneel down to worship this beautiful goddess? I believe in the god Kato." Before Shagar could speak, Fong Jie took the lead in explaining. Chapter 21 Fong Jie's potential as a charlatan. It doesn't matter who you believe in, she is kind and cruel at the same time. Whether you believe in her or not will not bring you any benefits. If you don't kneel down to her, she will forgive you. At the same time, she is cruel. If you kneel down to her, she won't come out to help you in adversity. So whether you kneel down or not is up to you. Dick was a little unconvinced. No god will ignore his believers. Fong Jie laughed. Since no god will ignore his believers, then where is your god when your people are expelled from the tribe? Where was your god when you were being slaughtered by humans? Where was your god when your grandmother was dying? Dick's small brain was completely confused. I never believed in God. In my heart, God is just a higher level of life. Maybe one day, we can also reach the height of God. Then you will know that God is nothing more than that. Okay, Dick, you should go hunting with Uncle Tiger in the nightlight forest. It's cold now, it may take a long time. Shagar quickly asked Dick to calm down. If he continued to talk, she thought her brother would be fooled. She had experienced Fong Jie's ability to fool people. Fong Jie snorted with a sense of regret. Said Dick, whose mind was in a mess. To go hunting. Shagar turned around and looked at Fong Jie, who was still unsatisfied. In silence. Do you like to fool others so much? Alas, it's mainly because you are too naive. Fong Jie tried to get away with it. Don't think I can't see that you are beating around the bush and calling us stupid. Fong Jie was shocked. This female orc went out of the cave and came back with a higher IQ. She is not easy to fool. Don't be so surprised. Shagar sighed and said to Fong Jie, I don't know what happened. Since I came to the underground palace and soaked in the holy spring, I felt that something was wrong with me. First, my body looked thinner, but my strength increased greatly. Then I felt that my mind was much clearer than before. Shagar pinched his waist without a trace of fat. I feel more like a human. Because of this, I was laughed at for a long time when I returned to the tribe just now. Shagar touched his smooth face again. The red tiger stripes were still there, and his skin was still pale. Your face is not as good looking as before. It's so smooth. I feel like you are mocking me. If humans hear you say that, I'm afraid they will form a group to kill you. But she doesn't look like an orc at all. How can an orc warrior be so delicate? Indeed, now it's better to say that she is an elf pretending to be an orc than an orc. Come on, you orcs' aesthetic is to be big and strong. I don't want to complain anymore. You orcs are all fallen angels. Right? The kind where you fall face first. Although I don't know what has changed in your body. Your current appearance is quite to my liking. If you have nothing to do, just stay here and take good care of your grandma. When she wakes up, come to the library to find me. I have something else to do. Where is the library? Next to the treasure house. Fong Jie returned to the library, unfinished, continued to squeeze his almost exhausted brain cells to write books, because the books he brought back from outside this time only add up to more than 70 books. Fong Jie is already preparing to write some books like postpartum care for Souse to make up the number. Time always passes very quickly when one is concentrating. Fong Jie felt that it was only a short while before Shagar came. Shagar did not enter the house, but stood at the door and called Fong Jie carefully. She would never step into such a room again. It seemed that the curse of the treasure house caused her great mental trauma. Fong Jie, are you in there? Grandma seems to have woken up. She is looking for you. Here she comes. When Fong Jie and Shagar came to the monster blood altar, the orc grandmother was curiously looking at the small tentacle monster swimming around her. You seem to be in good spirits. The orc grandmother heard Fong Jie's voice echoing in her heart, and turned around to see her granddaughter and Fong Jie walking towards her. So she smiled, and continued to look at the little tentacle monster swimming freely and said, Do you know what kind of monster it is? It's her, the old lady. She is a lady. Does it matter what kind of monster she is? The orc grandmother just smiled and said, Okay, it's her. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary world-destroying monster. Oh, this is the first time I heard of it. She is a world-destroying monster? So powerful? Fangjia was curious. How does your legend introduce her? Their origin is unknown. We only know that they can devour everything. No grass grows wherever they pass. Anything that sees it will go crazy, and even kill each other. No magic has any effect on it, and no sword can hurt it. Oh, so powerful. If it is so unsolvable, why can we still exist in this world? According to what you said, the world would have been destroyed hundreds of times. The old orc just shook his head. There are many different opinions about how it disappeared. Some say it disappeared on its own. Some say it was killed by God. And some say it was just sealed in a corner of the world, waiting for its believers to wake it up and destroy the world again. Fangjia picked up the little tentacle monster that was swimming freely, held it to his chest, and teased the little tentacle monster with his stone fingers. The little tentacle monster actually rolled Fangjia's fingers with its little tentacles like a child, not at all like a terrifying monster that had caused trouble in the entire human camp. Do you think she looks like she will destroy the world? Maybe it's just because she's still a cub now. When she grows up to a certain size, she will become a brutal world-destroying monster. Oh, come on, you're telling a cub that she's a world-destroying monster. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Maybe you are the real world-destroying monster, you Inhumans are. Fangjia sneered at you for cutting down forests, destroying the environment, starting wars, taking the world that should belong to all living things for yourself. Isn't this what world-destroying monsters do? The old orc lowered his head and thought. Maybe she hasn't even thought about this question. After all, in their view, it's just a need for survival. Don't try to convince me. Let me abandon and hurt my family. If you do this again, I don't mind beating you back to your original state and watching you die. Fangjia's eyes gradually turned cold. The old orc laughed. I don't mean to ask you to abandon her. I haven't seen the real world-destroying monster with my own eyes. It's just a legend left in the tribe. I'm just very curious about your origins. You don't feel like a monster at all, but a bit like a human. The old orc didn't say as cunning as humans, but Fangjia could hear her thoughts. Fangjia stuffed the little tentacle monster into her golden box and warned her not to run out of the underground palace. And then, he didn't care about this playful little monster Loli anymore. My information? Shagar should have told you all. I really don't know my origins. And my wisdom is also because I have seen a lot of things. But you? What will you do in the future? There are only 4 of you in your tribe. Right? Fangjia didn't really want to talk about his secret, so he tried to change the subject. The old orc's face did darken. Yes, there are only 4 people in our tribe. The others were killed by humans. We don't know what the future will be like. If possible, I still hope you can protect the 2 children. They are still young. It doesn't matter. Shagar is also an acquaintance. You can live here if you want, but don't expect me to take care of you. I believe Shagar has told you my bottom line. By the way, are the people who attacked your tribe wearing this kind of armor? Fang explained as he took out the armor of the destroyed Blue Lion mercenary group. Before the orc grandmother could speak, Shagar's eyes turned red. That's right. It's them. It's these beasts. Have you been invaded by them? No, I took the initiative to attack and directly destroyed their entire camp. If you want revenge, there may be a chance later. Because I only destroyed their outpost, the main force is still behind, about 300 people. It's not too late for you to leave now. After all, there are indeed a lot of them. How can we leave? I want revenge. Shagar clenched his fists, said with red eyes. Fangjia spread his hands. Okay, your armor is in the treasury, if you want it. Go and wear it. Maybe it will be helpful to you. Shagar couldn't believe it when he heard it. My armor is still there? Suddenly, he said defensively, you won't lie to me that I can't take it off after putting it on, and threaten to massacre your own tribe. Right? It seems that your brain is not good enough. I have your entire tribe in my hands. Do you still need me to control you to slaughter them? If you want to die, you would have died long ago. Shagar looked at Fangjia speechlessly. Can't this guy speak properly? She turned around and left in anger. She had just taken 2 steps, and turned back to look at Fangjia a little embarrassedly. What? There is no result for creatures of different species to be together. Or do you have Stockholm Syndrome? Shagar was so angry this time that his face turned red. What are you talking about? I just want you to help me get the armor out. I really don't dare to go into your treasure house. Fang Jie told her impatiently that nothing would happen if she went there now. I have turned off the curse of the treasure house. Either you go get it yourself, or you don't use it. After confirming with Fang Jie again and again, Shagar still went to the treasure house cautiously. The old orc kept watching the interaction between his granddaughter and Fang Jie. When Shagar was far away, he looked up at Fang Jie and said, "What is the origin of your holy spring? Or is there any legend about this goddess?" "Yes, there is a legend. It is said that she was the queen of the kingdom of Pisni, and was later killed by the people of the kingdom, and her body was cut in half, and her lower body disappeared. But a god named Zhang Chongyi saw that she was very resentful, and resented her deeply. So he combined her upper body with a spider and resurrected her. Let her take revenge, but the price is to make him clothes for eternity after revenge. So after her revenge, she was imprisoned in an underground city called Yawetan to make clothes. Fang Jie was so impressed with himself that he could make up such a myth. He must make a relief of this story in this underground palace. Pisni? The old orc pondered. Are there really such places and gods in this world? How come I have never heard of them? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up. It seems that this is a goddess with a miserable life. No wonder, her bottle can pour out a holy spring like blood. Fang Jie ignored this old charlatan, but her next sentence successfully aroused Fang Jie's interest. If I'm not mistaken, this holy spring can remove the curse on the orcs. Shagar is the best example. Chapter 22 The Curse of the Orcs. Huh? You orcs are cursed? What is it? The old orc sighed and told the story. The curse of the orcs is also called the Singular Sorrow. Legend has it that Singular is the home of all orcs, where there are abundant resources and a pleasant climate. It has the most advanced magic, and built the Tower of Babel that reaches the sky. Perhaps the orcs' construction of the tower angered the gods living in the kingdom of heaven, so they brought down disasters and plagues. Then one day, a huge explosion occurred in the Beast King's palace. The explosion was so powerful that no forbidden spell in the world could compare to it. The explosion tore down the Tower of Babel, destroyed the Beast King's palace, and also destroyed the entire orcs' homeland. The remaining orcs endured the plague and left their homeland, forming tribes. The surviving orcs were cursed. After a cruel plague, all the orcs became extremely ugly. Although thousands of years have passed, the orcs have gotten used to ugliness, and the information left behind has been regarded as legends and jokes. But when I saw Shagar, I realized that maybe the legend was true. Fang Jie had a stone face, and on the surface he didn't react, but was just thinking. In fact, his heart had already set off a huge wave. My God, that big explosion. These people had never seen the world and thought it was a forbidden spell, magic, or divine punishment. But in his opinion, it was a nuclear explosion. Okay? In addition, after the nuclear explosion, organisms are affected by radioactive dust, and thus infected with radiation sickness. The people who survived in the end were deformed because of genetic damage. This result is completely understandable. It is in sync with their legend. Okay? In addition, the technology existed thousands of years ago. Who knows if it has not been spread out now? It has all been lost in the long river of history. If it has, this nuclear technology will develop for 1,000 years. Mom, the other world is so dangerous. I want to go back to Earth. Now Fang Jie regrets that he exposed the underground palace in a fit of excitement. What if humans come to him? Fang Jie feels that he may not be able to protect these cute monsters and lowly girls. Fang Jie wants to cry, but has no tears. He can only comfort himself silently in his mind. It must not have been spread out. If it was spread out, the world would not be only at the level of the Middle Ages. Maybe when you enter the dungeon, you will be wearing wasteland power armor, and you can easily use a Fat Man nuclear bomb when you see a monster. Who can bear this? Fang Jie stopped his growing imagination and asked the old orc seriously. Where did you get the information? This is quite a long time ago. I learned it at the clan altar when I was a young priest. Is there any more detailed information? It should be about the same. Although I am old, my mind is still quite clear. Fang Jie was a little disappointed. I couldn't fully understand all the details of the past. That was unavoidable. By the way, I came to you mainly to ask you if you know any information that can be written into a book or something like that. I need a book. Book? As for information, I can tell you if you want it. There was some information in our tribe before, but I don't know if it still exists after the human attack. Do you have any ready-made information? That's great. I've already killed all the people in that outpost. Maybe you can go back and see if there's anything useful. The old orc's injury was almost healed. Fong Jie helped them build 3 more rooms next to Shagger's room, and threw all the supplies he had taken from humans to them. Shagar carefully found the treasure house, and after struggling for a long time, he slowly pushed open the inconspicuous door. Gritting his teeth, he jumped into the treasure house with a look of willingness to die. Shagar jumped into the treasure house, waited for 2 minutes. Nothing happened, and slowly opened one eye. The indescribable thing he imagined did not appear. So she explored the entire treasure house with courage and tiptoe. After turning a wall, she immediately saw her gorgeous and boundless ghost-faced dragon-scale warrior armor. There was also a wolf-beast ghost-patterned double-edged halberd placed next to the armor. There was no gold or silver in the entire treasure house, only the extremely luxurious fine gold decorations. Shagar suspected that if someone invaded here, they would be jealous and curse. When Shagar saw this, he realized that the most precious things here were actually those silly-looking children's paintings. Each painting has a special base for display. It took me a long time to understand that the painting was actually a family portrait in the underground palace, and there was an object that seemed to be her. Shagar was so moved that she almost cried. She didn't expect that they still remembered her, and she only wanted to return to the tribe. She never regarded them as her companions. Shagar wiped her tears, and made a decision secretly. Fong Jie saw Shagar coming back in armor, and immediately asked her to go back to the original site of their tribe and bring back those documents, materials, and so on. After all, the human race has been wiped out, and she is wearing a set of awesome armor. Unless someone really throws a fat man nuclear bomb at her. After Dick and Tiger came back from hunting, they saw Shagar in armor. Dick was okay. After all, he had seen it before. But Tiger was not okay. His eyes seemed to be glued to it, and he couldn't move at all. After all, he is a blacksmith, and it is also a painful thing to be hit to pieces in the direction he is good at. Are there so many rare minerals in this place? After a long time, Tiger finally asked the question in his mind. Both refined gold and Garrison steel. Shagar was also a little helpless. These were all created by Fong Jie, the stone head. He can easily create refined gold and Garrison steel. This is impossible. Tiger's eyes widened. He really can. He said we were all deceived. Garrison steel is just ordinary carbon steel. He didn't say much about refined gold, but he created them right in front of me. Well, as soon as these words came out, Tiger started to circle around Fong Jie, making Fong Jie annoyed. As if to irritate him, he created a little Garrison steel on the spot, and then turned it into a kitchen knife. Tiger was so angry that he almost cried. As the saying goes, there is nothing that can't be solved by a barbecue, if there is, then two. So, Fong Jie served a sumptuous teppanyaki barbecue party. The 4 people were so full of food that they even wanted to swallow their tongues. Although Uncle Tiger's eyes always felt a little wrong when he looked at Fong Jie, like a complaining woman. After dinner, Shagar took Dick and Tiger and set off. Fong Jie felt that he could relax and no longer strain his poor brain. He went to Xiaobai's bed and had a good sleep with Xiaobai. When he woke up, Shagar and the others had returned. Looking at the pile of ropes in the old orc's hands, Fong Jie was confused. Oh my god! Not text? Do you dare to use an inefficient carrier again? Fong Jie didn't feel like reading it at all. Fong Jie had no choice but to ask the old orc to translate for him. Basically, there was nothing useful, just some family trees, battle histories, and some stories passed down among tribes. Fong Jie took the old orc to the library, unfinished, hoping that the rope the old orc brought could count as a book. This way, he wouldn't have to rack his brains to write a book. Damn. I didn't expect that the system would actually recognize it. New build library, main line, completed, reward, 2,000 soul points. Library, 1 zoo reading room, book collection, 102 gorgeousness, 41, decoration 40 plus book collection 1, memory enhancement, memory plus 4 learning speed enhancement, learning speed plus 4 the score for book collection is only 1. It's an insult. Fong Jie was mad again. I swear, I will rob the library wherever I go. No longer looking at that annoying system, Fong Jie found that the old orc had picked up a book from the bookshelf and was flipping through it in surprise. This is a text I've never seen before. This parchment is so thin and light. The old orc held the book in his hand in disbelief, as if he was holding some treasure. This is the paper I made. Made of plants, not parchment. Although Fang Jie was still not very satisfied with this yellowed and rough paper, it did not prevent him from showing off this unique thing in the world. It turns out that plants can also be used to make paper. I have only seen parchment paper in large clans before. Just like those. The old orc pointed to the parchment books found in the human camp on the bookshelf on the other side. What are these books about? I have never seen such texts. The old orc flipped through the books. Ahem. You are reading the Guide to Warcraft Protection. And you took it upside down. Fang Jie quickly took the postpartum care for sows from the old orc's hand, and replaced it with a book Oriental classical architecture design, and put it in the old orc's hand. That book is not suitable for you to read. This one is more suitable. With pictures. Fang Jie made a stone box in half a second, and sealed the postpartum care book inside. It was a dark history. The old beastman looked at the beautiful pictures in the book in amazement, and exclaimed as he flipped through the pages. Fang Jie sent the selfless old beastman to his seat to read. What if an old man fell while standing? Fang Jie had put tables, chairs and benches in the library, but they were all made of stone, and he hadn't had time to ask Xiao Bai to make cushions. Therefore, Fang Jie had to use the cushions he had looted from humans. Fang Jie placed the basic Chinese character books on the table, for the old orc to study and read. Then he turned and walked out of the library. Speaking of which, the library mission rewards 2,000 soul points. Should I use them for the lottery? What new things will I get? I am looking forward to it. Chapter 23 Learning Magic. Fang Jie came to the treasure house again, and was a little confused about the mysterious big turntable. Should he try it? If he used these 2,000 points to increase his skills, maybe he could upgrade 1 or 2 skills. After hesitating for a long time, Fang Jie still couldn't help himself and clicked on the lottery. The big turntable immediately started to spin. Ding, obtained epic item. Special item Heart of Fire Creek. The door of the treasure chest opened, and a crystal ball-like thing emitting soft light was taken out from it. What good stuff is this? Am I lucky again? Fang Jie was surprised. This guy always thinks he is lucky once, and thinks he can be lucky again next time. So Fang Jie couldn't control his hand, and invested 1,000 soul points again. Drop, obtained ordinary item. Book Fairy Tale Collection with Dictionary. With a creak, the door of the box opened. Fang Jie looked at the 2 big books lying inside, with a confused face. Little brother, you have a problem. Why do I need this thing? Give me back my 1,000 soul points. Fang Jie wanted to cry, but had no tears. He chopped his stone-shaped hand hard. It turned out that the more he smoked, he always wanted to get rid of Africa and join Europe. Why couldn't he control his hands? Looking at the lonely 50 soul points on the panel, Fang Jie burst into tears. After sorting out his feelings, Fang Jie prepared for a year. It seemed a bit long. He would not touch this crappy thing for half a year. Time passed quickly. It was still covered with snow outside. Fang Jie would go back to the original human settlement from time to time to look for traces of humans, for fear that they would catch him off guard. But maybe it was because the temperature was too low, and the mountains were closed by heavy snow. He never found any traces of human activities. Maybe humans didn't come because they were afraid of Fang Jie's strength and the harsh winter environment. It's good that way, because the strength of the underground palace is greatly reduced now. Xiao Bai. All the small flower buds are hibernating, and the only ones who can move are Fang Jie himself and the little tentacle monster, and 4 orcs in distress. When winter is over, everyone will wake up. As long as the ones who come are not wasteland power armor, they should be able to defeat them with the strength of all the members of the underground palace. Now Fang Jie is holding a fist-sized light bulb in the room. Lost in deep thought, this light bulb is the flame heart that Fang Jie got from the big wheel. But Fang Jie has been studying it for a while. This spherical light bulb has no effect except emitting a soft orange light. The temperature has not risen, and no flame has formed. The weight is not heavy. At least Fang Jie does not feel as strenuous as lifting a cubic meter of steel. Flame heart. Fang Jie lifted the light bulb. He made a furious Guan Gong starter pose. But nothing happened. Heart of fire. Web blast. Spider-Man style. Still nothing happened. How to use this crappy thing? Is it just a light bulb? Fang Jie has changed several poses. Shaping is useless for this thing. The magic exploration feedback is that this is a polymer with extremely high magic content. And then, there is nothing else. This is not scientific. Even if it is used as a light bulb, its brightness is too low. It is no different from a candle. Fangjie couldn't figure it out. He was just about to bite it. While Fangjie was struggling over what to do, Shagar, wearing thick human clothes, ran in with a sad face. Fangjie, help me. I really don't want to learn your language. It's too difficult. What's going on? Why are you learning a language? It's those books you took out. My grandma told me to memorize them all. Oh my god, kill me. Especially your fairy tale collection. It's actually for children. I always feel that fairy tale is a bit dark. Especially the one called Juniper Tree. It gave me goosebumps after reading it. Shagar's eyes widened, and he kept rubbing his shoulders with his hands crossed. Listening to Shagar's words like pouring beans, Fangjie also felt the same way as her. In a sense, you see, although the thing is for children, it is very dark from the perspective of adults. Fangjie found that Shagar's imagination is quite strong. But your language is really too difficult. Shagar scratched his head. Stop scratching. If you keep scratching, you will become a 30-year-old programmer. Fangjie looked at Shagar with disdain and joked, my language is the language used by our race for 5,000 years. It is the most difficult, most efficient, most beautiful language in the world. Looking at Fangjie's proud look, Shagar pouted, just when he was about to refute a few words. He heard his grandmother's voice coming from the door. So you are hiding here? The old orc appeared at the door majestically, with Dick beside him. Although the old orc was still leaning on the totem pole. His body was obviously straighter than when he first came. And his eyes were brighter. Although there were still wrinkles on his face. They were much shallower. During this period, the old orc always bathed in the blood altar. So his body was much stronger. Hurry up. Have you finished memorizing what I asked you to memorize? The old orc's appearance reminded Fangjie of his former class teacher, who caught a student who did not complete his homework seriously. Shagar immediately shrank like an eggplant hit by frost. Hammerhead followed the old orc dejectedly, and gave Dick a vicious look when he passed by him. Traitor. Dick turned his head away, as if he didn't hear anything. He almost whistled. Fangjie looked at them with amusement and followed them. He still had something to ask the old orc. And the Heart of Fire was casually built into a small platform in the hall by Fangjie, and placed on it as a light bulb. Arriving at the library, Shagar and Dick, the siblings, began their hard study life again. Fangjie discussed the writing of this world with the old orc. The manuscripts that Fangjie got before were all written in tadpole characters, which looked like the patterns of magic circles. I read these books, but because I didn't know human writing at all before, I could only roughly carve the patterns on the pictures. This pattern didn't have any effect after carving, so I want you to teach me human writing. The old orc looked at Fangjie in surprise and said, although I don't particularly understand human language, I can see that this pattern is a basic magic circle for summoning fire magic. Describing the sun, flame, blood and sphere. The old orc paused and continued. The sun is the source of power. Flame is the way of expression. Blood is the basis of movement. And sphere is the carrier of presentation. They combine to form the basic spell of the fire system Fireball. Fangjie was completely confused. He just watched the old orc point at two tadpole characters here, draw a few circles there, and then explain the whole principle of magic. He understood every word the old orc said, but when put together, it became who am I, where am I, what am I going to do? Fangjie, the poor student, stared at the old orc blankly, shaking his head fiercely, throwing the feeling of being a poor student out of his mind. How could it be possible? It's definitely not me who is a poor student. It's definitely the old orc who is wrong. That's not right. I directly shaped the entire magic circle before. I swear I restored it 1-to-1. But it didn't work at all. The old orc looked at Fangjie deeply, which made Fangjie feel scared. And then he slowly said, so I think you are different. The principle of how we orcs use magic is basically similar to that of humans. We communicate with magic and carve out the magic circle we want. But I have never seen you use a magic circle. The way you communicate with magic is much simpler than ours. It's like you use magic to create those sculptures. You seem to be the magic itself. I know that the only one who can do this is probably God. Huh? You must be kidding? Fangjie looked into the old orc's eyes, hoping to see some answers he wanted to see, but Fangjie was disappointed. He did not see any fabrication or lies, only frankness. I didn't lie to you. Our magic is to borrow the magic power from nature. Everything has magic power. You can try to use our method, but it is definitely not as efficient as yours, and your own way of using magic power may only be explored by you. After the old orc finished speaking, he turned back to the bookshelf and took out another book to read. Fangjie also fell into deep thought. He had tried before, and directly molded the magic circle on the floor, but it had no effect at all, and at most it could only be regarded as a decoration with some magical charm. And he had seen the red-robed magician condense magic power in the process of rescuing the little tentacle monster, and he directly formed a magic circle in his hand, and then formed a fireball. He also tried this method, but magic power could not be shaped at all in direct molding, just like water, and could not be condensed out of thin air. Everything is magic. This is a very good statement, like what an old charlatan would say. Fang Jie complained. Now the way Fang Jie uses magic depends entirely on the skills given by the system. It is possible that the system has helped him solve the process of communicating magic. In this case, there is no other way except to upgrade his own skills. I originally wanted to learn some magic, to see if I could trigger the system to send 2 skills, but it turned out to be completely useless. Fang Jie posed in various ways, but he didn't cast any magic. In the end, Fang Jie couldn't stand the way Shagar and Dick looked at him as a mentally retarded person. So he escaped from the library. Fang Jie's story, the little tentacle monster happily found Fang Jie again, carrying the Grimm's fairy tales. Since that day, Fang Jie felt that the little tentacle monster was bored and ran around everywhere every day. In order to prevent the little tentacle monster from developing ADHD into the late stage, Fang Jie decided to tell the little tentacle monster a story with a storybook, which would also help him learn to read. Unexpectedly, this method was effective immediately, and it aroused great interest in the little tentacle monster. As a result, the active little guy would take the fairy tale collection to learn words and listen to stories every day. Fang Jie rubbed the little tentacle monster's head lovingly and took the book from her hand. Okay. Today we will tell a fairy tale about the Happy Prince. This winter, it actually passed quite quickly. The expected human harassment did not appear, and life in the underground palace became monotonous. I also consulted the old orc, learned the only Salmi language that the old orc knew, and studied several things, but had no clues. However, my skills were upgraded by several levels. Like shaping, it's already level 6. Fang Jie looked at the tens of thousands of experience requirements and just felt tired. The weather seemed to be getting warmer, and icicles formed at the entrance of the cave, but I always felt that the temperature was dropping instead of rising, and it was indeed colder when the snow melted than when it snowed. The weather seemed to be even gloomier than before, and the dark feeling made people feel suffocated. And just at this time, Uncle Tiger, who was out on patrol, came back, and he brought very bad news. Humans appeared. Chapter 24. The little flower bud wakes up. This is a very bad time. The little white flower is still sleeping. There are only 5 available combat forces in the underground palace. Uncle Tiger didn't seem to be injured because he wore the armor made by Fang Jie. He came back with a leather coat with the emblem of the Blue Lion Mercenary Group. Where did you meet them? Tiger found a place to sit in the conference room and took a breath. I encountered humans in the snow pit 12 miles north of the underground palace gate. There were 3 of them. They looked like they're scouts. Tiger took out a blood-stained map. Look! They have re-explored the map around us. Fang Jie looked at the map in silence. This map is more detailed than the one found in the camp before, although it is a little off, and not close to the current underground city entrance. If I am not mistaken, they should be conducting a large-scale survey. The scouts are divided into small groups to comprehensively survey the entire southern foothills of Cap Eris. But what is the point of them doing that? Fang Jie frowned. Are they looking for other entrances to the dungeon? But Xiao Bai had explored the entire dungeon, and no other entrances were found. Tiger shook his head. Not necessarily. Generally speaking, dungeons have multiple entrances, but due to some man-made or natural reasons, some entrances to the passages will collapse, forming independent small dungeons. After hearing what he said, Fang Jie realized that when Xiao Bai took him to escape from the pursuit of humans, a passage had been collapsed by humans, and now that passage was still collapsed, and indeed no entrance to that place could be found again. The question now is, why do they want to conduct a large-scale survey? If they want to attack us, they can just come directly. Tiger couldn't figure it out. Why do they have to do such a thankless task? Fang Jie pondered for a while, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. What is the northern foothills of the Keperis Mountains? It is the base camp of the largest clan tribe of the Orcs, the Stone Tribe, which is also the so-called Orc royal family now. At this time, the voice of the old Orc came from the door of the conference hall, and Shagar and Dick, who had some intellectual temperament, followed him. I think you should have guessed what they want to do. Fang Jie looked at the old Orc, smiled and said, If I guess correctly, they want to go through the natural barrier of Caparis from the underground city and harass the Orc city. If they find a shortcut to the rock, the Orcs will have no peace. They once said that they had the background of the Empire to wear such good standard armor. But now it seems that they are preparing it for attacking the Orc tribe. After all, it is not the first time they have done this. Fang Jie looked at the crisscrossing underground palace passages in the Warcraft sandbox again. At that time, they can rely on the natural maze passages of the underground city to retreat and defend. Which is perfect. Before, the human mercenary group wanted to set up a camp in the endless forest, probably to make it easier to explore the southern foothills of the entire Caparis Mountains. But the appearance of Fang Jie disrupted their plan, and pushed their entire plan back for a whole winter. Dick also expressed his opinion. What should we do now? Should we close the entrance to the passage and let them find another entrance? He didn't seem to care much about the safety of their fellow tribesmen. After hearing Dick's words, Shagar also frowned. Although she didn't like the big clan of Orcs very much, she was not so indifferent as to completely ignore the safety of her fellow tribesmen. Fang Jie shook his head and said it was impossible. If they really found a shortcut through Mount Caparis and the underground palace, they would never let us continue to exist here. They would definitely clean up this place and eliminate all potential threats. The old Orc sighed and said, I know we are not qualified to ask you to help the Orcs behind Caparis, but I still hope to give them some help. Okay. Even if you don't say it, I will fight to protect my own home. Since you also want to help your people, then you can go to the battlefield in person. I will provide you with the best equipment. The old Orc nodded, without saying anything, turned around and took Shagar and the others away. Shagar took a deep look at Fang Jie when he left. Fang Jie was thinking whether to install some traps in the underground city, to slow down the pace of human exploration, because they can't fight until they reach their doorstep. The best way is to consume the enemy's manpower secretly. It's called playing dirty tricks. Huh? Who are you trying to trick? A voice suddenly appeared in Fang Jie's mind, and Fang Jie looked back in surprise, and it turned out to be the yawning little flower bud. Maybe it was because of the low temperature in winter, and the lack of nutrients, the leaves of the small flower bud turned yellow, no longer as green as before. You woke up? Fang Jie said in surprise. Huh? Yes, I dreamed of Xiaobai. She said you need help. Fang Jie turned around the small flower bud in surprise, looking at the yellow leaves of the small flower bud. He felt a little guilty. He felt that he had not taken good care of them. It's okay. It's normal for leaves to fall in winter. They should fall in autumn. You don't need to feel guilty. I just seem to hear you say someone is going to invade the dungeon. Little flower bud also walked to the side of the Warcraft sandbox and watched Fang Jie design some traps on the sandbox. Yes. Before, the little tentacle monster and I took down a human outpost. Now the snow may have melted a little, and they are coming back again. Fang Jie's hands did not stop, and he continued his work. The little tentacle monster also dragged her gold box and ran in with a clang, perhaps sensing the breath of Little Flower Bud. Little Flower Bud grabbed the small little tentacle monster in his hand and rubbed it intimately with the little tentacle monster. The little tentacle monster also giggled and leaned against Little Flower Bud, making a flowery longing. After being intimate with the little tentacle monster, Little Flower Bud said, I think you should not set the battlefield within the dungeon. It is better to put it directly in the endless forest outside. Then we will have a lot of room to advance or retreat. I have also thought about designing traps in the endless forest outside before, but now the temperature has warmed up. Many animals and monsters have come out to carry out activities. I set up traps in the forest at this time, basically. They will be destroyed by animals in the forest before humans arrive. Huh. That's because I didn't wake up at that time. Now I'm awake. The yawning little flower bud raised her hands on her waist with some pride. Fang Jie looked back at the little flower bud and asked, Can you do it? Although the temperature has warmed up now, it's still too low for you. The little flower bud stretched out her hand and tried to roll a vine. The vine was listless, as if a little tired. The little flower bud shook her hand. It was okay. Although it was a little strenuous, it should be no problem if it was assimilating some cold-resistant plants. Seeing that Xiao Huabao was so insistent, Fang Jie agreed to let Xiao Huabao go out. But she had to be accompanied by Shagar. Fang Jie went to the library to entrust Shagar, and took Shagar back to the conference room. He saw Xiao Huabao sitting next to the big monster sand table, and dozing off. As if sensing Fang Jie and the others' arrival, Xiao Huabao stretched and greeted Shagar. Shagar didn't say anything, but just picked up Xiao Huabao and walked out of the underground palace. The little flower bud was still a little sleepy, so the process of assimilating plants was a little slow. In addition, the trees in the endless forest were generally tall and strong, so it was possible that not a single tree could be assimilated in a day. Shagar was more responsible and kept watch, but he did not dare to be too far away from the little flower bud. He had to go back from time to time to wake up the little flower bud, who was really unable to hold on and fell asleep. A few days passed like this. During these days, Tiger encountered several different scout teams, but he carefully concealed his whereabouts this time, and only took a look from a distance, without alerting the enemy again. It may be that the previous 3-man scout team was wiped out, and the subsequent scout teams had more people, and each scout team had at least 5 to 8 people, and Tiger alone. There was no way to wipe out all these scout teams. It was not that he was afraid of getting hurt, because he had the armor made by Fangjia, and ordinary iron weapons could hardly hurt him. The main reason was that Tiger could not wipe them out, and if they ran away, there would always be 1 or 2 who escaped. These scout teams appeared in the vicinity far away from the entrance of Fangjia's dungeon, and it seemed that they did not want to contact Fangjia so early. But they probably didn't expect that there were orcs standing on Fangjia's side. These days, Xiao Huabao has made some progress. After assimilating a few cold-resistant plants, she actually gained a cold-resistant skill. She finally stopped falling asleep while assimilating plants, and her efficiency was greatly improved. She couldn't assimilate plants in large areas yet, and could only do it one by one. Therefore, she could only assimilate plants in a scattered manner near the entrance of the dungeon. These assimilating plants became scarcer as they moved toward the outskirts of the forest. Fangjia thought this was a good idea. Before the battle, these plants would act as scouts, monitoring the surroundings. If an enemy came, they could report the location. When the enemy attacked on a large scale, they could suddenly attack from the rear, catching the enemy off guard. Fangjia was not idle either. He set up a large number of traps at the entrance of the dungeon. If the enemy really broke into the dungeon, Fangjia could use these traps to slow down the enemy and give everyone time to escape. In addition to the location of the underground city entrance, Fangjia also dug several tunnels, which were all around the original human outpost. A large deep pit was dug directly below the camp, and the soil layer on top was compacted by Fangjia. Even if many people and horses stood on it, there would be no problem. If they came here again and set up camp on it, Fangjia would sneak in from the passage next to it, break the middle pillar, and the soil above would collapse because it could not bear the weight, which should cause considerable damage to the enemy. Fangjia worked overtime to finish all this, as if he had returned to the time when he worked overtime on projects in his previous life. He dragged his tired head back to Xiao Bai's nest, turned around and rolled into Xiao Bai's arms, looking at Xiao Bai, who was frowning even in his sleep. Fangjia smiled, looking at this little guy who might have had a nightmare, smoothed his frown, and gently expressed his thoughts. "Sleep well. I will protect you." And Xiao Bai finally relaxed his frown, revealing a sweet sleeping face. It was like having a magical dream. Fangjia hugged Xiao Bai and fell asleep. Chapter 25. Plan before you act. Wake up! Fangjia. Wake up! This is the voice of Xiao Huabao. Wake up! Wake up! There is a hint of anxiety in Xiao Huabao's voice. What's wrong? Xiao Huabao. Fangjia woke up in a daze. Humans are coming. Their large army has arrived. This time there are many people. Maybe more than we expected. Fangjia woke up immediately. Where are they? They have passed the farthest plant I set, maybe 8 kilometers away from the underground palace. Their large army is heading straight for their original camp. With a lot of supplies, maybe they want to rebuild a new outpost. Okay, let's gather in the conference room. I go call those orcs. Fangjia said, and was about to roll off the bed, thought for a moment, and turned back to gently rub Xiao Bai's forehead. Don't worry, sleep well, I protect you. After saying that, Fangjia rolled off Xiao Bai's bed, but what Fangjia didn't notice was that Xiao Bai immediately frowned after he left, as if he had had another nightmare. Fangjia hurriedly woke up all the orcs in the underground palace, and the little tentacle monster, who was dozing off. In the conference room, Xiao Huabao projected the information she got onto the monster sand table. The situation this time was much more serious than they had imagined. The humans entering the forest were not only the Blue Lion mercenaries, but also the regular army of the principality. The total number of people might exceed 500. Such a force could start a small war, not to mention exterminating the monsters. And here, including the orc grandma, who had no combat power, there were only 4 orcs and 3 monsters. 7 versus 500. Fang Jie carefully observed these humans, and found several very valuable targets among them. Look! Fang Jie pointed to one of the places. There is a knight here, armed to the teeth. It is not him who is special, but the mount he rides. It is a monster, a little like a lizard, but more than twice as big as an ordinary wolf. Its tail is flat and slender, and its whole body is covered with scales. On its triangular head, there is a long sword spike like a shrimp head. This is a sub-lizard beast. The old orc was well informed after all, and he immediately said the name of this monster. Well, he should be the leader of the mercenary group. I learned from a soldier before that their leader is a sub-dragon knight. And here, Fang Jie pointed to one of the knights, who was riding a tall horse, wearing gorgeous armor and a cloak. This person is obviously the leader, and if possible, he must be ambushed first. The armor of the soldiers following this person is obviously better than that of the mercenary group. Maybe they are the regular army of the human kingdom. Finally, there is this carriage. After saying that, Fang Jie pointed to another carriage. This carriage was surrounded by the mercenaries and pulled by 8 horses. This carriage was either carrying their important supplies or some secret weapons. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people protecting it. After Fang Jie finished speaking, Shagar next to him immediately said, "Leave that human dragon knight to me. We must avenge our tribe. Yes, we must avenge the massacre of our tribe. We have been waiting for this moment for the whole winter." Dick next to him also said. Fang Jie looked at the old orc and Uncle Tiger next to him. Although they didn't say anything, they could tell from their eyes that they also thought the same. "Okay. Then the boss of the Blue Lion mercenary group will be handed over to you. There are more of them. Don't be surrounded by them. If necessary, you can hide in the tunnel I dug and fight underground. By the way, Fang Jie brought 3 500 milliliters water bottles. This is blood spring water. Drink a sip when you are injured. It can also help you stay alive when you are seriously injured." In addition to the old orc, Fang Jie prepared a bottle for each of Shagar, Dick, and Tiger. "Then leave the human knight, who is suspected to be a regular army, to me." The little flower bud next to him spoke. Fang Jie glanced at the little flower bud, nodded and said, "Okay, then leave the human knight, who is suspected to be a regular army, to you. I will take 8 titans to the front to attract attention. I will also take 2 orcs on the left wing, to help you clear the soldiers, and can also help you block magic when necessary. I will also take 2 little flower buds on the right wing. Those regular troops may be very strong. When will they arrive at the battlefield we have set?" Fang Jie turned around and asked Xiao Huabao. "According to the current time, the vanguard should arrive at 4 p.m. However, you may not be able to calculate the time through the air like me." "Okay." Fang Jie pondered for a moment. "Then wait for me to activate the underground trap before you act." After a pause, Fang Jie said again, "Then this is the plan. You must see my trap activated before attacking. Don't alert the enemy before the trap is activated. If a magician appears on the battlefield, you must attack him first. Finally, bathe in the blood altar again before setting off. The goddess will bless you." "Okay. No problem," Shagar and Dick said at the same time, then nodded to the orc grandmother, knelt on one knee. The old orc muttered something, jumped and waved the totem stick while singing and dancing beside the 3 orcs, jumped 2 circles. The 3 orc warriors stood up, put on the armor that glowed with cold light, and set off. Fang Jie looked around, and then he realized that he seemed to have forgotten a little monster. That is, the little tentacle monster that had snot bubbles on its nose. Fang Jie went forward speechlessly to wake her up, and the awakened little tentacle monster immediately put on an expression of "I am super fierce. I am super fierce. Big brother. Who are we going to kill today? JPG okay. Okay. Are you going to kill others?" Fang Jie looked at the silly and cute little tentacle monster helplessly, and said to Xiao Huabao, "Xiao Huabao, you will take the little tentacle monster with you later. I have written the method of use on a piece of paper, and you can read it when you start the battle." Fang Jie handed the little tentacle monster and the blood bottle to Xiao Huabao, and also gave her a small note. Xiao Huabao took the small tentacle monster, looked at Fang Jie speechlessly, but still took the paper roll with the instructions for using the small tentacle monster under Fang Jie's serious eyes. The old orc also came over at this time, jumping around Fang Jie and Xiao Huabao. Xiao Huabao was a little impatient, and wanted to leave immediately, but was caught by Fang Jie, who shook his head at her. We should respect other people's culture. Xiao Huabao shrugged and said, Okay. After a while, the old orc finished jumping, looked deeply at Fang Jie, walked to the blood pool, and began to pray to the ancient statue of Arachne. Maybe this is her way of joining the battle. Xiao Huabao and Fang Jie also set off officially. When leaving, Xiao Huabao was still a little hesitant. Can we win? Fang Jie smiled evilly and said, Don't worry. How can Tucker lose when he rides on his face? Fang Jie came to the predetermined ambush location. Next to him was a small stone ball and a device similar to a golf hole. There was nothing that could measure time now. The dark clouds in the sky were dark. Fang Jie couldn't tell what time it was at all. He only knew that it was afternoon. Only Xiao Huabao could clearly know what time it was. Fang Jie waited for a while, and saw the human army coming towards this side, like a long dragon. However, they did not return to the original site of the outpost to station as Fang Jie had imagined, but stopped in front of the original site. This is not a solution. What if they don't station here? Then my trap will be completely useless. Fang Jie waited anxiously. According to Murphy's Law, we know that after you imagine the worst-case scenario, things will often move towards this worst-case scenario. Fang Jie waited for a long time, and found that they really planned to build a camp next to the original site. The follow-up personnel slowly arrived, and they had already started to cut trees and prepare for camping. Fang Jie knew that he had to do something to lure them into the trap. Fang Jie left a small gargoyle, and let it watch the stone ball device. This device was a trigger. There were many stone balls in the passage inside, each one bigger than the other. As long as the first stone ball rolled down and collided with a larger stone ball, a chain reaction would form, just like a domino falling down. Finally, a huge stone ball would roll down and break the pillar in the middle of the trap, causing the entire ground to collapse. Seeing that they were not going to enter the original site, Fang Jie had no choice but to take the risk. Expose his existence, lure the soldiers to take the initiative to deal with him, and walk into the trap. Fang Jie created a giant statue, and carried himself to the human settlement. Report. Monster attack. Fang Jie had not taken a few steps when the alarm sounded on the human side. The huge sub-lizard dragon beast immediately carried his knight to the front of the soldiers. As expected, the existence of the giant statue was seen. It's really them. Those strange puppet beasts. They come so fast. The sturdy knight riding on the dragon beast sneered. All troops, line up. With the knight's shout, the whole army, like a loaded gun, lined up, formed squares one by one, and stepped heavily towards the giant statue of Fang Jie. Dense footprints were left on the thin snow. The knight in a cloak heard the noise nearby and rode his horse to the side of the dragon beast. Why don't we wait a little longer? He didn't attack. The knight felt something was wrong, but he couldn't see what was wrong. The dragon beast knight waved his hand. You are here to clean up the world-destroying monsters. I won't fight with you, but I didn't say I would give this stone-like monster to you. I want to use his flesh and blood to sacrifice to my brothers in the advance team. The army was in front, a square formation of fully armed mercenaries, with heavy troops in front and archers in the back. While the soldiers in front were advancing, the archers in the back had already switched to magic arrows and fired volleys. The rain of arrows fell densely on the Colossus, not only penetrated the Colossus' stone armor, but also exploded, and the smoke and dust of the explosion rose up in all directions. Fang Jie was protected by the Colossus behind him, and was not seriously injured, but the Colossus itself was on the verge of collapse due to structural damage. He could only half kneel on the ground. It's dying. The Dragon Knight looked at Fang Jie, who was half kneeling on the ground and deliberately exposed. All troops, attack! With his order, all the soldiers began to charge towards Fang Jie, and his own dragon beast also roared and quickly attacked Fang Jie. Wait! The knight felt something was wrong, but it was too late. The mercenary brigade had already rushed up, including the Asian dragon knight. Haha, I'm waiting for you. Fang Jie turned around and ran, and asked the gargoyle stationed in front of the stone ball device to activate the stone ball. The stone ball rolled down, forming a chain reaction. One stone ball after another rolled down, and the sound of collision and rolling became louder and louder. It was as if the earth began to tremble. Every loud sound of the stone ball collision hit the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 26. The Great Melee. Oops. It's a trap. When the Asian Dragon Knight reacted, it was too late for the army to retreat. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and drive the Asian Dragon Beast to speed up and rush towards Fang Jie. The rumbling sound did not disappoint them. 5 seconds later, a heavy sound sounded from under the feet of the army. The entire ground cracked like an eggshell collapsed, and most of the soldiers fell directly into the U-shaped deep pit. The knight on horseback and wearing a cloak almost fell in. When he heard the rumbling sound just now, he immediately led the soldiers beside him to turn around and run. In addition to their mercenaries, there were also a few scattered phalanxes that survived, a mage, who were at the end, and the other was the carriage pulled by 8 horses, and the heavily armed soldiers guarding it. It did not follow the soldiers to charge forward. Ha! The show has just begun. Fang Jiexia smiled and summoned 8 special giants. These giants look short and fat, with 4 legs and 2 hands. The outside of the hands and legs is a round shell with thorns. As long as these giants roll forward, they will become a powerful stone ball with thorns. Anyone who touches them will either die or be injured. Add to that the U-shaped pit, which makes it convenient for these big stone balls to roll over and then roll back. In this way, these 8 special spherical giants rolled down with a rumbling sound, and screams were heard everywhere for a while. Those warriors wearing heavy armor, which were not easy to move, and now their armor has become a burden to them. These stone balls did not reason with them at all. It was as if they were rolling over a bunch of insects, and blood splattered everywhere, and blood flowed like a river, and a pool of blood formed directly in the pit. No! The Asian Dragon Knight and his dragon beast fell into the trap, easily avoiding the first wave of stone balls, but the soldiers behind him were not so lucky. Seeing the miserable state of his troops, the Asian Dragon Knight, his eyes turned red. Riding the dragon beast, he rushed towards Fang Jie with all his might. He jumped directly at Fang Jie 10 meters away, and there was a fire brewing in his mouth. Would I be afraid of you? I am standing on the ground. And it's not me who wants to fight you to the death. Fang Jie directly formed a 5 or 6 meter long fist, and threw a heavy side hook at the dragon beast that was rushing towards him. It hit the dragon beast's side hard. Even the flames accumulated in its mouth were scattered, and the huge dragon body flew backwards with its knight. When the ground collapsed, the 3 orc teams on the left jumped out of the bushes, and they almost shouted Demacia. In addition to them, there were 2 ordinary colossi that broke through the mud and snow and emerged from the ground. The 3 orcs were wearing hard steel armor and covered with snow. They wielded huge battle axes and chopped at the remaining mercenaries. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Among them, Shagar, who was wearing the ghost-faced dragon-scale warrior armor, was the most conspicuous. She did not follow her brother in Tiger's steps to slaughter the frightened mercenaries, but ran in the opposite direction, running towards the dragon beast knight. Before she ran a few steps, Fang Jie punched the dragon beast several meters away with a huge fist, and it rolled several times on the ground. The knight broke away from his dragon beast, dragged a long trail on the snow, and rolled in front of Shagar. He rolled several times on the ground, and even the spear in his hand flew off. When he was still a little dizzy, Shagar chopped down with a halberd and easily cut into his shoulder. The knight turned over in panic, and his rich combat experience saved his life. He rolled out 2 times, and immediately drew out the heavy sword on his back. He looked closely, and saw an extremely handsome ghost-faced warrior standing in front of him. Shagar's halberd just now only cut a huge crack in the knight's solid shoulder armor, and injured a little fur on the knight's shoulder. The knight looked at the huge gap on his shoulder, and his eyes were solemn. Shagar untied the ghost mask and stuck it on his waist, revealing her face that didn't look like an orc at all. I'm here to avenge the tribe that was slaughtered by you. You bunch of butchers, Shagar said to the knight in poor human language. After that, he swung the heavy double-edged halberd at the knight. On the other side, Zaiwabeo couldn't help but open the so-called small tentacle monster usage guide of Fang Jie. It said, the various resistances of the small tentacle monster are the highest among you. So don't worry about her. Find a crowded place and throw her over. And shout fire in the hole. Best experience, the angry little flower but almost threw the little tentacle monster out directly. How could you treat a lowly like this? It was not until the ground shook that the little flower but jumped out of the tunnel, commanding the plants that had already been assimilated to wave their branches, directly rolling up the soldiers and strangling them, and at the same time giving birth to many flowers. These flowers scattered countless pollens, which had hallucinogenic and paralyzing effects, and the soldiers were hit before they could react. These soldiers who were hit by the psychedelic pollen wandered like zombies, and some of them would even slash at their companions with swords. In this way, the soldiers in front were playing the game of death evasion ball. while the soldiers behind were collectively hanging themselves and taking drugs, screaming one after another. The two giants on this side also joined the battlefield, and the entire battlefield could only be described as tragic. The little flower bud was holding the excited little tentacle monster, and she had wanted to pounce on those soldiers several times. The distressed little flower bud could not be distracted, so she had to really do what the Fangjia user manual said, and threw the little tentacle monster out. Of course, she was embarrassed to say that line. Not to mention, the little tentacle monster that was thrown out had long been unable to control the soul of its own world-destroying monster, and it rushed towards the nearest person, picking those whose armor was not very thick, or those with exposed skin. What the hell is this thing? Ah! Don't come over. These soldiers, who seemed to be regular troops, had never seen such a scene. First, the ground collapsed, and several thorny stone balls emerged. Then the trees next to them seemed to have consciousness, waving their thick branches to tie up and strangle soldiers one by one. Then a small black monster appeared from nowhere and attacked the unprotected places. As long as she touched them, at least 2 tails of meat would disappear. Orcs. Are you the royal family of orcs? Have you crossed the Kepris Mountains from Kepamir? The Asian Dragon Knight looked at Shagar in front of him in shock. We won't do those dirty tricks like you. Shagar looked down on him. Take my halberd. Shagar waved his halberd and swung it at the Asian Dragon Knight. The Asian Dragon Knight quickly waved his heavy sword to block it. With a ding sound, the halberd and the heavy sword collided with each other, and a huge gap was knocked out of the heavy sword. If it hits again, the heavy sword will break. Impossible. Garrison steal. The Dragon Knight was extremely shocked. He quickly blocked Shagar's halberd and retreated. At the same time, he called the Sauron beast, whose head was still a little dizzy. The Sauron beast shook his head. When he heard his master calling him, he immediately ran in the direction of his master, preparing to bite this abominable guy from behind. Shagar was not panicked at all when he was attacked from both sides. She had confidence in the opponent's solution, and also had confidence in her armor. She just chased the low health and armor-breaking Dragon Knight and attacked. Sure enough, when the sub-lizard beast pounced on Shagar with its fangs and claws bared, the colossus next to it finally arrived and punched the sub-lizard beast hard on the left cheek. The sub-lizard beast was about to cry. No. What's wrong with you? Do you only want to hit people in the face? I was just hit and felt dizzy. And now I'm hitting you again? The colossus didn't care about the sub-lizard beast's feelings. It pulled up the sub-lizard beast's head and slammed it to the ground. It punched the sub-lizard beast in the ribs again, and it directly beat the sub-lizard beast to spit blood. The sub-lizard beast spit out flames again, but the colossus was not afraid at all, and grabbed the dragon beast again. It was a miniature version of the Pacific Rim Mecha versus monster. The Dragon Knight saw his dragon beast being beaten, and he was also beaten by this strange female orc. He had no choice but to block the orc's halberd again, ran back a few steps, put the sword behind him, and accumulated a blue blade attack, and then quickly launched it when Shagar approached. He judged that the orc could not dodge at such a close distance, so he could only take his attack, so that if the orc didn't die, he would have to make a hole in her armor. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Shagar saw the sword attack he sent out, but he didn't even dodge, and didn't even use his weapon. He just pushed the sword energy that looked powerful aside, and it exploded into countless snowflakes. Shagar didn't care about the shocked Asian Dragon Knight, and directly thrust out with his halberd, fiercely piercing the Asian Dragon Knight's left shoulder. Shagar himself was very strong, and with the increase of the blood altar, he became even more powerful. He directly raised the halberd, lifted up the whole Asian Dragon Knight, and threw it out like throwing garbage. The Dragon Knight flew 6 or 7 meters away, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and covered his left shoulder. His left arm was completely disabled. What kind of monsters are these? Why can they wear such luxurious armor, making his attack completely ineffective? Are they still those stupid big orcs, who only know how to compete in strength? The lizard beast, who was fighting with the colossus next to him, and was beaten black and blue, found an opportunity, and stabbed one of the colossus's arms with the sharp corner of his long sword, directly destroying the structure of the colossus. While the colossus was falling to the ground, the lizard beast swung its long tail and swept towards Shagar. Shagar only felt a gust of wind blowing, and immediately reacted, raising his halberd with both hands to block. The tail hit Shagar's halberd hard, and Shagar's hands were numb. He flew 7 or 8 meters away. The sub-lizard dragon quickly picked up his knight and threw it behind him, and immediately fled to the back. But he didn't expect the Colossus to stand up again, and hugged the sub-lizard dragon's tail with one hand. No matter how the sub-lizard dragon shook, it didn't let go. Shagar, who was next to him, saw the Colossus helping her hold the sub-lizard dragon, and immediately shook his hands, rushed towards the sub-lizard dragon, waving his halberd and jumping up, and then spun 360 degrees in the air and chopped it down fiercely. It was originally intended to strike at the knight behind the sub-lizard dragon, but because the sub-lizard dragon struggled hard, the giant was dragged forward and slid 2 meters. Therefore, the halberd only struck the base of the sub-lizard dragon's tail. The halberd, made of carbon steel and refined gold, with its huge power, broke through the defense of the sub-lizard dragon's tough dragon skin like cutting tofu, directly cutting off the sub-lizard dragon's tail from the base, and also leaving a huge gap on the dragon's thigh. The sub-lizard dragon beast screamed, staggered, and continued to run forward with a limp, spilling a huge amount of dragon blood as it ran, dyeing the snow red, because it knew that it would really die if it didn't run. Shagar ignored the dragon tail left by the sub-lizard dragon beast and chased after the dragon beast again. Fang Jie commanded 8 thorn ball colossi to play death dodgeball with these soldiers from a distance, while paying attention to Shagar's battle. Their positions were not far away, less than 40 meters away. They should have been closer, but the 2 of them were fighting and running away, running farther and farther. Seeing Shagar cut off the dragon tail and chase the sub-lizard dragon beast, Fang Jie couldn't help but complain that the tail was cut off without cutting the materials. What a waste! On the other side of the battlefield, the little tentacle monster also smelled a different smell. Poochie? Chapter 27. The final boss appears. This different smell belongs to a big bad guy in red clothes. His smell is full of greed and arrogance. And this smell is constantly coming out of the carriage, and it is getting heavier and heavier. The little tentacle monster immediately danced its little tentacles to attack the carriage. There are too many soldiers here, and they have formed a defense circle, so it will take a while to get in. Then the sub-lizard dragon beast, spitting blood and limping on one leg, ran into the defense circle. The dragon beast stumbled and fell to the ground. The sub-dragon knight, who was also seriously injured, also fell to the ground, raising a pile of snow particles. G&A, the Asian dragon knight, covered his wound and shouted with all his strength, "You bastard! What are you waiting for?" G&A's hoarse and evil voice came from the big carriage. Hee, Clyde, I'm still charging. This big baby can only move when it is full of energy. We are about to fail. Don't worry about your monster machine. Take me away. If you don't leave now, I will die here. Hee, okay. Coming right up. As Gina's hoarse voice fell, a huge yellow metal claw came out of the carriage and pierced into the body of the Asian dragon knight Clyde. Ah! Clyde screamed. You? He died before he could finish a sentence. As the metal claw was pulled out, it seemed as if something translucent was pulled out of Clyde's body. With Clyde's death, his unconscious Asian lizard beast also twitched as if it had been electrocuted. Hee, a dragon knight's soul of a great swordsman level is really full of energy. After saying that, a tall golden puppet lifted the roof of the carriage and stood up from the carriage. It actually looked a bit like Fang Jie's Colossus. If I hadn't directly extracted the soul of the person who fled back, I would have almost missed such a good design. It was designed just for me. A person can be seen sitting in the center of this Colossus, who is the former red robe wizard Gina, but he is now in a very miserable state. His left hand is completely amputated, and there are several colorful tubes connected to the broken end. The skin on his body is festering like a boil, and his hair has all fallen off, and he looks like a zombie. Fang Jie felt that this thing was going to be bad as soon as he saw it. His own Murphy's Law was right. This thing is really their secret weapon, and they plagiarized his own design. This is something that my uncle can tolerate but my aunt can't. I will never be a jinx again. Just when I set up a flag for a wasteland power armor, I received a magic power armor in seconds. The enemy's golden colossus immediately caused a huge change in the entire battlefield. Countless translucent gray objects peeled off from the corpse and floated towards the golden colossus. And the golden colossus that absorbed these souls actually had countless blood-red curse marks on its body, all over its body. Ah! This power is so comfortable. Gina moaned comfortably in the golden giant. The Cape Knight who was leading the regular army to fight the small flower buds turned around and cursed immediately. Oh my god! That damn bastard used the forbidden magic of the dead spirit. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The regular army immediately broke through to the back. The Cape Knight cut off 2 small flower buds and rescued a soldier who was about to be strangled and shouted, "Retreat quickly! Hurry!" The soldiers guarding the carriage also panicked. There was a loophole in the defense circle. The little tentacle monster took the opportunity to enter, jumped directly to the golden giant, showed a vicious expression, and pounced on Gina in the middle of the giant. Bang! The little tentacle monster hit the transparent thick crystal hard. Puff! Bad guy. Didn't expect it. Little monster. We meet again. Gina controlled the huge metal claw and clawed directly at the little tentacle monster. The little tentacle monster could only flee in a panic. While fleeing, she seemed to smell a familiar smell. From this smell, she also felt a trace of anxiety. The little tentacle monster could not get into the cockpit of the metal monster, so she followed this smell and hid here and there. She narrowly avoided the metal claws, and finally followed this familiar smell and hid in the crowd. What was unexpected was that Gina completely ignored these former members, and directly waved the metal claws to cruelly cut these people into 3 pieces. The mercenaries who were still guarding nearby were stunned, and immediately panicked. However, the result of this was that many people were caught or trampled to death by the golden giant that was chasing the small tentacle monster, and their souls became its energy. The little flower bud was paying attention to the small tentacle monster. Seeing that the golden giant was chasing the small tentacle, the little flower bud directly urged the vines to quickly wrap around the golden giant's arms and feet. The golden giant was blocked by the vines, so it had to stop and directly tore off the vines on its body. The little tentacle monster found that it could not break through the defense of this big guy, so it had to quickly move away from the golden giant while the golden giant was cleaning the vines. After the golden giant tore off the vines, it found that it had lost the trace of the little monster. When it looked up, it happened to see the regular army and others who were retreating. Humph! Today, no one can escape. After saying that, Gina controlled the golden giant and raised his hand. Narf great spear. The hand of the golden giant in the middle lit up with a blue light, and a blue flame was ejected. The direction it pointed to was directly burned to a charred distance of nearly 100 meters. This time, the regular army that was just about to escape was directly burned by 2/3. The Cape Knight who barely escaped the disaster struggled to crawl out of the charred corpse. His cape had completely disappeared, and the armor on his back was still emitting black smoke. It was estimated that the armor on his back had already merged with the flesh on his back. This lunatic. Completely crazy. The knight fainted after saying this. The little tentacle monster was hiding around and waiting for an opportunity to move. After the golden giant made a shocking attack, it shook its red arm that was emitting green smoke. The colossus that had been following Dick Tiger rushed over and grabbed the golden colossus from behind. As a result, the golden colossus was stronger than the stone colossus, and it broke free from the stone colossus's hand, turned around and punched through the stone colossus' chest, and then pulled back, and the stone colossus broke into 2 sections from the chest. The stone colossus that followed the little flower but also rushed over, and each of them restrained the golden colossus's hands with one hand, forcing him to kneel down. Shagar also rushed over, shouting to Dick and Tiger, "Retreat! You too! Retreat quickly!" Seeing Tiger, Dick nod. He stepped on the broken remains of the giant, holding 2 halberds, and jumped up, in the air, with the halberd tip facing down. His body was bent into a crescent shape, and he fiercely inserted the halberd into the chest of the golden giant. He exerted force with both hands, and heard a ding sound. A small piece of metal was pried off, revealing some magic patterns inside that were similar to circuit boards. The golden giant struggled to break free from the restraints of a stone giant, and punched Shagar. Shagar was blasted several meters away, and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. The left chest of the hard carbon steel armor was dented. Shagar took out the blood bottle with difficulty and drank a sip, and was quickly carried away by Dick and Tiger. After the golden giant knocked Shagar away, it turned around and used the Narving Great Spear again, directly melting the 2 stone giants into a pool of lava. At this time, Fong Jia came late and directly wrapped the golden giant with plastic, making it unable to move. Fong Jia got closer and found that this golden giant was very strange. It seemed that countless voices came from its body. One of the clearest was Gina's voice. There were also hundreds of other consciousness voices. Their voices were very vague, but they all expressed the same meaning, which was pain. It hurt so much. It was like hundreds of tortured souls. These consciousness voices were completely different from those things that floated out of the dead bodies. Those translucent souls did not have these sounds. Those things became completely different as soon as they floated out of the body. To Fangjie, they felt like plants. What on earth are you? Fangjie also asked this question. Ji's hoarse voice also came out from the golden giant. I should be the one to ask you this question. Monster, I didn't expect you to really exist. I will definitely study you carefully in the future. Now you can experience the final killer move I prepared for you. Magic Riot. After saying that, a huge wave of magic power came from the golden giant. A huge blue-purple magic circle spread from the bottom of the golden giant's feet. Affected by this magic circle, the magic elements in the air became agitated as if they were injected with chicken blood. It was totally out of Fangjie's control. This directly caused Fangjie's shaping magic to fail. Fangjie couldn't even shape the earth wave that made him move. Hee. Do you think you are the only one who can set traps? I devoured 2 soldiers who fled from here. I know all your attack methods. Although your magic is very strange, but it is true that as long as the magic power is agitated and out of your control, you will become useless. The golden giant grabbed Fangjie. Fangjie's stone head was creaking under the huge force of the golden giant, making a sharp sound that made people's teeth ache. My target is you. They all thought that our purpose of coming here this time was to get the cub of the world-destroying monster. In fact, I am more interested in you, a piece of stone with self-awareness. Interesting. So interesting. Hee. The bastard Fangjie endured the huge pressure brought by the metal claws that wanted to crush him, while trying to mobilize his control over the magic element. But all his efforts became in vain. The soil that could have been soft under the influence of magic power now became extremely heavy. It felt as if a mountain was pressing on Fangjie. No. Fangjie is in danger. Shagar recovered a little, broke free from Dick and Tiger, and half knelt on the ground. You can't go up to help him now. The blood bottle can only help you recover from your injuries, but your armor has been embedded in your wounds, and you can't recover, Dick said on the side. Shagar wanted to say something, but he spit out a big mouthful of blood again, in the hands of the golden colossus. Although Fangjie could not be reshaped again, he could still call the 8 special colossi to help. Now the 4 colossi following Xiaowabao and Shagar have been completely destroyed. The 8 stone ball colossi stepped out of the U-shaped pit with 4 legs, aimed at the golden colossus, and shrank into a ball again and crashed into the golden colossus. Chapter 28 Solution. Danger? The golden giant was extremely flexible, much more flexible than the stone ball giant that did not have the U-shaped tunnel to accelerate, so it easily dodged these relatively heavy stone balls. Hee. Very fun, very fun. He was actually laughing while dodging the stone balls. And the little flower bud saw the opportunity and directly drilled out several vines under his feet, trapping one of his feet, so Jian'ei couldn't laugh anymore. He was hit hard in the face by a stone ball giant. The stone ball giant directly crushed him from the front. The stone spike stabbed the metal surface of the golden giant, making a series of teeth-grinding piercing sounds. But even so, the damage to the golden giant was limited. The golden giant tore off the vines wrapped around its feet with one hand. In a rage, it directly smashed Fangjie heavily to the ground. While Fangjie was still dizzy and struggling to pull himself out of the ground, a huge golden big foot stepped him back into the ground again. The golden colossus freed one hand and grabbed the stone ball colossus that rushed towards him again. The 2 colossi collided with each other, and the golden colossus stopped the stone ball colossus abruptly. The golden colossus lifted the stone ball colossus with another effort. He smashed it hard against another stone ball that rushed towards him. The 2 colossi collided with each other, and the outer shell of the stone wall was directly shattered. The internal structure of one of them was directly damaged and could not be repaired. The stone ball colossus in another direction rushed towards the golden colossus again. The golden colossus was ready to repeat the scene just now. But this time, the colossus transformed halfway through the rush. With a force from his arms, he launched his huge body into the air, and completed the transformation in the air. He rushed towards the golden colossus, and rolled dozens of meters away with the golden colossus. As soon as it landed, the stone ball colossus immediately rushed up again and hugged the golden colossus. The golden colossus could not move. After all, 4 legs are more stable than 2 legs. One of the remaining stone ball colossus shrank into a ball again, and hit the golden colossus's belly hard. On the chest of the golden colossus, the transparent crystal in front of Gina was directly cracked by this blow. And the stone ball also transformed into a colossus, and grabbed the other arm of the golden colossus again. Restraining him, the golden colossus raised its leg, and kicked one of the colossus in the belly with a side kick. The lower limbs of this colossus were directly damaged, but it still stubbornly hugged one of the golden colossus's hands. The golden colossus raised his leg again. If he kicked it again, the colossus would collapse due to damage. But this time he did not succeed. At the moment he raised his leg, several vines emerged from the ground again, and entangled one of its legs. Ah! These guys are so annoying. Gina yelled in anger in the cockpit. A stone ball colossus next to it stood directly in front of the golden colossus, raised its huge fist, and hit the golden colossus' chest heavily. This attack caused more cracks to appear in the crystal in front of Gina. Ha, you are so arrogant. Now it is a justice 6 versus 1. Ah! Gina screamed madly, and he turned the power of the golden colossus to the maximum. With a stutter, one of the hands that bound the golden colossus broke directly. At the same time as the colossus's arm broke, a vine appeared again and bound his arm. The golden colossus, who was forced into no way out, activated his skill again. Land of burning flames. A flame spread from the golden giant to the entire earth, burning everything on the ground. And even the snow on the ground melted and evaporated in an instant. At the same time, the vines of the small flower buds were also charred and carbonized. The stone giants next to them also cracked due to the high temperature, and their structures became brittle. The golden giant only needed to use a little force to smash these stone giants. 6 stone giants were instantly destroyed. I feel comfortable now. At this time, Fangjia had been dug out by a giant, and was rolling towards the outer edge of the violent magic power. However, he rolled slowly on the flat ground, and was covered by flames before he rolled out of the huge magic circle. This position was more than 20 meters away from the edge of the magic effect of the burning flame land. However, even with this 20-meter distance, the stone giant could no longer run out. The golden giant immediately ran over, smashed the stone giant to pieces, found Fangjia inside, and caught Fangjia in his hand again. Ha ha ha! You can't escape from my palm. Gina slammed Fangjia in his hand to the ground, again. Didn't you cut off one of my hands? This time, let me see whether you are stronger or my golden colossus is stronger. After saying that, he punched Fangjia with his half-man-high fists. Under the violent punches, Fangjia felt that his whole body was cracked, and it would really break if he was hit twice more. Fangjia swore that he would never set a flag again in the future. The wasteland power armor has not come yet, but the magic golden armor has come. On the other side, the vines of the little flower bud could not go deep into the burning land. The little flower bud had no choice but to use the skill she got from the water god tree given to her by Fangjia. The vines became moist for a while, and large drops of water fell on the cracked land baked by the flames. Although the vines became moist, they were dried up by the flames on the ground after entering the burning land for only a few meters, and were burned into charcoal again. The little flower bud glanced at Fangjia, who was pinched by the golden giant, gritted her teeth, and stepped into the burning land. The violent magic elements in the burning land were not conducive to the little flower bud's control and absorption of water. Only when she was close enough could she quickly form a water shield to protect her vines. The little flower bud endured the erosion of the high temperature and stretched the vines towards the golden giant that was beating Fangjia again. No! Little flower bud. Run! You can't restrain it. Fangjia saw the little flower bud struggling to walk towards this side step by step, and immediately shouted anxiously. But the little flower bud, whose beautiful leaf skirt had been scorched, had no intention of retreating at all, and stared straight at the golden giant. Gina found that the annoying vines were back again. These vines directly wrapped around the back, and irritably pulled off a few vines that had spread to the chest, and the broken vines immediately oozed out juice, which dripped on the surface of the golden giant, and was immediately dried, and turned into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated in the air. Fangjia noticed this, and a thought flashed through his mind. Gina picked up the dizzy Fangjia from the ground, and turned around to see the petite and stubborn Xiaohua Bao. Hey, another monster I haven't seen before. You are really extraordinary. You can find so many strange monsters, Gina said to Fangjia, and turned to Xiaohua Bao again and said, Can you talk like him? Then Gina waited for a long time, but didn't hear a word. But the little flower bud did speak, and only Fangjia could hear it. Let go of my treasure. Asshole. Gina was a little disappointed. It turns out that it can't speak, but it still came to save you. It seems that its IQ is quite high. But it's a pity that it can't speak. It's useless. I can only say goodbye to it. As he said this, he thought of the little flower bud and raised his hand. And a flash of light that Fang Jie was familiar with gathered. No! Little flower bud. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Asshole. Move. Move. Fang Jie desperately urged his magic power to condense the shaping magic. But to his disappointment, the soil only trembled slightly twice, and still failed to condense. Bye-bye Gina activated the magic representing death. Narfan Great Spear. And the blue flame flashed again, melting the ground where the small flower bud was directly into magma. Bastard. I will kill you. I must kill you. Fang Jie could only roar. He had no way to calm himself down now. But the next second, he heard the voice of the little flower bud again. I'm still here. Don't worry. The little tentacle monster just saved me. Just now. In order to see Fang Jie's desperate expression, Gina didn't keep looking at the little flower bud. When the energy began to accumulate, he looked away and looked at Fang Jie. But he was destined to be disappointed. Although Fang Jie yelled at him in his mind, his real expression remained the same. Before he fired, the little tentacle monster jumped out from under the cracked stone nearby and wrapped up the little flower bud. Taking advantage of the time when he was swinging back and forth with his skills, he quickly climbed onto the back of this big metal guy. And Gina did not notice her little move. Behind him, the little tentacle monster used her highly elastic little tentacles to wrap up the little flower bud. Under the protection of her tentacles, the little flower bud was no longer continuously burned by the burning land, and could control the plants and vines to absorb magic power and produce water to a greater extent. After all, the little tentacle monster's fire resistance is very high. I have an idea. Little flower bud, I need your cooperation. Fang Jie said directly to the little flower bud. I need you to use your greatest strength to bind him. After binding him, the little tentacle monster immediately took the little flower bud away. The farther the better. At this time, Fang Jie did not forget to instruct the little tentacle monster. Okay, I can bind him, but I need time. Also, I will not leave. The little flower bud sent a firm voice to Fang Jie. Don't worry. How could my own skills harm me? You are the ones who make me tied up. Hey, are you stupid? The man who controlled the golden giant shook Fang Jie in his hand. He couldn't hear the conversation between Fang Jie and Xia Wabao, and thought Fang Jie was angry and stupid. Haha, not really, I'm thinking about how to beat you to pieces later. Fang Jie said this to Gina. You still say you're not stupid. You are the bug in my hand. As he said this, he grabbed Fang Jie and used force. He squeezed Fang Jie's body and made a creaking sound. Finally, I just want to ask you, how did this golden giant of yours come here? You can't make such a thing with your technology. Ha! It's okay to tell you this little monster who has never seen the world. Of course, those are the materials and core drawings that I bought at a high price. You can get ready to go. I still want to study your body as soon as possible. Oh, I also want to see if I can extract your soul. Ah! It's interesting to think about it. It seems that your last words are finished. Here's a piece of advice for you. Don't talk nonsense with the enemy in your next life. Now! As soon as Fang Jie finished speaking, a large number of vines emerged from the feet of the golden giant, and directly wrapped the golden giant like a tree. Chapter 29 The Final Blow. The giant tree of the little flower bud successfully bound the golden giant inside, and made it unable to move. This giant tree that can grow rapidly in the land of burning flames consumed all of the magic power of the little flower bud, and fainted without a sound. When she fainted, Fang Jie started shaping. This time Fang Jie no longer shaped the soil. Since the soil is so heavy, why not shape something lighter? And is there anything in this world that is lighter than air? When Fang Jie saw the white smoke formed by the evaporation of the liquid, he suddenly thought of using high temperature and high pressure to decompose the air into electrons and positive ions, forming plasma, and immediately transformed into a big bomb. This time Fang Jie found the feeling of shaping the soil again. A huge amount of hot air was directly compressed into a ball. The air in the center showed a liquid-like feeling. And there was a faint flash of lightning. Okay. Little tentacle monster. Run away with the little flower bud immediately. The little tentacle monster hesitated. She had heard from the little flower bud that she couldn't run away with her. Now Fang Jie wanted her to run away again. She couldn't decide who to listen to. Seeing that the little tentacle monster didn't leave, Fang Jie threatened fiercely. If you don't leave, I will never make barbecue for you again. Well, as soon as these words came out, the little tentacle monster was so scared that it ran away with the little flower bud without looking back. Looking at the little tentacle monster's back, Fong Jia smiled bitterly. He didn't even know how powerful this thing was. He could only use all his skills to compress it. There was only a tiny bit of plasma in the fist-sized compressed air, but this should be enough. What the hell is this? You're going to die. Die? Gina looked at the strange ball of light hovering in front of him in horror. He saw a huge threat from this ball of light. And now he was bound by a big tree, completely unable to move. He could only use his greatest strength, trying to crush Fong Jia, trying to stop Fong Jia from casting spells in this way. Crack. Fong Jia's stone head finally couldn't bear the huge force and cracked. This time I cracked, and it's not a joke. Fong Jia laughed at himself. Looking at the increasing number of cracks on his body, Fong Jia felt that he was about to give up. But it's okay, in the last life. He died of overtime, and in this life, he sacrificed himself to protect his family, which should be a good destination. This plasma group has basically taken shape. Even if Fong Jia removes his ability now, this thing will not disappear. Fong Jia's consciousness was also shaky under the weight of the metal arm. Pieces of stone kept falling off Fong Jia's body. Perhaps he would be crushed by Gina in a short while. Just when Fong Jia's consciousness was blurred, a double-edged halberd fiercely pierced into the chest of the golden giant. It was Shagar. She had just endured the slightly red armor that was burned all over her body, and used all her strength to throw her double-edged halberd out from the edge of the burning land. The red-hot halberd was carried by a gust of hot wind and flew nearly 20 meters away, and fiercely inserted into the gap she had pried open before. Sparks appeared inside instantly, as if there was a short circuit. Fong Jia only felt that the pressure of the metal claws on him suddenly decreased, but it still did not let go. Fong Jia used all his energy to convey his meaning to her. You stupid girl. Why are you rushing in? You will be burned beyond recognition in the future. And then who will dare to marry you? Get out of here. The farther the better. Although Shagar has no strength now, but because they are only at the edge of the burning land, Tiger and Dick easily pulled this stubborn stupid girl out. They may have also seen the strange light ball condensed by Fong Jia, and just dragged Shagar away. Not bad, it seems that she is not stupid enough. Fong Jia dragged his broken body back, looking at the fragrant mouth in the golden giant with a mocking look, furious with impotence, and fiercely hitting the thick transparent crystal GNA in front of him. Ha ha ha. The stupidest thing is to make a battle armor for yourself without an emergency escape exit. Did you make a big coffin for yourself? Finally. I saw the scene, which made me laugh to death. While Fong Jia was mocking GNA, the plasma ball was completed. Its own weight brought it down slowly, until it touched the ground. The huge flash of light drowned the golden giant, drowned the square solution, and also drowned the giant tree with small flower buds. The flash illuminated the entire forest, and broke through the thick clouds. This small plasma group had no huge explosion, no radioactive dust, and no mushroom cloud. There was only high temperature that broke through the upper limit, and high-pressure wind, and waves that swept everything. After the flash, everything returned to calm, leaving only a molten pit with a radius of 10 meters on the ground. The surrounding trees were all bent by the heat wave, and the snow disappeared without a trace, leaving only warm puddles. Tiger and Dick dragged the persistent girl up in the heat. Just a few meters after dragging her out, they felt a strong light flash behind them, as if an angel had descended, and then a heat wave that was even hotter than before pushed them 5 meters away. After finding Shagar and lifting her up, she asked softly in a hoarse voice, "Where is Fong Jia?" Dick looked back and replied, "I don't know. Now there is only a huge pit left there. What kind of magic is that? I don't know, go find him. Don't worry about me." "No. You need treatment now." Shagar didn't say anything, but struggled hard. Tiger thought for a while, and said to Dick, "Dick, take your sister back for treatment. I go back to find the solution." Dick nodded, and took Shagar to the cave. Tiger picked up the sword, and walked carefully towards the molten pit. Although there was no magic blessing, the magic of the burning land no longer existed, but the high temperature of this place could not dissipate in such a short time. Tiger tried several times, but failed to get within 10 meters of the molten pit. Just because he couldn't do it didn't mean that others couldn't. The little tentacle monster slid her tentacles, and rushed directly into the molten pit without fear of the high temperature, and even swam directly in the magma in the molten pit. She searched for Fong Jia's breath in the center, but found nothing. Fang Jie seemed to have evaporated and disappeared without a trace. And the golden giant emitting a strange breath had not completely disappeared. There was still a quarter left. Only the right hand farthest from the center of the explosion, and a third of the chest on the right. The transparent glass-like crystal had completely disappeared. A burnt arm actually stretched out from this half-chest. And a painful groan. If Fang Jie saw it, he would definitely curse this bastard for being so lucky. He didn't die even after this. But he was not far from death, because the little tentacle monster found him, and jumped directly into the cockpit. Now there is no crystal to protect you. The screams were heard from far away. After dealing with this scum, the little tentacle monster remembered that his main task was to find Fang Jie. After looking at the molten pits around, the little tentacle jumped into it again to search. In the end, the little tentacle monster still found Fang Jie. But Fang Jie's current state might not even be considered alive. Fang Jie's stone head was broken into 5 large pieces, and a part of it was melted. The black stone eye was no longer symmetrical. When the little tentacle monster found Fang Jie, it immediately wrapped him up with its tentacles and dragged him out of the molten pit, while transmitting its consciousness to Fang Jie. Pucci? Fang Jie? Stone? Barbecue? But this time Fang Jie did not respond to it, just lying there silently. Puff? Puff. Fang Jie? Stone. Uncle Tiger saw the little tentacle monster dragging something, and immediately stepped forward. But this time the little tentacle monster did not act indifferent, but raised its tentacles, making a hoo-hoo-hoo sound, which it would only do when it wanted to demonstrate. Tiger immediately stopped and slowly retreated. He had no doubt that, if he went any further, he might lose a few pieces of meat, because they had all seen the little tentacle monster's heroic performance on the battlefield before. The little tentacle monster put down his tentacles after seeing him retreat, and continued to talk to Fang Jie. Fang Jie? Get up. Make barbecue for me. Get up. Get up. Make barbecue. Get up quickly. Get up quickly. I want to eat barbecue. Get up quickly. The little tentacle monster pushed Fang Jie's stone head. Fang Jie did not move. The little tentacle monster pushed hard again, and Fang Jie broke into pieces. The little tentacle monster was scared, and immediately put Fang Jie together. This time she did not dare to move, and could only wrap him like this. Tiger wanted to get closer to the little tentacle monster. But as soon as he got closer, the little tentacle monster began to protest against him. Tiger had no choice but to slowly approach, saying, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I just want to bring your master back to the blood altar. The red blood altar." He took another step forward. And this was a big deal. The little tentacle found that protesting against this stupid big guy was ineffective. And he actually wanted to get closer. He immediately opened all his tentacles. And as long as this guy got closer, he would be covered in tentacles. Tiger didn't dare to move again. After thinking for a while, he took out the blood bottle that Fang Jie gave him, and poured out some of the blood in the bottle. The little tentacle monster seemed to smell the blood, and immediately understood what he meant. He ignored him, and wrapped Fang Jie up and ran home quickly. The little tentacle monster took Fang Jie, and jumped directly into the blood pool. Next to him were Xiaowabao and Shagar, who were sent in early in the morning. The old orc next to the blood pool was still praying. Xiaowabao's injuries were recovering, and the leaf skirt that had withered and burned was slowly growing and recovering again. Shagar's injuries were quite serious. She had burns all over her body. When the armor was taken off, her skin had already stuck to it. It was torn off directly. When the armor was taken off, she woke up and fainted again in pain. She went back and forth several times before she took off her armor directly in the blood jar. Now she is recovering slowly. Granules and skin are growing slowly. But Fang Jie is stone. Maybe he is not even a living thing. He has not grown at all. He is not stuck together. The broken stones are still broken stones. The little tentacle monster put Fang Jie into the blood pool and still wrapped him tightly, fearing that he would break again. In fact, the blood spring was completely useless for Fang Jie's injuries. But she still stayed in the blood pool and wrapped Fang Jie tightly. In another dim room full of white silk, 6 blood-red spider eyes opened. Chapter 30, Xiaobai's Nightmare. This sleep was the worst Xiaobai had ever had since he was born. This winter was much colder than usual, and he had a very strange dream. In the dream, Xiaobai came to a strange world. This world had countless threads, which were like spider silk, but these spider silks were very messy, as if he had returned to the spider cave before he met Fang Jie. This spider silk world was very big, so big that you couldn't see the edge at a glance. Countless spider silks were intertwined, some thick and some thin. In this world, it seemed that there were only spider silks and Xiaobai. Originally, Xiaobai should have felt scared, but she didn't. She seemed to have returned to her home, and felt only familiarity with this place. Xiaobai carefully touched a spider silk in this world, and the whole spider silk world became restless. The spider silk surged like waves, and lifted Xiaobai up to the sky. In the sky, Xiaobai saw an unforgettable scene. These were 6 gems. 6 huge rubies, which were so big that they covered the sky. These 6 gems emitted a bright and soft light, which was extremely beautiful. Nothing in the world could compare with these 6 gems. While Xiaobai was attracted by these gems, a petite creature quietly appeared beside her, and gently swept her face with its tail. Xiaobai was dazzled. As if she saw herself, she had just been born, and she was bullied by her brothers and sisters. She saw that she had found her own treasure, the stone. Xiaobai watched her former self interact with Fangjie, and she also laughed. The scene changed, and she saw that she was running away with Fangjie. She was hit by the sword of the pursuers. This time Fangjie had no way to save her, and could only watch her die, and spent thousands of years in that narrow cave, until her spiritual death. Xiaobai was anxious. This was not her experience. Her experience was not like this. It couldn't be like this. Xiaobai racked her brains to recall what she had done wrong. A strange sound attracted Xiaobai's attention. This was a creature whose shape could not be seen clearly. It was translucent, with 4 limbs, and its entire body was looming. If you look closely at it, you will find that there seemed to be countless stars and universes flowing in its hazy body. It seemed to be asking her to follow it. Xiaobai followed the pace of this strange creature. This creature ran faster and faster. Xiaobai gradually couldn't keep up with its pace. Wait! Wait for me! Xiaobai really couldn't keep up. She stopped. Hulu, this strange creature appeared from behind her again. It rubbed Xiaobai's spider legs affectionately. Who are you? Xiaobai looked at this creature in surprise. Hulu, this creature disappeared again. At this time, Xiaobai realized the change in her location. She returned to the battlefield of the underground palace. The Minotaur was confronting the black-armored warrior. The black-armored warrior hit the Minotaur with a fireball, and its crown flew to a dark, cramped, rocky corner. Yes! It was the crown. She hadn't found it just now. Xiaobai reacted immediately. Xiaobai here was humming a tuneless tune while searching for stones, hoping to find some shiny objects. But she missed the crown several times. Xiaobai was so anxious, wanting to talk to herself here. But it seems Xiaobai can't hear it. Xiaobai saw that he was about to leave, and was extremely anxious, while secretly cursing himself. Was he really that stupid at that time? Xiaobai pushed the crown hard, and actually pushed it a little bit. The crown made a slight click. It was this slight click that attracted Xiaobai's attention. Xiaobai dropped the broken metal piece in his hand, and picked up the crown. He walked towards Fangjie happily. Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing his foolish self in the past, Xiaobai only felt unprecedented tiredness. Things finally developed in the normal direction. Fangjie got magical power, saved himself, and built a home for everyone. Fangjie built several rooms and finally got the big turntable. He turned out a small tentacle monster, turned out a strange ore, turned out the Dead Sea Scrolls, and a collection of fairy tales. At this time, Xiaobai had been hibernating, but Xiaobai didn't. She watched with relish as Fangjie was holding the Dead Sea Scrolls and Grimm's fairy tales, and was so angry that he jumped up and down, cursing the system for being a rip-off. The things it gave were meaningless. Fairy tales with dictionaries can be used as introductory textbooks for literacy. What's the point of giving a Dead Sea Scroll written in Hebrew? To preach? Saw the human sneak attack on the underground palace. Saw Fangjie telling her in her sleep, "Don't worry. Sleep well. I will protect you." Saw Fangjie rushing to fight. Saw Shagar being attacked by a giant robot. Saw Fangjie's defeat. Saw him being held in the hand of a giant golden puppet. She watched Shagar spit blood and die, watched Fangjie being crushed, watched the little tentacle monster holding the remaining rubble of Fangjie and dying alone. She watched their home being invaded by humans. The old orc who was brutally killed beside the altar took away everything, destroyed the statue of Arachne, killed herself who was still asleep, burned the little flower bud who was also asleep, and destroyed everything she had. Snore, that strange creature came again. And it took her through time again. She came to the battlefield again. And this time she was determined to change something. She came to her room and wanted to wake herself up. But no matter how hard she tried, she showed no signs of waking up. Xiaobai was so anxious that she really wanted to slap herself. She kept trying to call herself, until humans attacked Fangjia again. She watched everyone die again. Snoring, the mysterious creature appeared again. It brought her to the time before humans launched a sneak attack again. This time she changed her method. She came to the room of the little flower bud, and sent her thoughts to the little flower bud. Wake up! Little flower bud. Wake up! The little flower bud just twisted, but didn't wake up. Wake up! Wake up! Xiaobai used up all his strength. The little flower bud shook a little Xiaobai, who was half asleep and half awake. Go! Fangjia needs help. Xiaobai's voice was very low. The little flower bud woke up. Xiaobai? You woke up? But there was no sound again. The little flower bud twisted her body, changed her posture, and prepared to continue sleeping. But Xiaobai's voice came again. Help Fangjia or you will die. You will die. This time, the little flower bud woke up completely. This time she was sure that she heard Xiaobai's voice. With her doubts, she yawned and came to the conference room, and heard the conversation between Fangjia and the orcs. She realized that Fangjia really needed help. The sneak attack on the dungeon was solved this time. Because of the addition of the little flower bud, the alert range was greatly increased, and the large human army was detected in advance before the arrival of humans. This time Fangjia also made a more detailed and thorough plan. The humans were defeated. But there were still some small problems. The little tentacle monster was seriously injured and unconscious. The little flower bud was directly burned to ashes by magic, and Fangjia was crushed again. The snore came again, that creature came again. Xiaobai was really tired. She asked the mysterious creature how could I save them. But the creature didn't seem to be able to speak. It just rubbed against her, and then lazily disappeared. Xiaobai looked at the familiar hall, and listened to Fangjia's mobilization. She mustered up the courage to come to the battlefield again. This time she found the little tentacle monster. She didn't know why the little tentacle monster couldn't seem to hear her voice. But she seemed to be able to sense her location. She took the little tentacle monster with her, shuttled through the crowd, and avoided the fatal attack of the golden giant. Finally, she hid the little tentacle monster under a rock. Sure enough, not long after, the ground began to burn with flames, and the little flower bud resolutely stepped into the land of flames. The little flower bud, which had no resistance to flames, could only barely wrap around one of the golden giant's feet. Because it was too weak, it didn't even attract the golden giant's attention. The magical creature appeared again, and time went back again, but this time it was not on the battlefield, but in front of the big turntable, and time seemed to be frozen before Fangjia turned the turntable. This time the magical creature did not disappear, but came to the big turntable. Xiaobai found that the scene had changed a little this time. Countless silk threads passed through the big turntable, and one of them was blue. Xiaobai curiously fiddled with it, and a ripple came out of the silk thread. Time began to flow again. This time, Fangjia took out a sapling from the treasure chest instead of ore. He gave the sapling to Xiaowabao, and Xiaowabao gained the ability to control the water element. Because of the blessing of the water element control, the little flower bud has gained a certain ability to protect itself in the burning land. This time she successfully attracted the attention of the golden giant. But the next second, she was burned to ashes by the magic amid Fangjia's angry howl. Hulu, after Xiaobai rescued the little tentacle monster this time, he took her to the bottom of another stone, which will be close to the little flower bud in a while. Sure enough, the little flower bud came, and in the end, the little tentacle monster rushed out to rescue the little flower bud. Fangjia also suddenly thought of a way to deal with the water coming out of the broken roots of the small flower bud and condensed plasma. However, Fangjia was still crushed before the plasma was completed. Xiaobai angrily hammered the ground, causing ripples in this strange space. After Xiaobai let the little tentacle monster save the small flower bud, he immediately ran to Shagar, who had fainted after drinking the blood fountain. Xiaobai begged Shagar to save Fangjia. Somehow, Shagar woke up. As if he had heard Xiaobai's plea, he broke free from Dick and Tiger's support, walked into the periphery of the burning land with a determined look, and threw the double-edged halberd with all his strength. It was bad, because Shagar himself was also at the end of his strength, and the halberd he threw was already inaccurate. Xiaobai looked at the halberd that was flying more and more off, and could only pray in despair. At this time, Xiaobai felt that her body became lighter, as if the world had responded to her prayers. She seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, sweeping towards the war halberd, and carrying the war halberd to the destination she needed. With a ding sound, the war halberd accurately inserted into the gap that was only half the size of a palm that was pried open by Shagar, successfully preventing Fangjia from being crushed directly. The light illuminated the entire forest, making Xiaobai's white body shine brightly. After the light faded, Xiaobai found Fangjia, but he was still broken. Come again! Snore. Come again. Snore. Come again. Xiaobai didn't know how many times she did it, but still couldn't save Fangjia. She saved everyone, but couldn't save Fangjia. Snore. No! Don't do it again! Xiaobai cried and begged the strange creature. She traveled through time again and again, trying to save Fangjia, but it was all in vain. She was so tired that her body became transparent and erratic. She couldn't hold on any longer. Please, help me save him! Help me save him! Hulu, this strange creature, has been watching her efforts, and saw her start to beg for him. But it ignored her, just turned around coldly, and walked away again. Xiaobai didn't want to follow her anymore. She went back to the past countless times, but Fangjia died every time. Although the endings were different, but before the battle, Fangjia would definitely turn around and rub her forehead and say, "Don't worry, sleep well, I will protect you." Xiaobai has heard this sentence countless times, but she is willing to hear it again every time. This time it is a little different. Fangjia is still standing in front of the big turntable, struggling to draw the lottery. This time is still like last time. Countless silk threads are connected to the treasure chest. But this time the silk threads no longer have colors. They are all the same material, the same color. Xiaobai looked at these silk threads and dared not act rashly. She looked at the magical creature again. This guy actually rolled aside, asking for help to no avail. Xiaobai could only start to choose which thread to touch. Xiaobai had no choice. When she was about to choose one at random, the magical creature blocked her. Although she couldn't see clearly, she seemed to understand what the creature meant. There was only one chance. This made Xiaobai even more entangled. Looking at these countless threads, Xiaobai couldn't make up her mind. What should I do? Xiaobai calmed down, looking at these threads in a daze. Since what she was doing now was to influence the past, then her future self could also influence her present self. Then why not just give the decision to the future self? At this point, Xiaobai figured it out. She closed her eyes, and felt the voice deep in her heart. But nothing happened. She didn't hear any voice, nor did she feel any help. She kept her eyes closed. She felt like she was about to fall asleep, and there was no effect. Disappointed, she opened her eyes, but was surprised to see a sphere emitting soft light in her hand. At this moment, she knew that this was the choice her future self made for her present self. She put the sphere into Fangjia's treasure chest. Time began to flow again, and Fangjia took out the sphere heart of fire from the treasure chest. She saw Fangjia's funny research, and also saw Fangjia's disappointment. But she was not worried, because she believed that it would be right for her future self to give this to her. This psychedelic world began to shake, and the feeling of weightlessness swept over her whole body. In a trance, a soft voice came to her ear. Keep it a secret, otherwise Fangjia will die. Chapter 31. Fangjia is back. Xiaobai staggered to her feet. She endured the weakness brought by her body, but she couldn't fall down. Fangjia still needed her rescue. Fangjia didn't know how to use that thing, but she knew. Xiaobai staggered to the hall, picked up the heart of fire that was a bit heavy for her, and hurriedly brought it to the blood pool. Little tentacle, bring Fangjia to me quickly. Xiaobai rushed to the blood pool and immediately shouted at the little tentacle monster that was curled up at the bottom of the blood pool with Fangjia. Dick and Tiger, who were sitting on the side, were stunned. Xiaobai, you can talk to us now. The old orc just looked at Xiaobai silently without saying anything. I don't have time to explain. You two should go and push all the unused steel and refined gold over here. At this time, the little tentacle monster popped its head out of the blood pool, saw Xiaobai, and immediately pounced on Xiaobai. All the tentacles hugged Xiaobai, and the thought with a hint of crying was transmitted to Xiaobai. Puff. The Fangjia. It's not moving. It's broken. Xiaobai rubbed the head of the little tentacle as if to comfort him. It's okay. He can still be saved. Hurry up and bring him up. Then he picked up the little flower bud and Shagar. It will be very hot here soon. The little tentacle obediently lifted the Fangjia that was broken into 8 petals. By the way, He also picked up the little flower bud and shagar that had recovered a little. Xiaobai cleaned up the fragments of the Fangjia, found the core gem embedded in the stone, and then gently touched the surface of the core gem with the heart of fire. When the core touched the heart of fire, the core seemed to turn into liquid, slowly wrapping the heart of fire, which was a circle larger than itself. When the core completely wrapped the heart of fire, the surface temperature suddenly rose. The surrounding air felt a little distorted. Xiaobai immediately put the core into the blood pool. After a while, a wisp of mist began to emerge from the blood pool, and at the same time, the blood pool began to churn. Dick and Tiger pushed the two huge metal balls one after another to the side of the altar. Now the whole altar has become a mist. Xiaobai commanded Dick and Tiger to push the metal ball into the blood pool. In addition, two black stone eyes that Fangjia had once owned were needed. The blood in the blood pool had almost evaporated, but the refined gold and carbon steel had all melted into water, wrapping the core completely inside. The blood fountain also flowed out of the stone bottle in the hands of the Arachne statue, pouring on the molten iron, making a constant sizzling sound. Where am I? Fangjia finally woke up. He seemed to be in hell now, with lava everywhere and his body extremely hot. Is this hell? Fangjia, can you hear me? This is Xiaobai's heartbeat, coming from above. Xiaobai, is that you? Haha, it's me, quick, use your ability to reshape your body now. Your original stone head is broken. Xiaobai's voice was a little choked. Okay. Fangjia also felt that his current state was not right, using magic exploration and shaping. The old orc only felt a strong magic wave shaking from the center of the blood altar. The surrounding elements began to stir. A human-shaped object stood up from the boiling molten steel and blood. Molten steel was still dripping from its body. This human-shaped object stood up from the molten steel and fell down, stood up and fell down again. Fangjia felt that he was just needing a ball of very thin mud, and there was no way to shape himself. Don't worry, take your time. The material you are using now is molten steel. If the temperature is too high, it cannot be shaped. If the temperature is too low, it will be fixed. You need to control the temperature yourself. No, I have never controlled the temperature. Fangjia was a little annoyed. You can. Your heart is the heart of the blazing flame for you. Controlling the temperature of the flame is as simple as moving your fingers. Xiaobai patiently guided Fangjia. Move your fingers? Fangjia didn't understand it, but he still silently said to cool down in his heart. It seemed that the heat in his heart had dropped a little. Fangjia immediately felt that the mud in his hand was a little dry, making it easier to shape. It really works. Fangjia said in surprise, I know how to do it. Fangjia used to do metal forging. After all, folk crafts are one of the characteristics of their university. He knew that the most suitable temperature for metal forging is between 1200 and 1400 degrees. At this time, it should still be a red and soft solid, suitable for forging and shaping. Slowly, the molten steel stopped boiling and began to solidify. This time Fangjia successfully stood up. He was now red all over. Very good. Xiaobai's surprised voice sounded from the bottom of Fangjia's heart. Now you can create the image you want. For a moment, countless images flashed through Fangjia's mind. What T-800, T-2000, Alita, Gundam, Iron Man and so on. The final picture was fixed on a tall and majestic image. Ultron. It's decided to be you. Ultron. The molten steel in the steel pot began to surge to the red human-shaped object in the center. The human-shaped object began to show details. A majestic and domineering bald robot appeared in the middle of the steel pot. Although the steel has solidified at this temperature, gold cannot. Gold has a low melting point. Even with the blessing of magic, it is still liquid. He used some of the liquid refined gold to draw magic spells on the surface of his steel body, adding some magic charm to this black technology robot. The remaining liquid refined gold will become his blood, bringing endless magic to his whole body. The molten steel in the blood pool slowly decreased, and Fangjia's new body was completely formed. The black metal surface, which had cooled down, was glowing with a strange red light. This was no longer the original carbon steel. Under the effect of the blood spring magic, it had become an extremely hard blood magic steel. Although the surface temperature had dropped, the temperature inside the body was still terrifyingly high. The liquid blood magic gold flowed throughout the body, forming a body fluid circulation similar to that of humans. Looking at this big guy facing her, Xiaobai's 6 spider eyes were filled with tears. Ignoring the smoke that was still coming out, the temperature was still hot enough to be used for teppanyaki. She pounced directly on Fangjia's chest, and hugged Fang Jie tightly with her 8 spider legs. I miss you so much. Fang Jie, who wanted to show off for a while, immediately became anxious. The temperature was still very high. Let it go down quickly. But Xiao Bai refused to let go. After Xiao Bai, the tentacle monster also came up and wrapped around his right hand. His right hand was also wrapped around by the vines of the awakened little flower bud. Fang Jie had no choice but to speed up the temperature drop. The tentacle monster was okay. But the little flower bud? Xiao Bai didn't have such abnormal resistance. If he didn't lower the temperature for a while, he would have to eat the spider teppanyaki. It's okay, I'm back. Fang Jie's black stone eyes were installed when he condensed his body. These 2 black stone eyes became crystal clear under the effect of high temperature, and were embedded in the deep red eye sockets. Never leave me behind again. Xiao Bai cried and laughed. And me! This is the little flower bud with tears. Puff puff puff. I barbecue. This is the foodie tentacle. Okay, never again. Fang Jie responded to the hearts of these cute monster girls. And Xiao Bai also fainted with tears in her eyes. She was still in hibernation. Forcing her to wake up was a huge burden on her body. In addition to the previous time travel, the mental pressure was also great. Under the double effect, Xiao Bai fainted again. Only a huge spider mark was left on Fang Jie's chest. Fang Jie quickly caught Xiao Bai's body. The side of Xiao Bai that was tightly against his chest had been burned. He gently put her into the warm blood pool. In addition to Xiao Bai, there was also the stubborn little flower bud. Shagar was also put back into the blood pool to continue to recover. Fang Jie also modified the bottom of the blood pool to make it more ergonomic, so that the female orc who risked her life to save him could be more comfortable. Turning around and seeing Dick and Tiger lying exhausted beside him, Fang Jie nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." His voice was produced by vibrating the metal plate in his throat, and it had not been adjusted, so the pronunciation was not very accurate. Ahem. After slightly adjusting the metal plate, he said, "Have a good rest. I'm back." Although his voice was hoarse this time, it was much clearer. Tiger and Dick just nodded to Fang Jie, and found a place to lie down next to Shagar, and closed their eyes tiredly. "Welcome back." The old orc smiled at Fang Jie, who was tall and mighty, like a demon king. "I thought you would never come back. But I didn't expect that Xiao Bai brought you back. She is extraordinary." "Ha ha! There are no ordinary monsters here, and she is especially extraordinary." Fang Jie laughed. "That's right, you make yourself look so scary, you are becoming more and more like a big devil. The scary image is to deter foreign enemies, but for your relatives, they will never care what you look like." "That makes sense. I'm going to take a rest too, I'm old. I haven't prayed for such a long time in a long time." The old orc twisted his waist and walked out the door. "Thank you for your hard work. Have a good rest. Also, welcome to the Kapamir Underground Palace, Grandma." The old orc with his back to Fang Jie waved his hand, with a smile on his face. She knew that now, Fang Jie had truly accepted them. After sending Grandma away, Fang Jie stayed beside the blood altar to accompany these warriors, who had sacrificed for the underground palace, family members, waiting for them to stand up again, and fight side by side with him again. At this time, Fang Jie finally had time to open his system panel, and take a look. It didn't matter if he looked at it, but his jaw almost dropped. Chapter 32, The Sorrow of the Attached Spirit. Fang Jie's own panel did not change much, except that several skills were maxed out. In addition, because he had obtained the Heart of Fire, he had several more skills. Folded, Flame Master LV1, Advanced Skill of Flame Control. Flame Control LV5, Max Initial Control of Flames Temperature Control LV3, Initial Control of Temperature. Magic Enhancement LV4. What shocked Fang Jie was Xiao Bai's panel. Folded, Xiao Bai's panel was no longer a minimalist UI when displayed by the system. Xiao Bai's panel seemed to be written on a spider web, and the white translucent spider web occasionally had streams of light flowing through it. There are only 2 more things on Xiao Bai's panel. Infinity. Error? What the hell is this? Fang Jie looked at the 2 things with his mouth wide open, looking confused. The first one should be infinite or limitless, but there is no introduction, no explanation. The second one is directly reported by the system, which should also be something incredible. Fang Jie, who has read many novels and movies, knows that the fewer words are introduced, the more abnormal the ability is. Fang Jie looked at Xiao Bai sleeping in the blood pool, and smiled helplessly. "You are really the protagonist, and you are getting more and more abnormal." Now Xiaobai Fangjie can grab with one hand, stretch out a finger and slowly wipe away the tears from the corner of Xiaobai's eyes. Where did you learn these skills from? The little tentacle monster was quite excited. Jumping around Fangjie's body, stuck the tentacles into Fangjie's mechanical structure through the gap, pulled the smoking tentacles out again, changed to another place, and did it again, having a lot of fun, making Pujiji chuckles. Fangjie had no choice but to grab this restless little guy and forcefully suppress him. But the suppression failed. The little tentacle monster squeezed itself out from between Fangjie's fingers like an octopus and jumped towards Fangjie. Suddenly, as if it suddenly remembered something, it ran out of the underground palace. Fangjie did not chase him, but quietly stayed beside Xiaobai. He always felt that Xiaobai was a little different after waking up from hibernation this time. In addition to those two skills, Fangjie hoped to talk to Xiaobai again. Not long after, the little tentacle dragged a huge wreckage back to the underground palace with great effort. This huge wreckage was the wreckage of the Golden Giant. Fangjie heard the noise and saw the little tentacle monster dragging such a big thing in. Seeing the wreckage of the Golden Giant, Fangjie remembered that in the previous battle with it, he felt the consciousness of the Golden Giant besides Gina. But these consciousnesses did not feel his other thoughts except for the sound of pain. The little tentacle monster just happened to drag the wreckage over, and now it can be used for research. Seeing how hard the little tentacle was struggling, Fangjie stepped forward and actually lifted up the huge wreckage with one hand. In order not to disturb others' rest, Fangjie carried the wreckage to another room and threw it aside. Originally, Fangjie could break down dead objects like this into countless pieces with a snap of his fingers, but now the shaping was ineffective, and there was no reaction at all. Fangjie had no choice but to do it himself, condensing the flame into a point and spraying it from his fingertips. But he didn't know what the metal was made of. Fangjie scratched it for a long time, but only scratched the surface of the metal red, and didn't scratch the surface of the debris. Hey, I don't believe this. Fangjie got into a fight with the debris, increasing the temperature output, and the orange-red flame turned directly into light blue. This time it finally got a little better. The golden metal surface was scratched by Fangjie, revealing some of the structure inside. Most of the structures were burned due to the high temperature, and there was no use value. However, Fangjie found a cylindrical container at the head of the golden colossus. The material of the container was somewhat like colorless crystal, and it contained a kind of erratic substance, which was translucent. Fangjie did not understand, but he did feel consciousness from the column. But it was very vague. The pain was still the same sentence. In addition to this one, Fangjie also found 31 such containers on the relatively intact arm of the colossus. These 31 containers were large and small, with the large ones as big as a fist and the small ones as thick as a thumb. They were generally distributed in some important structural positions of the colossus, such as the cervical vertebrae and bones. What on earth is this thing? Fangjie was confused, trying to use magic to explore, but as soon as the magic exploration was activated, these devices emitted a burst of lightning. The floating matter in the middle also shrank suddenly. Pain. The voice of the thought immediately became louder. Fangjie was so scared that he quickly cancelled the magic exploration. Fangjie's expression immediately became serious. The little tentacle monster stopped making fun of it, jumped onto Fangjie's head, and looked at these things curiously. If Fangjie guessed correctly, these were a kind of life form. Although he didn't know what kind of life form they were. They were indeed life forms. And they had consciousness. The devices that imprisoned them acted like pistons, attacking the creatures inside to drive the entire machine. These lives were imprisoned in these devices like slaves, and suffered torture. Fangjie regretted it at this time. He regretted that he had simply burned Gina to ashes. He should have thrown him into such a device, and let him suffer eternal torture in it. No! Angry, the little tentacle monster immediately ran over and covered Fangjie's eyes with its tentacles the moment it sensed Fangjie's emotions. No! This smell. After being interrupted by the little tentacle monster, Fangjie calmed down, helplessly pulled the little tentacle monster off his face, put her aside, and gently patted her head with his palm, signaling her to be quiet for a while. Okay, the GNA is finished anyway, and this thing has been dismantled. Just smash all these containers, and release these poor creatures. But Fangjie discovered that, even if these containers were broken, the floating life forms inside did not show any surprise, as if they had really lost the ability to think, and only knew to cry out in pain. The little tentacle monster, who could not sit still, also curiously used one of its tentacles to sneakily touch these containers. The moment it touched these floating creatures, the little tentacle monster's tentacles quickly withdrew, as if a person was burned. It hurts. It hurts so much. The little tentacle monster immediately hid behind Fang Jie, with the tentacles that were holding it. This might have been really painful for the little tentacle monster. It was so painful that it even shed tears. Fang Jie was surprised. A little tentacle monster, with such high resistance to all attributes, could shed tears in such pain? It hurts. It was torn apart. It hurts. Watching the little tentacle monster holding the tentacle that had touched the floating creature, it acted like it was about to die. Fang Jie roughly understood what she meant. It should be as if the soul had been torn apart. Fang Jie also felt sad when he saw it. But he didn't know how to deal with these things. So Fang Jie had to find the old orc grandma, who was taking a rest. He hoped that this knowledgeable old priest would know what kind of creatures these were. After looking at them, the orc grandma said to Fang Jie, "These things should be spirits. A very interesting ghost-like creature. They are creatures that live by attaching to some objects. If they are strong enough, they can even move with the object. I used to think that you were also a spirit. But your behavior doesn't seem to be like them at all. There are such things?" Fang Jie was a little surprised. After all, this was completely different from the circle he lived in. Even ghosts had their own race. Yes, spirits are very rare ghost creatures. I was a little surprised to see so many at once. The orc grandmother paused here. This kind of creature has a wide range of uses. After death, it will form a very light powder. It has a strong magic channeling ability. Many alchemists use them instead of refined gold as magic channeling materials. Then do they have consciousness? They are considered monsters. Although their intelligence is not very high, they should be higher than cats and dogs. Judging from the appearance of these spirits, they may not live long. They have completely lost their ability to move. If it is really as you said, their consciousness may have disappeared in the painful torture. Given their current state, killing them all may be the most correct choice. Otherwise, they can only perish in this endless pain. Alas, it seems that this is the only way. Fang Jie sighed, and he thought the same. So Fang Jie condensed the flame in his palm, and prepared to send these magical creatures back to the embrace of the mother of the world. No! Save her! Please! At this time, the little tentacle monster hiding behind Fang Jie jumped out again with tears in his eyes, and grabbed Fang Jie's hand. Fang Jie looked at the tearful little tentacle monster helplessly. It's not that I don't want to save them, but I really can't save them. The old lady just said that these souls have been tortured for a long time, and they may have lost their consciousness. No matter. Save her! The little tentacle monster was very stubborn, and actually rolled on the ground. Fang Jie looked at the cute little thing rolling on the ground, and could only sigh, put these floating objects into a container, and then fill the container with blood spring, to see if he could save these strange lives. The healing aura of the blood spring was still very effective. Fang Jie could feel that their cries of pain seemed to be louder. Maybe it was an illusion, after all. Fang Jie still hoped that they would get better. In this way, Fang Jie made a large jar of blood spring with spirit, and the little tentacle monster actually supervised the whole process, for fear that Fang Jie would burn these lives to ashes. Although it could not be guaranteed to be effective, but seeing the nervous look of the little tentacle monster, Fang Jie sighed, and did not say anything to discourage her. Chapter 33 The Most Beautiful Little Angel. Winter is gone and spring is here, all things are revived, and it's time for animals again. Ahem, after the battle, the underground palace returned to its former tranquility. Soon the snow melted completely, the tenacious green grass emerged again, and the green once again infected the earth. The magical little animals in the underground palace also came out to move around. The warriors in the underground palace have basically recovered from their injuries. After Xiao Huabao recovered from his injuries, he did not sleep again, but Xiao Bai fell asleep again after fainting. Fang Jie, who had been guarding by the side, saw that Xiao Bai had basically recovered, and took her back to her spider silk palace. The little tentacle was guarding her soul-attached blood spring. It was rare to see her so well behaved. Of course, except when Fang Jie was hitting the triangle iron. Fang Jie saw that it was already green outside. So he found the little tentacle monster, and said to her in a gentle voice, "Little tentacle, you see, it's been a long time. Your soul-attached wine is not. The blood spring cannot cure the pain of these souls. Their pain has penetrated into their souls. It is useless. This will only keep them in a state of pain. So, it's time to let go, and letting them return to the embrace of the earth is their salvation. The little tentacle monster looked at Fang Jie, and then looked at her soul-attached blood spring. No. Intelligent creatures don't want to suffer, and will instinctively stay away from pain. I don't want to, you don't want to, and then they don't want to either. They are in too much pain. Wouldn't it be good to save them from this pain? The little tentacle monster hesitated. I want to save her. Sometimes, letting go is the best salvation. Finally, the little tentacle monster let go of the jar. The little flower bud was watching nearby, and she had known the situation for a long time. She went forward and picked up the little tentacle monster, and rubbed her comfortingly. Fang Jie took out those suffering souls, and gathered them together. He condensed a hot fireball in his hand, intending to burn them all to ashes, and end their suffering. The little tentacle looked at the flames condensed by Fang Jie, and suddenly, he was unwilling again. No! Wait! Wait! The little tentacle monster broke free from the little flower bud, and hugged Fang Jie's hand again. Fang Jie didn't say anything, but just looked at the little tentacle. I can eliminate the pain. The little tentacle looked at Fang Jie aggrievedly, trying to express his meaning. Alas, you can't save them. Their pain can't be eliminated. It's the pain that has been engraved into their souls by time. Fang Jie sighed. The little tentacle's consciousness is still very immature, just like a capricious child. The little tentacle monster looked at the pile of attached spirits, gritted her teeth, and before Fang Jie could react, she jumped up with a firm will, and pounced on these unconscious suffering souls. The little tentacle monster extended her tentacles to those strange floating lives. She placed her tentacles on those tortured suffering souls. As soon as the tentacles touched those souls, the little tentacle monster screamed. She was devouring the past of the tortured soul, devouring their pain. But nothing in this world is free, and the price of doing so is that the little tentacle monster will help them bear the pain imprinted in their souls. Fang Jie was also surprised that the little tentacle monster could actually transfer the pain. He immediately suppressed the little tentacle monster and stopped her. You are crazy. You help them bear the pain. 1 or 2 may be okay, but there are more than 30 behind. Fang Jie probably shouted this sentence. Xiao Huabao nodded anxiously beside him. Why is this little brat so naughty? The little tentacle monster looked at Fang Jie, who was concerned about him with tears in his eyes, and then looked at the painful soul wailing there. For some reason, the little tentacle monster recalled the naughty and lovely little swallow who sacrificed her life for others in the fairy tale The Happy Prince that Fang Jie had told her. With a gritted tooth, she broke free from Fang Jie's restraints and jumped towards the 32 souls again. One tentacle touched several suffering souls, tightly wrapped all the souls, and swallowed all their suffering into her body. Endless pain overwhelmed her. She could no longer make any sound. Pain filled her own soul, and her consciousness began to become hazy. In this trance, it seemed that Fang Jie heard an anxious voice beside him. Please! Let go! Let go! You will die! Let go! I will go back and make you delicious barbecue. Let go of those damn things. The little tentacle smiled and rolled the tentacles tighter. Now she just wanted to save these strange lives. Fang Jie saw yellow cracks appearing where the little tentacle touched the painful spirit, and it began to spread all over her body as if it was burning. From the beginning, there was still an echo of pain in her mind. But now there is nothing. Fang Jie wanted to take the tentacles of the little tentacle monster off the bodies of these attached spirits, but she was too tight. Xiao Huabao was also anxiously spinning around. Quick! Fang Jie. The little tentacle monsters are silent. I'm trying hard. Fang Jie hated his thick metal arms at this time, and directly formed several smaller stone hands, hoping to pull the little tentacle monster away. But these seemed to have no effect on the little tentacle monster, and her tentacles still tightly wrapped around these painful attached spirits. Finally, yellow cracks covered the entire body of the little tentacle. Her tentacles loosened, and she lay motionless on the ground. Fang Jie immediately picked up the dying little tentacle monster, and ran to the monster blood altar, hoping that the healing aura of the blood altar could heal the little tentacle monster, or relieve her pain. A lot of purple blood came out from under the yellow cracks, and the blood altar could not completely heal these wounds. These wounds kept healing and tearing, healing and tearing. The panel kept showing that it was being treated. This was a tear at the soul level, which could not be healed by healing the body. It was like the blood spring had grown her flesh and blood, but she tore her flesh and blood apart again with her own strength. Looking at the little tentacle monster that was getting a little better, Fang Jie held her in his hands. If he could cry, he would have been in tears. Fang Jie put his head close to the little tentacle monster, hoping that she could pass on some of her pain to him, and let him help her share some of her pain. But nothing happened. The tentacle monster's cracked tentacles just drooped helplessly. There was no pain, nor any other thoughts. If she was willing to share the pain with others, then she would not save those suffering spirits. Finally, under the healing aura of the blood spring, the body of the tentacle monster finally healed. But those yellow cracks did not disappear, as if they were tattooed on the tentacle monster's body. Looking at the motionless little tentacle monster, Fang Jie felt his anger rising. You are the most beautiful little angel in the world. If anyone says you are a world-destroying monster again, I will become a world-destroying monster and destroy his world for him to see. Fang Jie held the little tentacle monster and roared. The red light on Fang Jie's body was bright, and the air around him was distorted by the high temperature. Fang Jie. The little flower bud's thoughts went straight to Fang Jie's heart. It also awakened Fang Jie from his anger. Fang Jie turned around with guilt, and saw the leaf skirt of Xiao Huabao that was a little wilted by the roasting. Sorry. I lost control a little. Fang Jie himself was also a bit strange. He seemed to be very irritable during this period. He didn't know if it was the influence of the heart of fire. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Xiao Huabao came forward and touched Fang Jie's metal head with her small palm. Come, let me take care of the little tentacle monster. I think her current state is a bit like a plant. She should be fine. After all, you said that her resistance is the strongest among us. Now she may just be completely closed off by the emergency response of her body. Xiao Huabao gently took the little tentacle monster and brought her back to her room. Fang Jie only remembered at this time that those attached spirits were still thrown in the same place, dead or alive, and hurried back to the room. But Fang Jie did not find any traces in the room. They were not here, and they did not leave any traces. Humph! These ungrateful wolves! Fang Jie began to get angry again. But at this moment, Fang Jie thought of the little tentacle monster who covered his eyes and did not allow him to get angry. Fang Jie took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Although he still wanted to catch those damn things and beat them up. Fang Jie opened the panel of the small tentacle, and what came into view was the panel of the small tentacle monster. But this panel was a little different from the original panel of the small tentacle monster. Now the panel of the small tentacle monster was entangled by black mist, and you could vaguely see some indescribable tentacles wriggling in the mist. And from time to time a golden arc would pass by. This scared Fang Jie. Before, Xiao Bai's panel changed inexplicably after hibernation. Now the tentacle monster's panel has also changed. Fang Jie thought about it calmly. This change may be a good thing. It means that their life level has been qualitatively improved again. The tentacle monster's panel has many more skills. Folded, Pain Tolerance LV4, Maximum Pain Tolerance. Soul Scream LV1, Transfer the soul damage suffered by itself to other lives. Mental Resistance LV2, Mental attacks will be reduced. Fear Shadow LV1, Advanced skills after the fusion of Shadow Deterrence. Looking at these skills, Fang Jie felt a little better. Indeed, as Xiao Huabao said, it should be the self-defense mechanism of the little tentacle monster, which caused the little tentacle monster to directly close itself. After a period of recuperation and guidance, she should be able to wake her up again. The little tentacle monster is taken care of by Xiao Huabao, so there shouldn't be any big problems. So Fang Jie came to Xiao Bai's dormitory again. Looking at Xiao Bai, who was still sleeping in the white curtain, Fang Jie said softly again. The sun has already broken through the thick clouds, and the spring breeze has also blown away the winter haze. Xiao Bai, when will you wake up? Chapter 34 Daily Life in the Underground Palace. I need to be rubbed, hugged, and lifted up to wake up. The next second, Xiao Bai's thoughts rang directly in Fang Jie's mind. Fang Jie was extremely surprised, and rolled into a ball with Xiao Bai on the bed. Okay. Xiao Bai? You actually lied to me. Get up. Get up. Xiao Bai also smiled and opened her pink eyes, and crawled into Fang Jie's arms, and did not forget to complain that it had become bigger and harder. But it was warm and comfortable. Fang Jie listened helplessly to Xiao Bai's lewd words. Indeed, Fang Jie is now a 2-meter-tall metal giant, while Xiao Bai is still so petite. Fang Jie hugged her as if he was hugging a pet. Why did you sleep for so long? Spring has been here for a long time. Because I had a magical dream. What did you dream about? I dreamed that we lived happily together. So I was reluctant to wake up. Is it so beautiful? Next time, I will also have such a dream, with you. Okay. Next time I have such a beautiful dream. I will definitely take you with me. Although I don't know why. Fang Jie always feels that Xiaobai has become much more mature after waking up this time. As if she has grown from a child to a mature and independent woman in just one winter. This made him a little uncomfortable. So he looked into her eyes and said, I always feel that you are so tired. As if you have experienced a lot of things I don't know. Xiaobai dodged a little. She didn't want him to see the fatigue in her eyes. Fang Jie didn't know why Xiaobai dodged. But she must have her reasons. Fang Jie trusted his family unconditionally. So he didn't investigate further. Just like that. Fang Jie held Xiaobai and lay inside the curtain. Fang Jie. I want to hear you say it again. What you said to me before you went to fight against humans. Xiaobai lay on Fang Jie's chest and said softly. Fang Jie was silent for a while. Don't worry. Sleep well. I will protect you. Don't ask questions. Xiaobai was a little angry. Fang Jie scratched his head, somewhat confused. Don't worry, sleep well, I will protect you. What's wrong? Fang Jie still didn't understand. Xiaobai still didn't answer. Fang Jie looked down, only to see Xiaobai choking with sobs, crying like rain. Fang Jie panicked. What's going on? Just now, she said, she became an independent and mature woman, and now she immediately returned to girl mode. Do girls really change their faces so quickly? What's wrong? Why are you crying? In his previous life, Fang Jie was a 30-year-old great magician. He had never comforted a girl. Now he could only frantically hold Xiaobai in his arms and comfort her. Wow, I miss you so much. I really miss you. I miss your round head. I miss your black eyes. I miss the barbecue you made. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Xiaobai finally complained to Fang Jie with tears in his eyes. Okay. Okay, eat. 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 Eat right away. I make barbecue for you right away. It's no big deal. We have everything you want to eat. And new dishes. Fang Jie watched Xiaobai crying uncontrollably, patting her back and comforting her. In Fang Jie's opinion, Xiaobai was just craving for food after sleeping for a whole winter. But he overlooked that. If Xiaobai had been sleeping, then how did she know that he had fought against humans, and what he had said to Xiaobai in her sleep before the battle? In Xiaobai's opinion, this was simply an extremely long nightmare. But no matter what, this nightmare was over. And Fang Jie stood in front of her again. He became taller and more reliable. Fang Jie also told Xiaobai about a series of recent situations. Xiaobai just listened carefully, and did not interrupt. She liked the feeling of being with him. As for what he said, it was not important. Because the details Xiaobai knew might be countless times more detailed than Fang Jie. It was not until Fang Jie talked about the little tentacle monster who chose to bear the pain in order to save the magical creature of the spirit, and fell into a self-enclosed situation that Xiaobai said something faintly. It's not your fault. Besides, who knows what the future will be like? Maybe you will figure out how to wake her up in the next second. Fang Jie didn't care at the time, just smiled. Fang Jie held a barbecue party again, to celebrate Xiao by finally waking up from hibernation. But this time there was no little guy who liked to make trouble at the barbecue party, which made Fang Jie feel a little uncomfortable. He felt that he was not a good protector. He should have been the one to protect everyone, but what was the result? He in turn needs the protection of these cute monster girls. Fortunately, he has given his all this time and won the battle. Otherwise, when these humans rush into the underground palace, the consequences will be disastrous. This series of events has undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to the underground palace, and this has further strengthened Fang Jie's determination to become a powerful demon king. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of a deeper understanding of this world. For example, the matter of the little tentacle monster this time. If Fang Jie could know about this creature in advance, perhaps the direction of things would be completely different. Therefore, it is urgent to build a fully functional research room. And the library's data organization and improvement also need to be started. Therefore, while grilling, he discussed with the 4 orcs present, Grandma, Shagar, Dick and Uncle Tiger. I have something to ask of you. What is it? Tell me. Shagar answered Fang Jie while eating barbecue. Through this attack and defense of the underground palace, I realized that the underground palace is now insufficient. Not only in personal strength, but also in understanding the whole world. And intelligence. So, I would like to ask you to go to the outside world, to collect books, supplies, seeds of various crops, and to find out what humans are looking for in the dungeon. Shagar put down his knife and fork, thought for a while and said, "It's no problem to go out and find supplies. But it may be difficult to collect books. If it's magic books or something, it will be even more difficult. After all, those mages rarely share their knowledge with everyone, and basically teach it to their apprentices. Oh, magic books are not that important to me. I want to see more biographies of the continent, historical materials and various illustrations, and magical beasts and herbs are all fine. If that's the case, there should be no problem, but most of these things are in the hands of humans, and the orcs may rarely study them." Shagar was also a little helpless. Orcs are indeed not as good as humans in this regard. Fang Jie fell into deep thought. Indeed, they are all orcs, and judging from the state of orcs and humans tearing each other apart when they meet, it is really a bit too much to ask them to enter the human territory. If we can't get books, let's start with supplies. No, I know someone who does business with humans. He must have a way to get these things. It's just that I need supplies, or regular equipment. Uncle Tiger, who was standing by, wiped his mouth and interrupted the conversation between Fang Jie and Shagar. "Oh, that's no problem. Do you think we can trade anything with him?" Fang Jie was a little surprised. This was a complete surprise. Tiger was silent for a moment, and then he said tentatively when he found that everyone was looking at him, "Can you make me a few weapons with the carbon steel you made? I can use it to exchange for the lona, a copper coin with the smallest face value that can buy a loaf of bread." Fang Jie thought he wanted something valuable, but it turned out to be just some carbon steel? The carbon steel placed under the chopping board was shaped into 10 weapons of different shapes. There were short knives, long swords, and shields. Each one was gorgeous. Just kidding. Fang Jie used to design game equipment. Tiger looked at the gorgeous weapons laid out in a row, and felt a little headache. So he only took a very inconspicuous dagger and said, "This one is enough for me. Too many will make it difficult to move. Uncle Tiger, I will go with you. We can take care of each other if something happens." Shagar said to Tiger, "I want to go too." Dick, who was standing aside, immediately said that he would also participate after hearing their conversation. As a future warrior, how could he be missing from such an expedition? Shagar objected immediately. "No, you stay and take care of Grandma." Dick was still unconvinced, and was about to retort, but he was interrupted by the orc grandma before he could say anything. "That's right, Dick, you stay. It seems you haven't finished reciting the last lesson." The orc grandma interrupted. When Dick heard this, he lowered his head like an eggplant hit by frost. Even the delicious barbecue became tasteless. It was not fragrant at all. Shagar on the side also secretly patted his chest. Fang Jie finally found an opportunity to interrupt. "I'm curious. How much can you sell that humble dagger you're holding for?" Fang Jie knew nothing about the currency in this world. Tiger looked at the dagger in his hand and said uncertainly, "About 3 or 4 of the lost gold coins." Tiger saw Fang Jie's confused look and knew that he probably had no idea about the value of this dagger. So he gave Fang Jie a brief introduction to some of the human currencies. Fang Jie was confused by all the words like lona, cupo, saifei xiao, banchabeo, etc. This is just the human currency left after the division of the Tsado's empire. There are also some currencies of other countries, which I don't know much about. Orcs have their own currency, which is different for each tribe. And, okay, don't read it, just do it, I won't care. Fang Jie finally found an opportunity, and reluctantly interrupted Tiger, who was calling out the dishes. Since the schedule has been decided, Fang Jie will not say anything. He still has things to do. The defense facilities of the underground palace were not used during this battle. If humans attack again next time, Fang Jie will not fight them head-on. In the next few months, he will prepare to expand the underground palace and expand it by at least twice, and then slowly fight the enemy underground. This will not only maximize the use of the defense facilities of the underground palace, but also reduce the danger of the underground palace monster girls. Fang Jie, come here! Come here! Xiao Huabao suddenly ran to the kitchen in a hurry. Just now, she went to feed the little tentacle monster, and found that the little tentacle monster was shrinking in the box and would not come out. She had no choice but to put the fragrant roasted meat in front of the little tentacle monster's box. When she came back here again, she found something strange. So she quickly went to the kitchen and called Fang Jie. Fang Jie turned around and said hello to Xiao Bai, and hurriedly followed Xiao Huabao away. Xiao Bai was eating the barbecue excitedly. She really missed the taste. When Fang Jie greeted her, she only nodded in response. Then she continued to eat the meat that Fang Jie had specially grilled for her. Fang Jie followed Xiao Huabao and trotted to Xiao Huabao's room. What happened? Shoo! Xiao Huabao turned around and made a quiet gesture to him. Echoed with his soul. Fang Jie was a little puzzled, but he respected Xiao Huabao and asked, "What happened? Did something happen to the little tentacle?" He was about to walk into the little flower bud's room. But the little flower bud used its vines to slap Fang Jie's hand that was trying to pull the leaves apart. "You're too big. Squat down. Squat down." As he said this, the little flower bud made 2 downward gestures with her little hands. Fang Jie felt that the little flower bud was mysterious, but he still bent down obediently. It was really funny that the tall metal body was doing such a sneaky action. Seeing Fang Jie squat down obediently, the little flower bud slowly moved away the thick leaves, revealing the things inside. Chapter 35 Broken Chapter Dog. After moving the leaves away, Fang Jie saw that there were several gray little people around the little tentacle box. They were very small, probably only as tall as Fang Jie's finger. These gray little people were translucent, and they seemed to be wearing some strange clothes, quite like elves. However, their facial features were very blurry, and it was impossible to see where the eyes, nose and mouth were. "Are these the spirits?" Fang Jie almost cried out. As long as he thought that it was these guys who caused the little tentacle monster to suffer, Fang Jie wanted to rush up and beat them to death. "Hush!" The vines of the small flower bud wrapped around Fang Jie's neck, forcing him not to make any sound. "Why are you so anxious? Just watch." After saying that, he jumped directly onto Fang Jie's head. Fang Jie, who was bound by the small flower bud, had to relax and let the small flower bud tie him up. Some of the little gray men over there were playing around. Some rolled into a ball, some used the plates as slides, some even moved barbecue. The little gray man standing in front of the small tentacle treasure chest attracted Fang Jie's attention. This little gray man was only half the size of the other little gray men. But her facial features were the clearest among all the little gray men. And you could even see a small bun tied on the back of her head. The little gray man's mouth moved, as if he was talking to the treasure chest of the little tentacle monster. The little gray men playing around seemed to have influenced the young little gray man. The little gray man turned around and said something to the little gray men. And the little gray men immediately sat up straight, and then grabbed their bodies, and made various musical instruments. There were drums, recorders, organs, sound pipes, harps, etc., each holding one. And it looked like a miniature orchestra. The small gray man in the middle became the lead singer, accompanied by the melodious flute and harp. The gray man in the middle also sang softly. An ethereal voice sounded, as if it was flowing through the ears, like a spring. The voice sounded a little immature, but after listening to it, people actually felt a sense of being cleansed by the Holy Spirit. Slowly, the box of the little tentacle monster opened a little crack, and a small tentacle covered with yellow crack slowly stretched out, and carefully stretched to the side of the petite little gray man. It was like a timid young animal. But the action of the little tentacle monster scared one of the members of the band, who was sitting next to the barbecue plate. It turned over and fell off the edge of the plate, and rolled all over with barbecue sauce. Its action broke the beautiful performance, and everyone stopped. The timid little tentacle seemed to be frightened, and it quickly retracted into its own treasure chest. The petite little gray man standing in front of the chest turned his head in anger, pointed at the little gray man who fell into the plate, and scolded him a few times. Then cleared his throat again, and sang another song. This performance went smoothly, and the little tentacle stretched out again. The little gray man sang, while slowly approaching the timid tentacle. The little tentacle seemed to feel the little gray man approaching, and tremblingly touched the corner of the little gray man's clothes, and then immediately retracted like a dragonfly touching the water. The little gray man was not angry. A clear voice came out of her mouth, as if nothing could affect her. The little tentacle stretched out again. This time, the little gray man successfully put his little hand on the timid little tentacle. She slowly led the little tentacle and danced gently, turning a circle from time to time. Fang Jie looked at this scene in shock. He clearly felt the fluctuation of the little tentacle monster's soul, as if it was awakening, and it was no longer a pool of stagnant water like before. Did you see it? They are waking up the little tentacles. Yes. Fang Jie nodded subconsciously, but the little flower bud was sitting on Fang Jie's head. As a result, when Fang Jie nodded, the little flower bud fell down. Although she was very small and light, she made a little sound. The little tentacle directly pulled the small gray man into the treasure chest. After a while, it seemed to be frightened and spit out the little gray man. And the little gray man band was also panicked, and the sound became chaotic. These little gray men scrambled to shrink into the gaps or shadows of various objects, as if they had never appeared. The petite little gray man was thrown out by the tentacle monster and felt dizzy. She patted her round face cutely, and then found that Fang Jia's red eyes, like a devil, were looking at her. She tried to stay calm and climbed up, patted the non-existent dust on her butt, and walked behind a box while whistling. However, her faster and faster behavior exposed her uneasy heart. Wait! Fang Jia wanted to speak to keep her, but this voice seemed to crush the last bit of calmness of the little gray man, and she directly used the fastest speed in her life and plunged into the shadow of the treasure chest. Really? It's all your fault. Xiao Huabao rubbed his head and blamed Fang Jia. Fang Jia was helpless, and could only let Xiao Huabao complain. When he came to the little tentacle monster, Fang Jia turned around, hoping to find those little gray men again. But these little gray men seemed to have disappeared without any soul fluctuations. Alas! Fang Jia had to sigh, sat down next to the treasure chest, picked up the storybook that had been placed next to the treasure chest, opened a fairy tale of Sleeping Beauty, and started reading. Once upon a time, there was a king and a queen. Fang Jia's voice was deep and powerful, as if it had some kind of magic. Fang Jia's voice echoed in Xia Wabeo's room. Slowly, he found that the shadows of the surrounding walls and objects actually showed the reaction of souls. Those timid little gray people came back again. They all hid in the dark, watching Fang Jia tell stories to the little tentacle monster. Xia Wabeo no longer blamed Fang Jia, and sat in front of Fang Jia and listened to his stories. As the story progressed, the little gray people became bolder and bolder, and they slowly came out of the shadows, curiously listening to Fang Jia's story. Fang Jia ignored them and continued to read the story. But the smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. The most courageous one was the petite little gray person. She came closer and closer, and finally lay directly on the book, raising her little round face to listen to the story. The witch cursed that the beautiful princess would be injured by a spindle, and fall into a permanent sleep. After hearing Fang Jia say that the princess was cursed, the little gray man jumped up, acted angry, and even stamped his feet. The prince couldn't help leaning over and kissing the princess. Fang Jia stopped here with a bad taste. What happened next? What happened next? Did the princess wake up? Xiao Yu was almost worried to death. The petite little gray man looked anxious, looking at Fang Jia expectantly. You little guy finally came out. Fang Jia looked at the little spirit and smiled. Without any sense of being a dog who has lost the chapter, the little spirit quickly stood up and stepped back shyly. How could Fang Jia let go of such a good opportunity? He pretended to be indifferent and said to the little spirit, "If you run away now, you will never hear the end of this story." He even dragged out the word "oh." This made the little spirit named Xiao Yu feel entangled, and his round face wrinkled. Should he listen to the story? Or should he run away quickly? Finally, the little round-faced man gave up, and said to Fang Jia, "What do you want?" "I want a drop of your blood." Fang Jia's face suddenly moved closer, and the little round-faced man sat down on the ground in fear, with mist in his big black eyes. "Xiao Yu has no blood. And even if he did, Xiao Yu would die if he gave you a drop." Fang Jia realized that a drop of blood would probably take 1/5 of Xiao Yuan Lian's whole body. "I don't want too much. I mean just a little blood from your little finger." "Really?" Xiao Yu hesitated. "Does this supervillain really only need a little blood?" "Really?" Fang Jia said with the most sincere expression. "And if you give me a little blood, I will not only read this story to you, but also give you a sequel." Xiao Yuanlian was a little moved. Fang Jia immediately gave a super double backhand. "Here is a storybook. In addition to this one, I have many other books, and beautiful clothes, and a set of underground palace villas." "Alright." The round-faced girl still surrendered to Fang Jia's sugar-coated bullets. At the end, she had to add that it was definitely not because Xiao Yu hadn't finished listening to the story and clothes. After that, the round-faced girl wiped the huge finger that Fang Jia stretched out with her small hand, leaving a small gray mark on the surface of Fang Jia's finger. After wiping, the round-faced girl immediately held her finger in her mouth, looking at Fang Jia, as if urging Fang Jia to fulfill his promise. Fang Jia looked at his panel. The blood bond was successfully linked. Object: attach spirit innocent girl skills. Spirit LV3 Shadow LV5 Object Control LV1 Spirit Sound LV5 Pain Resistance LV4 Mimicry LV2 The Spirit skill allows these attached spirits to shuttle between objects at will, but the speed is not as fast as moving in the air. The Mimicry skill can change one's body shape to form the desired image. The little flower bud looked at this familiar scene speechlessly, and could only sigh secretly. It's not that the monster didn't work hard, but that the devil was too cunning. Just like that, he tricked a ghost slowly. Fong Jia was looking at the system panel seriously, and heard the little round face asked expectantly. What happened next? The prince kissed the princess. And then what? Because Fong Jia was looking at the panel seriously, he said casually. The prince was sentenced to more than 3 years in prison for trespassing into the lowly's room. Before Fong Jia finished speaking, the little flower bud beside him was also startled. What the hell? Really? It was only then that Fong Jia reacted. He looked at the small round face in front of him, whose eyes had widened and turned gray. He immediately coughed twice. Ahem. And then continued in a deep and magnetic voice. The prince kissed the sleeping princess Sleeping Beauty, breaking the princess curse. The princess woke up, married the prince, and lived a happy life from then on. After hearing the ending of the story, Little Round Face still looked unconvinced. After repeated confirmation, she finally showed a happy smile. Fong Jia stood up and held Little Round Face in his palm. Okay, this story is over. I will prepare other rewards for you. This underground palace will be your home in the future. So can you sing more songs for Little Tentacle? After saying that, Fong Jia put Little Round Face on Little Tentacle's treasure chest. Little Round Face also patted his chest and agreed to Fong Jia. Don't worry, although she is not conscious, we can feel it. She saved us, and we will save her too. After hearing this answer, Fong Jia was relieved. Leaving Little Round Face and Little Flower Bud behind, he returned to the altar alone. Chapter 36 Orc Expedition. Fong Jia returned to the altar, and put the finger that Xiao Yuanlian had touched into the blood altar. Drops obtained Halo, Soul Repair. The Monster Blood Altar has collected 4 kinds of rare blood, and the Monster Blood Altar has been upgraded to the Monster Blood Altar Arachne 1 Mo Ancient Statue Blood Pool. Folded, Soul Repair, can slowly repair soul damage. Fong Jia saw that there was an additional halo that could repair the soul, and was overjoyed. Immediately rushed to Xiao Huaba's room, and in the face of Xiao Yuanlian's horrified expression, he hugged the small Xiao Yuanlian and kissed him hard a few times. Then, leaving behind the petrified Little Round Face and the confused Little Flower Bud, he ran back to the Monster Blood Altar holding the box containing the Little Tentacle Monster. He put the Little Tentacle Monster into the blood altar. And sure enough, the word Soul Repairing appeared on the panel. Fong Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief. And it was settled. It was also a relief for him. Now he just had to wait for the reading bar to be read. Fong Jia returned to the kitchen, and wanted to find Xiao Bai to tell her that her prophecy was true. And she really found a way to awaken the Little Tentacle Monster. But the things have been packed, but Xiao Bai is missing. Fong Jia looked around but couldn't find Xiao Bai, feeling a little strange. Where did she go? Fong Jia came to the hall, and saw Shagar and Tiger packing their bags. Now Tiger pointed to a map of the Caparis Mountains, and said something to Shagar. They both wore light clothes, probably made from human armor, with a wasteland punk feel. Fong Jia always felt that their equipment would break apart with a clang if touched casually. Will your equipment be good? What if we encounter danger? Fong Jia was a little worried. I heard that you orcs like to fight at every turn. The equipment you made is too gorgeous, not suitable for traveling, and we still have to cross Mount Kepris. Don't worry, we won't have too much contact with other orc tribes. Yes, you still have to cross the mountain to reach your orc's territory. Then how did you bring the entire tribe here? Fong Jia was a little confused. Our first stop is to go northwest for 60 miles. There is a pass there. We can cross the Kepris Mountains from the pass. The mountains there are lower and easier to cross. Then we will enter the territory of the Dongan clan. We came from there before. Fong Jia was confused. He used to be a road idiot. He couldn't find the way without Beidou GPS. How long will it take to cross the mountain from here? It will take about a month. That's too long. What if you start from the northern foot of the Caparis Mountains? Fong Jia thought that one of the reasons why humans attacked the underground city was to find a way through the Caparis Mountains from the underground city. Tiger looked at Fong Jia and roughly understood what Fong Jia meant. Then we may be able to come back within a month. But for now, we haven't found a passage to the northern foot. No, we can just create one ourselves. Fang Jie smiled confidently. This would save a lot of time, and would be more convenient for them to travel back and forth. As long as the passage is well concealed, it would be fine. But before that, I think I should help you upgrade your equipment. I really can't stand it anymore. As an art student who loves beauty, Fang Jie had obsessive-compulsive disorder when he saw such equipment. Fang Jie ignored Tiger's speechless look and directly made the carbon steel into a thin steel plate and put it into the leather armor. The overall style should be the style of the demon hunter. It fits the medieval aesthetic very well, and has many pockets, which makes it easy to carry and use props. Tiger and Shagar reluctantly put on Fang Jie brand demon hunter suits, which immediately changed their appearance from wasteland garbage picker to monster hunter style. Not to mention, this suit fits Tiger's beard very well, and immediately turns him into a handsome uncle. Fang Jie also made 2 faceless masks. After all, with Tiger and Shagar's current appearance, it is easy to cause some trouble. Finally, the weapon. Because the shiny steel weapon doesn't look very good with the equipment, Fang Jie made the sword's spine look old. Under the action of water and oxygen, the sword's spine quickly rusted, but the blade was not touched. So to outsiders, it looked like an old rusty sword, but it was extremely sharp when it came to chopping monsters. Fang Jie felt satisfied now. After doing all this, Fang Jie didn't bother the 2 orcs to pack their bags, but found the sleepy little flower bud listening to the song of the little round face in the blood altar. Little flower bud, wake up. Your saliva is all over your skirt. Fang Jie woke up little flower bud helplessly. It's okay to listen to the ethereal band of little round face once or twice, but it's very hypnotic to listen to it all the time. Little flower bud almost fell to the ground, stretched lazily, and didn't look like a lady at all. What's wrong? I want to ask you. Can you tell where the south is in the underground palace? Fang Jie covered his face. Fang Jie asked this because he found out, when he wanted to open the passage to the south slope, that the only difficulty here was how to find the south in the underground palace. Fang Jie originally wanted to see if he could make a compass, but this DIY simple compass turned out to be completely useless. The magnetic field in the mountains was very strong, and this simple compass started jumping back and forth in this complex magnetic field environment. Xiao Huabao thought about it and nodded. Great. I was planning to open up the passage between the southern slope and the northern slope directly. Aren't you afraid that humans or orcs will attack again if you do this? It's okay. After opening up, it's just to provide a shortcut for Shagar and the others. After they leave, the passage will be closed. You assimilate some plants outside, and that will help them open the passage when they come back. Seeing that Fang Jie had thought it through, Xia Wabao didn't say much, so she followed Fang Jie and acted as a compass for him. Fang Jie used his shaping ability to move the soil and stones to both sides, compact the cave wall, and ensure that it would not collapse. With Xia Wabao's help, Fang Jie made rapid progress. Within 2 days, the passage was ready. It was the first time Fang Jie had seen the scenery on the northern slope. It was much more desolate than the southern slope. There were no tall trees, but basically short shrubs. From time to time, a few thorn bushes could be seen, and the land was desolate. Although the 2 orcs' departure plan was delayed by 2 days because Fang Jie dug a hole in the ground. It also saved them the time of crossing mountains and hills, which was still a good deal. Then we are ready to go. Shagar and Tiger packed their equipment, put on their masks, and said goodbye to Fang Jie. Grandma, Dick and the monster girls and the underground palace officially embarked on the expedition. Wait, remember to bring this. Fang Jie took out a small pot of cute succulents from the small flower bud. This is for positioning. The small flower bud can sense the location of the plant. If we encounter an accident, we can find you. Shagar nodded and carefully put the small pot of succulents into his backpack. Fang Jie closed the rock layer at the entrance of the passage again after Shagar and his friends left, in order to prevent it from being easily discovered or drilled through. Fang Jie directly closed the passage that was more than 10 meters deep. After sending Shagar and his friends away, Fang Jie returned to the underground city to expand the underground palace and optimize the underground palace. In order to make the whole underground palace more complicated, Fang Jie added a 3-dimensional maze design to the underground palace for the first time. The whole underground palace is divided into 3 layers, upper, middle and lower. Each layer is a big maze. Moreover, this 3-dimensional maze does not mean that there is only one line to break through and decrypt the layers to enter the final underground palace. Instead, it is arranged in a random order. It is possible that you need to enter from the first floor, go down to the third floor, return to the second floor, enter the third floor again, return to the first floor, and then go down to the second floor to truly find the door of the underground palace. And because of the small flower buds, there are many more landscapes in the maze. There are waterfalls and small rivers. Not only that, Fangia also designed many funny Easter eggs, such as the cursed parchment that will reduce your life by 1 second if you look at it, and the door that will only open when you press the pressure plate. An interesting thing happened in the design, that is, those naughty little spirits always like to wander between the mechanisms, and then curiously trigger some mechanisms from time to time, forcing Fangia to always go back to reset the mechanisms and set traps, which makes Fangia, who already has no hair, scratch his head. Finally, I couldn't control these little bastards, so I had to come up with a plan. Since you like it so much, let them manage the maze in the future. Fangia made these mechanisms resettable, connected them with gears, and they can be restored with just one click after being triggered. Then he made employee passages between these wall cracks, making it convenient for these little bastards, who come and go without a trace, to travel through the underground maze. This additional design shortened Fangia's life as the chief designer of the maze by several days. These days Fangia was either busy renovating the underground palace, or coming to the blood pool to check on the recovery of the tentacle monster. Her recovery speed was very slow, and she was still in a state of autism, but every time Fangia came, he would read her a story, which was also one of Fangia's ways to relieve his work fatigue. But what made Fangia even more upset was that Xiaobai didn't stick to him anymore. Before hibernation, Xiaobai was a loyal fan of Fangia, but after hibernation, Xiaobai grew up and didn't stick to Fangia anymore. The strange feeling of being close yet distant between Xiaobai and Fangia became more and more serious. Fangia often saw Xiaobai reading alone in the library, or staring at a certain place without moving, and this happened more and more. Unlike before, Xiaobai followed Fangia with her bright pink six eyes open. And every time Fangia wanted to communicate with Xiaobai, he didn't know how to start, which made Fangia very annoyed. Sure enough, the emotional journey of otakus is always difficult and bumpy. For example, now, Fangia found that the door of the treasure room was open when he passed by it, and Xiaobai was standing alone in front of the big turntable treasure box that Fangia had not visited for a long time. In a daze. Chapter 37, Xiaobai and the big turntable. Xiaobai? Fangia called her softly after seeing her. But unexpectedly, she seemed to not hear Fangia calling her at all. So Fangia walked in front of Xiaobai and waved his hand in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what are you looking at? Fangia felt that Xiaobai's state was a little bit wrong. Xiaobai came back to her senses and smiled when she saw that it was Fangia. I'm looking at your treasure. Fangia looked at the big turntable that had made him fail to sneak into Europe several times, and his face was full of black lines. This is not a treasure. It's just a blood-sucking and pitfall thing. While complaining about the big turntable treasure box, he silently added in his heart, and my treasure is you. Xiaobai looked at Fangia's frustrated African expression with amusement. Do you know how it works? I saw you take something out of thin air from this before. Xiaobai cast his eyes on the big turntable again. Fangia was stumped by Xiaobai's question. He didn't know how this thing worked. He had to make up a story. This thing is a magical treasure chest. It can connect to the fourth dimension, so you can take out or put objects out of thin air. How about it? It's magical, right? But I don't know how it works specifically. Fangia really didn't know how to explain the existence of the big turntable and the system, and he didn't know how this black magic worked. You are lying again. Xiaobai ruthlessly exposed Fangia. Fangia touched his nose awkwardly. But you just mentioned the fourth dimension? What is that? Although Xiaobai didn't believe Fangia's nonsense, he still asked. Fangia really wanted to slap himself in the face. How to explain this? Speaking of the four-dimensional space, Fangia has only seen it in popular science. I don't understand the specific knowledge points either. I only know that the four-dimensional space is a higher dimensional space with one more dimension on the basis of the three-dimensional space. Fangia was also a little unsure. So can time go backwards in this four-dimensional space? Fangia pondered for a moment. Theoretically, in a four-dimensional space, it is possible to go back to the past in a certain three-dimensional space. Xiaobai glanced at Fangia, who was also unsure. And, did not ask this question that made Fang Jie feel embarrassed. Don't you need to take a look at it once? Maybe something strange will appear. You really saw through it completely. All of them showed some strange things. Fang Jie covered his face. Surrender? Surrender. Fang Jie looked at his soul point balance of only 50 points, as if he saw his salary card at the end of the month. This broken system? There has been no task for a long time. No. No, ever use this thing will reduce your lifespan. Xiaobai ignored Fang Jie's antics, still staring at the treasure chest and muttering to himself, "Can I try it?" Fang Jie was puzzled. You want to try it? But it seems that other people can't use this thing. Before Fang Jie finished speaking, he saw Xiaobai put one of his spider hands on the big turntable treasure chest with a twitching face. Ding ding ding, the big wheel really started to move. And under Fang Jie's dumbfounded gaze, the wheel pointer pointed to the red square. He was the luckiest of the lucky ones. Drop error. Could Xiaobai have broken the mysterious big wheel? Click, the door of the treasure chest opened, but it was empty. Fang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It's just a bug. But what he didn't notice was that the moment Xiaobai saw the door of the treasure chest open, his pupil shrank sharply, as if he was facing a great enemy. The mysterious creature that had been accompanying her in nightmares appeared in the box. Hulu, the creature stretched lazily, as if it had seen an old friend, walked to Xiaobai with an elegant step, rubbed Xiaobai's spider legs, and then disappeared. Xiaobai, who was stiff all over, relaxed only after the mysterious creature disappeared, and was covered in sweat. In order to prevent Fang Jie from discovering his abnormality, Xiaobai quickly left the treasure house. Fang Jie was originally explaining to Xiaobai about non-Africans, damn Europeans, seals that bask in the sun and jump, and other incomprehensible words, but before he could finish, Xiaobai ran away, leaving Fang Jie alone in the wind. This made Fang Jie even more confused. What happened? And did he just hear a cat purring? When did a wild cat run into the underground palace? Xiaobai was very afraid that the strange creature would take her back to the endless nightmare again, so she ran straight back to her room and got into the quilt. Hulu appeared. That creature appeared again. Why didn't it let me go? Xiaobai shivered. I don't want to go back. She clearly felt that the creature was leaning against her back comfortably, and then it didn't move again. Xiaobai hid in the quilt for a long time. She didn't dare to lift the quilt to see the outside world. She was afraid that the moment she lifted the quilt, she would return to the nightmare world full of spider silk. After waiting for a long time without seeing any movement from the creature outside, Xiaobai slowly stretched out a spider leg, and slowly lifted a corner of the quilt. Nothing. But the touch on her back clearly told her that this strange creature was leaning against her. Xiaobai was a little annoyed. What on earth are you going to do? Xiaobai angrily lifted the quilt, and looked at the creature leaning against her. But she saw nothing, only her quilt fell to the ground like a piece of silk. And the creature was not where she felt. What on earth do you want? Although Xiaobai did not see the mysterious creature, she knew that this bastard was right next to her. She had already experienced the mysteriousness of this creature in the spider silk world. Sure enough, when she lowered her head, she saw this mysterious creature rubbing against her feet happily. Xiaobai was speechless. This creature was like a sticky candy that could not be shaken off. And only she could see this bastard, others could not see it at all. The most aggrieved thing was that she couldn't say it yet. She was afraid that as she said it, the reality would really be like what the voice in the nightmare told her, causing Fang Jie's death. Xiaobai was so annoyed by this creature that she had nowhere to hide. No matter where she went, or where she hid, she could see it as soon as she turned her head. Now Xiaobai regretted why she wanted to play with the magical big turntable treasure chest at that time. As a result, this thing was summoned. However, what made Xiaobai relieved was that this mysterious creature seemed to have no hostility towards her at all. No matter how she treated it, it always surrounded her. I don't want to see you anymore. She was so annoyed by this creature that she finally exploded. Get out. Don't show up next to me. Xiaobai yelled at this lazy mysterious creature in a rage. And this creature sat in front of him, as if looking at Xiaobai with his big wet eyes. Although Xiaobai was a little reluctant, he still turned his head away, unwilling to look at it. Alas! Xiaobai seemed to hear a sigh, and when he opened his eyes again, this mysterious creature disappeared. Xiaobai didn't find it in his room, as if it really left. Fang Jie wanted to chase Xiaobai, but he stopped. He could feel that Xiaobai seemed to be hiding something from him, but he was not sure whether he should ask, and it seemed that the only thing he could do was to trust her, and this feeling of being a spare tire made Fang Jie very irritable. Although he was very unhappy, Fong Jie thought carefully about the male creatures in the underground palace. It seemed that besides himself, there were only Dick, the silly boy, and Uncle Tiger. There was no need to think about the uncle, who had been taking care of Grandma and had not had much contact with the monsters in the underground palace. And Dick, the silly boy, had a problem communicating with the monsters. Fong Jie estimated that Dick, the silly boy, probably had never communicated with Xiao Bai. This made Fong Jie scratch his head and still couldn't figure it out. It can't be a small flower bud. Fong Jie thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure it out. So he had to throw himself into work again, to keep himself busy, so as to forget these annoying things. Time passed quickly. The little tentacle finally woke up under the buff of the blood fountain soul repair. She was still a little dizzy. She had no strength after waking up. The first thing she saw was the little round-faced girl singing beside the blood fountain. She was singing with great pleasure. The clear voice flowed from her delicate throat. After singing a song, the little round-faced girl opened her eyes and saw the little tentacle looking at her with its black eyes open. She was startled. "You woke up?" The little round-faced girl looked at the little tentacle monster in surprise. "Who are you?" The little tentacle monster was very curious and stretched out a tentacle to gently touch the petite girl. "Ha ha ha, I am Xiaoyu. Thank you for saving us." The little tentacle monster stretched out a tentacle and gently touched the skin of Xiaoyuemian. It felt pretty good. And Xiaoyuemian Xiaoyu was not afraid either. She squinted her eyes as if she was enjoying it, and enjoyed the intimacy of the little tentacle monster. "Little tentacle." Fong Jie's voice came from the door. He received a notification from the system the moment the little tentacle monster woke up, and rushed to the treatment room. As a result, when the little tentacle monster saw Fong Jie running over, it immediately retracted all its tentacles into its own treasure chest, like a child who did something bad and was afraid of being blamed by his parents. "Come out! No! You will be punished." Fong Jie was so angry that he laughed when he saw this scene. This little bastard. Why didn't he think about being punished when he jumped out? Now he is a coward. Looking at this little tentacle monster, who was clinging to his treasure chest, Fong Jie no longer had the intention to punish her severely. So he started to grill meat again and hit the triangle. While grilling, he said, "Wow! This barbecue smells so good. It's so delicious." The little tentacle who was hiding her head immediately lost her composure. This was cheating. She secretly opened the treasure chest a crack, and saw Fong Jie really making delicious barbecue. She swallowed hard, and sneaked out of the gap in the treasure chest, close to the ground, preparing to steal 2 pieces of meat. Xiaobai and Xiaowabao, who got the news, covered their mouths and laughed, watching the thief step by step into Fong Jie's trap. Xiaoyu, who was right next to him, covered his eyes, unable to bear to watch. Although the little tentacle thought that it was well disguised, she did not see Fong Jie's raised mouth. "Little guy, you want to fight me? You are still a little naive." Seeing that the little tentacle monster had stretched out one of its tentacles to the barbecue in the baking tray, Fong Jie directly activated the shaping magic, and immediately covered the little tentacle monster that was about to get it. This time, Fong Jie made a finer net to prevent the little naughty monster from running out. Then he stretched out his chopsticks to take away the barbecue that the little tentacle monster was about to get, and put it in the bowl of the little flower bud. He also said, "The disobedient little bad guys have nothing to eat, and the obedient little flower buds have to eat." The little flower bud was very cooperative and replied, It smells so good." Seeing the little flower bud eating so happily, the little tentacle monster drooled. My little tentacle, I want to eat it too." Fong Jie glanced at the little tentacle monster, who was anxiously running around in the cage. "Do you dare to make trouble again in the future?" The little tentacle monster drooled and nodded vigorously. The little tentacle, I will be good and not make trouble. Do you dare not listen to the command?" The little tentacle obeyed the command. Looking at this little tentacle monster, who was about to cry anxiously, I didn't know if she really listened to it. Fong Jie still let her go. "Wait! That one is not cooked yet. Don't eat it." The laughter of the little tentacle monster echoed again in the underground palace. Happy time always passes quickly, but the working time of bald head never ends. For example, now, Fong Jie just completed the first stage of the underground palace renovation, and was informed by the little flower bud in charge of vigilance. There are people coming to the underground city again. Chapter 38: The Non-Existent Crystal. The underground palace is still under major changes. When Xiao Huabao told Fang Jie that someone had come to the underground palace again, Fang Jie was shocked. No way, how long has it been? Why are they here again? Before, Xiao Huabao discovered that many people appeared on the periphery of the endless sea of trees, but none of them went deep into the endless sea of trees, as if they were testing something. But this time, an adventure team went deep into the depths of the endless sea of trees. This adventure team has a total of 8 people. Looking at their equipment, there are 1 tower shield warrior, 2 heavy sword warriors, 2 mages, 2 archers, 1 thief. Fang Jie looked at this adventure team in the big sandbox. They were very cautious. Everyone stayed away from the tall trees. They must have got some information from the people who escaped from the last battle. These plants were also some kind of monsters. Otherwise, they would not be so cautious. Fang Jie saw the equipment of these human adventurers in the big sandbox. After evaluating them, he felt that they were not strong. Therefore, Fang Jie prepared to go out alone to wipe out the whole team. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Xiao Bai as soon as he turned around. Are you going to go alone and kill them all again? Well, I don't think they are that strong. Fang Jie felt a little guilty. Then wouldn't the dungeons you spent so much effort to build be completely useless? But it's not finished yet. At this time, Xiao Huabao came out and said to Fang Jie that you always rush to the front alone. It looked like a demon king in the underground palace. Fang Jie wanted to say more. I don't want to give these people the opportunity to kill monsters and level up. What if one of them got the protagonist's script? Okay, don't worry, let them enter the dungeon. We are also part of the dungeon. We also want to protect our home. Xiao Bai is always so considerate. Fang Jie listened to Xiao Bai's words and felt warm in his heart. How could he not love such a monster girl well? Finally, Fang Jie agreed with Xiao Bai's opinion, relying on the defense of the dungeon. Let these lovely monster girls protect this warm home together. During this period, the kingdom of Kokaina can be said to have suffered many disasters. The notorious privateer mercenary group, the Blue Lion, was suddenly wiped out in the endless forest. Then the news came from the kingdom of Kokaina that a world-destroying monster appeared in the endless forest. It could summon extremely powerful flash magic, which could be called a small forbidden spell. Then a reward of 800 Tatsos gold coins was offered to kill or imprison the world-destroying monster. However, the difficulty of this task was S level. So there were very few mercenary groups that could take this task. As soon as such a task was released, it caused an uproar in the kingdom of Kokaina. Many towns near the endless forest were relocated as a whole. Only one port town called Tartana remained. So they naturally became the base for countless mercenary groups and adventure groups. These groups all wanted to get a piece of the pie, but none of them wanted their own adventure groups to take the lead, so they just sent out scouts to collect intelligence in the forest. And some smaller adventure groups didn't have so many concerns, such as the Luca adventure group. Lilian was the only priest in the adventure group. She also joined the Luca adventure group in the town of Tartana. And Luca was the captain of the group and one of the 2 heavy swordsmen in the group. Lilian, would you like some dry bread? Vital took out a piece of dry bread when they were camping. Vital was the tower shield warrior, who also joined the Luca adventure team in the town of Tartana. Lilian saw Vital sitting in front of her naturally, and her face turned red with shyness, and her whole head was buried in her collar. Vital looked at the shy girl, smiled, reclaimed his dry bread, sat on the tree trunk next to Lilian, took a bite by himself, and looked at the other 6 people around the campfire. Have you just joined the adventure group? I also joined this adventure group in Tartana. Lilian looked back at the sturdy man. Are you also a newcomer to this mercenary group? I thought I was the only one. Lilian destroyed her holy girl image as soon as she opened her mouth. Her voice was hoarse, dry, and sounded very uncomfortable. The big man named Vital was a little surprised. Your voice. Lilian's face became redder, and she said in a very small voice, my throat was injured when I was very young. So this is the voice. The big man named Vital touched his nose awkwardly and changed the subject. Sorry. I just rarely see such a young priest come out to practice. So I am a little curious. Okay. Everyone. Our scouts have found the entrance to the dungeon. We can officially enter the dungeon after we set off tomorrow. This was Luca's voice. His voice was not loud, but he successfully interrupted the awkward chat between the big man and Lilian. The scout was a very young man, nicknamed Hey Zai. He looked a little monkey-faced and rarely spoke. He took out a map of the endless forest and drew a circle at the entrance of the dungeon. The entrance to the underground palace is right here. The map that the beggar gave us before is correct. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment, and pointed to the location in front of the underground palace entrance again and drew a circle. Then he continued, "There is a large open space in this place, with a small rectangular lake in the middle, and a small pond at the edge of the open space. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally, and the magic power around it is very violent. There must have been a war." After the scout finished speaking, he also took out 2 dark green translucent crystals from his pocket. "I found this by the small pond. Non-existent crystal." The only wizard in the team widened his eyes, and screamed when he saw the crystal. Luca immediately asked, "Rick, do you know what this is?" "This thing is called non-existent crystal, and it only appears when 2 high-intensity magic collides. I have seen one, which is my teacher's collection, and it was handed down from an ancient battlefield." "It seems that what they said about the forbidden spell happening here is true," Luca said. "It should be true. This non-existent crystal is very rare. It is not a small forbidden spell, as rumored by the outside world. This crystal may only appear 1 or 2 pieces after a large forbidden spell collision. I didn't expect you to pick it up." Rick looked at the scout with some envy. The scout was obviously stunned for a moment. "Rare? I see it everywhere around the small pond." Rick immediately lost his composure. "Impossible. Could you be mistaken?" Luca was a little unconvinced. "No matter if it is or not, let's go check out the pond first. If it is the non-existent crystal he said, then we will be rich. This is a well-built archer, whose voice is very pleasant." Another handsome archer boy immediately looked at his sister, and his eyes turned into gold coins, and he was also very excited. Luca also wanted to go, but he was still very cautious. "I don't believe that the monsters here would throw so many treasures casually on the open ground. And didn't the old beggar who sold us the map before say that the monsters here are very smart, and they can set traps, and kill countless Blue Lion mercenaries? Didn't Hayes I come back safely? I didn't see any traps." The female archer was obviously not convinced. "No. You can't go. We came here just to find out the passages in the underground city, and what monsters exist." Luca decided not to go. The female archer wanted to say something else, but was stopped by her brother. And so, the meeting of the team ended unhappily. Lilian had been watching from the side without saying anything. Although she also wanted to go, she came out just to earn some gold coins to subsidize the chapel. If she could get some of the crystals they said didn't exist, maybe she could sell more money to subsidize the chapel, and buy more things for the orphans living in the chapel. But she still believed in the captain's judgment. Before setting off, she had also heard that the monsters here were very cunning, and would set traps. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Lilian was awakened by the sound of quarrels. She crawled out of her simple sleeping bag, and heard Luca quarreling with the archer brother. "Why are you looking for those crystals? Do you know how serious it is to leave your post without permission when on duty at night? What if a monster appears?" Luca almost grabbed the archer's collar and yelled. The archer scratched his ears nonchalantly, and blew on his fingers. "Why are you yelling so loudly? Aren't you all fine? Are you jealous that we found so many non-existent crystals?" He patted his backpack arrogantly, making a sound of crystals colliding. The archer girl next to him also chimed in. "That's right, aren't you all fine? Besides, when you asked us to join, you said that everything we found would belong to us. You guys." Luca's face turned red with anger. All right. Don't you know what kind of people these 2 siblings are? They are just money grubbers. And the stone is just very rare, it has no use, it's not that valuable, so just take it." Mage Rick came out at this time to stop Luca. That's right. Let's complete this task first. We've reached the entrance of the dungeon. If we have an internal conflict, will we still need to carry out the next task? There are so many treasures outside the dungeon, then won't the treasures inside the dungeon be piled up like a mountain?" Another heavy swordsman, Gavin, who had little presence, also came to smooth things over. Luca could only snort coldly under the persuasion of his 2 teammates, and began to pack up and head towards the entrance of the dungeon. Xiao Huabao, who had been paying attention to them, asked Fang Jie in confusion, "Are those stones valuable? Why do they like them so much?" Fang Jie smiled. "It's just some glass with a lot of impurities. It's no big deal, they're just a bunch of bumpkins." As he said that, he used shaping and material refining to grab some pure silica under Xiao Huabao's surprised expression, and then sprayed high-temperature flames from his palms, melting the sand into a ball, and after cooling, it became colorless and transparent glass. "Here. This is it. It's still countless times purer than theirs." Fang Jie handed the glass in his hand to Xiao Huabao. Xiao Huabao took it, and saw that the glass looked pretty good. It's very useful. Fang Jie took the glass from Xiao Huabao, molded it into a smooth pancake, and coated the other side with a thin layer of metal. Then he handed it to Xiao Huabao. Xiao Huabao took it, and immediately saw his small face in the small mirror. Clear. Flawless. Wow, what is this? Xiao Huabao looked at the small round mirror in his hand in surprise, and his mouth opened into an O shape. This is a mirror. Fang Jie's nose stretched out again. In a place that Fang Jie and Xiao Huabao could not see, a small tentacle monster and a small round face, the two little guys formed a mischievous duo, taking advantage of Fang Jie and Xiao Huabao's distraction, ran out of the underground palace and entered the big maze. Chapter 39 Entering the Dungeon. After Luca's team fixed the traction line at the cave entrance, they entered the dungeon. It was much brighter here than they had imagined. Some small fluorescent plants would appear on the cave wall from time to time, including small mushrooms, small flowers, small grasses, etc., providing enough light for the entire dungeon, without the need to light torches. Entering the dungeon was only the first step. Next, they had to find the entrance to the underground palace in the complex tunnels. As the only priest in the team, Lilian was protected in the middle of the team. In front of her stood Rick the mage, further ahead stood the tower shield warrior Vital, the swordsman Luca, and the scout Heisey. Two archers stood behind her, and finally there was a warrior who was responsible for the rear guard and had a low sense of presence. On the other side, Xiaobai and Xiaowababud are making bets. I bet they can't get out of the big maze in front of the underground palace. I bet on Fang Jie's new small mirror. Xiaobai is relatively conservative. Huh? They still want to enter the big maze? I put a lot of thorns in front of the big maze. I just need to spray some psychedelic paralysis pollen, and they probably won't even be able to find the entrance to the big maze. It seems that your small mirror belongs to me. This is a confident little flower bud. No, you are cheating by confusing them with plants. Xiaobai protested immediately after reacting. Don't mention the big maze. Don't forget that the underground city is a natural three-dimensional maze. They may not be able to find our entrance. Fang Jie also felt that Xiaobai might lose this time. Hee. Your little mirror looks like Xiao Huabao. After such a long period of training, Xiao Huabao finally spoke, although his pronunciation was still a little inaccurate, but he finally said it with Fang Jie's efforts. Regardless of the little white guy who has already started drawing small circles here. In the dungeon, Luca's team is advancing in an orderly manner. It didn't take long for them to encounter the first fork in the road. Originally, for a large adventure group, they would set up a camp outside the cave, then explore one tunnel after another, and finally draw the entire map. But for a small team like them, they need to plan carefully. Captain, why don't I take the archer gal to explore the passages on both sides first? Heisei suggested. After all, the two of them were the fastest in the team. No! We must go together. We don't have many people. It's too dangerous to separate. I'm the captain. Your lives are in my hands. I'm responsible for bringing you back safely. We can only act together to take care of each other to the greatest extent. Luca was the first to interrupt him. I think we should go to the right, Lilian said in a low voice at this time. What? Everyone looked at Lilian in confusion. I don't know either. I just feel that we should go to the right. Lilian saw that everyone was looking at her, and her face immediately turned red, and her left hand tightly grasped her pendant. Okay, then let's go to the right. Luca looked at everyone. No one actually had any good ideas, so they could only take one step at a time. Only Selma pouted. Although she didn't think there was a right direction to go, she felt that everyone was not happy to listen to such a rustic girl with a hoarse voice, like a monster. Anyway, after a short rest, Luca's adventure team set out again. But not long after they walked, they encountered a fork in the road again. This time everyone stopped and looked at Lilian. Lilian nervously grasped the pendant on her chest again. This time Lilian pointed to the left. But before she spoke, Selma on the side said sarcastically, Your strange sixth sense appeared again? As soon as these words came out, Lilian, who was already blushing, immediately lowered her head uneasily, and her face turned from red to white. Humph. I think the right side is right. Selma looked proud, provocatively at Lilian. Luca looked at Selma. Selma disliked her, but always listening to one person's voice would indeed cause dissatisfaction in the whole team. So he had to lead everyone to continue to move to the right. This time, the goddess of luck did not seem to favor them. The road became tortuous and winding, and they had to climb hills or climb over rocks from time to time, but in the end, they walked into a dead end. Now it was Selma's turn to blush. It's okay. It's normal to encounter a dead end in the dungeon. Gavin comforted Selma. But Selma didn't appreciate it, and just glared at Lilian. Lilian buried her head, and didn't look at them again. The Luca team took the wrong road, and had to go back, and spent a lot of time again, and returned to the previous fork in the road, and once again took the road that Lilian had anticipated. After 3 or 4 forks in the road, they finally walked into a huge hole, which was the luminous forest named by Fangia. Fangia, who was watching everything in the underground palace, widened his eyes. There's something wrong with this little girl. Absolutely. Xiaobai and Xiaobao on the side also felt incredible. But Xiaobai was very happy. She felt that she still had hope of winning. As long as the little girl who led the way kept cheating, there should be no problem even if she walked directly into the underground palace. Although Fangia's sand table could show the scene sensed by the little flower bud plant, it was very blurry, and it was impossible to see what the girl was holding. In their eyes, the girl was just holding a small round object. Every time she encountered a fork in the road, she only needed to take a look at this thing, and she could choose the right path. This is unscientific. Could this little girl be a tomb raider? Fangia watched the girl hit the target 3 times in a row, walked out of the ant-hole-like cave, and led Luca's team directly to the luminous forest. Finally, they came to a place suitable for rest. Luca immediately asked everyone to rest on the spot. This time they gained a lot, and the one who brought all this was the shy magical girl Lilian. Selma on the side snorted coldly, took out a piece of dried meat, and tore it up fiercely. Lilian had been climbing up and down with everyone and felt tired. She took out a small piece of dry bread from her small bag, and chewed it carefully. Heisey set out again to explore the way for them. Not long after, Heisey came back again. But this time, he came back with injuries. Heisey covered his ribs and stumbled over. Luca and Vital were on guard. When they saw the injured Heisey, they immediately came forward to help him, and sat him down in the simple camp. Lilian saw it, and immediately stepped forward, pulled out her staff, and used the healing spell, but Heisey's ribs were broken, and the healing spell could be heard with a crisp crack sound, which made Heisey scream out in pain. Ah! It hurts! Be gentle! Be gentle! Heisey gasped in pain. Lilian slowly pushed the light ball at the tip of the staff to the injured part of Heisey, until the light ball was completely immersed in it, then the spell was considered complete. During this process, Lilian was sweating profusely. But even if the spell is completed, it doesn't mean that it will be healed immediately. The damaged parts still need to be healed with the blessing of magic power, which also takes time. Go straight ahead, and there is a lake. The lake is full of magic vines. Don't get close to those huge trees. I just saw some purple flowers that I had never seen before, and I wanted to pick one. But as soon as I approached, the vines immediately wrapped around me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, and was only severely whipped, I might have lost my life there. Heisei gasped, and told what he saw in a disjointed manner. It didn't take long for Heisei's injuries to recover, but he still felt a dull pain. Now I know why there are so few monsters here. Mage Rick and Luca went to the lake together. They saw a lot of huge plants they had never seen before. Not only trees, but also many vines. There are magical plants here that we have never seen before. I have never seen these plants before. They must have eaten all the monsters nearby. Does your strange sixth sense still work now? Luca on the side looked at the timid Lilian again. Lilian blushed, and pointed to the lake where Heisei was injured. Do you want us to die? When Selma saw Lilian still pointing at the lake, she immediately retorted. Didn't you see that Heisei was injured there? I think you want us to die on purpose. Lilian was frightened by Selma, and her originally rosy face turned a little pale. She said in a very low voice, No, it's not the forest. It's the thorn bush. If Vital hadn't listened carefully, he would have missed this sentence. She said it wasn't a forest. It was a thorn bush. Vita couldn't stand Selma's attitude. Also, although she is timid, she is also one of us. If it weren't for her, we would probably still be stuck in the cave. Humph! Selma tilted her head to one side. Luca thought for a moment. Heisei, how are your injuries? Heisei stood up and moved around. Although he had basically recovered, he still felt some pain. Almost done. Lilian's magic is quite powerful. Then let's go to the thorn bush. Maybe Lilian really sensed something. Luca's team set out again. aiming directly at the thorn bush of the little flower bud. Cheating. This must be cheating. The little flower bud almost cried. Now it's her turn to squat in the corner and draw circles. Ha ha ha. I'm almost winning. As long as they enter the big maze, I win. Xiao Bai almost stood on the chair with his hands on his hips. No, I can't accept it. He must have cheated. Xiao Huabao immediately looked at Fang Jie. Did you give her the map? Otherwise, how would she know how to get there? She never missed it. Looking at the angry Xiao Huabao, Fang Jie was helpless. How could I give the map to outsiders? There is only one map for the entire underground palace, which is the big sand table in front of you that updates in real time. I'm also curious about how she knew the correct path. Humph, I don't care. Since she cheated, I will use my thorns too. As she said this, the little flower bud was about to use her ability to strangle the Luca team that had already walked into the thorn bush. You are the cheater. I've been watching you. Xiao Bai, who was standing by, immediately jumped up and directly threw the little flower bud to the ground and covered the little flower bud's eyes with his claws. Ah! Eyes. My eyes. I can't see. The little flower bud also cooperated and shouted. Fang Jie looked at the two little ones rolling on the ground and fighting, and felt helpless. We are attacking the city here. Can you give them some respect? Xiao Bai saw that the adventure team finally found the entrance to the big maze in the thorn bush. And then he let Xiao Wababud go. I won. Hurry up. Hand over the reward. Xiao Bai was so proud at this time. Xiao Wababud stood up slowly, patted the dust on the leaf skirt and said faintly, Is that so? I don't remember what I bet with you. Caw. The proud Xiao Bai was petrified directly. On the other side, Luca's team officially entered the dungeon under the leadership of Lilian. Chapter 40 Adventure Team Failure. Only after entering the Great Labyrinth did they realize that the cave they had experienced before was just kindergarten level. This labyrinth can be said to be completely man-made. The walls around are neat and tidy, with many exquisite patterns carved on them. Although there are some damaged places, this does not prevent them from seeing the former glory of this underground city. Even Lilian's godlike sixth sense was half ineffective after entering the Great Labyrinth. The passages here are rugged, and there are many forks. Lilian is not sure whether the path she is taking is really correct. They could only use the most primitive method, connecting the traction rope and exploring one fork after another. They are currently in a narrow passage, which can only allow one person to enter. As soon as she arrived at this passage, Lilian felt as if something bad was going to happen. This made her a little restless, like an ant on a hot pot. Or let's go back, give up this mission, it's enough that we have found the gate to the underground palace. Lilian finally told Luca her opinion. Luca just thought that it was Lilian's first time to take risks, so he comforted her. It's okay, we will be careful, you may be too nervous, take a break, Black Guy go into this passage first to explore. But? Lilian was still very uneasy. Oh, so timid. Selma got excited again, and kept squeezing Lilian. Why are you so timid to take risks? Why don't you go back to your church and recite scriptures? Lilian lowered her head again after what Selma said, while Heisey was ready to enter the passage. Heisey was still very careful. He got a tool, a stone tied to a rope, and threw the stone into the passage. If there was any mechanism on the ground, it would be triggered by the stone. It took more than 10 minutes to walk a distance of about 6 or 7 meters. When he was about to reach the end, he heard a whoosh sound, and a 2 or 3 meter long spear shot out from the mouth of the statue at the end of the passage. Heisey's pupil shrank, and he fell back subconsciously. The spear brushed his scalp and passed in front of Heisey, and shot straight at Selma. Selma, who was squeezing Lilian, didn't notice the spear at all, and let it hit her right on target. Fortunately, because Selma was standing relatively far back, the spear had already flown a distance, so it missed the target and only shot through Selma's thigh. Ah! Selma screamed, fell to the ground, and bled profusely. Selma! Selma! Gao, who was standing by, immediately rushed to his sister. Are you okay, Selma? Then he immediately yelled at the stunned Lilian. Come and help her recover. What are you doing? Lilian finally reacted. Luca and Vital worked together to pull out the spear that pierced Selma, and blood immediately splashed on Lilian's face. Lilian immediately used the recovery technique to promote the healing of Selma's wound. However, Selma suffered a penetrating wound, and Lilian had no way to recover immediately. She could only choose to bandage to stop the bleeding, and then slowly recover. Ah! You bitch! Do you want to make me die of pain? Selma had lost her mind because of the pain. Shut up. What are you yelling about? Wounds will hurt when they heal. Just bear with it. Heizai was impatient. He was also injured. If it weren't for Lilian, he might have to quit the exploration now. Lilian didn't say anything, but her eyes were red, trying to focus on the wound. Finally, with Lilian's efforts, Selma's injuries got better a lot, but there was only a thumb-thick scar on her thigh. She would definitely not wear clothes that show her thighs in the future. Ignoring the cursing Selma, everyone continued to move forward. With Heizai's efforts, the traps in this narrow passage were finally cleared, and everyone finally walked into the more spacious underground palace tunnel again. This time they walked on the downward ramp, next to which were incomplete but exquisite murals, which depicted various gods, demons and monsters. And Lilian felt uneasy again. This time the uneasiness was even stronger than before. And the magical thing was, she always felt that the gods, demons and monsters painted in these murals were watching them. No matter where they went, they felt that there was a pair of eyes watching them, just as Lilian was about to warn them. Vital, who was walking in front, cried out and interrupted her warning. Look! There's something ahead. There was a small pedestal in the middle of the passage. On the pedestal was a small golden statue that looked very valuable. The golden statue was carved of a beautiful goddess, who had the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a graceful female human. Don't move. Heizai stopped Vital, who wanted to take the statue. It's probably a trap. Blackie's voice scared Vital, and he almost bumped into the statue. Gal and Selma looked at the statue greedily. Blackie looked at the brother and sister, and immediately warned them. Especially you two. Don't move. Gal was a little unconvinced. Let's tie a rope, and then walk to the end of the corridor, and then pull the rope to avoid the trap and get the treasure. As the captain, Luca thought about it and felt that this might work, so he agreed with Gal's idea. Heizai couldn't stand it anymore. These people were always so greedy. Just then he saw Lilian sitting there restlessly, hesitant to speak. So he immediately asked, Lilian, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lilian glanced at Heizai secretly, and said timidly, I always feel like someone is watching us. Watching us? Heizai turned his head and looked around the passages in confusion, but found nothing. Can we leave here first? I always feel something is wrong. Heizai looked at Lilian in doubt, and found that Lilian really didn't seem to be lying, and Lilian's sixth sense was indeed very accurate before. Okay, let's go to the front passage and wait for them. So Heizai turned around and said to Gal and Luca, who were trying to tie the rope to the golden statue, Lilian feels something is wrong. You'd better hurry up. We go to the front passage and wait for you. Let's go quickly. If we get the golden statue, you won't get a share. Selma rolled her eyes at them and said, Humph. Heizai didn't bother to pay attention to this woman. Vital, Rick also followed Heizai Lilian to the entrance of the passage. The warrior Delian, who originally had little presence, also wanted to go with them, but when he heard Selma say that if they left, there would be no place for them, he struggled for a while and finally chose to stay. Gar successfully put the rope on the statue, but he didn't expect that the moment he put it on, the statue suddenly showed him a terrifying smile. Gar was so scared that he sat down on the ground, which happened to move the rope and pulled the statue down. Luca only felt the whole maze shake. Dust fell, and heard a rumble sound from the top of the passage. Run! Luca didn't have time to blame Gar now, so he ran away. Gar also stood up and pulled Selma to the bottom of the passage. Behind them, the rumbling sound was a huge stone ball. If you were hit by this stone ball in this passage, you would have no chance of survival. Delian also felt that he was in trouble. He was the slowest and wore heavy clothes. He was left behind by Gal, Selma, and Luca in a short while. No! Wait for me! Wait for me! Delian panicked and accidentally tripped. His fate was imaginable. He was directly crushed into blood by the huge stone ball. The warrior with no sense of existence fell to the ground. Luca and the other two, who sacrificed a teammate, ran faster and rushed directly into the right passage. Just a few minutes ago, Lilian, Heizai, and Vital came to a T-shaped intersection and walked into the left passage under the leadership of Lilian. After a while, the maze shook, and the heavy stone slab above the passage fell down, almost hitting the black guy who wanted to wait for Luca and the others at the T-shaped intersection. Luca and the others fled directly into a room. As soon as they entered, The stone slab behind them completely blocked the passage behind them, and the way back was cut off. No matter how hard Luca tried, no matter how he used his skills, the heavy stone slab did not move at all. Asshole! I told you to be careful. Be careful. Why are you still so impatient? Do you know that you killed Lilian? Luca grabbed Gar's collar angrily. Then it's not my fault. It's the statue. It's smiling at me. Gar, who survived the disaster, was a little flustered, but he was still trying to defend himself. That's right. That's right, we can't blame him for running slowly. Selma, who was panting, did not forget to speak for her brother. You guys. Luca was so angry that he couldn't speak. How did he end up with such a weird brother and sister? After a short rest, Luca could only lead these two strange siblings to explore the maze again. This time, they had no way to retreat, so they could only move forward. Luca walked faster, because he wanted to catch up with Lilian and the others as soon as possible, because he really didn't want to be with the siblings. But he came to a fork in the road not long after he walked. Now Luca realized that something was wrong, because Heisey couldn't have left with his men without waiting for them. What should we do now? We can only rely on ourselves. Luca looked back at the siblings, and then carved a mark on the left passage and walked into the left passage. Wait for us. Selma and Gal followed immediately. Unfortunately, this was a dead end. They came to a relatively large room. The floor of the room was made of square stone slabs, and in the middle was a gorgeous golden treasure chest. Have we found the treasure house? Selma was extremely surprised, and wanted to run to see the treasure chest. But Luca grabbed her hair. You still want to die, don't you? Luca said to Selma angrily. What if this is also a trap? As Luca was about to turn back, Gal ran forward and jumped onto a square floor tile. Look! It's okay. Generally speaking, no one sets traps in the treasure house, Gal said, and jumped onto another floor tile. Seeing that her brother was fine, Selma immediately broke free from Luca's hand and ran up. Gal thought about it and followed him. After all, Gal and Selma were leading the way. At most, he could turn around and run. As soon as Luca walked to Gal, the stone slab under Gal's feet broke. Gal fell directly. If Luca hadn't grabbed Gal's hand quickly, Gal might have fallen to the ground. With the help of the light outside, Luca saw that there was actually a hole under the floor. It was full of thorny vines and beautiful yellow and purple flowers. Hold on. Gar, I pull you up right away. Luca grabbed Gar's hand and pulled him out. Ah! Pull me up. Go up. I feel something grabbing my feet. Gar screamed in fear. Selma, who was standing by, was more concerned about her brother. She drew her bow and arrow, and shot an arrow at the vines wrapped around Gar's legs. At the moment Selma shot the vines, Luca pulled Gar up. The first thing Gar did when he came up was to tear off the remaining vines wrapped around his legs. Because his leg had been pierced by the vines, Gar was a little irritable. He was not paying attention, and was sprayed by a purple flower growing on the vines. Gar was dazed for a moment. Luca was also helping Gal clean the vines, and did not notice that Gal was wrong. Selma breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Luca and Gal cleaning the vines, she herself sneaked towards the treasure chest. After Luca cleaned the vines, he turned around and saw the woman trying to open the treasure chest. Are you crazy? That's a trap. But Selma had already opened the treasure chest. There was no gold or silver in the treasure chest, no treasure, only a group of black tentacles. The moment the treasure chest was opened, the group of tentacles rushed towards Selma, and directly hit Selma in the face. Surprise! Selma, fall. The small tentacles entangled Selma, and tasted the deliciousness of jealousy, greed and arrogance. Just as Luca was about to step forward, Gal strangled him by the neck, and at the same time inserted a sharp arrow into Luca's neck, which was the only place not covered by armor. Luca never dreamed that Gal would do this. Gal, who was strangling his neck, had purple light in his eyes. You are the bastard who wanted to steal my treasure? You said that everything you found was mine. Luca didn't finish listening. He threw Gal with all his strength, directly into the broken pit. Gal's screams, and the sound of his bones being crushed resounded throughout the room. Gal fell to the ground. Luca covered his neck, his strength was rapidly draining away, his eyes were looking at the door. He struggled hard to climb out, but his fingertips just touched the door, and fell down weakly. His eyes still flickered with the desire to live. Captain Luca fell to the ground. On the other side, Heisei, who had been trying to open the stone door, Lilian Vital, and Rick. All felt something was wrong. Ah! Chapter 41 Survivors of the Adventure Team. The passage shook, the stone door closed, and then a huge noise was heard from behind the stone door, as if a huge object hit the surface of the stone. Rick immediately chanted a spell, and a light blue ball of light condensed in his hand. Arcane Missile. The arcane missile hit the surface of the stone door, but it only shattered the surface of the stone door a little, and had little effect on the heavy stone door. But his action was like poking a hornet's nest. The relief murals around them opened their eyes, as if they were all evil spirits, staring at them intently. Lilian was obviously frightened, her face pale. Human! It's you again! One of the murals depicting the evil spirits was bulging, as if the dark evil spirits wanted to break through the wall and come into the world. Rick panicked and directly used an arcane missile to hit the wall, successfully breaking the mural into pieces. But for the spirits, unless they were attacked directly with magic, it would not have any effect on them. This was nothing short of a provocation. All the evil ghost murals bulged, as if they were trying to break out of the murals and grab the 4 people present. What the hell are these? Rick was so scared that he softened. Die! Human! One of the evil ghosts roared fiercely. For the spirits, humans are enemies, and sorcerers are mortal enemies. They will never forget the demon who imprisoned and tortured them. Unfortunately, in their minds, the wizard is the devil, and all wizards deserve to die. A small device was seen flying across the wall. This device was made of a very thin and tough spider silk. Heizai was quick-witted and fell to the ground, taking Vital and Lilian with him. The silk thread cut across Vital's shield like a knife, and then cut across Rick's head diagonally. A quarter of Vital's shield was flattened, and half of Rick's head slowly slid to the ground. His eyes were dull before he died, as if he still couldn't understand why the others fell to the ground. Mage Rick fell to the ground, and these demons attached to the wall didn't seem to want to let them go. They all grabbed Lilian with their dark and skinny hands. Lilian was so scared that she closed her eyes, pushed her hands out, and unconsciously used the magic of light. A white ball of light formed in Lilian's hand. The evil spirits around seemed to have seen some natural enemy, howling and retreating, and finally disappeared into the wall. The mural became a mural again. Seeing the evil spirits retreat, Heizai finally relaxed. Vital, who had survived the disaster, also sat on the ground and panted. Okay. They're gone. You saved us. Heizai saw that Lilian still had her eyes closed, and he couldn't help but remind her in a low voice. With Heizai's reminder, Lilian slowly opened her eyes. We're not dead yet. Take a good look around. It's still the dungeon. Lilian felt desperately that she was not so lucky to be alive. The retreat was cut off, so they could only move forward, and there were deadly traps, evil spirits, and monsters everywhere. Let's go. Let's keep moving forward. Our mission is no longer to find treasures, but to stay alive. Heizai may have some experience in this area, so he pulled Vital and Lilian up and asked them to move forward. If they stayed in such a dungeon all the time, they would probably have a mental breakdown. After that, they experienced thorn traps, needle traps, and were attacked by evil spirits from time to time. 3 days later, they really couldn't hold on any longer. The food had run out 2 days ago, and there was only a little water left. Assholes! Come out! Come out! You monsters! Let's fight head-on. Vitar was exhausted physically and mentally these days, and was on the verge of collapse. He didn't even know where his tower shield was thrown. The armor on his body was tattered. He couldn't see his former heroic figure at all. Stop yelling. This dungeon is different from the dungeons I've been to before. This dungeon is really too big. The traps are linked one after another. All the passages are the same. There is no reference. Heizai also leaned against a stone hoping to recover some strength. Lilian also leaned against the wall, trying hard not to fall asleep. Come out! Come out! Bastard! Come out! Vital completely ignored Heizai's advice, still standing in the room yelling, as if responding to Vital's expectations. Puff! A group of dark tentacles appeared at the door of the room. Everyone in the room was alert. All of them looked at the monster that appeared at the door with vigilance. Vital looked at such a small group of monsters, and his vigilance was slightly lowered. He walked forward and tried to communicate with the tentacle monster. Hi, little monster. Vital slowly approached the tentacle and stretched out his hand. The tentacle monster was like a timid young animal. It also slowly stretched out one of its tentacles, gently touched Vital's finger, and immediately retracted it. This action made Vital laugh. But Lilian on the side turned pale, and immediately stepped forward, grabbed Vital's clothes, and pulled him back hard. This action angered Vital. What are you doing? Why are you pulling me? Lilian's face turned pale. Danger? It's just a little monster. How dangerous is it? Vital impatiently broke free from Lilian's hand, and wanted to tease the little tentacle again. At this moment, the little tentacle monster began to vomit. Ouch! The little tentacle monster finally vomited out the thing stuck in her throat. Ding! The thing slid to the ground and made a crisp metal collision sound. Vital looked closely, and it was the ruby ring on Selma's hand. Vital was shocked and immediately stepped back. Puff smell. Anger. The little tentacle monster immediately pounced on Vital. Be careful. Hazai only had time to shout. Shining light. Lilian used the magic she knew. The simplest priest magic. But she didn't expect that the shining ball of light would break and disappear like a bubble the moment it touched the little tentacle monster. And it didn't even hurt the little tentacle monster at all. When Hazai saw Vital fall to the ground, he wanted to help. When he grabbed the tentacles of the little tentacle monster, he felt a burning pain. The injured skin quickly dissolved, revealing the muscles inside. Ah! Hazai could only scream, and fell down while covering his smoking hand. He could only watch Vital's head being completely covered by the little tentacle monster. Go! Go! Vital is hopeless. Hazai had to give up Vital, enduring the pain in his hand. He pulled Lilian and ran. Ignoring Vital, who was only twitching, I ran into the dark tunnel in a panic. Vital twitched for a while, and then died completely. At this time, the little tentacle monster raised its head. Puff. Vital fell to the ground, walking through the dark passage, unknowingly. I ran into a maze made entirely of thorns. The black guy who was leading the way was scratched all over by the thorn branches. Finally, after turning countless corners, I came to a relatively open area. There was actually a stream flowing here, and the surrounding area was a scene of a luminous forest. Heisey, who was in front of him, was relieved when he saw that the scary little monster didn't catch up with him. He sat down beside the stream. You are injured. I will help you heal. Lilian immediately took some water to clean Heisey's wound and used the healing spell. But Heisey stopped Lilian from casting the spell. These are just superficial injuries. It's not a big deal. Save your energy. Who knows what other perverted monsters there are in this dungeon? I just take a rest. Heisey felt very tired, and fell asleep beside the stone. Lilian also breathed a sigh of relief, and sat aside, watching over Heisey. Before she knew it, Lilian also fell asleep. She was very nervous in the dungeon, and hadn't slept for several days. Lilian couldn't hold on any longer. After an unknown amount of time, Lilian was awakened by Heisey's coughing. She immediately stood up and helped Heisey up. Heisey was still coughing, and he coughed very hard, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Cough, 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 cough. Heisey kept coughing. Lilian gave Heisey some water, but Heisey couldn't drink it at all. He couldn't speak because of the cough. No. Cough. Not right. Cough. Suddenly, Heisey coughed twice very hard, and a lot of blood came out with the cough. Heisey's eyes widened. The so-called skin wounds on his body were now all festering, and yellow pus was flowing out. It seemed that there were worms twisting under his skin. Help! Help me! Heisey fell to the ground in pain. Lilian was so frightened that she lost her voice. She could only open her eyes wide in fear and curl up her limbs. She didn't dare to look at Heisey, who was asking for help. Slowly, vines stretched out from Heisey's mouth, and countless small branches grew out of Heisey's body, ears, and eyes. Heisey became a vegetable in a short while. Before he died, he stared at Lilian with his eyes covered with vines. Heisei fell to the ground, watching Heisei's horrible death from a close distance. Lilian felt as if something in her mind had broken. She walked into the passage like a zombie. She didn't know what she was going to do, nor why she was going to walk through this passage. She just walked in the deep passage. Finally, she saw a little light, walked into the light door, and saw a huge puppet with a metallic luster standing in front of her. Welcome to the Capamere Underground Palace. How does it feel to be the first to experience it? From here on, the next level is not finished yet. If you want to experience it again, you have to pay. Lilian looked at the golem in a trance. Who are you? Haha. The one in front of you is the creator of the Underground Palace. the chief designer of the Great Maze. The devil of the end. Hey. Hey. Don't get dizzy. Before Fang Jie finished speaking, Lilian fell to the ground and slowly closed her eyes. Maybe. This is the final destination of speculators. Fang Jie was confused. I scared people to death with just one sentence? Xiaobai on the side kept covering his mouth and laughing. Stop reading, decorator, your name scared the little girl. Stop laughing, have you caught those two troublemakers? Fang Jie was speechless. Xiaobai just likes to gloat over others' misfortunes. Xiaobao went to catch them. Here they come, these two little bastards are really hard to catch. As soon as Xiaobao said that, he walked out of the passage, with one hand dragging a bunch of tentacle monsters that were tied up like dumplings and pretending to be caterpillars, and with the other hand catching Xiaoyu, who was making trouble with the tentacle. At this time, Fang Jie's consciousness heard the system prompt sound. Chapter 42 Accept the interrogation. Lilian. Ding Dungeon Defense Victory. Kill, 7 people. Captive, 1 person. Soul points obtained, 70 points. Labyrinth Aura has been activated. Lost Aura. The heroes in the Lost Aura will lose their sense of direction more easily. Fang Jie almost wanted to strangle the system to death when he saw this prompt. It turns out that killing in the underground palace will reward soul points. Why didn't you say it earlier? Fang Jie wanted to cry, but had no tears. Thinking of the previous winter offensive and defensive battles, and the destroyed outposts, Fang Jie felt that he had missed 100 million. Lilian slowly opened her eyes. Strange ceiling. Have I reached the kingdom of God? No, you haven't reached the kingdom of God, but you are not far from hell now. Fang Jie's voice came to Lilian's ear, using the rather awkward Salmi language. Lilian woke up a little, turned around, and saw a metal golem standing next to her like a demon. It's you, where am I? Lilian tried to sit up, but she found desperately that she was locked on this platform. The golem didn't answer but just snapped his fingers. And the stone platform under Lilian slowly turned into a seat. You are now in the torture room of the Kepamir Underground Palace. Answer my questions, and I may be gentler with you. The golem turned around and sat on a tall stone chair. Tell me, who are you? Why did you come to the dungeon? Where did you get the news? Lilian was very cooperative, but her voice was still timid and hoarse. I am Lilian, a priest. The kingdom of Kakna offered a reward of 800 Thaltos gold coins to kill or imprison the stone-like world-destroying monster here, so we came to the dungeon to adventure. Well, Fang Jie himself directly replaced the little tentacle as the world-destroying monster, but it doesn't matter, these are not the focus of Fang Jie's attention. Adventure? Do you know how many years of imprisonment are for burglary? Burglary? Lilian couldn't understand it. This is my home. Others come to your home to steal things and call it adventure. If this is not burglary, what is it? Lilian lowered her head. Her timid and cowardly character destined her not to argue. Tell me, why do you know the map structure of the dungeon? Fang Jie stared at Lilian, wanting to know from her why she could lead the team to find the luminous forest as quickly as possible. I don't know. I always go by feeling. Lilian didn't dare to look at Fang Jie at all. Huh? So you are really a European emperor? Fang Jie was extremely angry. I really wanted to make a spear and stab her. This might be the anger from the non-European. Fang Jie also checked the thing that Lilian had been hanging on her chest. He originally thought it was a compass used by the Lieutenant Tomb robbers. But it was actually just an ordinary metal pendant. Okay. Tell me, what is the situation with your bounty order? Some time ago, the kingdom of Kokina suddenly announced that the Blue Lion mercenary group had rebelled, and sent troops to suppress them. During this period, rare and dangerous monsters were discovered in the Caparis Mountains. So a bounty of 800 Satos gold coins was offered. Fang Jie was amazed after hearing this. You are completely deceived. You little mercenaries are all cannon fodder for Kokner. You are here to explore the way for them. The Blue Lions brought their regular army to conquer the dungeon and pass through the natural barrier of Caparis to plunder the heartland of the orcs. But I tricked them all. So in order to find out my strength and bottom line, I let you mercenaries be cannon fodder, and you earned a good reputation by declaring to the outside world that you had wiped out the Blue Lions, and you easily obtained my information. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So happy. Although Lilian was timid and introverted, she was not stupid. She immediately understood the truth of the matter from Fang Jie's words. Her face immediately turned pale. Their death was worthless. Alas, you guys are just messing around. What should we do now? Have you ever considered that we monsters are also in trouble? We have to guard against your invasion for no reason. Now you are captured by us. What should we do with you? Kill you or keep you as a sacrifice? Fang Jie was a little distressed. Even though he had lived in this world for a long time, he was still not used to directly executing people who were not guilty of capital crimes. Fang Jie's eyes turned. If possible, he would seduce this girl to join the dungeon. It is hard to say whether she can be useful in the human kingdom in the future. It is not safe to always trouble Shagar and others to trade with humans at risk. So Fang Jie came up with a plan. Fang Jie's eyes narrowed. At this time, he put on 2 fox ears and pretended to be an old fox without any sense of disobedience. Come, I calculate for you the cost of entering our big maze for the first-hand experience. First, for release were damaged 6 murals, one of which was directly broken into pieces, all antiques. One will cost you 1 gold coin, that's 10 gold coins. Then, a pure gold statue of Arachne was damaged. This is really expensive. I charge you 400 gold coins. Finally, a series of traps were triggered. This is the most troublesome. I have to ask someone to repair it, and ask someone to maintain it, and all kinds of labor costs, and all kinds of costs. I round off the decimals, and give you 5 gold coins. Okay, the total is 415 gold coins, rounded up to 500 Thastos gold coins. Are you going to scan the code or pay in cash? Fang Jie shook Lilian's bottom out, and shook out 1 Hillier silver coin, 2 Laos, and 4 Shibao, which together are not even worth 0.2 Thastos gold coins. Lilian felt dizzy listening to Fang Jie's calculations. Finally, he came up with a compensation of 500 Thastos gold coins. This was an astronomical figure for Lilian, whose savings had never been higher than 2 Thastos gold coins. This made Lilian unable to breathe and fainted. Ah! Alas! Alas! What are you doing? You can't get away by pretending to faint. Fang Jie looked at Lilian, who had fainted. Speechlessly, he pinched her rinzhong and fanned her to wake her up. No. You're lying to me. It's 400 after rounding off. Lily tried to turn her little head. Fang Jie glanced at her. Isn't 15 bigger than 5? Isn't it 500 after rounding off? Lilian's head was about to smoke. For a girl who had not studied systematically, she had done her best. I don't have that much money. Fang Jie looked at Lilian, who had lost her color and was bullied. That's unfortunate. It seems that you can only sell yourself to the underground palace as a maid to pay off your debts. Fang Jie happily prepared to draft a contract of employment, and untied the stone lock that bound the girl. Lilian curled up in a corner of the cell, like a wounded young animal. After a while, Fang Jie came back. He held 2 pieces of white paper in his hand, one with employment letter of the Capamere Underground Palace, and the other with the 2 big words IOU. The IOU clearly listed the various expenses of Lilian and her team, which was much clearer than what Fang Jie had calculated verbally before. The other employment letter clearly stated her 007 working hours, food and lodging, responsibilities as a maid, an annual salary of 10 Thastos gold coins, and a debt that would take 50 years to repay. Lilian looked at this extremely unequal treaty in confusion. This is unfair. Lilian protested in a low voice. Huh? What's unfair about it? You came to my house to rob, and I gave you a lot of face by not sending you to see your goddess. We didn't know this was your home. That's your problem. Have you thought about it? If you have, then sign it. No! I don't want it. The timid Lilian only had the courage to say no loudly, and then her voice became smaller and smaller under Fang Jie's eyes. Well, it seems that I need to use some special means for you. Fang Jie smiled evilly and snapped his fingers again. Lilian was immediately bound by the stone, forcing Lilian to sit on the chair with the stone lock again. Fang Jie brought Lilian, who was tied to a chair, to the kitchen. What do you want to do? Lilian was a little terrified. Of course. I want to do something I want to do. After that, Fang Jie put on an apron, pulled out a kitchen knife from the knife rack. The high-purity metal reflected a unique cold light, making the hair of the bound Lilian stand up. Fang Jie raised his knife and cut the beef monster meat on the chopping board into thin slices, sprinkled some cumin and refined salt, poured a little beer, and added some poo-poo camel mist milk, a specialty of the Pamir underground city. After doing all this, Fang Jie picked up the kitchen knife again, sharpened it, and walked towards Lilian, whose eyes were gradually becoming fearful. Okay. The side dishes are ready. Miss Lilian, are you ready for the main course? Lilian felt that she was about to follow in someone else's footsteps, and become a plate of pickled meat slices ready to be put into the pot. But nothing happened. Fang Jie just took the kitchen knife to the sink next to Lilian's seat to wash it, and then put it back on the knife rack. Such ups and downs were like a roller coaster, making Lilian feel unprecedentedly tired. Have you considered it? Or do you still not want to sign? The exhausted Lilian could only protest silently. Fang Jie spread his shoulders. It seems that I have to continue to torture you. After saying that, Fang Jie continued to hum a little song and prepare dinner. Finally, all the ingredients were ready. Fang Jie set up the fire, put on the iron plate, and prepared the barbecue again. The barbecue on the iron plate slowly gave off a strong aroma. Having not eaten for a long time, and being extremely nervous, Lilian swallowed her saliva unconsciously. Her hungry stomach growled again. Lilian lowered her red face in embarrassment. In fact, she had not eaten meat for a long time. She needed to save money, and donate it to the small church that had raised her. Therefore, she seldom ate meat. What she ate every day was basically dry bread or roasted sweet potatoes that were as hard as stones. The aroma of the roasted meat became stronger and stronger. Lilian forced herself not to look at the extremely fragrant, browned and sizzling roasted meat on both sides. But her stomach seemed to be going against her, making gurgling sounds. Forced to do nothing, Lilian could only recite the scriptures silently, using her faith to overcome her desires. Ding ding ding, little tentacle. It's time to eat. Fang Jie knocked the triangle again, calling the little tentacle. After a while, the little tentacle monster ran to the kitchen and rushed towards the barbecue. Fang Jie directly waited for the meat in front of the grill. When he saw the little tentacle rushing over with drooling, he grabbed it and sealed it firmly in his hand. Let me introduce her to you. She is the little tentacle. Although she looks a little strange, she is a real little angel. I don't believe you. Lilian showed a horrified expression again. She saw this scary little monster kill her former companion. Don't worry. She is very good to her own people, Fang Jie said to her, and then raised the little tentacle monster to his mouth and said something to her secretly. The little tentacle monster seemed to have heard some interesting suggestions, and looked at Lilian with wide eyes. When Fang Jie finished speaking, the little tentacle nodded vigorously, as if he had found a new toy. Then, under Lilian's horrified gaze, it quickly climbed onto Lilian's shoulder like an octopus. Lilian closed her eyes in fear, waiting for the pain to come, but it didn't happen. She only felt something warm and wet sitting on her shoulder. Lilian opened one eye carefully, and saw that the little tentacle monster did not make any other movements except looking at her with its two sparkling eyes. At this time, Fang Jie picked up a piece of tender and delicious barbecue, deliberately placed it in front of Lilian, and then said in a seductive voice, "Is it delicious? Do you want to eat it? As long as you agree to this, you can eat it." Then he took out the paper with the employment letter. "No, I will not eat the human flesh you made." Lilian lowered her head again, not looking at the tender barbecue. The psychological guilt made her want to vomit, but the aroma of the barbecue seemed to be singing against her and kept drilling into her nose. Physically, she actually suppressed the nausea. Lilian had to recite the scriptures again. Fang Jie was stunned when he heard her say it was human flesh. Then, an evil smile appeared on his lips again. That was perfect. If he mistook it for human flesh, his faith would be shattered if he ate it. Fang Jie secretly winked at the tentacle monster. Lilian immediately felt extremely hungry. She couldn't suppress it at all. Her eyes opened unconsciously, and she stared at the barbecue in front of her. She wanted it. She wanted to eat it. These two thoughts filled her brain. "Come on. Open your mouth." Fang Jie sent the piece of meat to her mouth. Lilian opened her mouth subconsciously, tears flowing down from the corners of her mouth. But Fang Jie would not let her eat the meat so easily. He fainted in front of her, and then sent the fragrant barbecued meat to the mouth of the little tentacle monster on her shoulder. Lilian's eyes were dull, and she just stared at the little tentacle monster with a happy expression. At this time, Fang Jie's voice came slowly. "It seems that your faith is not very firm. You succumb to your desire so easily. You can even eat human flesh. You are not qualified to believe in your God." This sentence was like a heavy hammer, hammering Lilian's heart hard. Chapter 43 Maid Lilian. "You little brat, you are too young to play with me. Let the little tentacle monster give you a gluttony buff, and see if you can still control yourself." Fang Jie saw Lilian's self-doubt expression, and immediately continued to work hard, picked up another piece of meat, and put it in front of Lilian. This time, Lilian resolutely turned her head away, ignoring Fang Jie, but the strong desire came again, and Lilian looked at the barbecue in front of her absent-mindedly again. This time, Fong Jia did not tease Lilian anymore, but put the delicious barbecue in her mouth. In an instant, the delicious barbecue filled her entire mouth. The plump barbecue was softened with a hint of sweetness from malt and mist milk, and the mellow taste directly ignited her desire. The moment she ate the barbecue, she knew she had failed. She really lost to her desire. She really ate human flesh. She was not worthy of being a priest. In the end, Lilian ate the meat in her mouth with tears under the blessing of the little tentacles. Does it smell good? It smells really good. Finally, Lilian signed this unequal treaty and surrendered to the big devil Fong Jia's barbecue. That's right, enjoy being a maid right now. Life is like cough cough. You can believe in the goddess of the underground palace in the future. This kind and benevolent goddess will not spit on you for eating barbecue. Fong Jia happily shook the contract in his hand and glanced at Lilian, whose faith was shattered, who had given up on eating barbecue and was still reluctant to leave. Let's go. Now that we've finished eating the barbecue, I take you to see the goddess who protects the underground palace. Fong Jia brought the maid Lilian to the bathroom and asked the maid to accept the shock of the goddess Arachne. And Lilian also saw the goddess statue that Fong Jia mentioned. It may be that she was shocked by the beauty of the goddess, or it may be the effect of the shock aura, which made Lilian feel weak at the moment she saw the ancient statue of Arachne's 10,000 demons, and she wanted to worship the statue. This is the goddess Arachne. Her rule is that there are no rules. She will not help you when you are in trouble, nor will she constrain you with dogma. After hearing Fong Jia's words, Lilian whispered back, then her existence will be meaningless, as if she was afraid of being heard by the goddess. No. She will only tell you to follow your heart and let you constrain yourself. Dick, who was next to him, walked out of the locker room with his bare chest, holding a bath towel, and wearing a pair of shorts. As soon as he came out, he saw Lilian kneeling in front of the statue, with the expression of a newcomer who had never seen the world, and came to Fong Jia. Hey, where did you get this human girl to be crippled? Dick leaned close to Fong Jia and whispered. Although there was nothing wrong with what he said, there was still a sense of disgust in his tone. If Fong Jia wasn't here, he might have strangled Lilian with the towel at hand. Go away, my name is Fong Jia, not Hey, this girl is my hired maid, and she may have to go out and trade with humans on behalf of your sister in the future. People outside are not as harmonious as we are here. Lilian came back to her senses at this time, and found that she was already kneeling on the ground. She quickly stood up and laughed at herself. Strictly speaking, kneeling down to worship other gods is the greatest disrespect to one's own god. Lilian turned around and saw a tall orc standing with Fong Jia. She immediately took a defensive posture and looked at the orc with some vigilance. Fong Jia went up and hit Lilian on the head, knocking her to the ground with her head in her hands. Let me introduce you. This is Dick. Yes, he is a member of the orcs, and also a member of the underground palace. Everyone here is equal. Don't bring the racial hatred you learned outside here. Dick would not argue with such a little girl. He just looked at Lilian with disdain, although he might not be older than Lilian. After that, Dick ignored her and walked into the hot spring pool nearby. On the one hand, his hatred for humans was due to the education he received since childhood, and on the other hand, the blue lion slaughtered his people. At that time, Fong Jia gave them the opportunity to take revenge on the blue lion. After that, he accepted Fong Jia's 9-year compulsory education. Of course not 9 years, at most a few months. The hatred towards humans has faded a lot, but there is still some hostility. Okay, enter the blood spring, and accept the baptism of the goddess. I don't want it. Lilian squatted on the ground, and shook her head subconsciously. You have signed the contract to sell yourself, so there is no reason to negotiate with me. Fong Jia sneered, and directly grabbed Lilian and threw her out. Ah! Lilian was thrown directly into the blood pool with a scream. After Lilian fell into the blood pool, she accidentally choked on a mouthful of blood. Her throat immediately began to itch. Cough! Cough! Lilian closed her eyes in pain, and her hands desperately scratched at her throat, scratching the skin on her neck. Seeing Lilian's big reaction, Fong Jia was shocked. He thought the monster blood spring did not allow humans to enter, but the orcs also entered. Although there was no system prompt, the blood spring still helped the orcs repair their damaged genes. Fong Jia immediately entered the blood pool and pulled Lilian up without thinking. What's wrong? Itchy, itchy, itchy and painful, Lilian said with difficulty, while scratching her neck with her hands, but this was like scratching an itch through a shoe and was completely useless. Fong Jia formed 2 stone arms to grab Lilian's hands, stopping her self-harming behavior. Open your mouth. Let me see your throat. Fang Jie grabbed Lilian's chin with his hands, forcing her to open her mouth. Fang Jie saw a large scar on Lilian's throat at a glance. Now these scars are falling off and repairing. Oh, it's not bad. Bear with it. It may be a little uncomfortable, Fang Jie said, as he grabbed Lilian's mouth and put it under the blood bottle, letting the purest blood flow into Lilian's throat. In an instant, the itching feeling in the throat came again, with the pain of being cut. Lilian, whose chin was restrained, could not speak, and could only squeeze out a few meaningless painful groans from her throat. After about a minute, Fang Jie finally put Lilian down. Lilian knelt on the ground and coughed hard. Hold it. Don't cough hard. Your wound has just been repaired, and your vocal cords are still very delicate. Are you going to kill me? Lilian said it subconsciously, but she was stunned the next second. This was not her voice. What's going on? The voice coming out of Lilian's mouth was no longer hoarse and unpleasant, but became crisp and pleasant. However, perhaps because she was not used to it, she still felt a little awkward when speaking. This can't be my voice. Lilian still couldn't believe it. Fang Jie was just a little surprised when he first heard Lilian's voice, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He had long been accustomed to looking at those with defects with equal eyes. The blood of the goddess healed your vocal cords, so you should thank her. Lilian knelt down in front of the ancient statue of Arachne Wanmo again. This time, she thanked him sincerely, not because of the effect of the halo. Okay, the effect of the blood altar is healing. You can come here to soak in the water when you have nothing to do in the future. But before entering the blood spring, wash yourself in other pools before entering. You don't want to drink other people's bath water, do you? Then, except for the treasure house in the underground palace, which cannot be entered without me, it doesn't matter where else. Your job in the future will mainly be to cook and clean. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the library to read books and communicate more with the monsters here. They are all very nice. I go and clean your room first. After Fang Jie finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to this human. He still had a lot of work to do, such as miniskirt maid outfits and so on. Just thinking about it made him feel a little distracted. Alas, Lilian was staring at the statue of the goddess and accidentally became dazed. Lilian's luck has always been good, but the first time she became an adventurer and worked. She went to a dungeon of hell level difficulty, which led to her being captured, and she also owed a lot of debts. I don't know whether this is lucky or unfortunate. The biggest opportunity here might be to cure her throat. Because of her throat, Lilian developed a timid character. When Lilian turned around, she saw Dick, who was enjoying a comfortable bath in a hot spring nearby. She wanted to approach him and talk to him, but when she saw Dick with his bare chest and strong muscles exposed, Lilian's face turned red again, and she had to run out of the bathroom with her head down. Lilian didn't dare to run around, because she encountered a lot of dangerous traps in the maze. She was afraid that if she was not careful, she would trigger some strange traps and take her life, so she had to wait for Fang Jie to come back at the bathroom door. Lilian didn't know how long she had waited. Just when she was about to fall asleep, Dick came out after taking a bath and putting on his clothes. Lilian immediately went to meet him. She had some questions to ask this handsome orc. Hello. My name is Lily. Lilian stopped Dick, but she didn't expect to bite her tongue because she was too nervous. Hello, Lily. My name is Dick. Dick didn't want to pay attention to this woman, but seeing that she was so timid that she didn't dare to look at him, he replied, No, not Lily. It's Lilian. Lilian's face was completely red. Okay, it's not Lily. What are you doing? Dick's attitude was not very good. He was a little impatient. He had to go to the library to recite books later, and Grandma might check it in the evening. Are you also captives? Lilian was about to hide her head in her clothes at this time. Captive? Dick looked at the shy girl. You may be the only one here who thinks of yourself as a captive. This place is different from the outside world, because there is a special demon king here. Since you can enter here, it means Fang Jie treats you as his own. After Dick finished speaking, he added, If you hadn't died long ago, you should know that the monsters around him are all meat-eaters. Indeed, if you were a captive, you wouldn't be allowed to move freely in the underground palace. Lilian thought silently after hearing Dick's words. He asked me to be a maid in the underground city. My main job is cleaning and cooking. Can you cook? Is the meat you roast as delicious as Fang Jie's? Dick was a little unconvinced. He had never eaten barbecue, that tasted better than the one made by Fang Jie. After hearing this, Lilian's rosy face turned pale again. She thought about processing human corpses to make barbecue in the future. And she wanted to vomit again. Can we not cook human meat? I still can't accept it. This time it was Dick's turn to be confused. Human meat? We have never eaten human meat. The meat we eat is all brought back by me when I go hunting. Lilian was struck by lightning when she heard Dick's words. No. It's not human meat. Chapter 44 Shagar is back. After leaving the bathroom, Fang Jie went to Xiaobai's room and gave Xiaobai the blueprint of a short skirt maid outfit, asking Xiaobai to help make it. After all, a maid should still look like a maid. After building another staff dormitory, Fang Jie returned to the bathroom and saw Lilian and Dick talking at the door. Dick was obviously a little impatient and waved his hand and left without saying a few words. Oh, you had a good chat. Don't you think the orcs are barbaric now? That's all racial prejudice of you humans. Fang Jie emerged from the shadows. But the moment Lilian saw Fang Jie, she pouted and whispered, You lied to me. That's not human flesh at all. Her voice was crisp and sweet. And she whispered softly, which made her questioning sound like flirting. Now that your throat is better, just speak properly. Fang Jie didn't buy it at all. I never said it was human flesh. It was just the human flesh you imagined in your mind. Humph. Lilian turned her head to one side, but her body still followed Fang Jie honestly. Just like that, Lilian followed Fang Jie to a room with white curtains. She lifted the curtains, and what appeared in front of Lilian was a room that seemed extremely luxurious to her, with a princess bed with white gauze curtains, a stone dressing table inlaid with gold, and a mirror on the dressing table, which could clearly reflect her own face. When she first saw Lilian, she thought it was a clone created by magic. From now on, this is your room. Please clean it up, and come and learn how to make barbecue with me later. After saying that, Fang Jie thought for a moment and turned to Lilian. By the way, work clothes will be distributed at work. You will have to wear work clothes when you work in the underground palace in the future. However, it is not finished yet. I will give it to you tomorrow. After Fang Jie left, Lilian was still a little bit unbelieving. Is this heaven? She had never lived in such a luxurious room. She gently pressed the fluffy mattress, and it immediately pressed down softly. After letting go, it bounced back to that fluffy state. It must be very comfortable to lie on it. Are you kidding? This is Xiaobai brand silk furniture, which is 100% camel hair. This bed looks very expensive, but Lilian didn't dare to lie on it. She had never enjoyed such treatment since she grew up in the chapel. The chapel was full of orphans. Only the old priest and the nanny took care of them. Lilian was one of them. There were very few people who came to the chapel to pray, not to mention the pitiful donations. In addition to taking care of those younger brothers and sisters, the chapel, which was not very well off, was even more out of pocket. If it weren't for this, Lilian wouldn't have come out to work and earn money. In the past few years, Lilian has been working in a relief center or rehabilitation center. The work is relatively safe, but the salary is also very low. If she hadn't heard that the adventure team made more money, Lilian would not have come to the adventure team to work as a priest. Lilian leaned against the bed, thinking back to the kind old priest, the old lady who was a little strict but loved everyone, and tears flowed down again. After nearly a month, people came to challenge the dungeon one after another, but 60% of them didn't even find the entrance to the big maze, and kept wandering in the dungeon like an ant nest. Fang Jie was also happy to be free. These people were not very strong. It was not difficult for Dick, wearing carbon steel armor, to fight these cannon fodders. Even if they entered the maze, they could not get out. It could also add soul points to Fang Jie and improve his performance. But the only bad thing was that as more people were exploring treasures in the dungeon, the animals became less. This was not good. If these humans drove away all the animals in the dungeon, what would the whole family in the dungeon eat? So Fang Jie had no choice but to transplant most of the animals and plants in the underground palace into Xiao Huabao's room. Now Xiao Huabao has to take care of these strange animals and plants in addition to taking care of the water god tree. Protest. I protest. You are exploiting me. You are an absolute black-hearted devil. Xiao Huabao stood in front of Fang Jie and complained with snot and saliva. Lilian had already put on a short skirt maid outfit with white stockings. The black and white maid outfit matched with soft and silky white stockings perfectly outlined Lilian's body curves. The absolute area formed by the short skirt and the over-the-knee white stockings gave people unlimited room for imagination. At first she refused, but Fang Jie took away all her clothes on the grounds that she had to wear work clothes during work hours. Lilian had no choice but to wear this sexy maid outfit. However, after wearing it for a while, Lilian also felt the benefits of this outfit, especially the little white spider silk, which did not stick to dust. Even if it was stained, it could be wiped off with a light wipe. It was very easy to take care of, and the clothes were very breathable, and it was very refreshing to wear. At this time, Lilian was standing aside, sweeping the non-existent dust while listening to the little flower buds protest. She planned to learn a little, and then use it to resist the black-hearted devil. These are all part of the natural ecology. As a spirit of nature, you must protect them well. And doing so not only saves time for hunting, but also protects the ecological environment. You can't just watch the animals and plants outside being chopped down and killed by those mercenary adventure groups. I don't care. The workload is too heavy now. I have to guard the underground palace, be a farm worker, and be a shepherd. Giving me so many jobs, won't your conscience hurt? I'm not taking care of these animals because they look inedible. It's simply because there are too many of them. Can you wipe your saliva before you file a complaint? Fang Jie was speechless. It must be because you're taking care of small animals, but can't eat them that you're protesting. Xiao Huabao wiped the corners of his mouth pretending to be nonchalant. That's not saliva, that's tears. Even if you eat them, they won't taste good. Why don't you wait for me to cook them deliciously? You should take good care of them, so that they won't be killed by humans. No! I protest. No matter how Fang Jie said, Xiao Huabao just didn't want to work overtime. Look, I know you're protesting because you're tired of eating barbecue. Calculating the time, Shagar and the others should be back soon. When Shagar and the others come back, if they bring back the ingredients I want, how about I develop new dishes for you? Are they as delicious as teppanyaki? Xiaowabao was a little skeptical. Fang Jie immediately swore to the ceiling. Definitely better than teppanyaki. Are you kidding? There are so many delicious foods in my great country. And they can't satisfy you? The only limitation is that many ingredients are not available. Otherwise, you can't finish eating different food every day. Okay, I believe you once. But my workload is too heavy. I want more people. If you don't add more people, I will resign. Fang Jie thought for a while. Now you ask me to add more people. But I can't add more people for you. How about this? You take care of these animals first. And then write a book to record all the animals and plants you have taken care of, so that everyone can learn. Then wait until they have learned and take over your job. This way you will be free. It seems to make sense. Xiao Huabao seemed to be thinking about this decision seriously. Fang Jie saw that Xiao Huabao seemed to have fallen into the trap, and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Yes. Let someone who doesn't know how to take care of the animals take care of them. What if the work goes wrong and the animals die? I even thought of a name for your book. How about calling it Monsters? Okay. Then I write the book as soon as possible. And you help me find someone to learn it. After that, Xiao Huabao left angrily. After sending away the troublesome little flower bud, Fang Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. I want to protest too. Lilian blushed and came to Fang Jie. Her timid character has changed a little in the past few months. At least this time, she was no longer speaking in a low voice when protesting. Of course, it would be more effective if she could look directly at Fang Jie. Fang Jie glanced at Lilian with disdain. Hiss, I seem to have forgotten something before. How much money do you owe with interest? How about I charge 10% interest every month? No! I didn't say anything, the maid's job is good, I like it very much. Lilian said this sentence at a very fast speed she had never used before and ran away. Humph, you little bastard. Fang Jie? Wait! Fang Jie was about to finish the unfinished work of the Great Labyrinth, when he heard the anxious voice of Xiaowabao. What's wrong again? Fang Jie had a headache when he saw Xiaowabao. Just now. There was news from the north of the Caparis Mountains. Shagar is back, and seems to be injured, and Tiger is nowhere to be seen. What? Fang Jie's eyes immediately turned cold. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Fang Jie and Xiao Huabao took the blood bottle, and set off to the northern entrance of the dungeon. On the way, they met Xiao Bai. And there were two playful troublemakers hanging behind him. How could they be absent from such a lively event? When they appeared at the entrance of the northern slope together, They saw Shagar sitting on the ground covered in blood, and a part of the faceless mask was broken, thrown on the ground by Shagar. You guys are pretty fast. I'm so tired. Give me a sip of blood. Sagar, who was sitting on the ground, was a little tired. Are you injured? Do you need to go back to the blood spring to soak? And what about Tiger? Fong explained as he handed the blood bottle to Sagar. Sagar drank a sip of blood spring and regained some energy. Shark shook his head. I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound. On the way back, Tiger and I met the transport team of the Crazy Lizard clan. We had a little conflict. They wanted the goods we transported, but we refused to give them. So we fought. There are a lot of them. Although Tiger and I killed several of them, we were still outnumbered. Tiger was captured to cover my escape from the encirclement. Damn it. The robbery has come upon me. This robbery has come upon me. Fong Jie is ready to go on another expedition to take back what others have robbed. Their location is about 80 miles northwest of here. It should be a little further now. It's okay. I can feel their location. As the little flower bud spoke, he took out a small pot of succulent plants, which looked a bit like a small cactus but without thorns, and had a small yellow flower on it. This is a love grass. They are a pair. Each love grass will point to its companion plant. And what Shagar and the others took away was the child's companion plant. And we can find their location by following the direction of its small yellow flower. Okay. Then let's get ready and set off. To meet this big clan? Let's go! Fong Jie said sinisterly. Chapter 45. Returning to the underground palace, after a short rest, Fong Jie also decided on the overall layout of this expedition. First of all, the ghost-faced dragon-scale armored warrior Shagar, Xiao Bai, and himself. It is not enough to just confirm the expedition personnel after all. The journey is long. It is unrealistic to take a tall orc to travel 80 or 90 miles. There must be a vehicle, but time is urgent. Fong Jie can only roughly make a simple car. The shape is a rectangular iron box, with 4 wheels. Without spring shock absorbers, it feels like it will fall apart after driving a few times. There are 2 seats in the front, plus a steering wheel, and 4 large barrels of blood spring water in the back for emergency use. If this car were put in modern times, even horses would not be willing to pull it. It only has brake and steering functions, and its entire body is made of simple iron sheets. Everything is ready. Fong Jie is ready to set off. This time, I trouble you to guard the house. Little bud, I have opened all the traps in the big maze. The emergency escape route is under the throne in the room of the big sand table. If you encounter a large-scale siege by humans, don't fight hard. If you can't beat them, just run away. It's okay. Fong Jie explained everything to Xiao Huabao in detail like a parent who was about to leave home. Because this time it was a forced march, the fewer people the better. Okay, I got it. Don't be so nagging, let's go. Xiao Huabao seemed very impatient, pushing Fong Jie to rush out. Fong Jie was still explaining while being pushed. Well, when I'm not here, the cooking job will be handed over to Lilian. Although her cooking is not as delicious as mine, it's barely acceptable. Also, you have to keep an eye on her. She still owes our underground palace 500 Thaltos gold coins. The little flower bud drove the annoying and nagging Fong Jie out of the dungeon, waved at him impatiently, and signaled Fong Jie to get out. Then he controlled a vine, tied up the little tentacle monster who wanted to sneak out of the dungeon like a dumpling, and dragged her back to the dungeon regardless of the little tentacle monster's strong protests. Xiao Yu on the side had the will but no power, and could only be obediently sent back to the dungeon by the little flower bud. On the other side, Shagar said goodbye to his grandmother and brother again, and resolutely walked out of the dungeon regardless of Dick's strong protests. Dick also wanted to go. He had basically nothing to do in the dungeon. At most, he would go out hunting. After he came back, he had nothing to do. Of course, the most painful thing was that Grandma kept forcing him to memorize the textbooks brought by Fong Jie. This made him feel that his belly was full. Fong Jie and his group came out of the dungeon and began their first real expedition. How do you use this thing? Let Shagar push it? Xiao Bai looked at Fong Jie and asked. The sun outside was very dazzling, which made Xiao Bai a little uncomfortable. However, the simple car attracted her attention. She turned the steering wheel from time to time, or pressed the brakes. Shagar on the side began to move her legs. It looked like she was really going to push the car. Ah! Fong Jie sighed and stuffed the surprised Shagar into the driver's seat of the makeshift car. He briefly taught what brakes and steering are. Then he lay on the roof of the car, spraying high-temperature flames from the bottom of his feet. In this way, the last piece of the puzzle Fangia brand rocket engine was completed. And Shagar, a female driver, fully demonstrated her potential as a female driver when she drove on the road for the first time. Not only did she drive slowly on the desolate black sand, but she also crashed into rocks every time. Fortunately, Fangia did not use much power at the beginning. Otherwise she and Xiaobai would have died here. Finally, Xiaobai couldn't stand it anymore. So she pushed Shagar aside and drove herself. She had been craving this position for a long time. But because she was really small, she couldn't reach the brake under her feet. Fangia could only helplessly make a linkage with the brake lever and put it next to the steering wheel. Xiaobai seemed to have found her soul and directly asked Fangia to drive to the maximum power. Fangia was originally worried about controlling the speed below about 10 yards. After all, there was no dashboard, and he didn't know the specific value. But Xiaobai couldn't accept such a slow speed. She kept urging him to go faster. 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 Helplessly, she had to go faster and faster. Xiaobai was crazy about driving. What are brakes? Can they be eaten? Even if Fangia put the brakes in front of Xiaobai's steering wheel, she never pressed them. Drift when she encountered a rock. Drift when she encountered a hole. Drift when she encountered a tree. There is nothing that can't be drifted over. If there is, just take another one. The simple little metal car was not very fast, but she drove it like a plane on the ground. Since Xiaobai sat in the driver's seat, Shagar has been screaming and holding the door handle tightly. Ah! Tree! Tree! Wait! Wait! Stone! Stone! Ah! There is a pit over there. Pit! Help! Ah! God of Kato. Are you here to pick me up? Yes. This is the true portrayal of Shagar. Fangia welded the car door shut when Xiaobai started racing to prevent Shagar from jumping out of the car. Fangia also looked ahead. If he really couldn't master Iron Man's flying skills, he wouldn't have resorted to such a bad strategy. After all, Iron Man is a gyroscope, and Jarvis doesn't lack one either. Their speed was not actually very fast. Fangia felt that it was only 90 miles per hour at most. And he thought Xiaobai drove pretty well, so he accelerated boldly. If Xiaobai really couldn't stop the car, he could also concentrate the energy on his shoulders and spray it out, to achieve the effect of rapid deceleration. Fortunately, it was Fangia who controlled the accelerator this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. But this reminded Fangia that, if he really makes a car in the future, he must not let Xiaobai control the accelerator, otherwise he probably won't let go once he steps on it. Towards dusk, with the help of Xiaobai and Fangia, this car that seemed to be falling apart at any time finally caught up with the orc army, and this was because Xiaobai almost drove to the wrong place because he was too excited. Hey, we're here, get out of the car. Fangia came to the co-pilot and saw Shagar, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, and felt that his soul had been left behind for several miles. At this time, Shagar, who was in a trance like a puppet, fell to the ground and vomited violently, vomiting out the few food in his body. Fangia no longer paid attention to Shagar, who was vomiting all over the place. It's okay. Vomiting will bring back his soul. He climbed up the hill and found Xiaobai, who was concentrating on observing the orc camp at the foot of the hill. There were already 2 orc corpses lying nearby. Judging from their equipment, they were sent by the orcs to stand guard under Xiaobai's spider silk attack. They were sent to see God without even a groan. Fangia buried the 2 orcs casually and crawled to Xiaobai's side. How is it? Is the situation down there okay? Fangia asked while pulling aside the relatively low bushes, looking at the orcs, who had already set up camp at the bottom of the hill. There were a lot of them, about 60 people, including 2 cyclops. But it seemed that their equipment was very poor, Xiaobai said, pointing to one of the tents that looked more luxurious and heavily guarded. I just saw someone carrying Tiger's equipment into this tent. But I didn't see Tiger there. Maybe in their car. Then, there are 4 more tents, one of which is in the center, Xiaobai said, and pointed to the beast cart in the camp. The cart is pulled by a mammoth monster with long hair that looks a bit like an elephant. It looks very powerful. There are 12 mammoths in the camp. The carts pulled by these mammoths are generally tall, and each one feels like a small house. One of the beast carts is particularly large, requiring 2 strong mammoths to pull it. There was a dangerous aura in that big car, but strangely, she seemed very weak. It doesn't matter. Even if another golden golem power armor jumps out this time, I have the confidence to take it down in one fell swoop. Fang Jie clenched his fists. You stay here obediently. I will go to test their strength first. You take care of Shagar. No. I will go first. Fang Jie was interrupted by Xiao Bai before he finished speaking. You are my secret weapon. Of course, I have to save it until the end. And you are so big. It is too easy to be exposed. It will be night soon. I am small. I will go in first to determine the location of Tiger. Okay. Be careful. Although Fang Jie was a little worried, he still followed Xiao Bai's plan. Xiao Bai was not big, and he lowered his body to avoid the moonlight from shining on him. Approaching the orc camp below. Although the orcs had guards, they looked particularly stupid, especially with their deformed faces, which always made people think of mental retardation. Xiao Bai would not relax her vigilance just because they were ugly. She used her fastest speed to get to a distance of only 10 meters from one of the tents. When the patrolling orcs passed by, she immediately got into a tent. The stench in the tent was so bad that Xiao Bai almost suffocated. There were 5 or 6 orcs sleeping in the tent, stacked on top of each other, and snoring loudly. After confirming that there was no one he was looking for in the tent, Xiao Bai immediately slipped out and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. How did these orcs make the tent so smelly? Shagar had never seen such a stench in the underground palace. Xiao Bai was at a loss. Finally, Xiao Bai, who was so angry, sewed up the tent door directly. If it was exposed, it would delay them for a while. After searching 2 tents in a row, Xiao Bai still couldn't find Tiger. There were nearly a dozen wounded people living in one of the tents. Except for the tent in the middle where there were too many guards, Xiao Bai searched all the other tents, but found nothing. Finally, Xiao Bai had to turn his attention to the beast cart covered with linen. Xiao Bai sneaked near the beast cart, waited for a guard to be alone, and suddenly attacked, shooting spider webs on the guard's mouth to prevent him from making a sound, and then bit the guard's neck with a poisonous fang. Within 2 seconds, the guard fell to the ground and twitched all over. After defeating the enemy, Xiao Bai successfully lifted a corner of the sackcloth. It was full of orcs, and many of them were pale and thin, with wounds on their bodies. Oh my god! There were so many of them. How long would it take to find them? Xiao Bai only dared to take a sneak peek, for she was afraid that the orcs would scream and set off an alarm when they saw her. In the end, there was only one huge beast cart left. This beast cart required 2 huge mammoths to pull it, and it was also heavily guarded. Xiao Bai tried several times, but felt that he would be discovered. So he had to give up the idea of further investigation and return to the hillside where Fang Jie was. Join Fang Jie, and prepare to launch a sneak attack. Chapter 46 Dalmatia. Long live. What's the situation in the camp? Fang Jie asked immediately when he saw Xiao Bai coming back. Those beast carts were not carrying goods, but orcs, many of whom were pale and thin. Xiao Bai scribbled a simple map on the ground while talking. Could they be slaves? Fang Jie expressed his guess. It's possible. There were too many people inside. I didn't dare to look carefully, and I couldn't find where Tiger was at all. Xiao Bai felt a little guilty while talking. It's okay. It's okay. Just do your best. Fang Jie comforted Xiao Bai in a low voice. However, I sewed up all these tents. They are full of orcs sleeping in all directions. If we attack directly, they won't be able to get out in a short time. Okay, I made 4 spherical colossi while you were out. We are on the hillside now. Using the dodgeball tactics again should work wonders. Xiao Bai showed an expression of giving you a thumbs up. Then, there were many patrolling guards in the central tent, so I didn't find a chance to go in and explore. So when you use the stone ball later, be careful not to attack it directly, in case Tiger is inside. Xiao Bai said and pointed at the tent in the middle of the diagram. Okay. I understand. I will pay attention. Fang Jie nodded. The tactics were discussed here, and Shagar was still sleeping because he was weak after motion sickness. Fang Jie kicked Shagar in anger. Get up quickly. We are preparing to attack. What? Who attacked? Shagar was dazed and sat up. Looking at Shagar's silly look, Fang Jie almost slapped her in the face. He made a decision in his heart. I must make a fixed roller when I return to the underground palace, and let Shagar go up and spin around a few times when he is free. I must let Shagar get used to this dizziness. Otherwise, how can he be dizzy every time he goes on an expedition in the future? Xiao Bai has gone down to investigate, and only saw Tiger's equipment. but no tigers people. So I want to attack them directly, and then look for people carefully. Okay. Let's do as you say. Shagar shook his head vigorously, which was still a little dizzy. Fangjia looked at Shagar, whose face was still a little pale, with some disdain. It's really shameful for Zengier. Look at how Xiaobai is fine. Tell me what your tactics are. Shagar didn't want to listen to Fangjia's ridicule anymore, and took a sip of the red bottle, interrupting Fangjia. You and Xiaobai will ambush on both sides of the camp first. I will see you launch the stone ball colossus when you get there. After the colossus rushes into the camp and causes chaos, you and Xiaobai will attack from both sides. Okay, no problem. Shagar drank a mouthful of blood spring, and his face looked a little better. Is it really okay? They are all your compatriots. Compatriots? Why didn't they think that we are also compatriots when they attacked us? And those who are not our tribe are not real compatriots. Don't worry, I will not be soft-hearted. Shagar waved his hand, and put the ghost-faced helmet on his head to indicate to Fangjia that he was ready. Since this was done, Fangjia had nothing to say. After everything was ready, Fangjia launched an attack, aiming directly at the orc camp at the bottom of the hill. Demacia, long live! With Fangjia's order, the 4 spherical giants on the hill that had been ready for battle immediately rolled down the hill. The 4 huge stone balls rushed towards the camp at the bottom of the hill with an unstoppable momentum. The huge weight left 4 obvious gullies on the soft mountain, and the sand and stones flew everywhere they passed, and the dust flew. Hear any sound? The 2 patrolling orcs heard a rumbling sound coming from far away. The big orc in the patrol team obviously had a low IQ. He scratched his head a little dully and said in a muffled voice, "What's that sound? Is my stomach growling? I just didn't eat enough." The small orc on the side rolled his eyes at the big orc, but when he heard the sound getting louder, he immediately climbed up the big orc's huge body regardless of his objection. He squinted his eyes, and could only vaguely see something that raised dust from the hill under the moonlight. It's the enemy. It must be the enemy. Quick! The enemy is coming. The thin orc immediately sounded the alarm. The orc who was dozing off while on sentry duty immediately got up after hearing the alarm, but it was too late at this time. The stone ball giant was less than 100 meters away from them. Under the effect of gravity acceleration, the stone ball rolled to the front of the camp in less than 10 seconds. The target of these stone ball giants was the tents whose doors were sewn by Xiaobai. As long as the stone ball rolled over these tents, the orcs who didn't have time to get out would become sandwiches. The stone balls rolled down very fast. When they found out, it was too late. These stone balls seemed to be sharp swords stabbing into the heart of the orc camp. The 2 camps on the outskirts were the first to be crushed by the huge stone balls. The blood directly gathered into a small river. The 2 tents farther away had already reacted. It was obvious that the orcs were struggling in the tents. But this was not enough. The next second, one of the stone balls rolled over their heads, and all of them fell to the ground. The farthest tent was luckier. When it found that the tent could not be opened, it immediately used an axe to chop a big hole in the tent. Several orcs inside filed out. At this time, the stone ball just arrived, and only crushed a very slow soldier to death. After the stone ball rolled over the tent, it miraculously stopped. The dusty orcs were able to catch their breath, seeing clearly the huge stone ball that killed 3/4 of them in one encounter. The remaining orcs held their weapons tightly, rushed towards the stone ball, and smashed their weapons hard on the surface of the stone ball. As if to respond to the orcs' interaction, these stone balls began to transform with a crackling sound. The stone ball split into 6 pieces. The 4 pieces at the bottom transformed into 4 spider-like legs, and the 2 pieces at the top separated into 2 huge arms. The transformed colossus smashed down directly at the orc who had just hit him. Under the huge fist, the orc could only scream in fear, and was smashed into a meat paste. The rest of the orcs were extremely frightened, but their race was naturally warlike, so their first reaction was not to run away, but to pick up the weapons in their hands and roar and rush to attack the colossus. At this time, Shagar and Xiaobai, who were ambushing on the side, also showed up. The tall ghost-faced dragon-scale armored warrior swung his gorgeous halberd and chopped down diagonally, cutting an orc diagonally from the left shoulder to the right ribs. The orc next to him reacted immediately, and swung his giant axe and chopped it hard on the ghost-faced warrior's shoulder armor. His giant axe created countless sparks on the surface of the ghost-faced dragon-scale armor, but the ghost-faced warrior didn't care at all, and directly stabbed the stunned orc with his halberd. This way, There are enemies attacking here. The surrounding orcs immediately surrounded Shagar. Xiaobai on the other side of the battlefield was relieved. She was extremely fast. 2 nimble claws were wrapped with a special spider silk several meters long. When she waved it, it was like waving 2 very thin ribbons. Adding to her full-level silk control skill, these long spider silks seemed to have life. Xiaobai rushed into the orcs like dancing. Every time she danced lightly, she would take the lives of 2 orcs. Under the moonlight, Xiaobai danced gracefully. When she finished dancing, her white body stood on the pile of corpses that had already flowed like a river of blood. The ground was full of orcs with their throats cut. This was Xiaobai's dance of killing. I don't know if it was affected by the Fangjia statue, but Xiaobai's current state was particularly similar to the ancient statue of Arachne, except that Arachne still had a human body, while Xiaobai was still a complete spider body. The orcs were not idle either. 2 cyclops waved huge and heavy sticks and smashed them at the stone ball statue. They were both tall, 1 head taller than the stone ball colossus. The stone armor that was very solid for ordinary orcs seemed a little fragile in front of such a power level. In addition, although they were tall, they were not very smart. They attacked without any rules. Even if the stone ball colossus attacked, they would not dodge, but chose to withstand the attack of the stone ball colossus and destroy it. This tactic of hurting 1,000 people and hurting 800 people was really effective. One of the colossi was defeated by the 2 cyclops, and was finally torn into pieces by the 2 cyclops. The 3 colossi fighting on their own nearby saw that one of their brothers had been destroyed, and immediately surrounded the 2 cyclops brothers with a fierce look in their eyes. Not only that, because Fangjia also arrived at the battlefield at this time, he casually created 4 more colossi that were more suitable for melee combat, and repaired the stone ball colossus that was destroyed by the 2 brothers. Hey, just now you 2 were fighting 2 against 1. Now it's our turn to fight 4 against 1. The 2 cyclops, who were playing well in the game, were completely confused. Their small brains couldn't think straight. Why are there more and more of them? Now, the 2 giant cyclops were like middle school students surrounded by gangsters. At a loss. The giants that jumped out of the bushes to gank didn't care whether you were still or not. They just went up and beat you up. In an instant, the 2 cyclops were beaten into pig heads. They fell to the ground and didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Fangjia was not idle either. He directly activated the shaping skill to wrap the orcs he met along the way into stone cocoons, leaving only their heads outside. On the other side, Shagar was fighting head-on with an elite orc. This orc was tall, wearing animal skins, and his strong body was covered with scars. He used a close-range Iron Mountain lean to knock Shagar, who was wearing the ghost-face dragon scale armor, away, which showed how strong he was. However, Shagar was not seriously injured under the protection of the armor. He stood up, dusted himself off, and rushed up again with a gun flower to fight with the orc. Chapter 47 Weird Tint. The strong orc was not afraid, and he swung his battle axe and slashed it hard on Shagar's halberd, causing countless sparks. Roar! The orc roared. Human! You are strong, but you can't hurt me. Shagar said nothing, and blocked the axe that hit the halberd, and then kicked the orc's chest firmly, directly pushing the orc back 2 or 3 steps. The orc did not fall, but what greeted him was Shagar's rapid attack like a storm. This orc actually took all of Shagar's fierce attacks, and found an opportunity to flex his muscles, and chopped Shagar away again. Shagar shook his numb hands. Damn, so strong. This is the first time Shagar failed to defeat someone in hand-to-hand combat. Ha ha. No matter how powerful your equipment is, you can never be a match for me. Ion Crazy Lizard. Humans are humans, and they can never defeat orcs in real battle. Roar! Ion even excitedly tapped his big pectoral muscles with his hands and made a bang-bang sound. In terms of combat experience, this Ion is indeed much richer than Shagar, and his strength is also greater than Shagar, so Shagar gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fangjia saw that Shagar was at a disadvantage, so he helped Shagar. With Fangjia's snap of his fingers, the stones on the ground immediately rushed towards Ion like melted water. What the hell is this? Ion hurriedly retreated, but the liquid stones would not let him escape easily, and they rushed over and wrapped Ion in a stone cocoon. What kind of evil magic is this? Ion was angry and anxious. At this time, he found that a metal puppet he had never seen before appeared on the battlefield. Everywhere the puppet passed, all the orcs were wrapped in stone. After a while, more than a dozen stone cocoons like termite piles were erected on the battlefield. Fang Jie didn't care what Ain was thinking at this time. He ignored the orc and came to Shagar. Are you okay? You keep shaking your hands. It's okay, I can beat him. In fact, Shagar's knuckles were already cracked. Hey, I'm glad you're okay. Roar! Before Fang Jie finished speaking, he heard Ain roaring, his voice was hoarse, his eyes were red. Then the stone cocoon that held Ain in place cracked, and finally broke apart, and Ain, who was freed, turned red all over, his muscles bulged, and he looked much taller. How angry is he? He's so angry that he's like a Peking duck. Fang Jie couldn't help but complain when he saw the red-faced Ain escape. Shagar rolled his eyes helplessly. This is the boiling of blood, a kind of frenzy. After saying that, he blocked Fang Jie, who wanted to use the sand waterfall to bury him. This battle is mine, you go find Tiger. Fang Jie saw Shagar's serious eyes, and had to spread his hands. Okay, don't fight too hard, you are a member of the Great Underground Palace. Roar! Ain would not give Fang Jie and Shagar a chance to chat. He picked up the battle axe again, and charged towards Fang Jie. Shagar would not give his head to Fang Jie, and he stopped the violent Ain with a halberd. Ain seemed to have lost all his sanity at this time, and he swung his axe and chopped at Shagar. Shagar tilted his head, and the axe blade of the battle axe slashed across Shagar's ghost-faced helmet with sparks. Shagar then chopped Ain's thigh with a halberd. This was also a disadvantage of boiling blood, because his mind was not clear. He basically gave up all his previous combat experience. He did not know how to defend, but only knew how to attack. Although his strength and speed increased greatly, it was useless if he could not hit anyone. As if Ain felt no pain, he ignored his bleeding thigh and slashed at Shagar again. Shagar jumped up slowly, spun his body to avoid Ain's slash, and then stabbed Ain's shoulder with his halberd. The sharp halberd easily penetrated Ain's shoulder armor and directly pierced Ain's right shoulder. Ain, who was injured again, roared. Roar! But this time his momentum was not as strong as before. The boiling blood has a time limit, and it is impossible to let you go crazy all the time. Shagar saw that Ain could not use blood boiling to strengthen himself all the time. He dodged Ain's attacks while looking for opportunities to make Ain bleed heavily. The principle of this skill is blood. It brings great power by accelerating blood. Therefore, every wound Shagar cut on Ain would bleed a lot. Sure enough, under Shagar's kite-flying tactics, Ain's speed became slower and slower. Finally, the swollen Ain shrank, his body was no longer red, and his originally gray-brown face was now as pale as gold paper. Ain fell to his knees. Human, who are you? When the blood boiled over, Ain saw Shagar standing in front of him and knew that he had lost. At this time, there was no one left standing on the battlefield, except for those who were bound by Fang Jie like a pile of termites. He was relieved to see that there was no more fighting on the battlefield. At this time, Shagar glanced at Ain, took off the ghost helmet, revealing the pale skin underneath, and the delicate face. Ian, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately widened his eyes, and a meaningless sound came out of his throat. You. Under the moonlight, Shagar's pale skin looked crystal clear. The blood-red tiger's stripes made Shagar more charming, and the short and broken hair across his eyebrows made Shagar more heroic. That's right. I'm not a human. I'm an orc like you. Shagar's cold voice passed by Ian's ears. Ian smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the one who defeated him was a woman, and an orc. The key point is that this female orc is really beautiful. He is just too thin. Tell me, where did you hide Tiger? Tiger? Tell me about the orc with a strange mask that we caught some time ago. Yes, I am the orc that you didn't catch. Shagar looked at Ain coldly. Ain smiled bitterly. So that's it, he should be in the tent in the middle. But that may not be the case. Before Ain finished speaking, he heard. Boom! With a loud noise, a charred corpse flew out of the tent in the middle, and landed not far from Shagar. Great! Ain's eyes twitched as he looked at the charred thin corpse that was emitting green smoke. Time went back to when Fang Jie had just separated from Shagar. Fang Jie ignored Ain's attack, but strode towards the tent in the center of the camp. Fang Jie always felt that this tent was strange, because under his magic exploration, this tent was actually empty. There was nothing inside. This exploration result aroused Fang Jie's vigilance. He walked to the front of the tent and lifted the curtain of the tent, and a lot of red smoke came out from inside, and the inside of the tent was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Fang Jie walked in carefully, because the red fog was too big. so Fang Jie couldn't see what was inside. He started to explore with magic power, but found that it had no effect in the red fog, as if he was swallowed by something and could not return. In the red fog, he could see something shaking, as if he was tied to a huge pillar. Fang Jie walked forward carefully, and found that it was Tiger when he got close. Behind him was a totem pole with red light, and red fog was coming out from the bottom of the pillar. Tiger! Fang Jie immediately stepped forward and broke Tiger's shackles. Tiger's condition was very bad now. He was covered with knife wounds all over his body, and there was no intact skin on his back. This condition made Fang Jie think of Ling Qi first. Hurry up. The Great Witch is in danger. Tiger could only say a few words vaguely, and then fainted. Fang Jie could clearly feel Tiger's weakness, so he directly lifted Tiger and rushed in the opposite direction. But after walking more than 10 steps, Fang Jie found the problem. Before Fang Jie came in, this tent was not big at all. At most, it was only a circle larger than the other tents. However, with Fang Jie's stride, he should be able to touch the edge of the tent after running more than 10 steps. But now the strange thing is that Fang Jie is still in the red fog, as if he has not moved. No, I must have moved. What is going on? Fang Jie calmed down and carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, Tiger, who was holding him, took out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed Fang Jie fiercely. How could an ordinary metal dagger pierce a metal body made of blood devil steel? But the dagger pierced through his metal body as easily as if it had pierced flesh. The liquefied high-temperature gold flowed out of the wound like blood, dripping onto the ground and emitting puffs of smoke. The weak Tiger laughed sharply, dancing away from Fang Jie at the fastest speed, and rushed into the red mist with a shrill laugh. This series of changes made Fang Jie's brain a little confused. Damn it! What's going on? Fang Jie thought that with his current ability, if not invincible, he should be basically invincible. How come he first encountered a non-magical golden colossus power armor, and now encountered an unscientific dagger that could pierce blood devil steel at will? Fang Jie stood up, covering his wound. The sharp laughter still came to his ears. His figure was hidden around him, but Fang Jie just couldn't lock him, as if he was circling around him. Fang Jie didn't say anything, but just looked around vigilantly. He had seen this scene in a movie before. If he wasn't careful, he would be dragged away and dismembered by the monster in the thick fog. Ah! Ha ha! Sure enough, the monster suddenly rushed out from behind and pounced on Fang Jie's head. Fang Jie turned around and released the burning energy in his hand. It hit the center of the target directly, making the monster fly backwards. Fang Jie quickly chased the direction where the monster flew backwards, and saw that he was sitting under the totem again. He was not Tiger at all, he was just a deformed monster, extremely thin, and fell to the ground dying, and his right abdomen was directly pierced by the burning energy ray. Tell me, where is Tiger? Fang Jie gathered energy in his hand again, and pointed it at the monster. Tiger? Are you talking about the dessert I just had? The deformed monster's voice was as sharp as nails scratching on a blackboard. What? Asshole! Fang Jie's anger suddenly erupted, like a flood beast occupying Fang Jie's heart, and the energy beam in his palm was already aimed at the monster's head. Chapter 48 Disdain by Xiaobai. Xiaobai completed her final dance under the moonlight. Now the only one who was still able to move on the battlefield was the orc who was fighting Shagar. However, Xiaobai saw that the two orcs were fighting back and forth, and Shagar was obviously in the upper hand. The rhythm of the entire battle was completely controlled by Shagar. After watching for a while, Xiaobai found their battle so boring. How could Shagar not be bored when grinding the blood cow's skin? Xiaobai was yawning and watching Shagar's battle, and suddenly there was a strange touch beside his leg. Looking down, the strange creature appeared again. The creature rubbed its spider legs, licked its claws lazily, fell to the ground with its belly facing itself, and purred comfortably. Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. Every time she saw this disaster beast, nothing good would happen. Xiaobai pushed it aside with disdain. But when she took the initiative to touch the disaster beast, some vague fragments flashed through her mind. The clip was very fragmented. Xiaobai had to use all his strength to barely see some of the scenes inside. In the picture, Fang Jie was standing in a tent angrily, shooting the energy beam in his hand at the dying tiger. The energy beam easily penetrated Tiger's head, and it evaporated without even blood splattering. At the moment of Tiger's death, the anger in Fang Jie's eyes disappeared, and turned into great surprise and self-blame. At this moment, The ugly and short orc priest, hiding aside, used a strange magic again, as if bewitching Fangjia and letting the flames of anger sweep Fangjia again. The huge anger completely eroded Fangjia's mind. He rushed out of the tent and killed everyone he saw. No matter if he knew them or not, they would be slaughtered by Fangjia, including Shagar and himself. At the end of the scene, the orc priest laughed wildly like a neurotic, while Fangjia held his own body with empty eyes. From this moment on, he would no longer be himself, but a terrible weapon in the hands of the orc priest. No! I will not allow this to happen. Xiaobai woke up. Everything around was still going on. Shagar was about to win the final victory. Xiaobai immediately rushed to the tent that Fangjia had entered before. The red smoke here could only make Xiaobai daze for a moment, but she woke up immediately. Sure enough, under the dim light, what Xiaobai saw was Fangjia standing in front of the dying tiger with his hands raised angrily. No! At the critical moment, Xiaobai rushed in and hit Fangjia's hand hard, causing Fangjia's energy beam to deflect and hit the side. Fangjia's eyes instantly cleared up. There were no wounds or even scratches on the metal body. The red mist disappeared, and the deformed monster in front of him also disappeared. Only the dying tiger was tied to the wooden beam, surrounded by various wizard herbs. Xiaobai next to him stood up with difficulty. When she hit Fangjia's hand, she was also burned by the high-temperature aftermath of the energy ray. On Tiger's left was a short orc, like a dwarf, covering one of his thighs and screaming heartbreakingly. The energy beam that was just deflected by Xiaobai just happened to directly break its right leg. I have to say that your mental defense is really too poor. Do you know that you were controlled by others and almost killed your own people? Xiaobai said with hatred. Is this mental control? Fangjia immediately broke out in a cold sweat when he heard what Xiaobai said. If Xiaobai hadn't stopped him in time, he might have killed Tiger. What if Xiaobai was hurt? He will definitely have a mental breakdown. Fangjia looked at the still howling dwarf orc with a fearful look on his face. This time, he will not admit his mistake. And such a time bomb must not be kept for the new year. What if he is mentally controlled again? So Fangjia condensed a huge fireball in his hand and blasted it on the orc priest. The huge impact force blasted the little orc away, and the tent was also overwhelmed and shattered into pieces with the explosion of the fireball. Your injury. Fangjia realized that Xiaobai had been severely burned after dealing with this dangerous time bomb. Fortunately, he could just go back and soak in the blood spring. But Tiger's condition was not good. Xiaobai waved his hand and said, Tiger's condition was indeed not good. He was naked now, with cuts all over his body, some of which had begun to fester, and some were very fresh. The most important thing was Tiger's hands, as if the skin had been peeled off, leaving only bloody muscles. Fangjia? Xiaobai? Are you alright? When Fangjia was checking Tiger's wound, Shagar's voice came over. Shagar had just run to the front of the tent, and saw Fangjia supporting Tiger, who was covered in wounds and had no skin on his arms, and Xiaobai, who was also burned, following behind him. Quickly bring your blood spring over for Tiger to drink. Okay. Shagar almost cried when he saw Tiger like this, and immediately put the blood bottle to Tiger's mouth, and let Tiger drink it. It will take too long to take effect if you drink it. Pour it directly on his hands, Fangjia said, taking the blood bottle from Shagar's hand, and pouring all the blood in the blood bottle directly on Xiaobai's body, relieving Xiaobai's pain first. Not enough. These blood bottles are not enough. Shagar, you take care of him. I drive the car over. There are 4 buckets of blood spring water in the car. It should be enough. Fangjia said to Shagar, and immediately turned around and waved to Xiaobai. Xiaobai jumped directly on Fangjia's head, and Fangjia also ran quickly towards the hill. Fangjia brought Xiaobai to the camp in a simple car, and directly built a bathtub in the center of the camp. He put Tiger in first, and then poured 2 buckets of blood springs into it, filling the bathtub. Shagar was relieved to see Tiger slowly recovering in the blood spring. Xiaobai's body was very small, and he also put his body in the bathtub to recover quickly. Shagar was relieved to see Tiger slowly recovering in the blood spring. At this time, she remembered that she had run over to meet Fangjia without caring about Ein. Now everything has settled down. Looking back, Ein has already run away. Damn it! I let that Ein run away. Shagar knocked his head in annoyance. Okay, he ran away. Aren't there still a dozen captives over there? Oh! By the way, come with me to count our spoils this time, Fangjia said to Shagar, and then said to Xiaobai, who was soaking in the corner of the bathtub. Xiaobai, you are responsible for vigilance. Xiaobai didn't say anything, but waved his two-fingered claws at Fangjia, telling Fangjia to go and come back quickly. Fangjia brought Shagar to the beast cart again. The mammoths were unusually well behaved, and were not afraid of Fangjia and his men approaching. They ate the grass on the ground leisurely. They seemed to panic when the giants appeared. Seeing that the giants ignored them, they were relieved and continued to eat and drink. Fangjia was a little curious, but since they were not afraid of strangers, they would pack them all up and send them back to the underground palace. Xiao Huabao would definitely like them, whether it was for eating or raising. Fangjia came to a beast cart and directly lifted the cloth covering it. There was indeed a huge cage inside, and it was indeed full of thin beast men, mostly old men, women and children. Their eyes were numb and tired, and they panicked only when they saw Fangjia. Several female beast men hid the children behind their backs, and more of them looked at Fangjia numbly. There were 11 mammoth beast carts in this transport team, 4 of which were beast slaves, 6 of which were supplies, and the last beast cart was huge, and there were about 30 beast slaves like this. Fangjia opened the doors of all the slaves' cars and said to them, "You are free. Leave now." But what Fangjia didn't expect was that these orcs were like a pool of stagnant water, looking at Fangjia blankly, which made Fangjia a little annoyed. Had these orcs been oppressed to this point? He didn't want to see these orcs like a pool of stagnant water again. So he threw these orcs to Shagar for disposal. There is no difference between these orcs alive and dead. How do you think we should deal with them? Shagar also frowned. Wearing a helmet, Shagar's voice was a bit muffled, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. I go and persuade them. If they want to leave, give them some supplies and let them go. Okay. Then you handle it. But I want to remind you not to be a saint. You can't save all of them. I understand. Shagar nodded. Fangjia no longer paid attention to these numb orcs after explaining what he needed to say. Now, he was most interested in the huge mammoth car. It seemed that there was something incredible locked inside. So much so that even Xiaobai found it difficult to deal with. Fangjia came to the front of the cart and removed the curtain. As the curtain slowly fell, the creature inside was exposed. This was a light red earth dragon that looked like a small hill. It had small eyes and was covered with wounds. Its limbs, neck, and even its tail were fixed by heavy shackles. When Fangjia untied the curtain, the earth dragon let out a low roar. Roar! Bastard! Let me go! The earth dragon's inner voice was heard along with the roar. Hey! Your voice is still quite childish. You are not very old. Are you, little girl? Fangjia was a little surprised that he found another strange little Lolita. Roar! Who are you talking about, little girl? I am already an adult. Let go of my damn orcs. If I return to Dorgan, you will definitely suffer. The place where Fangjia stood was not within the field of vision of the earth dragon. Now the little earth dragon was facing Fangjia with its butt. Roar! Roar! If you don't let me go now, I will have someone beat you into a taper when I return to Dorgan. If you don't believe me, let's go and see. I will not only beat you into a taper, I will also. Fangjia walked up to the little earth dragon and patted her big head. What else do you want to do to me? The cursing little earth dragon was immediately frightened when she saw Fangjia. It turned out that the cursing roar was like being strangled by the neck and all blocked in the stomach. The real situation was that it made a funny sound of roar. Roar! Roar! Hiccup! Hiccup! Why does this orc look different? This is too scary. Much scarier than those ugly gray monsters. Why does the pressure from him look so much like a dragon? Chapter 49 Lolita Dragon Lostia. Fangjia opened his intimidation, and leisurely leaned on the tip of the earth dragon's nose with his magic shadow skill. While I'm listening, what else do you want to do to me? Fangjia scratched his ears. The little earth dragon's eyes were all cross-eyed, looking at Fangjia blankly. You are a dragon? What dragon? Fangjia was confused by what the earth dragon said. The majestic temperament on you is like the temperament of a dragon. The little earth dragon answered Fangjia honestly. Oh, then answer my question honestly. How did you get caught? How did you lose face as a earth dragon? Fangjia started to act like an old fox again. This little earth dragon probably mistook the intimidation skill for dragon power. But unexpectedly, the little earth dragon immediately became agitated when Fangjia said she was an earth dragon. I am not. I am not an earth dragon. I am a feigned dragon. A purebred flame dragon. Lostia. I am a purebred feigned dragon. I am definitely not a lowly earth dragon. This little earth dragon isn't it, the little fat dragon said. His eyes immediately turned red. Fang Jie was surprised. He carefully observed this dragon that looked like a small mountain. No wings were seen at all. It was covered with wounds. You could vaguely see the reddish scales, but many of the scales had disappeared, probably plucked out by the orcs. Without the wings, her body looked a bit like a fat western dragon. Fane? Flame dragon? Whose fire dragon looks like you? Fang Jie thought that this little fat dragon was either adopted by her mother or her father. I am not. I am a pure-blooded fire dragon. I just look different from others. You bad guy. The little fat dragon struggled even harder. The iron chain that bound her was rustling as she pulled. As she struggled, the shackles sank deeply into her flesh, and from time to time, 2 scales would fall off. Dragons can fly. You don't even have wings, and you say you are a pure-blooded dragon? Fang Jie felt that he had to give her a realistic blow to knock down her unrealistic fantasy. Who said I don't have wings? I do. One day I will fly to the sky with my own wings. As she said that, Lostia shook her back vigorously. Fang Jie was a little confused. He used shaping to lift himself up, and saw what was on the back of this lowly dragon Lostia. Yes, she did have wings on her back, a pair of small wings that were almost the size of Fang Jie's palm, and were flapping hard now. Fang Jie was speechless. Girl, you want to use your palm-sized wings to carry your body that may weigh more than 10 tons to fly into the sky. I am afraid it is impossible in this life. Well, even if there is, since you said you are a fire dragon, you should be able to spit out fire dragon breath. Right? Come on. Spit one out for me to see. When the lowly dragon Lostia heard him say this, she immediately opened her mouth, took a deep breath, and then blew it out with a puff. Not to mention the fire breath, there was not even a flame. Lostia took another deep breath, closed her eyes, and blew out the air in her stomach with all her strength. But the result was the same. She didn't even see the shadow of a flame. Lostia stopped struggling this time. Her eyes were red, and big tears flowed from her eyes. Wu Fangjie couldn't stand seeing little Loli crying, so he surrendered immediately. Okay. If you say it's a dragon, then it's a dragon. Hearing Fangjie's comfort, Lostia not only didn't stop crying, but cried even louder, with a tendency of turning from a drizzle to a rainstorm. Woo. Okay, I help you untie it first, if you want to go back to your Dorgan. Go back to your Dorgan. Fangjie said, and snapped his fingers. The shackles that bound Lostia all broke. Uncle Woo, you can even transform into a puppet. Can you take me back to Dorgan? I've been out for several months. My mother must be very anxious. And I'm in so much pain all over my body. Lowly dragon Lostia wiped her tears, and said to Fangjie, Call me brother, why uncle? Fangjie was speechless. It was really inappropriate for such a big guy to call himself uncle. You should come home with me to recover first. You will have the strength to fly after you recover. Then tell me where Dorgan is. I want to think about how to send you back. How could Fangjie know where Dorgan was? He was not a dragon. I didn't know where Dorgan was either. Wow. Lowly dragon burst into tears when she heard it. Huh? You don't know where your own home is? Fangjie always thought that this was a little Lolita who ran away from home to play and was abducted by human traffickers. No. My brother took me out to eat delicious food. But he left after he put me down. I chased him for a long time, but couldn't catch up. In the end, I met those ugly monsters. They beat me, made me pull a cart, and pulled my scales. Lolita Dragon Lostia cried so hard that her tears fell like they were free. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Those ugly villains were defeated by my brother. No one will hurt you again. Fangjie originally thought that this was just a little girl who ran away from home because she was too playful. But now it seems that things are not as simple as imagined. It is estimated that what this little dragon said is true. It may be that she was born with a deformity, or some other reason caused her to be too different from those dragons. So her normal brother tricked her out and abandoned her. These little brats are simply lawless. If that little dragon, Losja's brother, falls into Fangjie's hands, Fangjie will definitely beat him until his butt is bruised. Fangjie comforted the crying Lostia, and summoned a gargoyle to fetch the remaining 2 buckets of blood from the cart. 1 bucket was given to the lowly dragon to drink, and the other bucket was poured from her back to relieve some of the pain. It must be said that the dragon race is really strong. Losja's physical condition improved a lot under the effect of the blood spring. and her wounds began to scab. Lostia, who was tired of crying, finally fell asleep under Fang Jie's comfort. Xiaobai had touched Fang Jie's side without knowing when, and gently stroked the big head of the lowly dragon with one of its claws. "When did you get here?" Fang Jie looked at Xiaobai and asked. She said that her brother tricked her out to eat delicious food. The bright moonlight sprinkled on Xiaobai's white fur, as if covering Xiaobai with a crystal veil. Holy and beautiful. Fang Jie actually saw some loving eyes in Xiaobai's 6 spider eyes. "Are you going to take this little dragon home?" "Yes. I plan to take her back. At least to cure her first. If she wants to stay, then stay. If she wants to leave, I won't stop her. I like her. Can I trick her into joining the underground palace?" "No. Who did I trick? Which one of them didn't I really like to keep?" Fang Jie said shamelessly. Xiaobai didn't look at Fang Jie, but just rolled his pink eyes at X6. Fang Jie also took advantage of the time when the lowly dragon was asleep to secretly use magic exploration to check her physical condition. After all, when Fang Jie asked her to release the fire breath before, this lowly dragon couldn't spit it out at all. Fang Jie originally wanted to cover the whole body of the lowly dragon with magic exploration, and gave the lowly dragon a comprehensive physical examination. But the feedback from the magic exploration surprised Fang Jie. This lowly dragon did not store magic in its body at all. The amount it absorbed was discharged from its body. The whole body was completely a funnel, inhaling from the lungs, circulating through the body with blood, and then taking all the absorbed magic out like sweating, without any of it staying in the body. Of course, she didn't have any when she wanted to use it. This is why she didn't have any magic power to support her magic flame when she wanted to spit out dragon breath. But there is also an advantage to this. All cells are constantly washed by magic power, over and over again without stopping. This also makes her have an extremely strong body. If nothing unexpected happens, her strength must be extremely strong. Fang Jie picked up a small piece of Losht's fallen scale, and carefully sprayed a small stream of extremely high temperature flame from his fingertips, wanting to test the flame resistance of Losht's scales. As a result, Fang Jie burned one side of the scale red, while the other side did not change in temperature at all, as if the two sides of the scale were two spaces. This discovery made Fang Jie overjoyed. This is an excellent heat-insulating material. It turns out that dragons are full of treasures. Lostia, who was originally asleep, sniffed, as if she had found something delicious in her dream, licked her lips, opened her mouth and bit Fang Jie's hand that was spewing flames, and sniffed it like a child. Fang Jie was frightened. He was not afraid of his hand being bitten off. He was afraid that the high-temperature flames from his hand would burn Lostia. He quickly cut off the energy output on his fingers. Lostia frowned when Fang Jie cut off the energy output, spit out Fang Jie's hand, and licked her lips as if she had not eaten enough delicious food. Fang Jie was surprised. He opened Losht's big mouth and found that her oral mucosa was fine. It was nearly 1,000 degrees high. Fang Jie carefully sprayed out high-temperature flames again and put his hand into Losht's mouth. Lostia happily bit his hand again and began to suck it. Looking at Losht's happy look, Fang Jie knew that his flames really didn't hurt her at all. Fang Jie didn't believe it, and increased the power output of energy. But Lostia still sucked Fang Jie's hand happily. After a while, Fang Jie was defeated. He had already raised the temperature to the highest temperature that could be used at present. If it was higher, his hand would melt. But Lostia didn't react at all, and even sucked Fang Jie's saliva. After Fang Jie stopped the energy output, Lostia felt that this thing was not delicious, and spit it out. Fang Jie pulled Losht's big mouth and looked carefully. There was no wound at all, and even the mucous membrane of the mouth was still good. This made Fang Jie's mind open up. Maybe he found a treasure again. Chapter 50. Returning to the capital. The high temperature resistance of Losht's body can be described as unscientific. The high temperature that can melt Fang Jie must be at least 1,500 degrees. At such a high temperature, Lostia didn't even feel it. This made Fang Jie's mind flash a magical creature from some island country Godzilla. Although 1,500 degrees is not even a fraction of the fission reaction, but it also made Fang Jie see the infinite possibilities of her future. And this 1,500 degrees is just Fang Jie's limit. It may be too early for lowly dragon. From now on, let Lostia eat nuclear bombs as snacks, carry out fission reaction in the body, and then spit out fission energy from the mouth, forming nuclear explosion breath. Are you afraid? What fire breath? That thing is only fit to carry Losht's shoes. Okay, Godzilla Lowly Dragon Training Program is officially launched. From today on, you are free. Leave quickly, maybe the people of the Mad Lizard Clan will come back in a little while. Shagar is still trying his best to persuade those beast men who seem to be dead water. Sir Warrior. Finally, an old orc timidly spoke. You said we can leave. But where can we go? We are old men and women with little ability. If we escape and are caught, we will be beaten or even more severely punished. Yes. Yes. Even if we escape, we still have to rely on other clans. We have no family anymore. It's the same wherever we are. Our life will be no different from now. The pale and skinny orc's expression revealed despair and exhaustion. Yes. Yes. Someone beside him actually echoed. Shagar looked at these orcs whose edges had been completely smoothed out with regret and was speechless for a while. Long-term oppression and torture have bent the backs of these orcs, and they dare not resist or think. This situation is actually very common in the entire orc kingdom, because the defeated tribes have no human rights, and they can only become slaves. This is also the main reason why the orcs, whose individual strength is obviously stronger than that of humans, can only be driven to the wilderness by humans to survive. Shagar thought of herself. They were also a defeated tribe, but their luck was slightly better. They were not captured by the enemy. They fled back to their clan, and were only punished by exile of their entire tribe. In addition, they were led by the wise woman. Nai. Otherwise, their situation might not be much better. Have you all forgotten who you are? We are orcs, we have strong vitality, we grow our own food. If the tribe is gone, we build it ourselves. Even if there is only one of us left, we should stand up and live. Shagar's voice was trembling. It was a trembling of great anger, angry at their lack of resistance, angry at the injustice of heaven, angry at her own powerlessness. At this time, Shagar thought of what Fangjia had said to her. They will definitely create their own rules, and their own home. You said you are all women or old people with no ability. And you don't know how to survive. Shagar took off his helmet, revealing his face. All the orcs present were shocked by Shagar's actions. I am also a woman. And I am also a wandering orc because of the war. But I am not like you, lying on the ground like a poor worm begging for food. I know that as long as I work hard, I can become a warrior. Control your own destiny. Now, if you want to go with me, I will lead you to build a new home. There, you can have enough food and warm clothes, as long as you work hard for it. As for those who don't want to go, I won't say anything more. The moonlight shone on Shagar's pale skin, combined with Shagar's resolute and arrogant expression. She looked like a cold and beautiful queen. Many orcs present looked at Shagar. Can I have enough food if I go with you? I haven't eaten enough for a long time. A little girl walked past the adults around her, looking at the incomparable Shagar with hope, but the child was stopped by another older girl as soon as she finished speaking. Her eyes were full of vigilance. Shagar lowered his head and said in a gentle voice, We will be full, as long as we create, we will definitely be able to eat enough for all of us. Sister, I want to eat enough. The little girl who spoke first buried her head in her sister's chest. Her sister looked at Shagar with some embarrassment, and then looked back at the other beast men, some of whom were old. The sister gritted her teeth and stood beside Shagar with her sister. Except for the two sisters, no one else moved. Shagar shook his head in disappointment, left a few bags of food in the caravan, and ignored them. Fangjia was also ready, and lifted Tiger and the bathtub onto the beast cart, and saw Shagar walking towards him with a pair of young sisters. Fangjia whistled, and said to Shagar, It seems that you can still fool people. Shagar just rolled his eyes at him, and introduced to Fangjia. I tried my best, and I can only bring back these two sisters. The elder sister is called Qiong, and the younger sister is called Yu. Qiong looked at Fangjia, leaning on the animal cart, and knelt down in fear. The younger sister Yu also knelt down, but there was more curiosity in her big eyes. Fangjia looked at them and said, No need to kneel. Everyone is equal here. Get in the car. We still have a long way to go. Let's go. There are blankets and bread in the car. Shagar helped the two sisters up. After settling the two sisters, Shagar found Fangjia again. At this time, Fangjia was studying how to make these mammoths pull the car obediently. They didn't seem to listen to him. They ignored Fangjia's dancing around them, and ate bushes by themselves. Shagar looked at Fangjia speechlessly. Let me do it. Woolly mammoths have a leader. All woolly mammoths follow this leader. As he said that, Shagar whipped a mammoth that looked very strong with a long whip, and shouted hoo-ha, hoo-ha while whipping it. The woolly mammoth obeyed Shagar's order this time, and returned to the caravan obediently. Finally, he fixed the mammoths with animal saddles, and drove the head animal to make them pull the cart obediently. Fong Jia scratched his head. It seemed that he had a lot to learn in this regard. After a long time of tossing and turning, the caravan finally set off. But because the woolly mammoths were really slow, sitting on them was like a bullock cart. If Fong Jia didn't like these woolly mammoths and wanted to see if they could be farmed on a large scale in the dungeon, Fong Jia would have wanted to drive a simple car home directly. However, as soon as Fong Jia proposed the idea of driving a simple car, he was strongly opposed by Shagar. She definitely didn't want to experience the feeling of drifting a hearse again. Xiaobai was very interested, but looking at the huge Lostia, Xiaobai gave up the idea of drifting the car. After all, no one can drift with a truck. This time the harvest was quite big. Tiger and Shagar successfully found the orc merchant, and exchanged the dagger made of Garrison steel from him for a high price of 5 thastos gold coins. However, he was in the grain business, and he had very few books, and could only exchange them for some seeds needed by Fong Jia. Therefore, Tiger and Shagar had to follow the merchant to the border city-state of Rebirth. There they bought several parchment books, which were very expensive. All in all, Shagar and his friends spent about 3 gold coins. Finally, they exchanged 5 hillier silver coins for a small beast cart from the orc merchant. On the way back, they met the transport team of the crazy lizards. They saw that Shagar and his friends were dressed strangely and drove a small beast cart, and they thought they were traveling merchants, so they attacked them with evil intentions. Fong Jia listened to Shagar telling them what they had seen and heard, and sighed. The system of the orcs was extremely chaotic. Each clan had its own policies. It could be said that each clan was a country. Attacking each other was commonplace. No one farmed, and they only knew how to plunder. No one would feel at ease being a neighbor of such a race. No wonder the conflict between humans and orcs was so deep. The fat dragon Lostia was sleeping in the car behind. She was awakened by the bumpy road. When she opened her eyes, she saw that she was sitting in the car that imprisoned her again. She thought she was caught by those ugly monsters again, and she was so scared that she rolled out of the car. In panic, she fell off the cart and fell into a mouthful of mud, only to find that she was not tied up. Her movement startled the woolly mammoth pulling the cart, which was walking well and immediately rushed forward, leaving the mammoths behind to run. Shagar, who was driving the head beast, could only pull the head beast hard to prevent it from running. Fong Jia did something even more extreme, directly using his shaping ability to fix all the mammoths. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Lostia, who had done something bad, had no sense of doing bad things. When she saw Fong Jia, she immediately ran over and put her big head in Fong Jia's arms. Lostia said aggrievedly, "I thought you left me too." Fong Jia helplessly said to the fat dragon Shunlin, "No. How could I leave you? You are still injured. Wait until you recover, and then we will go to Dorgan. Don't worry. No one will tie you up here." Lostia really regarded Fong Jia as her own kind. She felt that Fong Jia must be a very powerful dragon, the kind that can change its shape. So she was very dependent on Fong Jia. "You swear?" Okay, I swear. I will never abandon Lostia." Fong Jia coaxed Lostia, which was as big as a small mountain, like coaxing a child. Shagar's eyes popped out when he watched from the side, thinking about how he had only fooled 2 little girls. However, Fong Jia had fooled such a big earth dragon? "I always felt like I had lost," he whispered secretly. "That only counts as 1, I still have more than you with 2. Fong Jia didn't care what Shagar muttered and promised the moon, "I will take good care of you. When we get there, you will love the underground palace. There are not only gorgeous rooms, but also delicious barbecue." Fong Jia heard a huge gurgling sound from Lostia's stomach after he finished speaking. "I'm hungry." This made Fong Jia freeze. With such a big body, how much does it have to eat? Is it too late to return it now?